Lin Heng has traversed into a realm where the ethereal and the tangible intertwine in a delightful fusion of elves and reality. The journey commences with extraordinary fortune. He is born at an unparalleled starting point. With a father who is a league champion and a mother who is a billionaire, his lineage is nothing short of illustrious. Upon hatching, he fortuitously awakens the destiny system, revealing the fated trajectories of all individuals with clarity. To his dismay, he discovers that he is merely the control group for a protagonist who suffers lifelong disabilities. Shockingly, the antagonist turns out to be none other than himself. How can this be? The trump card of the destined child, the Kingdra, is now his to claim. A coveted elixir of advancement from a rival family conveniently aids his father in clinching the championship. Gigantamax Tyranitar, Ancestral Kingdra, Shiny Metagross, a counterattack from the electric beast, attribute treasures, move memory capsules. Lin Heng seizes opportunities within the secret realms, utterly dominating the protagonist while acquiring a series of astonishing rewards, evolving into an elf that surpasses even the legendary beasts. He endeavors to seize the highest authority. Thus, the path to invincibility is set forth. Years later, when asked for their opinion on Lin Heng, people inevitably recall the famous adage, "Beneath the great demon king, all are but ants." Chapter 1. An auspicious beginning. The son of the champion, could that be me? An esteemed gathering place for the affluent in Huashe. Longshin Bay community. Young master, young master. An urgent female voice accompanies a series of frantic knocks at the door. Lin Heng furrowed his brows and impatiently opened his eyes, momentarily dazzled by the opulent decor surrounding him. Goodness, did I perhaps drink too much yesterday and end up in a presidential suite? In a daze, countless fragments of memory surged chaotically into his mind. Throughout this process, his expression shifted from shock to ecstatic joy, then to a complex mixture of emotions. Once he had absorbed all the memories, he exhaled deeply, his feelings in tumult. It turns out he has indeed crossed over into a world where elves and reality are interwoven. And soon, he is poised to truly possess his first elf. A century ago, Blue Star underwent a cataclysmic transformation as countless spatial rifts appeared, heralding the arrival of various secret realms. Consequently, the landmass of Blue Star seemed to inflate dramatically. It expanded to 100-fold of its original size. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was the unique entities born within these secret realms, magical beasts. These magical beasts not only possess peculiar appearances, but their strength also far exceeds imagination. Top-tier beasts can even reshape mountains and fill seas, stirring the heavens and the earth. Naturally, the emergence of a new civilization is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and war. After enduring a protracted world war lasting 2 decades, humanity and elves finally reached a ceasefire, successfully discovering a method for harmonious coexistence within a secret realm. Henceforth, trainers became the pinnacle profession, with peak battles serving as a hallmark global event, commanding awe across the seas. Compared to the original narrative, the battle prowess of elves on Blue Star is extraordinary. Legendary beasts can effortlessly obliterate a city, while beings such as Dialga and Groudon stand as formidable as extreme nuclear weapons. Even ordinary elves, once they attain the king level, are classified as strategic resources by nations, receiving meticulous attention and being recorded in databases. The status of trainers who can command such powerful elves is thus readily apparent. Given that the arrival of secret realms occurred only a century ago, the number of kings on Blue Star has swelled to nearly 150. This shift has transformed the global landscape, with small nations fracturing and large powers uniting to ultimately form 9 major alliances. Lin Heng resides within the Yin Nation Alliance. However, even if he were an ardent fan of Pokémon games in his past life, such circumstances alone would not incite his excitement. After all, reality and games are not one and the same. The financial, resource, and temporal investments required to become a trainer are unfathomable to the average individual. Just a standard Pokeball costs 2,000. A Great Ball is 10-fold that. An Ultra Ball continues to multiply in cost. The sustenance for elves, measured by the appetite of a Charmander, amounts to thousands daily. This is still for food of average quality. However, if one were to feed a starter like Charmander with only mediocre food, even exceptional talent would be squandered. As for items like spatial backpacks, they easily reach astronomical prices in the hundreds of thousands. A saying in Blue Star resonates profoundly. The poor indulge in cars, the wealthy in watches, but only the truly affluent can nurture elves. Ordinary individuals or families wishing to raise an exceptional trainer must resort to loans or seek sponsorship from the Alliance. Yet, these treasures were effortlessly within Lin Heng's reach with a mere stretch of his hand. No, perhaps he need not even extend his hand. A simple parting of his lips would suffice. He now truly embodies the essence of a life victoriously lived. His father is one of the 9 kings of the Yen Nation Alliance. His mother may have exaggerated by claiming him to be the world's richest, yet being the offspring of a billionaire is certainly fitting. A life of unparalleled ease. In the realm of underdog narratives, he stands as the quintessential contrast to the diligent protagonist, undeniably a paragon of success. A fortuitous beginning. The son of a king is none other than myself. Lin Heng covered his mouth to stifle an exuberant laugh. Logically, one born with a silver spoon such as he should have possessed a Pokémon by now. However, the stringent regulations of the 9 alliances dictate otherwise. Given the formidable power of Pokémon, trainers under the age of 18 are prohibited from obtaining one to avert unnecessary casualties. Any breach of this rule results in immediate public exposure and punishment. Ordinary individuals would naturally refrain from defying the law. Yet for the affluent and influential, the Alliance regulations present loopholes to exploit. You won't allow me to raise a Pokémon prematurely? Very well, but I can certainly nurture a Pokémon egg in advance. Surely, that is beyond reproach. As long as it hatches by the age of 18, it adheres entirely to the stipulations. Thus, Lin Heng's father had prepared for this 5 years prior, seizing an opportunity during a resource competition within the Alliance to acquire a radiant Pokémon egg. The offspring of the king-level 7-tier desert tyrant, Banjira. Countless hours of effort and substantial financial investment were dedicated to this endeavor, even culminating in the creation of a specialized incubator monitored by dedicated personnel. 2 full years elapsed, and today marks the anticipated day of its birth. Young master, your Pokémon egg is on the verge of hatching. The female voice, noticing the lack of response, grew increasingly anxious. I shall be there at once. Upon hearing this news, Lin Heng hastily donned his attire and rushed out. With a resounding thud, as he flung open the door, a stunningly intelligent beauty clad in a fitted black butler's uniform, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, came into view. However, Lin Heng had no time to admire the enchanting butler. He merely offered a cursory greeting before hastily descending the stairs. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Bai Ying's eyes. For Lin Heng, the hatching of the Pokémon egg was of paramount importance. Women? They would only serve to impede his haste in witnessing the Pokémon. Lin Heng transitioned from walking to running, thundering down the staircase. He yanked open the door to the incubation room. Indeed, his residence boasted an incubation chamber. In addition, training rooms, a supplies room, and a food cold storage were all meticulously equipped. Lin Heng, who considered himself worldly, could not suppress his astonishment upon discovering the villa's myriad facilities, exclaiming in awe. At the center of the incubation room, a colossal Pokémon egg, meticulously cared for by various instruments and shielded by a glass dome, trembled incessantly, each quiver revealing new cracks. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the egg, his fists instinctively clenched. Crack, crack. As the tremors intensified, the egg became riddled with fissures, resembling a spider's web. Under the gaze of 2 fervent eyes, it erupted in a thunderous shatter. It was as if an explosion emanated from within, sending fragments of the shell scattering across the room. The glass dome was breached, leaving a gaping hole. Both Lin Heng and Bai Ying instinctively tilted their heads back, dumbfounded as they beheld the towering figure of a black Larvitar, surpassing 2 meters, its blunt head nearly breaching the ceiling of the incubation room. Larvitar. Lin Heng was taken aback, rendered speechless for a considerable moment. Were it not for his memory of this creature's origins, he might have doubted that the arrival of Pokémon during the dimensional rift was not the sole occurrence. Perhaps something else had slipped through as well. Is this truly a Larvitar? It resembles Godzilla. Ding, host Pokémon detected, Destiny system activating. Just as Lin Heng was regaining his composure from the shock of Larvitar's transformation, he was startled by the sudden emergence of an electronic mechanical voice. Yet, upon grasping the content, an overwhelming joy surged within him. It has finally arrived. Chapter 2. The Gigantic Young Gyarados. Eye of Insight. Activation complete. Destiny system successfully initiated. As the words faded, Lin Heng was momentarily enveloped in darkness. However, Within the blink of an eye, he regained his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Heng found himself in a state of bewilderment. It was only when he caught sight of Bai Ying that his eyes widened in astonishment. Above her head inexplicably floated a dialogue box. Ding. Detected that Bai Ying's destiny is about to undergo a transformation. Would you like to view it? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Heng selected the affirmative option. Name, Bai Ying. Talent, auxiliary lucky physique. Those who loyally follow her will receive certain fortuitous opportunities. Recent turning point, being tracked by the Chu family. Successfully stealing business secrets in a week, resulting in significant financial losses for the Lin family, leading to her voluntary resignation out of extreme guilt. Lin Heng's expression shifted dramatically. While the talent section initially sparked a flicker of envy within him, the specifics of the recent turning point plunged him into despair. In just 2 lines of text, a wealth of information bombarded him, shattering the dreamlike joy he had just experienced. The Chu family. They were the Lin family's rivals. Despite being consistently outperformed by the Lin family in business, the head of the Chu family was also a quasi-king. Who could have anticipated that they would resort to such despicable tactics? Utterly shameless. Lin Heng felt a surge of bitterness in his jaw. The pleasant mood he had just derived from learning about his family's situation evaporated instantly. He had thought that he would enjoy a life of luxury, even if he didn't become a trainer, but now he was confronted with the possibility that such a life might only last another week. His face darkened. Significant financial losses indicated that even if the Lin family did not go bankrupt, they would suffer severe blows. He raised a hand to gently massage his temples, his gaze towards Bai Ying growing increasingly complicated. Young master, having the object of his secret affections constantly in view. Even the most composed individual would find it difficult to maintain their composure. The beautiful housekeeper lowered her head, her ears flushed red, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was oblivious as to why Lin Heng was staring at her. It's all right. You may leave now. Lin Heng waved his hand. Bai Ying bowed and departed, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Once the door clicked shut, Lin Heng withdrew his gaze. He had formulated a rough plan regarding this matter, but he still needed to inform his parents. There is no such thing as a thief-proof day. Offense is the best form of defense. Moreover, Bai Ying's talent was one of the reasons he had not dismissed her as the housekeeper immediately. Luck is an enigmatic force. Who wouldn't desire a goddess of fortune who radiates an aura of good luck? If Bai Ying possesses a lucky physique, surely I, the son of a quasi-king, am not far behind. A sudden curiosity ignited within Lin Heng. With a thought, a luminous screen materialized before him. Name, Lin Heng. Talent, wild Pokémon possess a certain affinity towards you. Recent fortune, great misfortune. Recent turning point, during the school team selection competition. Su Mu will conspire with Chu He to drug the young Gyarados, causing it to fall into a frenzy, attacking indiscriminately. In your attempt to intervene, you will be mistakenly injured, resulting in a lifelong disability. Lin Heng was left speechless, utterly aghast at the absurdity of it all. A lifelong disability? What good would wealth do then? Wouldn't that be a complete waste? Especially since Su Mu was one of his classmates. Chu He was the heir of the Chu family. Inherently opposed to him, they had never gotten along since childhood. Yet, in his memory, there was no instance of interaction between them, leaving him puzzled as to when they had conspired together. However, now that he was aware of their plan, it would undoubtedly fail. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the self-assessment. Now distributing the beginner's gift pack. Eye of Insight allows the user to perceive a Pokémon's aptitude, attributes, strength, and related skills at a glance. Soft Sand, ground attribute treasure fine-grained sand that, when absorbed, enhances the power of a Pokémon's ground type moves by 20 and can improve Pokémon aptitude, with a chance to aid in mastering the forces of elemental loss. Lin Heng exhaled deeply, the shadows clouding his heart dissipating significantly. The Eye of Insight was undoubtedly a miraculous ability. The soft sand was also an exceptionally suitable treasure for Gyarados. With the system as his golden finger, everything would no longer proceed in a mundane manner. He would unravel the crisis and seize his destiny. The moment the reward notification appeared, Lin Heng felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his eyes. In his hand, he found a handful of pleasantly textured sand, cradled by an unseen force, not a grain spilling. His eyelids fluttered slightly as he reopened them. Beside a gigantic young Gyarados, characterized by its dark skin, crimson eyes, short arms, and feet with only one toe each, adorned with diamond-shaped red scales on its abdomen and 4 diamond-shaped red holes on its waist, an additional luminous screen appeared. Young Gyarados, shiny variant. Level, beginner, tier 1. Attributes, rock, ground. Ability, tenacity, Pokémon with this ability have their attack increased by 50 while in any abnormal state except for near death, and their attack ignores burn damage, reverting to its original 50 effectiveness. Aptitude, Quasi-King level. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Slide, Revenge, Stomp, Iron Defense. Affection level, 60,100 talent bonus. Description, this is a shiny young Gyarados that experienced gene mutation due to the influence of Dynamax during its mother's pregnancy. Capable of battling from birth, it possesses exceptional talent and a voracious appetite, requiring immense energy for nourishment daily. Ah, so that's how it is. Lin Heng realized with clarity, admiring the gigantic young Gyarados with profound appreciation. Gyarados. Sensing her master's gaze, the young Gyarados instinctively puffed out her chest. Unfortunately, the ceiling bore the brunt of this display, nearly cracking. The more Lin Heng observed, the more satisfied he became. Not only did she inherit skills like Iron Defense and Stomp from birth, but her aptitude was also at the Quasi-King level, truly deserving of being a quasi-divine. It is well known that in the Pokémon world, the hierarchy is divided into levels: beginner, ordinary, elite, professional, gym leader, Quasi-King, king, champion, and master. Each of the 9 major levels is further subdivided into 9 minor tiers. For instance, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and so forth. Furthermore, the fact that she could battle from birth was a delightful shock. Common knowledge dictates that no Pokémon is capable of battling immediately upon birth. They require a period of time to mature. Yet, the shiny young Gyarados completely shatters this notion. As for her insatiable appetite, compared to these advantages, what does that matter? The young Gyarados is indeed referred to as a trainer's nightmare, and in the original work, she could consume an entire mountain, with the cost of food capable of bankrupting an average family. However, for someone like him, who might inherit billions, such expenses are nothing to worry about. This amount of expenditure would be negligible for his family. To say nothing of devouring a mountain, even consuming an entire town would be child's play. Chapter 3. The Boss Level Magikarp? Bring it forth. Gyarados. The young Gyarados gazed curiously at Lin Heng, with a hint of affection glimmering in its eyes. Given Lin Heng's remarkable talent, even without prior interaction, the young Gyarados held a favorable impression of him, scoring a remarkable 60, comparable to that of certain elite trainers. Lin Heng inhaled deeply and leaned closer. Observing it up close, the young Gyarados appeared even more majestic, and he tentatively extended his hand. The sensation of its soft yet resilient skin momentarily startled Lin Heng. The young Gyarados tilted its head, emitting a soft "oh," before suddenly stepping forward, further reducing the distance between them. Lin Heng's hand sank deeply into the Gyarados' skin. The tactile experience was extraordinary. Yet, in just a second, his hand was repelled by an unseen force. The once pliable skin of the young Gyarados transformed instantaneously into what resembled the most impenetrable armor, impervious to fire and water. Lin Heng's eyes brightened at the sight. Such astounding physical defense meant that even with less formidable offensive power, it would prove to be a formidable opponent in battle. Not to mention the inherited skill, Iron Defense. Just envisioning that scenario, his adversary, infuriated to no end, unable to even scratch the Gyarados' robust hide, leading to exhaustion for the Pokémon and frustration for the trainer. This method of attrition was incredibly taxing. It was likely that by the end of this battle, the opponent would be utterly spent. "Come here, Gyarados," Lin Heng called. Upon hearing its master's voice, the young Gyarados obediently nodded. It felt a profound sense of comfort beside this human, an uncontrollable urge to draw nearer. Thud. With merely 2 steps, the colossal structure, reputed to withstand an earthquake of level 8, quivered unexpectedly. The young Gyarados stood frozen in bewilderment, confusion etched on its face. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Heng's eyes. In his right hand, he cradled a handful of soft sand, the elemental treasure. A rare artifact birthed from the arrival of the mystical realms to Blue Star, was of such immense value to Pokémon that it eclipsed even that of Mega Evolution Stones. Its significance extended far beyond merely enhancing elemental power. It possessed the potential to shatter the limits of innate talent, allowing one to harness the power of elemental laws. As described in its introduction, such terror, each time an elemental treasure emerged, it stirred global commotion, drawing the attention of even the most esteemed trainers. The transaction price was never less than millions. However, Lin Heng, having no financial constraints, would naturally refrain from submitting it to an auction. The young Gyarados sensed the vast energy contained within the grains of sand, its crimson gaze intensifying, resembling that of a possessed demon. The next moment, the soft sand was tossed into the young Gyarados' mouth. Instantly, a formidable surge of ground-type energy erupted from its body, visible to the naked eye. Yet, within a heartbeat, it was gradually retracted into its core. When it opened its eyes again, it had completely absorbed the effects of the soft sand. Simultaneously, it underwent subtle changes, such as a darker hue to its skin, reminiscent of scales and flesh stained with blood. To Lin Heng's astonishment, radiant glimmers flickered across the Gyarados' form. This was the light of ascendance. Hastily, he activated his inside eye. Incredible! It had directly advanced to beginner level 6, an acceleration more astonishing than riding a rocket. Upon glancing at the qualifications section, Lin Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. Champion level. The young Gyarados' potential had ascended to champion status. No wonder even the elite trainers were vying for it. This was simply extraordinary. And this was merely the initial phase of the young Gyarados' life. The effects of the elemental treasure had yet to fully manifest. As it continued to grow and completely absorb the power of elemental laws, its evolution rate would skyrocket. This colossal young Gyarados, much like Lin Heng, had been blessed with an exceptional start at birth. However, with great talent came great challenges. The more exceptional the potential, the more arduous and protracted the training process became. After all, the energy accumulation process was several times, even dozens of times, or in some cases, 100 times more demanding than that of ordinary Pokémon. But with the elemental treasure in hand, if nothing else, it would at least restore the young Gyarados' growth rate to an average level. At the same level, its advantages were strikingly apparent. Beep. The sudden alert interrupted Lin Heng's thoughts, and he glanced down at his electronic wristwatch, valued at over $1 million. This device was essential for every trainer, recording all relevant information about Pokémon, as well as personal ID, including every battle fought without exception. In the event of any major competition, one merely needed to swipe the electronic watch to participate. Currently, it indicated that there was still half an hour until class began. Realizing time was of the essence, Lin Heng retrieved the high-level Pokeball, which his parents had prepared long in advance, and pressed the button. A red beam enveloped the young Gyarados, and without any resistance, it was successfully captured within the high-level Pokeball. Boom. 10 minutes later, the car came to a halt in front of Jianghua First Secondary School. This school was renowned in Jianghua City, ranking alongside the top secondary schools in the imperial capital and the magical metropolis. It was the most prestigious institution, with a reputation for producing students who invariably became elite trainers, including 2 legendary champions. Countless trainers aspired to attend this institution. Yet, Lin Heng had been destined for it since birth. He had attended the first primary school and was now in the first secondary school. Moreover, he was quite handsome, tall, wealthy, and charming. In school, he was a well-known figure. Even in a place as competitive as Jianghua First Secondary School, Lin Heng was among the elite, capturing the attention of many. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a chubby boy rushed over, panting and breathless, yet his face was alight with excitement. Lin Heng's gaze shifted to the boy's head, where his information displayed. Name: Jiang Dong, the sole heir of Zhang's food company. Talent: culinary innovator, able to discover nutritional components from unusual ingredients, creating delicacies beloved by Pokémon. Recent event: tragically perished while searching for healing elixirs in the Hanyuan secret realm a month later after stumbling upon a scene of evil organization criminal activity. Goodness, he had encountered someone with a fate even more tragic than his own, Lin Heng mused, his wounded spirit finding a flicker of solace. Moreover, the first part of the message indicated that the boy had acted for his sake, implying that Jiang Dong was trustworthy. He resolved to support him in the future. Additionally, Jiang Dong's talent as a culinary innovator piqued Lin Heng's interest. After glancing around, Jiang Dong leaned in conspiratorially and said, "Boss, have you heard the news?" Lin Heng raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Seeing his interest, Jiang Dong's excitement escalated. After completing the selection of Pokémon, trainers who successfully made it into the school team will qualify for the annual Waterlord Cup against that rascal Chu He. At the mention of Chu He, Jiang Dong grit his teeth in frustration. However, before he could finish, Lin Heng's peripheral vision caught sight of a timid figure shrinking away, and he instinctively glanced up. Name: Su Mu. Talent: fortunate child, blessed by fate, always finding opportunities. Recent fortune: excellent. Recent twist: while selecting a Pokémon, a rare master-level Magikarp was discovered in the breeding house. Lin Heng's heart stirred. Since Su Mu dared to frame him, he should not blame Lin Heng for striking first. A master-level Magikarp? Hand it over. Chapter 4. Swapping Birds for Cannons, the Power of Evergreen. In Class 1 of the second year, today marks the day for receiving initial Pokémon, and thus the students are filled with joy. The classroom buzzes with excitement. Upon Lin Heng's arrival, a swarm of classmates rushes towards him. Lin Heng, what do you plan to choose? Brother Lin must go for the trio of starters. Can an ordinary Pokémon match my brother Lin's charisma? Sure, my brother Lin's grace cannot be emulated by the common folk. Flattering praises abound. Lin Heng is accustomed to this. He languidly settles into his seat, allowing others to fervently discuss. Su Mu, seated at the back of the classroom, listens to these voices with a smirk of derision, harboring contempt. Lin Heng, you worthless leech relying on your father. Enjoy your moment of pride while you can. Let's see if you can still laugh after the upcoming school team selection. He immerses himself in his own musings, yet fails to notice the classroom's sudden silence. When he finally realizes, he sees the entire class staring at him with peculiar expressions. In the next moment, that languid voice rings out again. Su Mu, are you deaf? Did you not hear me calling you over? Su Mu jolts his head up, only to find Lin Heng scrutinizing him from above, as if observing an ant he could easily crush. A chill runs down Su Mu's spine, mingled with deep-seated hatred. Yet, he dares not openly defy Lin Heng. In this school, crossing Lin Heng is more terrifying than death itself. Reluctantly, Su Mu rises, trembling as he approaches Lin Heng, his posture hunched, betraying no hint of defiance. Is that all? Lin Heng scoffs. He truly cannot fathom how Su Mu dares to act as he does. Given the other's potential, he seems to be a destined child, yet with such disgraceful behavior, did heaven mischoose? Lin Heng's smile is ambiguous. Su Mu is fixed under his gaze, cold sweat trickling down his back. He suspects that Lin Heng might have anticipated his plans. Why else would Lin Heng suddenly target him today? The oppressive atmosphere leaves him breathless. Your qualification for Pokémon selection is hereby revoked. Lin Heng's casual statement sends shockwaves through the hearts of his peers. The classroom erupts in uproar. Even the chubby Jiang Dong is taken aback, his face a mixture of astonishment. This is the first time he has witnessed Lin Heng's fury. Revoking a selection qualification is akin to robbing a student of their future. Though he has never liked Su Mu, should this incident become public, what would it mean for Lin Heng's reputation? If Lin Heng knew the thoughts swirling in Jiang Dong's mind, he would scoff. The permanence of disability versus reputation, clearly. The former outweighs the latter. He is no saint. If someone dares to frame him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Destined child? Even if the king of heaven descended, he would not cower. Since his opportunity lies in the breeding house his family invested in, he will sever Su Mu's chances at the root. Surely, the school would not offend a destined child over an ordinary student. Lin Heng acknowledges that he is abusing his power. Yet, such potential threats must be extinguished in their infancy. He must not allow them to thrive. As the heir to greatness, what of wielding power just this once? Unexpectedly, just as his words fade, a notification chimes in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully altered Su Mu's destiny. When destiny shifts positively, system rewards are granted. Talent upgraded to the power of evergreen. Power of evergreen. The ability to sense Pokémon's emotions and thoughts, telepathy, and to heal injuries. Oh, swapping birds for cannons. What a delightful surprise. Lin Heng is elated. Previously, his talent merely allowed for slight affection from Pokémon. Now, it has soared to a level of intimacy. The power of evergreen is an exceedingly rare special ability, enhancing Pokémon's synergy and loyalty while enabling timely healing. It proves exceptionally effective in wilderness and secret realms, truly the dream of countless trainers. It turns out, receiving rewards for a positive destiny shift is splendid news for him. Meanwhile, Su Mu, upon hearing Lin Heng casually revoke his long-anticipated selection qualification, feels utterly defeated. His fists, clenched at his sides, dig deep into his palms, leaving marks from his sharp nails. He yearns to rend Lin Heng into 1,000 pieces. Why? Why must some be born with everything while he must struggle for the scraps cast aside? Even the teachers tread lightly around him, fearful of offending Lin Heng. Wherever he goes, he is the center of attention. Yet, no one cares about his efforts. This world is so unfair. Su Mu's eyes are bloodshot, his expression grotesquely twisted. Yet, he keeps his head bowed, never daring to show a hint of dissatisfaction towards Lin Heng. Endure. Soon he will not be so arrogant. Su Mu takes a deep breath, and when he raises his head again, his expression is entirely composed. He forces a smile towards Lin Heng, though it appears quite grotesque. Brother Lin, may I inquire what I have done wrong? I apologize. Lin Heng raises an eyebrow with interest, feeling as if he is witnessing an impromptu performance by a master of disguise. Truly, the destined child can bend and sway. He almost feels inclined to applaud Su Mu for his ability to endure humiliation. Such resilience is indeed rare among ordinary folk. As Su Mu glances at Lin Heng's mocking gaze, the veins on his arms bulge. Yet, he dares not reveal even a trace of his contempt. The forced smile on his face is like a tightly fastened mask, firmly affixed. Finding the situation dull, Lin Heng turns away, casting a glance at Jiangdong. Although the chubby boy is unaware of what transpired, their long-standing camaraderie allows him to instantly grasp Lin Heng's intent. Without a second thought, he strides over and menacingly addresses Su Mu. Get lost. At this, even if Su Mu could endure, he can no longer maintain his facade. His expression darkens, becoming exceedingly fearsome. Then, amidst the onlookers' anticipation, he casts one last glance at Lin Heng and Jiangdong before silently returning to his seat. The classroom remains silent for a moment before whispers begin to circulate. Eyes subtly dart towards Su Mu, the center of the unfolding drama. How did Su Mu offend Brother Lin? Who knows? It must be his fault. Brother Lin is not unreasonable. Indeed, this is the first time I have seen Lin Heng so enraged. What terrible deed has Su Mu committed to invoke such wrath? I have never held any fondness for him. He perpetually bears an air of disdain for everyone around him, as if he believes himself to be the scion of royalty. How ironic it is that he possesses none of the privileges of a noble, yet displays the arrogance of one. The harsh mockery reverberated around Su Mu's ears, akin to an insistent fly that one cannot swat away, rendering his expression increasingly grim, as jealousy and hatred threatened to consume him whole. He fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lin Heng's back, motionless, as hundreds of scenarios of Lin Heng meeting a gruesome fate flickered through his mind. He could hardly contain his desire to see his rival torn to shreds by his own hands. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Wei Dan, adorned in a flowing dress and cascading waves of hair, entered the classroom. Chapter 5, Team Selection, Essence of Water. Dear students, I trust you have eagerly awaited this day. Following the selection of your Pokémon, we shall commence the battle selections. The victorious members will not only gain entry into the school team, but will also have the opportunity to compete in the Waterlord Cup. As she spoke, Wei Dan paused momentarily. As anticipated, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The Waterlord Cup? Good heavens! That is a prestigious competition that offers direct access to prominent universities such as Jing University and Yin University. And a stellar performance could mean stepping through the threshold of elite institutions. I can hardly contain my excitement. But wait, doesn't the team selection typically exclude newcomers? I know. The speaker feigned ignorance, yet his words garnered considerable attention. He leaned in conspiratorially. It is said that one of our team's star players, Chu He, transferred to the second affiliated school last week and immediately joined their team. What a bold move to openly challenge us. It is no wonder the school was caught off guard, attempting to expand the selection criteria in search of trainers who can rival Chu He. Chu He is truly despicable. He is clearly targeting Brother Lin. Indeed, he is exploiting his seniority, knowing that we are about to commence our Pokémon selection, and is deliberately undermining our school. How revolting. The students were filled with righteous indignation, their voices escalating in volume. Lin Heng, of course, heard every word. However, he was not surprised. Chu He had always engaged in underhanded tactics, and this was not the first instance. He had always been relentless in his pursuit of undermining Lin Heng. All right. Wei Dan interjected, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. It seems everyone understands the significance of the upcoming Pokémon battles. Without further ado, let us begin. Lin Heng, Jiangdong, Li Feng, Wen Huayuan. The first batch of 10 names were called, each representing the most qualified students to select their Pokémon first. Each had contributed no less than 1.5 million Alliance coins. They were the most likely candidates to choose from the esteemed starter trio. Naturally, Lin Heng led the pack. Since Lin Heng commenced his studies, the Lin family had been contributing 1 million Alliance coins annually to the breeding house, making them its largest shareholders. The remaining students watched the 10 depart with envy, although not with resentment. After all, they too would soon receive their Pokémon, albeit of slightly lesser quality. Their thoughts inevitably drifted to the back of the classroom, where Su Mu sat, his presence akin to a thorn in their side. Yet at this moment, Su Mu seemed oblivious to their scrutiny, gazing longingly in the direction Lin Heng had departed, feeling an inexplicable sense of impending loss. Ascending the steps and passing through a revolving door, Lin Heng entered a breeding facility that rivaled a grand estate, as if stepping into a primordial forest. Each section was distinctly delineated, with small bushes bustling with inquisitive ratata, while pidgeys perched on branches preening their feathers. Caterpie and Weedle rested on leaves, sipping nectar, while a Tangela swung its vines, creating a delicate harmony of movement and stillness. Tadpoles frolicked by the riverbank, sending ripples across the water's surface. The homeroom teacher came to a halt, imparting a serious admonition. The Pokémon in the breeding house will not harm you unprovoked, but remember, you must never attempt to capture them without their consent. Otherwise, even if you succeed, a resentful Pokémon will never coexist harmoniously with you. The 10 students nodded in unison, setting forth towards their respective goals. Jiang Dong closely followed Lin Heng, mirroring his every step. Boss, which Pokémon have caught your eye? Do you need my assistance? No. You. Before Lin Heng could finish, a small flame suddenly landed at their feet, startling Jiang Dong into a yelp. They turned to find a tiny orange chick before them, its fluffy feathers slightly ruffled, sporting 2 diminutive wings. It seemed exhilarated by Jiang Dong's fright, issuing a mischievous chirp. Lin Heng's gaze flickered as his insight ability activated, revealing a stream of attributes. Fire Chick. Level, Novice Stage 5. Ability, Blaze, when HP drops below 13. The power of Fire type moves increases by 15 times. Potential, Semi-Professional level. Skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Quick Attack. This Fire Chick possesses commendable potential. You may capture it. Lin Heng remarked casually. To his surprise, the Fire Chick became displeased upon hearing this. It had emerged in response to the warmth emanating from Lin Heng, having chosen him, yet now felt overlooked. With a huff, the Fire Chick turned away, puffing out sparks as it wobbled off. Lin Heng chuckled, watching Jiang Dong stare blankly at the retreating figure of the Fire Chick, and promptly delivered a playful kick to his rear. Get moving. Only then did Jiang Dong snap back to reality, his eyes glistening with gratitude. Boss, I shall remember your immense kindness. I'm off. With that, he hobbled away, clutching his backside comically. Lin Heng smiled to himself. Ding, detected that the host has successfully altered Jiang Dong's fate. Reward, Essence of Water. Indeed, a reward. Lin Heng felt a sense of clarity wash over him, eagerly delving into the details of the essence of water that flashed through his mind. Essentially, it was a high-grade version of the mysterious droplet. It held immense allure for water-type Pokémon, capable of enhancing their potential and energy. In an instant, a chill coursed through Lin Heng's palm, and he looked down to find a blue crystal materializing in his hand. The crystal shimmered under the sunlight, its clarity surpassing that of diamonds, revealing droplets of water dancing within. Simultaneously, as the essence of water appeared, Lin Heng sensed an unfamiliar pressure surrounding him, as if being scrutinized by unseen eyes. A glimmer flashed in his gaze as he nonchalantly withdrew his right hand. The next moment, he made his way towards the riverbank, which was still adorned with floating ice. He had noted earlier that it was the transition from spring to summer, and typically, rivers would have already thawed their icy surfaces. How could there possibly be remnants of floating ice here? Lin Heng approached. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive king carp, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length. Its body was a brilliant red, with long, catfish-like whiskers hanging from its mouth, and atop its head sat a golden crown-like fin. However, as Lin Heng took a closer look, he swiftly dismissed the notion that it was the elusive leader-level sprite that Su Mu had stumbled upon. The condition of this king carp was utterly dire. Chapter 6. Are you still pretending? The true form of the ancestral dragon. The king carp's state was indeed lamentable. Its scales had mostly fallen away, and it bore a desolate expression, as if it were on the brink of death. Its lifeless eyes were dim, occasionally twitching in a manner reminiscent of a dying creature. It was clearly in a state of impending demise. Achoo! Lin Heng abruptly sneezed, snapping back to reality. He shook his head and was about to turn away when, in the next instant, a wave of relieved perception surged into his mind. That was close. I almost got discovered. Lin Heng immediately halted his steps. At the same time, that very perception manifested again. Huh? Why has this human stopped moving? Could it be that he has noticed me? Impossible, impossible. Those previous kings failed to perceive my true strength. How could this novice possess such discernment? At that moment, Lin Heng watched as the king carp, with its lifeless gaze, suddenly shook its head twice, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flashing in its eyes. Lin Heng's lips twitched. Were it not for the sensing effect of the power of eternity, he might have truly overlooked it. Nevertheless, this king carp was indeed quite confident. It seemed such tricks were not unfamiliar to it. But how did it manage to disguise its wretched appearance? Doubt flickered in Lin Heng's eyes, and curiosity surged within him. Unaware that it had already been exposed, the king carp feigned ignorance, looking at Lin Heng with a deliberately bewildered expression. Ooh! Lin Heng felt an impulse to strike. Pretending? You still dare to pretend? Just then, a spark of inspiration flashed. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Heng's face. An old cucumber painted green, trying to appear youthful? If that is the case, let us play along. The king carp inexplicably shivered, warily glancing around, its mind filled with confusion, muttering to itself. Could it be that my ice beam has grown stronger? Not only did it freeze the river, but the after effects are lasting so long. Come with me, King Carp. I promise to accompany you through your final moments and provide you with a comfortable retirement. Lin Heng pretended to hesitate, looking at the King Carp with a heart-wrenching expression. Had he possessed eye drops, he would have gladly shed tears to enhance the performance. On the other side, upon understanding the human-s intentions, the King Carp's expression turned incredulous, as if it were a person. Is this human mad? With so many young and healthy sprites available, he wants to take care of me? The leader King Carp suddenly felt that it had wasted decades of its life. Its perception of humanity was completely transformed in that moment. Could it be that a trainer would willingly devote themselves to the care of a dying sprite? This world was far more fantastical than it had ever imagined. At that moment, having grown accustomed to the deceit of the human world, the leader King Carp was inexplicably touched, and its gaze towards Lin Heng became tinged with complexity. Noticing the shift in the King Carp's emotions, Lin Heng internally chuckled and decided to press on. He rotated his palm, revealing the essence of water, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling like diamonds. The King Carp's eyes widened. Excitedly, its whiskers began to sway uncontrollably, and the remaining scales shimmered with a faint white glow, radiating a desire for evolution. The leader King Carp had been lingering on the brink of evolution, merely lacking an opportunity. Now, the human before it illuminated that very chance. The leader King Carp, already deeply moved, felt its affection for Lin Heng soar. The reason it had been hiding away in this small breeding house for so long was to seek a path to evolution. It had remained in the King Carp stage for far too long, and if it did not evolve soon, it would surely miss its chance. There was an immense difference between the King Carp and its evolved form, the Gyarados. Do you wish to become my sprite? At that moment, Lin Heng spoke again, extending his hand, still holding the essence of water. The King Carp, already wavering, found its resolve completely shaken. Under the dual assault of psychological and material allure, the leader King Carp ultimately could not resist. Its eyes fixed on the essence of water, it nodded. Seeing this, Lin Heng's lips curled into a slight smile as he pressed the button on the Pokeball. In a flash, the light enveloped the King Carp, and it vanished from sight. When it emerged from the Pokeball once more, the gaze it directed at Lin Heng was now filled with submission and affection. The specific details about it appeared before Lin Heng. King Carp, leader. Level, ordinary level 9. Type, water. Abilities, 1, swift swim. In rainy weather, speed increases. 2, intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entry, lowering their attack. Talent, pseudo-king level. Skills, water splash, tackle, thrash, hydro pump, rain dance, ice beam. Affection level, 75,100. Power of eternity bonus 20. Description, possesses a special bloodline power, seemingly containing a fragment of the true form of the ancestral dragon from ancient texts, but has yet to awaken at this stage, showcasing extraordinary talent, currently capable of mastering the skills post-evolution, yet stuck at the evolutionary bottleneck. Note, consuming the essence of water during battles will significantly increase the probability of King Carp's evolution. What the heck? Not only had it awakened the intimidate ability of Gyarados ahead of time, it also possessed powerful skills like Rain Dance and Ice Beam, and a fragment of the true form of the ancestral dragon. Lin Heng turned abruptly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the leader King Carp. If it weren't for the fear of startling it, he would have leaped forward to embrace the King Carp and plant a kiss on it. Even though he restrained this impulse, the fervent gaze he cast could not be ignored. Oh! The leader King Carp immediately grew anxious, spitting bubbles in fright. The surface of the river was instantly covered in foam, creating the illusion that the entire river was boiling. Lin Heng's gaze finally softened, and upon noticing the King Carp's affection level had reached an impressive 75, he felt satisfied. Research indicates that the higher the affinity between a sprite and its trainer, the quicker the sprite comprehends the trainer's commands, and it is highly likely to master some powerful moves. As for the final statement, Lin Heng did not hesitate to retract the essence of water under the watchful gaze of the King Carp. Although the leader King Carp was currently at a bottleneck, it could not guarantee that consuming the essence of water would lead to an absolute evolution into Gyarados. At this stage, every fraction of probability counts. However, the King Carp, of course, was unaware of this. Witnessing Lin Heng put away the essence it so desired, it became utterly dismayed. Ooh, it's over, I'm done for. I shall not be deceived by this human. The leader, King Carp, appeared utterly horrified, his expression one of profound despair. Lin Heng caught a glimpse of his inner turmoil, cleared his throat, and swiftly retrieved the high-grade water energy cube he had meticulously prepared. Chapter 7. Did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom? Fear not. It is all yours, but you must wait a moment. First, consume this energy cube to settle your stomach. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Heng casually tossed a high-grade energy cube worth thousands into the air. To him, this miraculous item was merely a means to satiate hunger. Gulp. King Carp instinctively opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. At that moment, a warm current surged rapidly from his abdomen throughout his body, and the scales that had fallen from him began to show signs of revival. Sensing the change, Lin Heng waved his hand. In the next instant, a gentle green light illuminated the depths of King Carp's eyes. Accompanied by an unusual cry, miracles unfolded wherever the light touched, resembling a grandiose magic show. Scales rejuvenated. Wounds healed. Energy levels soared. When all was said and done, King Carp felt as if he had returned to his prime. Although this had initially been a mere facade, his repeated attempts to transcend the limits of evolution had left him with countless hidden injuries. Yet, in the moment when a human's hands caressed him, all his old wounds vanished, replaced by a revitalized form. The earlier despondency was swiftly cast aside, and King Carp's bulging eyes shimmered with anticipation. Lin Heng chuckled softly. One could not help but remark on how easily this leader was appeased. Shall we depart? King Carp nodded in agreement, only to be promptly recalled into his pokeball. Lin Heng activated his inside eye. Before him lay a comprehensive overview of all the Pokémon's qualifications. He discovered that the highest qualification among them barely reached the professional level, prompting him to shake his head in disinterest. He had no desire to squander his time and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the breeding house, he was immediately met with a wave of attention. 10 minutes. Word will spread that Brother Lin took just 10 minutes. Truly, Brother Lin is the fastest. A real man must be swift. I suspect you are joking, but I have no evidence. Which starter did he choose? Different fates for different people. Even if we all start at the same line, our efforts cannot compare to those who simply race ahead. Shoot, keep it down. While envy abounded, there were also those who spoke with disdain. The identity of the son of the champion ensured that Lin Heng's every move would be scrutinized. The homeroom teacher, Wei Dan, was responsible for registering Pokémon. Upon seeing Lin Heng, her eyes brightened. Lin Heng, which Pokémon did you select? King Carp, he replied nonchalantly, unaware that he had just dropped a bombshell. What? Wei Dan gazed at him in disbelief, her pen clattering to the ground as her voice involuntarily rose. She doubted her own hearing. How could such an absurd answer be possible? The surrounding students were equally dumbfounded, some with mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. Their reaction was understandable, as this answer was worlds apart from what they had anticipated. King Carp was notoriously weak, often deemed alongside Caterpie as one of the most useless Pokémon. Unless it evolved, there was no point in nurturing it. Choosing such a Pokémon was akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Success would lead to a smooth path, while failure would mean a fall into oblivion, ending one's journey as a trainer. Yet, the odds of King Carp evolving were akin to winning the lottery, a gamble typically made by trainers from impoverished backgrounds. A last-ditch effort. But Lin Heng, he was the son of the champion. What could he possibly lack? This only deepened the mystery surrounding his choice of King Carp. Confusion reigned among the crowd, and Wei Dan's expression darkened. After several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her rising irritation and inquired once more, Lin Heng, have you thought this through? Her voice bore a hint of barely concealed frustration, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Heng, as if to say that if he dared to affirm his choice, she would not hold back her disapproval. Yes. Lin Heng replied with a calmness that nearly sent Wei Dan into a fit of rage. I won't concern myself with you any longer. If you regret this decision, do not expect me to exchange it for you. Wei Dan exclaimed, stamping her foot in exasperation as her chest heaved, her face flushed with indignation. Her usual stern demeanor was tinged with a touch of flair. As she held Lin Heng in high regard, her disappointment was all the more pronounced. She felt he was recklessly treading down a path of folly, ignoring her sage advice. Lin Heng, seeing this, rubbed his nose. Oh, even our son of the champion has missteps. How could King Carp, such a lackluster Pokémon, befit your status? The sardonic tone instantly narrowed Lin Heng's eyes. He cast a cold glance, spotting a group of individuals accompanying the guidance director, among them the sharp-eyed young man, Chu He. Chu He was shorter than Lin Heng, but emanated an air of condescension that seemed ingrained in his very being. His provocative tone was unmistakable. The guidance director furrowed his brow, instinctively wishing to reprimand him, but upon noticing the presence of several teachers from Class 2 and an envoy from the Alliance, he restrained his ire. Ha ha ha. The son of the champion's Pokémon is merely a king carp? It's laughable. Chu He scoffed, his words dripping with derision. Lin Heng, I must say I overestimated you. Even with a champion father, your intellect remains unredeemable. It seems this year, Class 1 has no hope, with such dim-witted students. If we in Class 2 can't prevail, we might as well twist our heads off and use them as balls to kick. The top spot among high schools in Zhonghua City is surely due for a change. Chu He reveled in his gloating, his words igniting ire among all present, including the students of Class 1, the homeroom teacher Wei Dan, and the guidance director, whose expressions soured considerably. At that moment, Lin Heng suddenly moved. He stepped closer to Chu He, who immediately adopted a wary stance, his right hand instinctively resting on his waist, fearing Lin Heng might resort to violence. But the next second, Lin Heng took a significant step back, waving his hand dismissively before his nose. Yuck, did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom? How many pounds of filth have you consumed? The disdain etched on his face was palpable, as if he had caught a whiff of the foulest odor imaginable. On the verge of retching, the insult was not physically harmful, yet its sting was profound. Initially taken aback, Chu He's face flushed crimson upon realizing the depth of the affront, his hands clenched tightly as anger boiled within him. He had prattled on for ages. Yet Lin Heng's single remark struck harder than all his words. Lin Heng. Chu He's eyes reddened with rage, unable to articulate his thoughts as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Heng. His greatest irritation was Lin Heng's apparent indifference, as if he had never regarded him as a threat. Lin, what kind of Lin is it that the illustrious son of the Chu family cannot even articulate his words? I reckon a fool could serve as your mentor, and a simpleton could teach you how to speak like a human. When it comes to verbal sparring, Lin Heng has never been bested. You wish to provoke him? Chu He is still a novice in comparison. It's a complete and utter domination. The frustrations of the headmaster dissipated in an instant, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping an ice-cold cola on a summer's day. Chapter 8. You dare to mention money to me? Ascending to the realm of divine medicine. Not only did the headmaster feel this way, but even Wei Dan's bright eyes couldn't help but glimmer with amusement. Conversely, the composed expressions on the faces of the teachers behind Chu He began to falter, their features stiffening as discontent flickered in their depths. After all, this individual is the son of a king. They dared not be too overt in their disapproval. The students erupted into laughter. Lin Ge was right. With a mouth so foul, one might as well remain in the restroom and sell their own wares. Hilarious. Brother, you are truly a talent. I find it curious how Chu He still has the audacity to show his face. It can only be said that some people are simply born without a sense of shame. The classmates cared little for who he was, unleashing their insults with reckless abandon. Ever since they learned of Chu He's transfer, they felt a sense of betrayal. Now, realizing he bore no remorse and brazenly dared to provoke them, their fury was palpable. Lin Heng's words served as a release, culminating in a volcanic eruption. The headmaster discreetly glanced at the vice principal of the second division, who appeared visibly green with anger, prompting him to quickly turn away, pretending not to notice. Chu He was representing the second division today and had dealt a severe blow to the first division's pride. He would not extend an olive branch to his adversaries. The students soon noticed an individual standing behind Chu He. Upon recognizing the emblem on his chest, they froze in shock. What the heck? The one behind him seems to be from the Alliance. What on earth is Chu He trying to do? Surely it isn't what I think. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances at Chu He. Sensing the shift in their attention, Chu He's anger dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming arrogance. He glared fiercely at Lin Heng, declaring, "You are merely skilled with words. Without your kingly father, you are nothing. Lin Heng, do you dare to battle me?" This was indeed Chu He's true intention. Veins bulged on his forehead as his body tensed in anticipation of the imminent confrontation. The hatred he harbored towards Lin Heng and the thrill of impending revenge impossible to conceal. His hands trembled slightly at his sides. The mere thought of seeing Lin Heng kneeling before him in tears, begging for mercy, or worse, being accidentally harmed by his beloved spirit and left bedridden for life, filled him with uncontainable glee. His expression twisted further, transforming what could once be considered a dignified visage into a grotesque mask. Upon hearing his words, the students of the first division stirred restlessly, akin to a hornet's nest disturbed. 10 students, including Jiang Dong, rushed to the doorway, their faces grim. Jiang Dong, in particular, was furious. "Chu He, do you have no shame? You're an entire year older than my brother Lin. How dare you utter such words?" Chu He's insults were of no concern to him. He had been waiting for this moment. From the beginning, everything Chu He had done was to provoke Lin Heng. Though he had always been at odds with Lin Heng, he also understood his rival's temperament and weaknesses. Typically, when it came to matters of pride, Lin Heng would not refuse. He had always considered himself the son of a king, and the last thing he wanted was to embarrass his father. Chu He had seized upon this point, believing he understood Lin Heng's character well enough to employ this method of provocation. Little did he know that Lin Heng had undergone a transformation. He perceived this blatant challenge as nothing more than an attempt to ruin the atmosphere. Historically, Lin Heng would undoubtedly accept such an affront. In his view, refusing would tarnish the reputation of both the school and the illustrious Lin family. Moreover, Chu He was acutely aware of the psychological burden that the title of son of a king placed on his rival, fearing that any slip would damage his father's reputation. Chu He was exploiting this vulnerability. He was convinced that, through relentless psychological pressure, Lin Heng would inevitably fall into his trap. As long as he accepted, there was no way Lin Heng would leave the school grounds on his own 2 feet. Chu He was determined to obliterate him. He aimed to prove himself today. Lin Heng was nothing but a waste. He could not even be compared to him. With his father's ascent to kinghood seemingly assured, he was unafraid to take a gamble. The homeroom teacher, Wei Dan, had long forgotten her anger, biting her red lip, anxious and hurriedly rushing to Lin Heng's side. You mustn't agree. The chubby boy was equally concerned. Lin Gu, don't listen to his nonsense. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by anyone else, Su Mu and Chu He exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in agreement. When Su Mu's gaze returned to Lin Heng, a sinister smile graced his lips. Lin Heng, no matter how arrogant you are, today will be your demise. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Heng remained remarkably composed upon hearing Chu He's words. He exhibited none of the panic one might expect, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. I might agree, but on what grounds? What can you offer me? Chu He was momentarily stunned, his reaction starkly contrasting with his expectations. Even if Lin Heng had mercilessly declined, he had prepared countless methods to compel him to acquiesce. But Lin Heng was far too calm. Not only was he unperturbed by the emotional turmoil, but he also deftly proposed his own conditions. For a fleeting moment, Chu He felt a pang of anxiety. His molars ached as he involuntarily licked them with his tongue, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil while feigning composure. He produced a card. This is 5 million. If you win, it's yours. One could not deny that Chu He was truly putting forth a significant amount. Although his father was a prospective king, their usual expenses were considerable, and he had little left. 5 million was his utmost limit. Lin Heng burst into laughter, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. You dare to discuss money with me? Without hesitation, he tossed down a black card. The onlookers gasped in unison. Wait, isn't that an unlimited black card, rumored to allow withdrawals of up to 1 billion alliance coins? So this is the legendary black card. Over 1 billion versus 5 million. It was a staggering disparity, a dimensional strike. The students glanced at Chu He, noting how his face had darkened to the point of resembling the bottom of a pot, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. If it were them, 5 million would certainly suffice, a windfall from the heavens. They were aware that even in formal competitions, the champion might not secure a 5 million reward. For professional trainers, it was a vast fortune. But who was standing opposite them? Not only the son of a king, but also the heir of a billionaire, the wealthiest in Jia province, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Yen Nation alliance. Did he truly regard such a trifling sum? Chu He clenched his fists, his teeth nearly cracking in frustration. What do you intend to do? He failed to realize that the balance of power had shifted completely. He, the challenger, had lost his voice, while Lin Heng had assumed control of the entire situation. And Lin Heng was waiting for this very moment. Upon the first glance at Chu He, the destiny system unveiled his fate information before his eyes. Name, Chu He. Recent fortune, extremely auspicious. Recent turning point, in 2 days. He will enter the mountain spirit secret realm, seizing a divine elixir from an elite trainer, departing after a bloodbath. His father will then ascend to the rank of a king trainer using the elixir. Chapter 9. Mountain Spirit Secret Realm. Who gave you the courage? Lin Heng's heart stirred at the sight of the words divine elixir. Though he was oblivious to the specific effects of the elixir, it was undeniable that it could facilitate the ascension of a quasi-king trainer to a full king, truly deserving of its name. It is known that to become a king-level trainer, one must possess at least 3 king-level Pokémon. As far as he knew, the head of the Chu family currently had only 2 king-level Pokémon. This indicated that the elixir could enable a quasi-king level talent to break through and upgrade directly. This was simply astounding. It is worth noting that, beyond the professional level, even minor advancements such as first or second tier transitions are exceedingly challenging. Each incremental tier can create vast disparities. Such a divine elixir is nothing short of miraculous. It rivals the rarity of attribute treasures. In his memory, his king-level father seemed to be merely one Pokémon short of qualifying for the title of champion trainer. Whether to thwart the Chu family or to aid his father in advancing, as the son of a king aspiring to be the son of a champion, he was resolute in venturing into the mountain spirit's secret realm. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Lin Heng smirked. If Chu He loses, he shall compensate double for all the resources you've expended. Furthermore, he must publicly apologize online, declaring himself worthless, forever my defeated foe. And you from the second division. I hear the mountain spirit secret realm is about to open? The vice principal of the second division sensed unease when Lin Heng's gaze shifted towards their direction. And upon hearing the mention of the mountain spirit secret realm, he immediately panicked. No way. He instinctively refused. The director of teaching from the first division furrowed his brows. Vice Principal Gua, you are being quite unreasonable. What Lin Heng has presented is a black card. Just the construction of the teaching building alone could fund 5. You cannot possibly think to mitigate this with 500,000 and a flimsy apology? Student Lin Heng is truly sincere. I am sure Supervisor Li has noted it as well. The director of teaching smiled amiably at the Alliance supervisor, who returned a stiff smile, though internally, he was overwhelmed with shock and dismay. What a stroke of bad luck. Had I known it was that little ancestor of the Lin family in conflict with the heir of the Chu family, I would not have come. These family disputes worth billions are far beyond my capacity as a mere worker. No wonder those fellows fled at the first mention of this matter. Vice Principal Guo was unaware of the supervisor's internal grievances, but he understood the significance of the director's glance. It merely suggested that he tread carefully. The Alliance supervisor is not to be trifled with. A single misstep could lead to a complete overhaul of the second division. Realizing this, the vice principal struggled to breathe, his face resembling one afflicted by constipation, an inexplicable pang of regret washing over him. The mountain spirit secret realm was unique to the second division, and their rapid development in recent years, even surpassing Jianghua first division, was intrinsically linked to this secret realm. The resources obtained were countless. Yet, he could only swallow his pride. After all, the opponent was offering billions. Additionally, even if Lin Heng had a powerful background, he himself was merely a novice. Surely, he could not acquire the legendary treasures of the secret realm. With this thought, the vice principal finally exhaled that pent-up breath. I agree. If Chu He loses, we will bear the cost of the resources he consumed in the first division. The vice principal had immense confidence in Chu He. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to recruit him. With the vice principal's nod, Chu He naturally had no objections. He was solely focused on teaching Lin Heng a harsh lesson, making him understand what it truly meant to suffer. The director of teaching, witnessing the situation unfold, cast a worried glance at Lin Heng, then sighed, leading everyone to the battlefield. Su Mu gazed at the carefully concealed blue powder at the center of the arena, his heart racing with excitement. His fingers curled involuntarily. The moment had finally arrived. Today, he would make Lin Heng a laughingstock before all. Soon, under the guidance of the Alliance supervisor, the two stepped onto the battlefield. The combat would follow a 1v1 mode, uninterrupted until one party could no longer fight. As the supervisor waved his right hand, the battle was set to commence. Chu He sneered. Today, I will show you what a true disparity looks like. Charizard, it's your turn. With a thunderous roar, Charizard appeared on the battlefield. It sported a horn-like protrusion atop its head, a beak-like mouth sharper than that of a Charmander. Its limbs were elongated, and the flames at the tip of its tail blazed fiercely, the edges tinged with a bluish hue, a testament to the extreme temperature it possessed. The nearby students felt a wave of heat wash over them, instinctively taking a step back. Seeing this, Chu He brimmed with confidence, provocatively gazing at Lin Heng. If he did not possess absolute certainty, he would not have initiated the challenge. Charizard was his trump card. On the sidelines, Lin Heng could not possibly be using Magikarp against Charizard. Surely not. He must have other preparations. Being the son of a king, Wei Dan furrowed his brows, his heart racing to his throat, desperately reassuring himself. The director of teaching was on edge, while Jiang Dong visibly displayed his concern. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the Pokeball in Lin Heng's hand shimmered, radiating brilliance. In the next moment, a massive Magikarp emerged at the center of the arena, filthy, with remnants of blood and mud mingled in its scales, its lifeless eyes glaring at its opponent. This image exuded no semblance of intimidation whatsoever. The director of teaching turned ashen, almost wishing to dash headfirst into a pillar on the battlefield. How could he have spoken too soon? He had initially relied on this king trainer's secret weapon, only to discover he had sent out a freshly caught Magikarp. Was Lin Heng mocking him? Could he possibly be an undercover agent from the neighboring school? Lin Heng. Oh, never mind. It appears that our school will have to relinquish its top position in Jianghua starting today. The gathered students were likewise astounded. Their thoughts mirrored that of the director of teaching. Initially tense, yet still hopeful, that hope was utterly extinguished the moment Magikarp appeared, vanishing into thin air. Even though Magikarp was a water-type Pokémon, facing Charizard was sheer folly. It was over. The reputation of the First Division and the Lin family was doomed. That Magikarp looked somewhat familiar. Ah, it's the one the seniors spoke of, the Magikarp nearing its demise. Heavens! Is this the Pokémon that was said to be worthless even to dogs on the school forum? Lin Heng is even crazier than I imagined. Is this why I can't become the son of a king? Goodness, look at the vice principal of the second division. His face is blooming with delight. Upon hearing these words, the final stone of doubt within Chu He's heart fell away, and he let out a derisive laugh directed at Lin Heng. His face a mask of scorn. Is this all you have? Lin Heng, who bestowed upon you such audacity? Kneel before me now, and I may be inclined to go easy on you later. What do you say? Chapter 10, Awakening of the Bloodline, Ancestral Evolution. As he spoke, the students gathered around instinctively turned away, unwilling to watch further. The director of education hesitated, torn between the desire to save Lin Heng from further humiliation and the inability to voice his concerns. At this juncture, retreating would spell the end of Lin Heng's journey as a trainer. Among the onlookers, only Su Mu furrowed his brow in concern. Lin Heng had deviated from the plan by not sending out his juvenile Gyarados. Would the frenzy powder he had previously prepared still be effective? A sense of unease crept into his heart. However, after hearing of Gyarados' past exploits, he felt he might be overthinking it. Although Lin Heng had not adhered strictly to the plan, the ultimate outcome would not be affected. Today, he was doomed without a doubt. Once Gyarados made its appearance, the crowd's focus shifted entirely to it. No one noticed that, at the moment Gyarados glared at Charizard, the flames on Charizard's tail flickered for a brief second. Its body involuntarily tensed up, entering an unprecedented state of preparedness. Pokémon possess an uncanny ability to sense impending danger, never judging a foe solely by appearances. Yet, regrettably, its trainer failed to recognize this. Meanwhile, Lin Heng taunted, enough with the idle chatter. Are you afraid to race? You can only muster up bravado for so long. Once Charizard roasts Gyarados, I will graciously let you savor the flavors. Charizard, unleash your flames. As Chu He's command rang out, Charizard opened its mouth wide. A terrifying surge of intense energy erupted from within, rushing toward its throat. In an instant, a pillar of intertwined crimson and azure flames spiraled forth, transforming into a fiery dragon that shot directly towards Gyarados. The arena was engulfed in a torrent of fire-type energy. Wei Dan seemed to foresee Gyarados' impending doom, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. The students sighed in resignation. Victory or defeat appeared to be predetermined at that moment. Yet, just as the fiery dragon was about to singe Gyarados' scales, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. An overwhelming pressure erupted from Gyarados, sweeping through the arena. The Intimidate ability took effect. The fiery dragon seemed to be halted by an invisible force, suddenly stalling, as the very air in the battleground grew palpably heavy. It felt as though an ancient behemoth had quietly opened its eyes. The once clear sky darkened abruptly, clouds gathering ominously, pushing and compressing one another. The crowd instinctively looked up, astonished by the brewing storm. Now Gyarados. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted, Lin Heng immediately activated his psychic link, deftly tossing out the essence of water, which Gyarados instinctively caught with its open mouth. With a gulp, the moment the essence entered, the hard crystal within Gyarados shattered, transforming into droplets that melded into its being. The core essence radiated resplendently, and an overwhelming surge of dragon-type energy exploded forth. It was akin to a river flowing back to the ocean, surging towards its destined course. The immense energy transformation occurring within Gyarados unveiled its concealed ancestral dragon bloodline genes, triggering an instantaneous awakening. Gyarados opened its mouth wide, its cheeks puffing out. A tremendous suction emanated from its maw, pulling in the surrounding air, the blue powder on the ground swirling in unison. Lin Heng, observing this scene through real-time monitoring, moved his right hand slightly. The power of the everlasting oak, akin to a colossal hand, soothed the agitated Gyarados, guiding it to absorb energy. This even transformed into a genetic trigger that accelerated its evolution. The ferocity within Gyarados intensified once more. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Look at Gyarados," successfully redirecting everyone's attention back to the battle. However, upon witnessing Gyarados' transformation, shock spread through the crowd. They beheld the scales on its body beginning to shed in layers. The gasps of astonishment grew louder. Beneath those scales lay a blinding white light of evolution. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the dense cocoon of light enveloping Gyarados. Grappling with their disbelief, the league's supervisor's pupils constricted, throat dry, exclaiming in shock, "Could it be?" Chu He felt a chill race down his spine, swallowing hard. His expression one of sheer panic. Su Mu, too, was not faring much better. His eyes filled with disbelief, his heart raced, trembling all over. As if his brain were suffocating from an influx of blood. It felt as though invisible hands were tightly gripping him. An indescribable dread suddenly consumed him. And Su Mu felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. How could such a terrifying scene even exist? Even if the evidence lay before him, he could not bring himself to believe it, or rather, he refused to accept it. The plan had reached its final stage. How could it possibly fail? No. This must be an illusion. It must be. Su Mu's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being in a frenzy, muttering incoherently, causing his classmates to think he had lost his mind and subtly distanced themselves from him. Yet the upheaval on the battlefield continued. Thunder roared in the sky, and a torrential downpour descended. It was as if the heavens were celebrating this astonishing reversal, heralding a symphony of wind and lightning. The director of education, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, finally snapped back to reality, pinching himself hard. The sharp pain surged through him, prompting a hearty laugh. Huh. This kid truly kept a trump card up his sleeve. He had never felt such exhilaration. Meanwhile, Wei Dan gazed at Lin Heng, who remained striking amidst the downpour. His charisma seemingly enhanced, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Simultaneously, in a concealed location, a previously expressionless woman's gaze flickered, her attention drawn to the sky, lost in thought. Back in the arena, Charizard, now terrified, had curled into a ball. The once mighty pillar of flames had vanished without a trace, occasionally emitting low, fearful growls. It was no longer a show of intimidation, but rather a plea for mercy. Goodness, Charizard can't possibly be afraid, can it? Unbelievable. What a stunning turnaround. My brother Lin is truly something else. How is this even possible? I have an epiphany, folks. Lin Heng knows how to play the game. While others engaged in battle, he was evolving on the battlefield. The crowd erupted in excitement, as the figure within the cocoon of light underwent continuous transformation. Its already massive form elongating further, the thunder and lightning seemingly heralding the birth of a colossal beast. A ferocious roar shattered the heavens, echoing for miles around. Resounding through the clouds, Charizard trembled on the ground, instinctively bowing in submission, overwhelmed by the primal dominance emanating from Gyarados' bloodline. It was utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, the outcome was as clear as day. Meanwhile, in the renowned East Lake fishing area of Jianghua City, countless Gyarados, as if summoned, began to leap from the depths, thrashing about in a display of exuberance. A magnificent scene unfolded, reminiscent of the legendary leap of the carp over the Dragon Gate. The fishing competition, initially in progress, was abruptly halted. Countless trainers gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was even more peculiar was that all the Magikarp leaped in perfect unison, their heads directed towards the northwest, precisely toward the city center. It resembled a grand ritual, seemingly offering blessings in their own unique manner. Some bystanders hastily captured the moment on their phones, causing the related keywords for the East Lake Magikarp celebration to skyrocket on the local trending list. However, Lin Heng remained blissfully unaware of this. His eyes sparkled with delight as he watched the ancestor Gyarados gliding effortlessly through the clouds, his heart racing with excitement. The three horns atop its head resembled the trident of a sea deity, emanating a fierce black sheen. Its entire form was shrouded in darkness, yet its eyes burned a vivid crimson. The stark contrast highlighted its embodiment of destruction and plunder. The insight I activated automatically, and relevant information about the Gyarados flooded his vision. Ancestor Gyarados, leader. Level, Elite Tier 3. Type, Water, Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entering the battle, causing them to falter and lowering their attack. Hidden trait awakened. Excessive confidence. Excessive confidence. After defeating an opponent, confidence surges, raising its attack power by 1 tier. Potential, King level, will break through as strength increases. Moves, Bite, Glare, Twister, Tackle, Rampage, Leap, Whirlpool, Ice Fong, Salt Water, Hydro Pump, Rain Dance, Ice Beam. Friendship level, 79,100 with a boost of 20 from the power of eternity. Description: the true form of the ancestor Gyarados has been activated. enhancing its attribute power by 150. It is the supreme leader of all Gyarados. Possesses the ability to command a legion in aquatic realms. A born ruler. Its potential is unbounded, and it may one day surpass the levels of divine beasts. My goodness, this is absolutely astounding. Lin Heng couldn't help but utter an exclamation. While he had braced himself for the awakening of the ancestor Gyarados' bloodline, he never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. It was an unprecedented revelation. Compared to the final description, everything preceding it, be it the leap from ordinary to elite status, the awakening of hidden traits, or the increase in skills, seemed rather mundane. What did it mean for potential to break through with the enhancement of strength? What did it mean to be unbounded? What did it imply about growing to surpass even the ranks of divine beings? This was undoubtedly a monster. Did it not signify that the ancestor Gyarados might one day stand against Tier 3 or even Tier 1 deities? Lin Heng couldn't suppress a gulp. Gazing at the Gyarados' deep black scales and its piercing eyes, he was entranced. In the skies, the ancestor Gyarados frolicked among the clouds, casting a puzzled glance at its trainer. Is it merely my illusion? That chilling sensation has returned. Below, the awestruck crowd stared upward at the colossal creature, entirely unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in its fierce heart. They were utterly astonished. The evolved ancestor Gyarados bore a qualitative difference from the previous Magikarp. It hardly resembled the same species, especially since Lin Heng's Gyarados had fused with a strand of the ancient dragon's true essence. Its fierce glare carried an intimidating presence that was incomparable. Nearly 10 meters in length, it far surpassed the size of a Charizard. It glanced down from the clouds, seemingly displeased with the trembling Charizard, its eyes revealing a hint of human-like disdain. That subservient posture is utterly disgraceful. In our lineage, it wouldn't survive past 3 years. What kind of upbringing did its parents provide? Lin Heng, overhearing the Gyarados' inner monologue, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He wanted to retort, "Is that your priority?" But in the next moment, amidst the stormy clouds, the ancestor Gyarados narrowed its eyes, snorted disdainfully, and opened its massive maw, blue energy coalescing around its fangs. With a roar, as the energy surged, a brilliant icy blue beam erupted, piercing through the gloomy sky. It sliced through the clouds, instantly freezing the Charizard below, along with its companion, Chu He. The entire battleground, save for the 1-meter radius around Lin Heng, was blanketed in a thick, impenetrable layer of ice. A hidden observer could no longer contain her excitement, stepping forward. The once icy demeanor of her beautiful eyes now sparkled with astonishing radiance. The league's supervisor, Li Jiu, looked down at the icy layer barely a centimeter from his feet, his legs trembling. The head of the department shivered violently, freezing from the chill emanating from the battlefield. Is the Gyarados truly this powerful? I'm not quite sure. They exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere turning palpably strange. On the battlefield, the frozen Charizard's eyes betrayed sheer terror, while Chu He, whether by intent or happenstance, found himself completely immobilized, save for his head. His teeth chattered in fear as he screamed, I concede, I concede. Chu He feared that if he hesitated even a moment longer, he might find himself incapacitated. He felt his limbs growing numb, his blood congealing throughout his body. If this continued, amputation might become a grim reality. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the fate of the Charizard. After all, a single misstep could render him disabled. He had no idea how things had escalated to this point, why he was the one injured instead of Lin Heng. The vice principal's face paled as he arranged for medical personnel to pull him away. Unfortunately, the ice block was too massive to fit in the ambulance. They could only work furiously to melt it. Meanwhile, Lin Heng waved his hand. The fierce Gyarados, which had just been in a fit of rage, descended from the sky and landed beside him. The crowd recoiled in fright, retreating in unison with a cacophony of footsteps. Lin Heng, oblivious to their fear, instead patted the Gyarados with satisfaction, listening to the deep sound of its scales. The ancestor Gyarados had achieved a flawless first kill. As for Chu He, he had brought this upon himself. If he intended to harm Lin Heng, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Lin Heng turned to the stunned supervisor, raising an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you going to announce the results? Oh, Li Jiu finally snapped back to reality, marveling inwardly. He had witnessed many grand spectacles, yet today felt particularly disorienting. It could only be said that Lin Heng was beyond comprehension. Li Jiu quickly proclaimed, "Congratulations to our victorious challenger, Lin Heng." As his words fell, the space, which had felt paused, resumed its vibrant motion. The students of the first division erupted into a frenzy. thunderous applause and exuberant cheers cascading in waves, igniting a festive celebration. Lin Heng's name, at that moment, was forever etched in the hearts of all present. He had become the pride of the First Division. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the trajectory of destiny, thus averting a lifetime of disability. The recent turn of fate for the host has been nullified. The destiny of Chu He has undergone a transformation. In light of the decisive nature of this alteration, the system is bestowing a random divine beast reward. Chapter 12. The Rainbow-Colored Feather? It hurts so much. In light of the decisive nature of this alteration, the system is bestowing a random divine beast reward. Lin Heng's heart raced fiercely. In the Blue Star, anything related to divine beasts is priceless. Although the system might be exaggerating, even if it merely offers an item once used by a divine beast or a fragment of a divine beast skill, it would be sufficient to elevate him from a novice to a professional trainer. Lin Heng couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes glistening with anticipation. Random divine beast reward extraction, rainbow-colored feather. Rainbow-colored feather, derived from the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix King. It grants the power of complete resurrection for a Pokémon once. And prolonged possession can enhance a Pokémon's vitality, with a 10 chance to summon the Phoenix King. Note: due to the unique nature of divine beasts, there may be unusual phenomena upon claiming the reward. The host is advised to prepare in advance. Would you like to claim it now? No, not now. Lin Heng stammered, an unusual feeling of hesitation washing over him. In such a public setting, it was hardly an opportune moment. Should any celestial phenomena occur, no amount of explanation would suffice. It would be wiser to return to a safe location before claiming it. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that this reward is indeed astonishing. The power of complete resurrection for a Pokémon, the ability to enhance vitality, and the chance to summon the Phoenix King. Each aspect thrilled Lin Heng to the core. The resurrection power is self-evident. It serves as an additional lifeline. Enhancing a Pokémon's vitality is equally impressive. In simple terms, it means that none of his Pokémon will be fragile. As for the third aspect, while it may only be a 10 chance, it represents the summoning of a divine Phoenix King, a symbol of supreme power in the world. Just the thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through him. Lin Heng inhaled deeply, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the director of education observed the chaotic scene in the second affiliated school, his entire being trembling with glee. Not only did he feel no sympathy, but he also reveled in their misfortune, eager to stoke the flames further. Ignoring the disorder across the way, the director wore a seemingly innocent grin. Vice Principal Gua, truly, you have gone to great lengths. When the Mountain Spirit Secret Realm opens in a couple of days, do not forget to inform us about Lin Heng. Vice Principal Gua's face turned pale, his teeth gritting as he beheld the director's smug countenance. He wished he could turn back time to just 10 minutes prior and slap himself. And yet, the school had committed to bearing the costs. It was madness. Had he known that Chu He was so incompetent, he wouldn't have expected anything from him. That was a whole year's worth of double resources. Not to mention the Mountain Spirit Secret Realm, which was never open to outsiders. This was all a dagger to his heart. It hurt. It hurt so much. Vice Principal Gua felt that if he stayed even a minute longer, he would suffer a heart attack and collapse. Dejected, he waved his hand. I understand. Please bring Lin Heng here in 2 days. After leaving an address, the vice principal of the second affiliated school plopped down onto the ambulance, unwilling to waste another minute, and departed with the medical personnel. The other teachers from the second affiliated school scuttled away like frightened dogs. The second affiliated school is done for. Chu He is a defeated foe. Chu He is trash. The students vented their frustrations with thunderous shouts. Amidst the uproar, Lin Heng caught sight of a figure that seemed out of place. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he descended the stage. Stepping towards the person cloaked in shadows, Su Mu was lost in despair, engulfed in the fear and anxiety of a failed plan. Suddenly, he felt a shadow loom over him. Startled, he looked up, his bloodshot eyes appearing terrifying. However, Lin Heng merely raised an eyebrow and, as he passed by, quipped, "By the way, I must thank you for the powder that aided the violent carp dragon. Without it, the evolution might not have gone so smoothly." Crack! Su Mu felt as if his heart had shattered. He had been struck by countless arrows. Such was the cruelty of psychological warfare. Lin Heng knew. He actually knew. When did he find out? Was it all an act to lure him and Chu He into a trap? Terrified, Su Mu instinctively took a large step back. His gaze towards Lin Heng filled with dread, as if confronting an invincible demon. Yet Lin Heng, upon seeing his reaction, merely scoffed disdainfully, shouldering past him as if he were nothing more than a nuisance on the ground. Su Mu was deeply wounded. his bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Heng's retreating figure, his expression venomous. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lin Heng approach, the director of education, fearing his worry, hastily said, "Do not fret. That group from the second affiliated school cannot escape. The promised resources will soon be in your account. As for Chu He's apology, it will likely have to wait until tonight." Lin Heng nodded, tucking the black card away once more. At that moment, Supervisor Li also approached Lin Heng, his eyes brimming with admiration. A hero emerges from youth. "You are even more formidable than your father was at your age. I hope to see you in the upcoming Waterlord Cup. That is certain." Upon hearing this, both the director and the supervisor smiled, knowing Lin Heng was a man of his word, and from the recent match, it was evident that he possessed that level of strength. A fledgling trainer must embody such youthful vigor. They believed Lin Heng would go far. "Director, does this mean Lin Heng is officially part of the school team now?" inquired Wei Dan with eager anticipation. Of course, Chu He, once the star of the team, was utterly defeated by Lin Heng, proving his prowess. "I trust the other team members share this sentiment." Indeed, suddenly, a voice as ethereal as a hidden orchid echoed, and Jiang Dong turned to see the newcomer, instantly gasping in shock as he hurriedly leaned towards Lin Heng. "Boss, it's the ice and snow goddess, Gushanxue, the #1 beauty of Jianghua." Many boys wore love-struck expressions. The goddess Gu's figure is simply divine. "Wow. Hey, little bro, control your drool, or you might end up regretting it if the goddess catches you. Wow, what is the ice and snow goddess doing here? I've barely seen her even a few times in the first affiliated school. Of course, she's the only heir of the ice family. She's quite busy. Unlike us idle folks." The crowd buzzed with speculation, cautiously eyeing Gushanxue. It was understandable why the students of the first affiliated school were so curious. Gushanxue's appearances at the school were exceedingly rare. Her status there was also unique, functioning almost nominally, as she didn't need to attend classes daily. Yet, no one dared to criticize her, as she had brought countless honors to the school. Ever since she enrolled, she had won every ice-related competition without exception. Since the second affiliated school had risen due to the Mountain Spirit Secret Realm, the first affiliated school could only remain level thanks to the numerous accolades won by Gushanxue. Otherwise, the second branch is even more audacious today. Even the director of education was taken aback to see Gushanxue. Although she is one of the members of the school team, she typically only makes an appearance on the eve of competitions, making her presence here quite peculiar. Did she perhaps foresee that something would transpire at school today? Chapter 13, where the eye can see, it is within range. Countless speculations flitted through the minds of the onlookers. Yet, the reality was exceedingly simple. Gushanxue's appearance was indeed an accident. She had merely come to confirm the specific time for the school team selection, only to stumble upon the provocation from the second branch. Initially intending to wait until Lin Heng faced defeat before making her move, she was unexpectedly greeted with a delightful surprise. While she could remain composed at the sight of Gyarados evolving, witnessing the might of the ice beam unleashed by her opponent truly overwhelmed her. As a trainer specializing in ice-type Pokémon, no one understood the extraordinary talent of Gyarados in the realm of ice-type abilities better than she did. Even her ace Pokémon would have to concede to it. What was astonishing was that Gyarados was solely a water and flying-type Pokémon. Gushanxue was elated, striding towards Lin Heng, a radiant smile blooming on her exquisite features, akin to an iceberg melting, rendering the surrounding scenery momentarily dull. Her long legs, partially concealed beneath a flowing white dress, captured the attention of many, sparking awe in the eyes of countless onlookers. Numerous boys appeared utterly entranced, nearly swooning at the sight. She halted before Lin Heng. "Classmate Lin Heng, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I pose a question?" As she spoke, a faint blush tinted her cheeks, suggesting a hint of shyness regarding her forthcoming inquiry. Instantly, the sounds of breathlessness intensified around them. Lin Heng, too, was momentarily taken aback, not due to her beauty, but rather the destiny information displayed before him. Name, Gushanxue. Talent, proficient in all aspects of ice-type knowledge, high affinity with ice-type Pokémon. Recent fortune, moderate luck. Recent turning point, in half a month. Lead the first branch's school team to victory against other schools, representing Jianghua City in battle, and permitted by the principal to enter the treasury to select items. Obtaining the ice plate. Lin Heng's interest was piqued. The specific function of the ice plate remained unknown, but based on Gushanxue's attributes, it was highly likely to amplify ice-type power. He indeed harbored the desire to cultivate Gyarados' ice-type skills, if she could recognize its aptitude in ice-type abilities. How much more so could he? Given its potential, he would not squander it. Upon hearing Gushanxue's words, Jiang Dong, brimming with excitement, pinched his thigh, wincing in pain while simultaneously whispering to Lin Heng with a sly grin. Boss, Goddess Go must be utterly captivated by your heroic demeanor, asking if you could be her boyfriend. I've never seen a goddess smile like that. Let's not forget our humble beginnings. With a figure like hers, you're in for a treat. Get lost, will you? Why do you keep pondering such matters? Lin Heng replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes. The chubby boy, displeased, retorted, Boss, I'm only thinking about your happiness. Look at those starving wolves in our class. They're practically green with envy. Lin Heng, perplexed, glanced around, only to be startled by a sea of envious gazes. What do you wish to ask? Lin Heng frowned, feeling as though he might step back if not for the throngs of people surrounding him. Gu Xiangxue felt slightly hurt by his dismissive demeanor. After all, she was confident in her looks, and it was the first time she had encountered someone so averse to her presence. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and resolutely declared, I wish to have a battle with your Gyarados. Her declaration left the crowd in stunned silence. Lin Heng's demeanor softened at her words, the flicker of impatience that had previously surfaced dissipating. He cast a teasing glance at Jiang Dong, his eyes unmistakably communicating. Is this what you meant about her wanting to be my girlfriend? As his close friend, Jiang Dong comprehended the implication of Lin Heng's gaze, awkwardly scratching his nose and averting his eyes. He inwardly mused, this can't be blamed on me. Gu Xiangxue approached you first, smiling and blushing. Who knew she was a battle enthusiast? Lin Heng, however, welcomed the challenge. With Gyarados freshly evolved, it was the perfect opportunity to solidify its level. A battle of equal footing could only yield benefits. Thank you. Upon receiving Lin Heng's nod, the blush on Gu Xiangxue's cheeks deepened, and she found herself developing a favorable impression of him for so readily agreeing to her challenge. In the past, when she proposed a battle, opponents either suspected her intentions or procrastinated, ultimately refusing her. Yet she simply wished to test her skills against a formidable Pokémon. Come forth, Lapras. A flash of red light enveloped the battlefield. A Pokémon emerged, its upper body a deep ocean blue, while its lower half and tail were pristine white, adorned with a rugged gray shell on its back and a prominent crest atop its head. Lapras. Level, Elite Stage 1. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Water Absorb. When hit by Water-type moves, it does not take damage but instead restores health. Qualification, Gym Level. Skills, Sing, Call, Water Gun, Mist, Life Dew, Ice Shard. Aura Sphere, Surf, Protect, Ice Dry. Gyarados, let us go. Oh, my master truly cannot bear to let me rest. Observing the contrasting expressions of the ancestral Gyarados, Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, amusement bubbling within him. If only it knew how clearly he understood its innermost thoughts, it would likely be too frightened to offer any further remarks. The second battle commenced swiftly, with the referee readily available. Lapras, Unleash Wave Surge combined with Surf. Gu Xiangxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she initiated the assault without hesitation. Under the powerful surge of water-type energy, the entire battlefield was quickly submerged, the water level nearly reaching their calves. But that was only the beginning. Lapras began to bob up and down rhythmically. In the next moment, all the surrounding water converged into a towering 10-meter wave, crashing down towards Gyarados' position. Gyarados, ascend. Faced with the oncoming deluge, Lin Heng chose not to confront it head-on. The ancestral Gyarados ascended with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, transforming into a dark silhouette as it soared high into the air. Splash! The massive wave crashed down into empty space. Without waiting for the tide to recede, Lin Heng promptly issued his next command. Quick! Use Hurricane. At his words, Gu Xiangxue's previously rosy cheeks drained of color. She suddenly realized the implications, her eyes widening in alarm as she beheld the water engulfing the battlefield. Not good. Lapras. Quickly retract Ice Dry and retreat. Use Protect. Gu Xiangxue had initially intended to deliver a decisive blow with Ice Dry, and Lapras was already accustomed to such combinations, having developed a seamless synergy. Thus, before she could even issue the command, it had gathered a pale blue energy sphere atop its head, ready to unleash its attack. However, the ancestral Gyarados was far too swift. Lapras had no time to strike. Fortunately, it reacted quickly, heeding its trainer's command, as the Ice-type energy vanished without a trace, and it swam away in the opposite direction, seeking to distance itself from Gyarados. A protective barrier formed before him. Yet both the individual and the sprite seemed to have forgotten its significance. The Gyarados soared high above, and wherever the eye could see, it was within range. The ancestral Gyarados appeared like an arrow released from a bow, its dark hue reminiscent of obsidian, glimmering brilliantly. A tempest of dragon-type energy engulfed everything around, manifesting into a sweeping whirlwind. As the whirlwind surged, torrents of water were swept up, resembling an anomalous aquatic tale. Chapter 14. The Ice Slab acquired. Has Ho-Oh appeared? The fusion of water and dragon energies enabled the Gyarados, in its descent, to crash down with tremendous force, accompanied by the ferocious whirlwind. Lin Heng refrained from unleashing the full extent of its power, deliberately aiming not at Lapras, but rather a meter in front of it. Nonetheless, the fearsome dual energies still affected Lapras, slamming it mercilessly to the ground. Oh, Lapras could not suppress a painful wail, struggling to rise from the ground. Gu Xiangshue's beautiful eyes dimmed. Having reached this juncture in the battle, even if Lapras retained its combat capabilities, there was no longer any purpose in continuing. She had lost. Lapras, though unafraid of water-type moves and equally adept with ice-type techniques, was simply outmatched by Gyarados. It seemed to excel in water, flying, dragon, and even ice types, displaying no weaknesses whatsoever. It was the first time Gu Xiangxue felt utterly powerless, a sensation she had never experienced in prior battles. Gyarados, return. The deep voice snapped her back to reality. She recognized Lin Heng was offering her a graceful exit. Though she thrived on competition, a battle with a predetermined outcome held no significance. Lapras, you return as well. They both pressed the buttons, and in a flash of light, Lapras and Gyarados vanished. Sighing with relief, Gu Xiangxue gazed at Lin Heng anew, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. You are a worthy opponent. Next time, I shall not be defeated by you. Just as Lin Heng was about to respond, the woman before him suddenly smiled, her demeanor softening like snow under the spring sun. Lin Heng, congratulations on becoming the new captain of our first team. I hope you lead us to success in the Waterlord Cup. He was taken aback. This was far too sudden. It felt as if he had been thrust into a role without warning. The director of education nodded approvingly at her words. Indeed. Since she voluntarily relinquished the captaincy, you are now our school's new captain. There was no need for further discussion. The decision was made. Suddenly, a throng of seniors emerged from nowhere, their eyes gleaming as they focused on Lin Heng. Captain, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Indeed. That traitor Chu He left us in a bind. We're grateful you're here. Captain, we unanimously support your leadership. Having defeated the goddess Go, perhaps we might even reach the top 10 in this year's Waterlord Cup. Shoo, let us not jinx it. Lin Heng raised a hand, unable to suppress a sigh. When did becoming the captain of the school team become such a simple affair? Wasn't there supposed to be a selection process and subsequent evaluations by the entire team? Now it felt as easy as picking a cabbage. He had a plethora of complaints bubbling within him. I refuse. At that moment, the system's electronic voice chimed in. Ding. Gu Xiangxue has automatically forfeited her destiny, transferring it to the host, and rewards of the Ice Slab have been preemptively issued. I can't refuse, can I? Lin Heng shivered slightly, quickly altering his response. He discreetly wiped away non-existent cold sweat, his heart racing. He certainly did not wish for the opportunity to slip away after a rejection. After all, it was merely the captaincy of the school team. Why not accept? Now, having received the Ice Slab reward in advance, he could select another item from the school treasury later, which would be splendid. Lin Heng, I will verify the resources owed by the second team. I will send you the location of the secret realm through your account. For the next few days, focus on training. You need not attend classes. All right, Lin Heng nodded. Once the director of education and the league's supervisor departed, students began to chatter excitedly. Lin, how did you evolve Gyarados? It's incredibly powerful. The forum claims it's a useless sprite, yet only you saw its potential. Your discernment is unparalleled. This must be the benefit of your family background. My father is simply a disappointment. You're truly a filial son. The girls gazed at Lin Heng with admiration, pressing closer to him, each one eager to be near such a promising figure. As several girls nearly toppled into his embrace, Lin Heng quickly made his escape. He was not accustomed to such attention. Jiang Dong, initially taken aback, soon chased after him. Finally escaping the school, he laughed heartily, catching his breath. Ha ha, Lin. I've never seen you in such a flustered state. Just some delicate little girls. And look at how you've been spooked. Lin Heng glared at him with irritation. You gluttonous fool. It seems you need a good thrashing. Care to spar with me? Lin. I just remembered my father is looking for me. I must head home. With that, Jiang Dong dashed towards a nearby car. By the time Lin Heng realized what had happened, the street was filled with the lingering scent of exhaust fumes. He resolved to make Jiang Dong pay for this. Aiming to fill a room with energy cubes and Sprite snacks, it seemed the little glutton had been living too comfortably of late. As Lin Heng spoke, he climbed into his car, instructing the driver to a particular address before closing his eyes to rest. In the outskirts of Zhonghua, he found a secluded garden belonging to the Lin family. After all, whether it was the ancestral Gyarados or the colossal Bagon, remaining in the city center villa felt too confining. He did not wish for them to be cooped up in their Pokeballs for extended periods. It was detrimental to their well-being. The second reason, of course, was to claim the system's rewards. The garden operated mechanized systems, and at this hour, it was unoccupied, providing him with the perfect opportunity. Let us begin. Lin Heng gazed skyward with anticipation. After waiting for about a minute without any sign, he began to think the system was playing tricks on him. Just then, a vibrant rainbow suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky, cascading down from above. The rainbow grew increasingly vivid in Lin Heng's view, resembling a bridge connecting heaven and earth to himself. At the horizon's edge, a magnificent, golden-hued bird of paradise emerged, shimmering with divine light. Although it flapped its wings at a leisurely pace, it arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Heng stared in awe, momentarily feeling as though the world was devoid of color, with only this creature radiating vibrancy. Its head tilted slightly, beak grasping a single rainbow feather. In the next moment, the feather floated gracefully into Lin Heng's palm, and upon locking eyes with the legendary bird, he felt an overwhelming shock resonate within him. He closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite sensation of a wondrous energy washing over him, a delightful cleansing of the spirit that elevated his state to an ephemeral pinnacle. It was only upon reopening his eyes that Lin Heng realized the Phoenix King had vanished without a trace. Everything that had just transpired felt akin to a dream. Chapter 15. Turmoil in the outside world, an enhanced skill learning device. Everything that had just occurred felt like a fleeting reverie. Yet, the distinct sensation of feathers in his hand and his restored vision, reminiscent of a newborn's clarity, substantiated the reality of his experience. The Phoenix King had indeed graced him with its presence. Lin Heng pondered the anomalies referenced by the system. Whether it was the rainbow or the holy light, he deemed them normal. However, the appearance of the Phoenix King was utterly preposterous. He could only be grateful that he had chosen a desolate location. Otherwise, the chaos could have been unimaginable. Unbeknownst to him, the Zhonghua Monitoring Center was already in a state of complete disarray. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant blaring of red alerts sent all personnel into a frenzy. What was happening? An elderly man with a bushy beard hurriedly approached the surveillance screen, not even pausing to wipe the crumbs from his facial hair. Director, the data from the monitoring equipment just spiked dramatically, exceeding the known limits by tenfold. Without a moment's hesitation, a monitoring officer produced the recent data results and presented them to the director. What did you say? Tenfold. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he seized the data sheet. Upon scrutinizing the figures, he was taken aback, causing his beard to tremble slightly. Impossible. The last peak was 10 years ago with the Firebird, and now we have 10 times that. The man known as the director dared not contemplate further. The Firebird was a divine beast. Its tenfold increase would be a matter of grave concern, even for the renowned champion trainer Guanzhe of the Flame Nation Alliance. However, there was something peculiar. Observing his subordinate's hesitance, the director began to perspire with anxiety. At this moment, why are you still being coy? Speak up. Chastised. The male monitoring officer quickly replied. Although the data surged to an unprecedented high, it plummeted back to normal within seconds. As of now, there are no anomalies. His words deepened the director's frown, offering no solace but instead amplifying the severity of the situation. This matter must be reported immediately. We must strictly control access to the Zhonghua secret realm in the near future, especially regarding personnel movement, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understood. Meanwhile, in a forest not far from the entrance of the mountain spirit secret realm, a burly man with a fierce appearance toyed with a glistening dagger in his right hand, meticulously wiping away the blood with a tissue in his left. Beneath him lay a man sprawled in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. Humph. A softy who can't handle pressure has sullied my blade. Just then, the notification sound from his phone interrupted him, and he casually opened it. Upon reading the announcement regarding access restrictions to the secret realm, his expression darkened. He spat contemptuously onto the ground. Damn it. Why are those wretched alliance dogs closing off Zhonghua at such a crucial moment? They're just looking for trouble. The black market folks would be impatient. It seemed he would have to make his move early. With that, he searched the bloodied man and, after a minute, finally found an electronic wristwatch hidden in his clothing. He sliced open the back of the watch with his dagger, extracted the chip, and inserted it into his own device. Upon seeing the information successfully replicated, a broad grin spread across his face, making his already menacing visage appear even more terrifying. When the clock struck the dead of night, As the soldiers finally changed shifts and the hired bodyguards dozed off, he swiftly utilized his wristwatch to input the data, successfully gaining entry into the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Heng remained blissfully unaware that poachers had infiltrated the mountain spirit's secret realm. He was completely absorbed in the transformation of his own body, oblivious to the turmoil he had inadvertently caused in the outside world. After his encounter with the Phoenix King, he felt an uncanny enhancement in his senses. Even the faintest sounds were crystal clear to him. Was the Phoenix King offering him a 2-for-1 deal? Not only had he received a feather, but he had also been cleansed of impurities within his body by this potent energy. Having awakened the power of eternity, Lin Heng's physical prowess had already seen considerable improvement, now far surpassing that of an average individual. Training would undoubtedly become more effortless, especially as the Pokémon grew stronger over time. The energy expended in battles would be incomparable. Not to mention, the stamina required for professional and elite levels was an entirely different realm. Consequently, the most formidable trainers often maintained rigorous physical training habits, including his esteemed father, who still managed to perform 100 push-ups daily. Now it was time for the Ice Prism Plate. Lin Heng chose to claim it. With the radiant rainbow feather before him, he held little expectation for the Ice Prism Plate's efficacy. The next moment, a crystalline, glacial slab adorned with elongated ice spikes materialized before him. The temperature around him plummeted, and even his breath produced visible vapor. Ice Prism Plate, when carried, it can activate a Pokémon's Ice-type talent, allowing it to learn Ice-type moves. Only one Pokémon may carry it. Note: the moves learned are contingent upon the Pokémon's Ice-type talent. Those with exceptionally high talent have a certain probability of learning all Ice-type moves. Wow, this is possible. Lin Heng's spirits soared, and his previous nonchalance vanished entirely. This was nothing short of an alternative skill learning device, a cheat version encompassing all Ice-type moves. He could hardly believe such a miraculous item could exist in the school vault. Otherwise, the First Division would have undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of the province, if not the entire Flame Nation. Perhaps due to the influence of the Destiny system, even the Ice Prism Plate underwent a transformation, resulting in such extraordinary effects. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately summoned his ancestor Gyarados. Roar! What new scheme do you have in mind for me now? Gyarados, look here. Lin Heng disregarded its inner monologue, eagerly gesturing towards the Ice Prism Plate. The ancestor Gyarados slowly lowered its head. This slab is rather aesthetically pleasing. Is that the crux of the matter? You dim-witted creature, pick it up. Lin Heng was on the verge of exasperation. This was not a fearsome beast. It was merely a silly dog. Wait, why should I carry this? Although it's a nice-looking slab, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a slab. Seeing Lin Heng glaring at him, the Gyarados lowered its head in a defeated manner. Fine, you're the master, you call the shots. The ancestor Gyarados complied, albeit reluctantly, and opened its enormous maw, clamping down on the Ice Prism Plate. Its dragon-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Heng, filled with reluctance. But soon, it realized something, and its expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, a glint of cold light flickering in its depths. The two dragon whiskers at the corners of its mouth excitedly floated upwards. Chapter 16, The Ice Battle Technique. You are noble. You are remarkable. The two dragon whiskers at the corners of its mouth excitedly floated upwards. What is this? Heavens, am I dreaming? The ancestor's violent carp felt a sudden influx of knowledge in its mind, and the ice-type energy within its body surged, elevating its comprehension of ice-type skills to an entirely new level. This sensation was profoundly mysterious. The ferocious beast was completely enraptured, unable to extract itself for a long time. Even its seemingly brutal visage softened considerably. Little did it know, a thin layer of ice had already formed over its scales. At the same moment, Lin Heng heard a delightful notification sound. Ding! The Ice Spike Plate has activated. The ancestor's violent carp possesses an extraordinary ice-type talent, unlocking a new skill, Ice Drying. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. Ice Drying, a hereditary skill of Lapras, was unexpectedly the first ice-type move learned by the violent carp. Could it be the influence of the recent battle? Lin Heng pondered. After all, though Lapras had not executed Ice Drying at that time, it had still formed and coalesced. The ancestor's violent carp, with its exceptional talent, found the Ice Spike Plate to be akin to a fuse, igniting its understanding of ice-type skills. Ancestor's violent carp. Use Ice Drying. Lin Heng commanded immediately. In the next moment, the ancestor's violent carp trembled, emanating a faint blue glow. In an instant, within a few meters of the violent carp, the moisture in the air was abruptly drained, crystallizing into frost that appeared in the garden. Lin Heng swallowed hard, his throat dry. Yet the transformation of ice drying was far from over. After the frost settled on the ground, it looked light and airy. It spread rapidly to the surroundings at a visible pace. The bushes became laden with ice chunks. Some fruit trees were also frozen into icicles, hanging from the treetops. In the blink of an eye, 100-meter radius around Lin Heng transformed into a winter wonderland. The chill made him sneeze repeatedly. Realizing the situation was dire, Lin Heng hurriedly shouted, "Violent Carp, stop. This is my territory." "Violent Carp, I haven't had enough fun yet." The ancestor's Violent Carp reluctantly withdrew its energy, smacking its lips a few times. Looking down at the effects it had caused, it nodded in satisfaction. It seems my prowess is still intact." Hearing its thoughts, Lin Heng felt both amused and exasperated, yet he wholeheartedly agreed. The effectiveness of ice drying was outstanding. It surpassed his expectations. By nature, water-type moves could resist ice-type moves. But ice drying was an exception. It not only countered water types, but also overwhelmed them, inflicting double damage against its opposing attribute. It could be considered the most effective move for ice types to combat water types, with unparalleled countering prowess. Based on the effects of ice drying, Lin Heng's mind gradually formulated a complete ice battle strategy. Summoning rain first, followed by ice drying, would leave the enemy with nowhere to hide. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The ice spike plate was truly invaluable, equivalent to countless skill memory devices obtained from various secret realms. In terms of value, it surpassed that of attribute treasures. Lin Heng was overwhelmed with joy. Skill memory devices were also products of secret realms. Simply put, they were akin to move tutors in the original game. They provided a means to acquire powerful moves beyond those evolved by the Pokémon themselves or inherited from their lineage. One could only imagine the immense demand trainers had for them. In Pokémon battles, levels were indeed crucial. However, having a decisive move could turn the tide. In situations where levels were closely matched, the power of moves stood out exceptionally. This was evident from the phenomenon of skill memory devices selling out immediately upon release. Many memory devices were simply unattainable, even for the Lin family. Moves like ice drying, which countered opposing attributes, were indeed valuable yet scarce. Well, I should inform my mother first. Lin Heng glanced at the feigned innocence of the Violent Carp with a hint of helplessness. Roughly estimating, the losses this time were at least in the millions. He had just seen that among the fruit trees frozen by the Violent Carp, there were orange berries, citrus berries, and a pearberry tree that could increase the chances of capturing Pokémon. The most valuable was undoubtedly the pearberry tree. Money was one thing, but this tree had been incredibly difficult to cultivate, having taken considerable effort from his frugal father. To avoid a scolding, he decided it was best to inform his mother first. Beep beep. Hello? What's wrong, my dear son? The phone rang only twice before it was picked up. Her voice laced with affection. Our garden has been frozen. Frozen? Lin Shui was baffled, not understanding what her son meant. I just captured a Violent Carp, and it has a bit of a temper. When it got angry, it couldn't hold back. Oh? The ancestor's Violent Carp's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of its sockets. You are noble, you are remarkable, and yet you make me take the blame. Under its accusatory gaze, Lin Heng felt a rare twinge of guilt, clearing his throat and turning away. However, Lin Shui's focus was elsewhere. After a moment of surprise, her expression transformed into one of delight. You captured a Violent Carp? Truly, my son, far superior to your father. Don't worry if he dares to say anything. He won't be coming home today. Upon hearing that her son had achieved such a feat, Lin Shui held no objections, even if it meant losing a pearberry tree or an entire garden. Whatever her son said was gospel. Lin Heng knew that as long as his mother agreed, his father's opinion was of little consequence. The illustrious Lin Tianwang was indeed under his wife's strict control. By the way, there's one more thing. Shifting to a serious tone, Lin Heng set aside his playful demeanor. After recounting the trap set by the Chu family against him, Lin Shui's brows furrowed deeply. Her heart burdened as she ended the call. She immediately relayed the information to her husband. The Chu family was engulfed in despair. Chu Yuenda, the head of the Chu family, wore an extremely grim expression. The hall fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Bang! Chu Yuenda slammed his fist down hard. The teacup was instantly knocked off the table, shattering into countless pieces. A few individuals trembled at the sound, wishing they could sink into the ground, inwardly lamenting their misfortune. The sole heir of the Chu family was to undergo amputation. After the shock, everyone felt a sense of impending doom. They had all witnessed how pampered Chu Yuenda's son was. As expected, Chu Yuenda sprang to his feet, ignoring his bloodied right hand as if he felt no pain. His eyes blazed with a furious fire, his gritted teeth suggesting he could tear someone apart at any moment. One person cautiously raised their head, their heart sinking upon seeing the expression. You want an apology? Very well. My son is gravely injured, and I have yet to settle accounts with your Lin family. Do you truly think my Chu family is defenseless? An apology, is it? Then I shall provide you one. Let us see if you can withstand it. Chapter 17. The Water Army takes the field, a battle for public opinion. An apology, is it? Then I shall provide you one. Let us see if you can withstand it. Upon concluding his words, he directed his gaze towards the gray-clad man below. The latter jolted and immediately stepped forward. Remember, when issuing the apology statement, it is imperative to emphasize how Lin Heng has abused his power, acting as if he were shielded by authority. Here, at this juncture, Chu He was reminded of his poignant memories. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reddened with emotion. Here lies in the hospital, the outcome uncertain, and with the prospect of amputation looming. Unleash everything. I refuse to believe the Lin family will not be crushed by public opinion. Furthermore, action must be taken against by Ying's side as well. Head of the family, I understand. The Chu family sprang into action. At 8 in the evening, during the peak hour of internet activity, the apology thread concerning Chu He rapidly surged in popularity. Within a short time, it ascended to the top of Jianghua's trending searches. Confused netizens clicked in, and upon reading the apology, their sympathy surged, giving rise to silent fury. How tragic! How utterly tragic! A promising young talent, reduced to an uncertain fate due to a mere friendly campus battle? His fire-breathing dragon lay incapacitated. As for him, his best-case scenario involves amputation, condemning him to a life spent in a wheelchair. It is lamentable enough, yet he is coerced into apologizing, merely because his opponent is the son of a king. Who could refrain from exclaiming how pitiful that is? The more sympathy they felt for the Chu family, the greater their disdain for the actions of the Lin family. Chu He, though merely a quasi-king, naturally lacked the fame of the Lin family. Even in Jianghua City, only a small fraction was aware of him. Thus, their understanding of the Chu family's background was limited, and under the guidance of the apology statement, they perceived it as the plight of an oppressed commoner. Coupled with the Chu family's preemptive deployment of internet trolls, they initially framed the narrative as one of privileged oppression. This incited a deeper anger among netizens. Countless individuals were driven to fury. The comments escalated at a staggering rate, reaching hundreds within mere minutes. What is wrong with this world? Can the privileged class harm ordinary people at will? Is the son of a king truly so extraordinary? This is my first time speaking out online. I cannot contain myself. I simply want to ask, why? I have seen through it all. This is truly disheartening. We ordinary trainers toil for decades. Yet we cannot compare to someone with a king for a father. Disgusting. To think that they only act based on their background. How shameful for Jianghua's top high school. We must unite and ensure such occurrences do not happen again. Let us rally together. Do I sense that this apology statement is a mere plea for sympathy? I concur with the original poster. I feel the emotions are somewhat overblown. The matter has not yet been fully investigated. This is merely one side's discourse. Amidst the multitude of comments, a few calm individuals raised their doubts. Yet, as soon as they spoke, they were drowned in a tide of vitriol. Trolls, begone. Sympathy? You. Are your brains muddled? Or has the Lin family offered you something? How can you utter such shameless words? Idiot, idiot, idiot. Boys, unless this is a troll army, I will live stream myself urinating upside down. Wei Heng furiously typed this message, seething with rage. After a long day's work, his mood was already sour, compounded by a scolding from his boss. At this moment, he harbored deep resentment towards all wealthy individuals. Enraged, Wei Heng, a minor influencer with a modest following, immediately shared the apology statement on his homepage. What a disgrace. So this is the true face of the so-called son of a king. Link. Several marketing accounts that were mutually following Wei Heng quickly seized upon this trending topic, eager to enlarge the uproar. Public opinion began to tilt in favor of the Chu family. Meanwhile, King Lin, this is how matters stand, as you can see. Listening to his subordinates' report, Lin Heng maintained a calm demeanor. However, upon hearing the insults directed at Lin Heng, his expression darkened abruptly. The Chu family truly possesses cunning strategies. Thankfully, Hunger discerned their ploys early on. Otherwise, we would have fallen into their trap. They dare to leverage my son's identity. How infuriating. The son of a king is a title I have toiled tirelessly to earn. I have neither stolen nor robbed. Climbing to this position step by step since the age of 20. Now that it is time for my son to enjoy the fruits of my labor. What is wrong with that? In his fury, King Lin's rough temperament was laid bare, devoid of any semblance of his usual elegance. His assistant, accustomed to this, silently wiped away the saliva that nearly sprayed his face, remaining wordlessly compliant. Once King Lin had unleashed his tirade, spewing forth a torrent of words, he finally paused to catch his breath. The assistant then ventured forth. King Lin, shall we proceed as we discussed earlier? Yes. Let us first release the video of Hunger's battle today. I refuse to believe that after witnessing such a spectacular victory, they can still accuse my son of abusing his influence. In this world, strength reigns supreme. King Lin, amidst his anger, could not conceal his pride. In fact, upon viewing the video, he had been momentarily stunned for 5 minutes. Only after confirming with his assistant that the dragon in question was indeed the one captured by his son did he leap up in excitement, eager to share the news with the world. Thanks to Lin's influence, the upper echelons of the Jianghua Alliance were also privy to this footage, promptly congratulating him on his remarkable progeny. He was not particularly close to Supervisor Li, but they exchanged pleasantries whenever they met, and he was aware that Li had saved the battle video. Upon hearing the entire story from his wife, he promptly resolved to act, denying the Chu family any chance to erase the evidence. Now, it proved to be fortuitous. Competing for public opinion, he would not be outdone. While the Chu family could afford an army of trolls, the Lin family would respond with an even grander display. Facts speak louder than words. In matters such as these, explanations and rebuttals are futile. One must present irrefutable evidence, trusting that the majority of netizens will discern the truth for themselves. On the other side, as the discourse surrounding the Lin family and Lin Heng intensified, Jiang Dong, engrossed in the online spectacle, nearly lost his temper. After watching the developments, he urgently attempted to call Lin Heng, but the line was busy. The anxious youth paced back and forth, finally resorting to his verified account as the heir of Jiang Foods to post a message. I swear by the heavens, Lin Ge is absolutely not what you claim him to be. Sensing the commotion, the trolls surged forth. TSK, another privileged brat. Is your Jiang family perhaps the Lin family's lapdog? You expect us to believe you? Cut it out, liar. A student from the top school has already come forward, detailing how Lin Heng has bullied him, even depriving him of the chance to choose his initial Pokémon. Everyone, go watch. The uproar continued. Whether it was the onlookers or marketing accounts, all redirected their focus to the video just released by Su Mu. Viewing the tearful boy within, the netizens were outraged, and the heat of the situation escalated, leading to an increasingly fierce battle of words. Chapter 18, Lin Ge. Grant us a path to survival. The netizens were aflame with indignation, the fervor mounting, and the battle of insults growing ever more intense. I have truly gained new insights. The son of a king? I see more of a bully. Can one truly strip others of the right to choose their initial Pokémon? Are we still human? Anger and disbelief. In the year 9102, it is astonishing to witness the persistence of bullying in schools. Bullying is a sensitive subject, and with the apology statement along with Su Mu's first-hand account, many bystanders have come to view Lin Heng as a scoundrel. He has frequently abused his power to commit numerous misdeeds. The Chu family, witnessing the overwhelming public support for their side, Chu Yuanda finally exhaled the pent-up rage that had smoldered within him for years. Lin Heng, oh Lin Heng, you have truly raised a remarkable son. After suppressing me for so long, it is time for you to repay the debt in full. Chu Yuanda's countenance was grim, and his subordinates dared not meet his gaze, hastily lowering their heads. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice exclaimed in alarm. Chu Yuanda cast an irritable glance in that direction, only to find an individual covering their mouth, their face pale as a ghost. Head of the family, no, this is dire. Speak. Chu Yuanda's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. The other subordinates were drenched in sweat, puzzled about what could possibly be wrong. They had never witnessed him lose his composure like this before. The video of Chu Xiao's battle against Lin Heng had been released. As the subordinate uttered the last word, he beheld the head of the family's visage contort into a ghastly snarl, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent that seemed ready to devour him whole. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. He felt an icy dread emanating from the family head, rendering him paralyzed, as if he were in a crypt, too frightened to move. The air around them felt suddenly suffocatingly thin, an oppressive silence enveloping the room. No one dared to utter a word. Chu Yuanda retrieved his phone, his expression shrouded in darkness as he fixated on the scene where the Gyarados annihilated the Charmeleon. Half of his face was hidden in shadow, obscuring his emotions. The video title was sensational, practically monopolizing the evening's trending topics. The perpetrator of school bullying, the privileged figure behind the apology statement, the son of the champion, what emboldens him? The answer lies here. The paid commentators monitoring the situation were quick to pounce upon the emergence of this video. Without even watching it, they unleashed their scorn. Oh, Even after all this, you still want to whitewash your image? How shameless. Has the Lin family finally concocted a plausible explanation? But no matter what you say today, you are still a revolting privileged figure. I care not for your excuses. This does not absolve you from your bullying. Support Lin Heng. Roll on out of Yin country. Lin Heng Yu does not deserve to be the champion. We demand a thorough investigation into the Lin group. In front of the screen, Wang Dagong, engrossed in his own world, typed with one hand while absent-mindedly picking his toes, when suddenly his phone chimed. He grabbed it with the same hand, discovering that the group of paid commentators had sent out a mass alert to all members. Attention, hold off on your comments. Public sentiment has shifted. Wangda was baffled. How could there be a reversal when they had been crushed so thoroughly? Skeptically, he clicked on the video. When Wangda saw Lin Heng dispatching the Magikarp, he scoffed derisively. No way, is this a joke? The son of the champion is at this level? After Charmeleon unleashed its flamethrower, he crossed his arms, observing with disdain. The outcome is already decided. What is there to reverse? Are they really that frightened? How dull. Wangda watched with a lack of interest, nearly pressing the fast-forward button, but just as he was about to do so, he noticed the shimmering light of evolution emanating from the Magikarp, causing his finger to hover mid-air. This is intriguing. He raised an eyebrow and continued watching. At this moment, whether by design or coincidence, the videographer shifted the camera toward the heavens. The ominous clouds and the rumble of thunder widened Wang Da's eyes, and he found himself watching the video with an unexpected seriousness. Unbeknownst to him, as the weather intensified, the light of evolution gradually coalesced into a brilliant cocoon, igniting a spark of anticipation within him. Yes, anticipation. This shift in emotion was novel for him, and when the Magikarp completed its evolution, its eyes opening like an ancient behemoth, he was left utterly stunned, his expression one of sheer awe. What in the world is this? He had seen Gyarados before, but never one that was so dark and imposing, surveying its surroundings with an air of dominance. This was simply magnificent. Wangda was instantly captivated, pausing the video to appreciate it frame by frame, his demeanor entranced. Who doesn't harbor a dream of becoming a trainer? Despite being a paid commentator, he was merely a victim of circumstance. If he could live the life of a trainer, who would choose to be an online troll and forfeit their dignity? In Gyarados' final, decisive blow that froze the battlefield, a flawless annihilation that instantly captured Wang Da's heart. In that moment, he had completely forgotten his identity. His astonishment distilled into 4 words: heartily convinced. Lin Heng, remarkable. No wonder he is the son of the champion, outshining the rest. In a mere snippet of video, Wangda felt as though his previously languid heart had been reinvigorated with a surge of vitality. He was revitalized. I'm a fan now. Wangda was overwhelmed with excitement, and even after finishing the video, he felt it was too brief. Hey, let us watch that again. Similar occurrences unfolded in various corners of Jianghua City. Many dismissive netizens, after viewing the video, had long forgotten their initial intentions. Their minds and hearts filled solely with the awe-inspiring Gyarados. Just minutes after the video was released, the tide of comments began to shift quietly. Did the people above even watch the video? I urge you to watch it before commenting. I feel embarrassed for you all. Like the firing of a signal gun. The first differing comment emerged, and soon, others followed suit like mushrooms after rain. 1. I didn't dare to comment, fearing I'd be labeled as part of the Lin family's paid commentators. To be fair, Lin Heng is quite strong. Thumbs up. Exactly. When that Gyarados appeared, my hands were trembling. It was incredible. Oh my, this is so exciting. A true annihilation. I'm dumbfounded. The son of the champion does hold some power. If that is the kind of confidence he has, I want it too. As the video neared its conclusion, Lin Heng's close-up appeared on screen, captivating countless female viewers with his handsome visage and his extraordinary, nonchalant aura. He is only 18, right? So handsome. Oh my. He is the true winner in life. Wow, being the son of the champion is one thing, but to be this strong and handsome too? How are ordinary people supposed to survive? Please, Brother Lin, can I call you Brother Lin? Give the men of Yin country a fighting chance. Chapter 19. The Transfer of Fortune, 24-hour amplified buff. Please, Brother Lin, can I call you Brother Lin? Give the men of Yin country a fighting chance. The comments surged like a tidal wave, rapidly outpacing Su Mu's tearful performance video and Chu He's apology statement. Indeed, netizens revel in gossip. However, the audience had long grown weary of stale gossip, and suddenly, videos of decisive victories emerged, akin to a torrent sweeping through the hearts of many, bestowing upon them an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Although some still questioned whether strength could justify bullying others, the general sentiment had undeniably shifted. Support for the Lin family and the Chu family had become evenly divided. The majority of onlookers no longer rushed to voice their opinions. Even those who believed the Lin family was leveraging their power began to harbor doubts. After all, the video depicted Chu He leading a group to wreak havoc at the first affiliated school, a blatant provocation that starkly contradicted the timid apology statement. Such behavior was hardly commendable. Moreover, doubts regarding Chu He's identity arose. His arrogant demeanor hardly suggested he was an ordinary person without backing. At that moment, many students from the first affiliated school took to the field, united in their support for Lin Heng, elucidating Chu He's treachery and his betrayal of the institution. The online audience was left astounded. Wait, Chu He is the son of a quasi-king? Then what is he pretending for? I'm truly fed up. Is he manipulating our sympathy? If he doesn't clarify, this matter is far from over. Damn it, I absolutely loathe being used. From now on, every time the Chu family appears, I will criticize them. What a thief crying stop thief. So what's the deal with Su Mu? I just revisited that previous video and inexplicably caught a whiff of tea aroma. I was just about to mention that. The tea scent from that video was almost palpable. Having seen countless green tea bitches, this is my first encounter with a green tea man. What an eye-opener. Su Mu gripped his phone tightly, his fingertips turning pale, his long bangs obscuring his murky eyes, teeth clenched tightly. The metallic taste of blood lingered on his tongue. He couldn't fathom why events had reversed so swiftly. Originally, Su Mu had aimed to kick Lin Heng while he was down, yet he found himself battered instead. The Chu family was utterly incompetent. They couldn't even manage to obliterate the video before attempting to manipulate public opinion. What a useless bunch. It seemed he ought to seek a new ally. His darkened eyes narrowed, and an unsettling grin twisted his lips, hinting at some unknown thought. Meanwhile, the administration of Jianghua, first affiliated school, remained silent throughout, merely releasing a detailed statement documenting the substantial annual financial contributions made by the Lin family since Lin Heng's enrollment, with each transaction exceeding 1 million. The onlookers were once again left dumbfounded. If that is the case, I can understand. Fruits should not be carelessly consumed. I'll refrain from commenting in the future. Lin Heng deserves an apology. He is undeniably a rare genius who has been unjustly maligned. He is the real victim here. If someone were to give me 1 million every year for 10 years, I'd gladly call them father. Lin the King. Are you in need of a grandson? Wow, the person above is quite audacious. Unlike me, who can only call him Master Lin. Brothers, you've done splendidly. Master Lin, may I touch your violent carp? Slurp, insert meme. Lin Heng gazed at his phone, shaking his head in amusement. The current online populace was indeed genuine. Strength dictated respect. If one were inept, even the son of a king would be of no consequence. As for Su Mu, his impatience had led him astray. This misstep would likely unravel the facade of his piety, rendering any ulterior motives significantly more challenging to execute. Furthermore, carrying such a tarnished reputation would make it exceedingly difficult for him to pursue the path of a trainer. Ding! Detected a shift in the fate of the destined son. Su Mu's fortune is declining by 310. Congratulations, host. You have influenced Su Mu's destiny, successfully transferring 5 fortunes. Reward, 24-hour enhancement buff. Effective immediately upon receipt. 24-hour enhancement buff. Within the next 24 hours, the experience gained from Pokémon battles will be exponentially increased, and potential will be significantly stimulated. Lin Heng's eyes lit up. A 24-hour enhancement. If utilized wisely, it could be an extraordinary boon. Not to mention it could also promote potential activation. Extending the duration would make it nothing short of miraculous. However, Lin Heng was content. Although 24 hours was brief, it was ample time for training within the secret realm. Truly, he had found a pillow to rest his head upon just as he felt drowsy. This stroke of fortune was all thanks to Su Mu. He was indeed the destined son, generous in his gifts. Lin Heng smirked mischievously. Had he known Su Mu's contact information, he would have personally sent a message of gratitude. Of course, if Su Mu were to be left fuming, he wouldn't hold it against him. As for the transferred 5 fortunes, time would reveal their true nature. Such matters were enigmatic and could not be discerned immediately. 2 days later, Lin Heng followed the address provided by the head of the department and arrived at the Jianghua West District. Before him lay a landscape of peculiar rock formations. As it was a secret realm controlled by the second affiliated school, only a handful of guards were stationed there. Given it was merely an F-level secret realm, the grading of secret realms is based on their perilousness and the estimated value assessed by the Alliance. The level was not high, and typically, these Pokémon soldiers guard the secret realms to prevent control from slipping into the hands of malignant forces. In recent years, such evil factions had resorted to extreme measures in their quest for dominance over secret realms. Each secret realm is a precious asset of the nation and a cornerstone for the 9 major alliances. Within, it serves as a veritable Eden for Pokémon, a treasure trove for trainers, with secrets and wealth that leave many coveting. Exploring secret realms is paramount for trainers seeking advancement. To enter, one must navigate specific channels. Lin Heng presented his electronic wristwatch to the guards while observing his surroundings, awaiting the entry of his information. However, he was the sole trainer at the entrance. Perhaps the second affiliated school had deliberately staggered their students' timings. He relished the solitude, as encounters with students from the second affiliated school would inevitably lead to conflict. Since the video had surfaced, the 2 schools had been at odds, and now students regarded one another with resentment. The Chu family had suffered a dramatic fall from grace, losing both their reputation and resources, and were currently preoccupied with damage control. Lin Heng focused his mind. To the naked eye, the entrance to the secret realm appeared no different from any other location. However, in reality, a special barrier existed at the juncture between the secret realm and the real world. Chapter 20. Entering the secret realm, continuous upgrades. Traditionally, secret realms resemble a smaller world attached to the Pokémon world. Otherwise, the area of Blue Star wouldn't have expanded so dramatically after the advent of secret realms. Rough estimates suggest that the size of Blue Star has swollen to several dozen times its previous dimensions. Truly astonishing. All right, you may enter. The guards returned the electronic wristwatch. Lin Heng regained his composure. He stepped into the barrier, and with a resounding ding, a dazzling light erupted. In that instant, he felt an unusual wave of energy enveloping him. Before he could react, the surrounding scene transformed in an instant, presenting an entirely different visage. As he glanced around, he beheld the rugged terrain of the mountain spirit secret realm, where much of the land lay desolate and strewn with rocks. The first sight to capture Lin Heng's attention was a few bare mountains, huddled together in peculiar shapes. Under the sun's radiance, they appeared even more desolate, almost reflecting light. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had not anticipated such an environment within the mountain spirit secret realm, which contradicted his expectations. For most spirits, such as those of the grass and water types, this place was undoubtedly inhospitable. However, for rock and ground type spirits, the mountain spirit secret realm offered a rare and splendid habitat. After taking just a few steps, Lin Heng spotted several small Geodudes resting in the shadows beneath the rocks. Without hesitation, he summoned his young Larvitar. With a thunderous crash, the monstrous young Larvitar materialized, causing the nearby debris to visibly tremble. The little Geodudes, startled from their slumber, opened their eyes in annoyance, glaring at the intruder. Yet, upon rising and seeing the massive figure before them, their irritation dissipated instantly. The 3 Geodudes began to tremble in unison, their arms involuntarily raised in a gesture of surrender, utterly terrified. Observing this, Lin Heng couldn't help but break into a bully-like grin. Little ones, allow me to impart a lesson upon you. Remember, choose your resting places wisely in the future. Larvitar, stomp. With that command, the massive foot of the black Larvitar lifted dramatically. The 3 Geodudes, filled with dread, immediately retaliated, unleashing a rock throw attack. In an instant, the debris surrounding the Geodudes was manipulated by energy, quivering as it floated ominously above the colossal Larvitar's head. With a resounding crash, the rocks plummeted downward. Yet, Lin Heng's expression remained unchanged, indifferent to the falling debris as if it posed no threat. Indeed, the reality was just that. The continuous sounds that followed were not the dull thuds of stones striking the Larvitar's body, but rather the sharp clashing sound akin to blades meeting. Enough to make one's teeth ache. Those stones, though they struck the Larvitar's surface, were like eggs against a rock. Not only did they fail to inflict injury or leave a dent, but they didn't even leave a mark. The sound of cracking echoed repeatedly as the Larvitar's innate formidable defense came into play. The Geodude's attacks couldn't even breach its defenses. In contrast, the Larvitar felt merely a tickling sensation from the relentless barrage of stones. What is this? It seemed somewhat puzzled, raising one gigantic claw, which inadvertently came into contact with a piece of falling debris. Judging by its size, it was at least several dozen centimeters long. Yet, in the grasp of the giant Larvitar, it appeared as nothing more than a plaything, especially during its first battle. Its innate curiosity caused it to forget what it was doing as it began to examine the piece of rubble. Lin Heng found himself at a loss for words. How could they both be so foolish? Was it something about him? Just as he began to question his life choices, a resounding clap echoed. The black Larvitar brought its claws together, instantly reducing the stone to powder. As it released its grip, countless gray particles floated down from the air. The three Geodudes stared wide-eyed, feeling utterly unfortunate. What wrongs had they committed to have disturbed such a monster during their sunbathing? This was disastrous. The three spirits were on the verge of tears. Larvitar, Larvitar, this is so much fun, hee. Is it my turn now? As the thought echoed in Lin Heng's ears, a thunderous crash resounded. The giant claw came crashing down. The three Geodudes, utterly defenseless, could only watch helplessly as the foot descended. As their view filled with the approaching shadow, the ground trembled and dust swirled, marking the end of the confrontation. Notification: Larvitar has triumphed over three Geodudes. Under the 24-hour buff, experience has multiplied, commencing evolution. With a shimmering glow of 2 levels ascending. 2 levels? Lin Heng exclaimed in delight. 3 ordinary first-tier Geodudes could elevate 2 tiers. Truly, the buff was an invaluable tool for leveling up. Larvitar, you did well. However, next time, aim for a swift resolution. Do not prolong the encounter. Lin Heng admonished sternly. Larvitar, feeling a bit wronged, looked up with its innocent eyes, almost causing Lin Heng to falter in his reprimand. No pity allowed. He intensified his tone, for this matter could not be overlooked. Every moment in battle was precious. A moment's distraction could allow the enemy to seize an opportunity and exploit a weakness. There could be no leniency. Larvitar listened attentively to the lesson, realizing its previous mistake. Lowering its head, Lin Heng felt somewhat sympathetic. Seeing it grasp the gravity of the situation, he sighed in relief. Since this is your first time, I shall forgive you. But there shall be no next time. The black Larvitar obediently nodded, its previous playful demeanor tempered. When it glanced around again, a hint of caution had replaced its earlier curiosity. Lin Heng observed this change with approval, thinking to himself, a promising student. However, rewards and penalties must be balanced. Since Larvitar had emerged victorious, it deserved a reward. With this in mind, he retrieved a tub of adorable milk from the Big Milkkin brand, alongside a large jar filled with high-energy stone mixtures. The black Larvitar's nostrils flared, its eyes gleaming. Yet, having just been scolded by its master, it dared not act hastily. Cautiously keeping its gaze on the tub of milk and the stones, not even noticing when a droplet of saliva hit the ground. Look at you drooling. Come and eat. Lin Heng chuckled, playfully glaring at it while beckoning it over. Larvitar cheered and scampered over joyfully. Lin Heng, fearing it might spill the milk, was about to intervene when he noticed Larvitar suddenly slowing its pace 2 meters before the feast. Its careful movements, combined with its massive frame, were both amusing and endearing. With a soft thud, neither Lin Heng nor the Larvitar noticed a thing. Under the recent commotion, the colossal stone shifted imperceptibly a few centimeters, revealing the peculiar stone that had been concealed within. Chapter 21. The Ineffable Defense of the Profession, the Premier Tanker. In the wake of that disturbance, the immense boulder had quietly moved aside, unveiling a strange stone. The stone, a muted gray-brown, was rather unremarkable at first glance. Had it not been for the occasional flicker of an ethereal glow, it would have appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding rubble. Young Gibble was indulging heartily, while Lin Heng smiled and averted his gaze. As he turned his head, he was suddenly struck by the sight of that stone. His body had been thoroughly imbued with the powers of the evergreen force and the energy of Ho-Oh, granting him extraordinary vision. This is... Lin Heng instinctively took a few steps closer. As he approached, his suspicions regarding the stone crystallized. Upon standing before it, the stone flickered with a subtle light once more, and Lin Heng's eyes widened. Indeed, it was a hard stone, a rare treasure of the rock type. In terms of value, it might even surpass the very level of this secret realm. Logically, such a treasure should not exist in the Mountain Spirit Secret Realm, the lowest tier of F-class. Yet, recalling the promotion elixir he had obtained from the Mountain Spirit Secret Realm in the information of Chu He's destiny, Lin Heng found it less surprising. He pondered, could this place be concealing further secrets? While mulling this over, he bent down to pick up the stone. It felt warm to the touch, and he sensed a continuous stream of rock-type energy emanating from it. With the colossal stone no longer obstructing it, the hard stone shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Truly, it was a serendipitous discovery. Had it not been for the battle between young Gibble and Geodude, the boulder would likely not have shifted at all. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Heng's mouth as he recalled the 5 luck points that had transferred from Su Mu to himself. Though it seemed a mere 5, it was the luck of the destined one. One who could casually kick a stone or pluck a blade of grass and discover unparalleled treasures. Young Gibble's plaintive voice broke through his thoughts, prompting Lin Heng to turn around. He found that young Gibble had devoured all the food before him, especially the jar of sand, which now gleamed as if polished, leaving not a single grain behind. You truly are the champion of consumption. 3939. The black young Gible, however, was oblivious to his master's words. Fixated instead on the stone in his hand, eyes brimming with desire. I love it. What a delightful flavor. Young Gible bounced excitedly. But this caused quite a commotion for Lin Heng, who was not far away. The ground trembled under the weight of such a large body leaping about. As the boulder teetered precariously, almost rolling down the slope, Lin Heng barely managed to steady himself and exclaimed urgently, "Young Gible, stop." The tremors ceased, and the ground returned to calm. Lin Heng let out a sigh of relief. Feeling young Gible's fervent gaze upon him, he wasted no time in tossing the hard stone. A woo! Young Gible instinctively opened its mouth, swallowing it whole. This treasure could be carried to enhance the power of rock-type moves over time, but it could also be consumed, with effects varying according to the Pokémon's aptitude. There was even a possibility it would slightly enhance the Pokémon's innate talent. Simultaneously, the moment young Gible swallowed the hard stone, its dark skin began to show signs of transformation. Upon closer inspection, the shimmering gloss appeared to take on a reddish hue. Lin Heng observed young Gible's changes with astonishment. Beyond this, young Gible's body swelled once more. If it had just been over 2 meters tall, it now approached nearly 3 meters. Ding! Detection of young Gible consuming the hard stone. Enhancement buff activated. Amplifying potential. Hard stone effect doubled. What the? The item's effects are doubled. Lin Heng was taken aback, eagerly gazing at young Gible. Once the dust settled, young Gible's exterior no longer bore the same deep black, but had lightened considerably, subtly glowing red under the light's refraction. Its skin now appeared even more resilient, akin to impenetrable armor. Lin Heng realized something and promptly activated his inside eye. Young Gible, shiny variant. Level, beginner stage 7. Type, rock, ground. Ability, endurance. This ability allows the Pokémon to increase its attack by 50 while in any abnormal state, except for near death, and ignores the burning effect, reverting the attack to its original 50 efficacy. Potential, champion level. Skills, tackle, leer, rock throw, retaliate, stomp, iron defense, bite, stomp. Friendship value, 81100. Description, this is a female shiny Gible influenced by Gigantamax during its mother's pregnancy, resulting in genetic mutation. The effects of consuming the hard stone are doubled, and defense has been further enhanced, making it nearly impervious beneath its profession. The power of rock-type skills increased by 40, nearly impervious beneath its profession. Lin Heng stared in a daze at this phrase. Given the influence of Gigantamax on its size, he had already contemplated training young Gible as a tank, and now it appeared his thoughts were materializing. While the current trend heavily emphasized special attackers, those with stronger special attacks garnering more attention and competition among trainers, Lin Heng believed that excelling in either special attack or special defense was equally formidable. Take the battle against Geodude, for instance. Despite Geodude's level matching that of young Gible, it was effortlessly crushed. Of course, this was partly due to differences in potential and talent. Yet, young Gible's monstrous defensive capabilities were also a significant factor. Had Rock Throw been able to inflict damage on young Gible, Geodude would not have lost so utterly. Therefore, defense is equally crucial. At times, it can yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes in battles. A top-tier tank serves as the final bastion of safety in a team. After all, young Gible, even at the novice level, is already nearly impervious beneath its profession, not to mention as it ascends in rank and evolves. Its defensive prowess will only escalate to unprecedented heights. Perhaps in the later stages of exploring the secret realm, young Gible could simply steamroll through, advancing into the secret realm as if strolling through its own backyard. Why risk himself? As for its offensive capabilities, young Gible was already formidable, a member of the reserve weather team, capable of controlling the weather just like Gyarados. With all these buffs stacking up, Lin Heng could scarcely fathom how extraordinarily young Gible would grow in the future. He took a deep breath. Young Gible, let us go. Just as he finished speaking, an icy chill crept down Lin Heng's back, and his heart raced. He sensed an overwhelming aura of malice. An unprecedented sense of crisis compelled him to forego even the time to turn around and immediately issued a command. Young Gible, rock throw. Young Gible, without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of earthy energy. In a swift motion, it positioned itself directly in front of Lin Heng, completely shielding its master behind its formidable form. Chapter 22. Combat Beyond Levels. Defying Defense. With a sudden movement, I instinctively stepped forward, positioning myself directly in front of Lin Heng, completely shielding my master behind my form. In the next moment, a surge of earthy energy caused all the stones within a 10-meter radius to levitate and launch toward the enemy. A roar erupted as Lin Heng turned around, only to discover that the source of the attack was a massive Onyx. Onyx. Level, ordinary 6th rank. Type, rock. Ground. Ability, sturdy. It cannot be knocked out in one hit, even from a critical strike. Potential, professional grade. Skills, rock slide, tackle, harden, rollout, take down. Iron tail, rock polish, rock tomb. The creature approached with its cavernous mouth agape, its icy gaze fixated intently on both the young Bagon and Lin Heng, clearly perceiving them as its coveted prey. However, Lin Heng squinted his eyes in suspicion. Something was amiss. It had previously scanned the surroundings and found no wild Pokémon in sight. Where had this Onyx emerged from? It was at least 7 to 8 meters long, even larger than the young Bagon. How could it have gone unnoticed? Furthermore, he had just sensed that murderous intent, not emanating from a Pokémon, but from a human. Lin Heng's thoughts raced. The battle had escalated fiercely, with boulders crashing down in a cacophony. The fragments that the young Bagon could manipulate were naturally far larger than those of the 3 small Geodudes, yet the Onyx was no pushover. It let out a pained roar, capturing the largest rock in its maw. Crunch! It shattered it to pieces. In the next moment, it spat out the remnants and snarled menacingly at the young Bagon, baring its teeth in a fierce display. Lin Heng had no intention of deploying his Gyarados. Although it could easily dispatch the Onyx, Lin Heng sought to draw out the person lurking behind. If he easily triumphed over the Onyx, that individual would undoubtedly remain hidden. Besides, he was reluctant to miss out on a worthy opponent. In Lin Heng's eyes, this was a golden opportunity for experience. One that might aid the young Bagon in its evolution. Fighting above its level would truly accelerate the growth of such a champion-level Pokémon. Several meters away, a menacingly crew-cut man lurked in the shadows of the rocks, his eyes fixated greedily on the massive young Bagon, nearly overflowing with avarice. He had not anticipated that this small mountain spirit realm would harbor a shiny Pokémon. What a delightful surprise. With that, neither of them could hope to escape. The crew-cut man excitedly rubbed his fingers together, his throat working as he swallowed nervously. This trip was truly worth it. Just imagining the benefits this shiny Pokémon could bring him sent him teetering on the brink of ecstasy. He bit his nails in a feverish frenzy, veins bulging. His crimson eyes locked unwaveringly on the foe. Lin Heng, with his keen senses, instinctively glanced toward the direction where the crew-cut man was hiding, gaining insight that fueled his resolve to strike even harder. Young Bagon, charge and bite. Bagon. The young Bagon let out a furious roar, its hind legs propelling it forward with tremendous force, leaving deep impressions in the ground as it barreled toward the opponent like a freight train. The earth trembled, dust swirling in its wake. The crew-cut man was taken aback. When he arrived, the young Bagon had already concluded its battle with the Geodudes. Naturally, he was unaware of the true prowess of the young Bagon. Upon witnessing this, his expression turned serious. He quickly collected himself, observing closely, only to realize that there were indeed no other trainers around the youth, and he only bore 2 Pokeballs at his waist. Clearly, he was a novice. A sigh of relief escaped him as the last vestiges of caution evaporated, and he revealed himself from behind the boulder. Onyx, use tackle. Roar. The Onyx, enraged by the young Bagon's audacity to charge at it without fear, roared defiantly and rushed forward as well. Its sharp fangs were the first to draw near. The young Bagon, harnessing the gravitational force from its leap, aimed to sink its teeth into the Onyx's head. However, the Onyx was no stranger to battle. With a flick of its head and a twist of its body, it evaded the young Bagon's jaws using an astonishing rebound. Yet, despite their colossal forms, while they could evade head-on attacks, they could not avoid the collision of their bodies. The clash was inevitable. With a resounding boom, the sound echoed through the valley. The earth trembled as a terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, reducing the stones beneath them to dust, debris flying in every direction. The air filled with clouds of dust, and the earth-shattering roar resonated throughout the mountain spirit realm. Surprisingly, it was the higher-level Onyx that displayed the most pain. In contrast, the young Bagon, having staggered back a few paces, remained steady in its stance, its expression utterly unchanged, as if the titanic clash had left no discernible mark upon it. Indeed, the collision had left several deep dents in the rock-like body of the Onyx, while the seemingly soft skin of the young Bagon bore not a single blemish. The crew-cut man's expression mirrored that of the Onyx, displaying disbelief as his eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he truly wanted to exclaim, "Who, in fact, is composed of stone?" This defense was utterly outrageous. Lin Heng, marveling at the young Bagon's formidable defense, shifted his focus to the crew-cut man, observing him with keen interest. Name: Chu He, poacher. Talent: ruthless and unyielding. Will not miss any opportunity. Recent fortune: great luck. Recent turnaround: after leaving the mountain spirit realm, he intends to sell his haul in the black market and has successfully acquired a mysterious Pokémon egg at the gambling ground. Its value is immeasurable. A mysterious Pokémon egg. This poacher had indeed struck it lucky, but now it all belonged to me. Lin Heng chuckled softly, his gaze toward Chu He softening. Reminiscent of a predator eyeing its unsuspecting prey, sending a shiver down the spine of the notorious poacher, known for countless killings. Why was this kid so peculiar? Chu He furrowed his brow in irritation, hastening to issue his second command: Onyx, Iron Tail. With a whoosh, the rugged rocktail swept across the ground, gathering immense energy. As it lifted into the air, it resembled a colossal stone whip, striking down with tremendous force. The speed was so swift that it emitted a series of explosive sounds in the air. Moreover, the target was not only the young Bagon, but also included Lin Heng in its attack range. It was easy to imagine that being struck by such force would spell doom. Chapter 23. Ripping the Onyx apart, the young Bagon evolves. Having committed numerous acts of murder, one soon learns that the most cardinal rule in their profession is to refrain from showing mercy. He has always abhorred leaving any room for unforeseen circumstances. Chu He's smile was wicked. This time, let us see how you evade. The two Pokémon were perilously close to each other. The juvenile Gyarados could not possibly escape. It could only endure the onslaught. Chu He was eager to witness the expression on his opponent's face. He relished these moments during each kill, akin to the final struggles of prey in one's jaws. This did not irritate him. Rather, it ignited the malevolent instincts deep within him, granting him an exhilarating sense of power over another's life. He delighted in the slowly dawning despair upon his prey's countenance. That was the pinnacle of his joy in murder. Chu He licked his lips, unable to resist casting a glance towards Lin Heng. Yet, disappointment awaited him. Lin Heng exhibited neither the fear nor panic he had anticipated. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Chu He seemed to detect a similar glimmer in the boy's eyes, as if he were the true hunter. At the moment this thought emerged, Chu He instinctively shook his head in denial, yet an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart. In the arena, the juvenile Gyarados did not evade. It chose to withstand the blow. Crack! The heavy stone whip struck its body, yet the juvenile Gyarados remained seemingly impervious, utterly motionless. Stamping its foot, Lin Heng suddenly called out. Meanwhile, the juvenile Gyarados, having been gathering energy, finally moved. A torrent of surging power rippled beneath its feet. As it unleashed its attack, the massive Onyx was struck violently in its vulnerable underbelly. The sound of terrifying explosions echoed forth. Its abdomen, the softest part of its body, was akin to a vital weakness. Though small, merely the size of a palm, the juvenile Gyarados had launched its assault from the ground, enhancing its attack power significantly. Roar! The Onyx felt as if its entire being were being torn apart. The internal energy erupted into chaotic turmoil, prompting it to throw back its head and unleash a pained roar. Lin Heng could not afford to miss this golden opportunity. Juvenile Gyarados, now? The Onyx was already at the end of its rope. Had it not been struck in its vital point, even with the juvenile Gyarados' extraordinary defensive capabilities, it would have taken considerable time to wear it down. But at this moment, the juvenile Gyarados retaliated fiercely. Take this. Even though it was several levels higher in power, the juvenile Gyarados felt a slight discomfort. Of course, it was merely a trifle. It braced itself for the attack, waiting for this very moment. The juvenile Gyarados opened its gaping maw, exposing its formidable fangs as it lunged towards the Onyx's head. Upon seeing this, Chu He's pupils constricted. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. No, Onyx, evade. With his wealth of battle experience, he had clearly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet it was too late. The Onyx had lost its sense of reason, overwhelmed by the ferocious energy. It could no longer hear Chu He's commands, its sole focus on escaping the agony. Its body twisted incessantly, resembling a tangle of noodles from a distance. Unintentionally unable to evade, the juvenile Gyarados seized the Onyx by the neck, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. With the Onyx's iron tail triggering a passive ability, the damage was doubled. How infuriating! Why is it still moving? The juvenile Gyarados, dissatisfied, impatiently grasped the writhing body of the Onyx as if it were a pair of iron pincers, ensnaring it completely. The agony of impending death gradually spread throughout the Onyx. Crack! Crack! Hearing this sound, Chu He stared in disbelief at the two Pokémon. The next moment, his eyes widened in horror. The juvenile Gyarados' claws had clamped tightly onto the joints connecting the Onix's rocky segments. With a downward force of its claws, the Onix's roar faltered. The air seemed to pause as Chu He could even hear the pounding of his own heart. He fixated on the scene before him in a near-tormented stupor. The Onix's bones shattered, its head drooping grotesquely, while the lower half of its body lay lifeless on the ground. The juvenile Gyarados seemed to sense its foe's demise and finally released its grip. The spot where it had bitten left deep tooth marks, exposing bone. The sight of the Onix's carcass was utterly gruesome. Its neck, abdomen, and central joints were all shattered. Its body appeared to have been disassembled. Ding! The juvenile Gyarados has achieved an over-level kill against the Onix. With an 8-level disparity, combat experience accumulation rewarded fourfold. Buff enhancement doubled once more. Hardstone fully activated. Gigantamax potential triggered. Commencing evolution. As the electronic voice faded, the juvenile Gyarados erupted in a brilliant white light. The light of evolution. Chu He, still reeling from the Onix's death, was abruptly jolted awake. He gaped in horror, clearly stunned. Lin Heng, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with joy, knowing that this battle, coupled with the buff enhancement, would surely elevate the juvenile Gyarados to the rank of a standard Pokémon. He had not anticipated that it would evolve outright. In truth, the gap between the Onix and the juvenile Gyarados was considerable. This was primarily due to the latter's status beneath the elite level and its recent absorption of the Heartstone's power. The energy unleashed was nothing short of terrifying, enabling it to rip apart the Onix. Had the Onix reached the elite level, even with the juvenile Gyarados' exceptional defenses, it would have been impossible to achieve such a swift victory. Naturally, the carelessness of the poacher Chu He played a significant role as well. This evolution was a masterful chain reaction, with each element crucial to its success. Soon, the blinding light of evolution dissipated, revealing a Pokémon resembling a chrysalis. Its body adorned with numerous sharp spikes. It was none other than Sandshrew. The Sandshrew was cloaked in a shell reminiscent of rock plates, black with hints of red. Its 4 sharp horns gleaming with a crimson light. Fierce and brutal. However, Lin Heng found immense satisfaction in this appearance. From its exterior alone, it was clear that no one would recognize the juvenile Gyarados' previously endearing, clumsy nature. The Sandshrew had grown larger. While it could not match the Onix's length, it stood a formidable 3 to 4 meters tall. The entire Pokémon seemed like a walking disaster, towering nearly 2 stories high. Just gazing up at it from below was enough to leave one awestruck, not to mention the countless spikes adorning its body. Merely approaching it was enough to instill fear and trepidation. The poacher Chu He, stupefied, raised his head, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, feeling as though fear and death were mere breaths away. Chu He pressed his hands against the earth, disregarding his image, and crawled away in desperation. He lamented deeply, questioning why he had provoked such a monstrous duo of human and Pokémon. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from appearing from the very beginning. One cannot earn a living if one is not alive to enjoy it. Yet, having only ascended a few steps, Chu He heard a voice behind him, devilish in its tone. Where are you going? Take me with you. Chapter 24, A Bounty. The upgrade of the Eye of Insight. Chu He had barely climbed a few steps when the devilish voice of the youth echoed behind him. Where are you going? Take me with you. The mocking tone made Chu He clench his fist tightly. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Now, with his life in the hands of another, what was dignity worth? Could it be consumed? If he could survive this day, he would certainly make that boy pay 1,000-fold. He envisioned dismembering him, leaving him in a state of perpetual suffering, unable to live or die. With that thought, a sycophantic smile spread across Chu He's brutish face as he turned around, trembling. Brother, I swear, this was merely an accident. Do you believe me? His smile was more grotesque than tears. Lin Heng, with his high-arched brows, stared at him with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. He said nothing but conveyed a single notion through his gaze. Do you take me for a fool? Chu He cursed inwardly, realizing this boy lacked any of the typical naivete of a novice trainer. Not only was he unyielding, but he was also quite sinister. His decisiveness in action was ruthless, indicative of an experienced explorer of the secret realms, no less than himself. Gritting his teeth, Chu He discreetly pinched the flesh of his thigh, tears and snot immediately flooding forth. I truly apologize. I failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you, show mercy and grant me reprieve. He knelt on the ground, adopting an exceedingly reverent posture, as if genuinely pleading for mercy. Had Lin Heng truly been a novice trainer, he might have been deceived. However, the information imparted by Destiny had already laid Chu He's true identity bare. A poacher. A criminal suspect who illegally traded and even killed spirits for profit without the consent of the National Alliance. Such individuals had already breached the boundaries of law. The Yin Nation has always been the most stringent among the 9 alliances in its crackdown on poachers and evil forces. Once caught, poachers faced at least a decade of imprisonment. Those like Chu He, with blood on their hands, faced only the death penalty. Yet, no matter how severe the legal repercussions, poachers were like chaff, harvested time and again. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, destroying countless relics and treasures of the secret realms, setting fire, flooding, and burying with poison. Their actions were exceedingly vile. Contemplating these matters, Lin Heng's expression grew increasingly indifferent, regarding the man before him as one would regard a lifeless object. The incessant prattling of Chu He sent a jolt of realization through him. No, not this. He scrambled to his feet, terror coursing through him as every pore erupted with panic, and without uttering a word, he fled in a frenzied sprint. Lin Heng observed his retreating figure, his expression devoid of emotion, his demeanor cold. He uttered 4 words softly, Shaquilas. With that command, the massive form of Shaquilas surged forth like a high-speed subway, barreling down. A sound akin to a sharp object piercing through flesh echoed as Chu He, several meters away, looked down in shock to discover a long spike protruding from his chest. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Without hesitation, Shaquilas, having impaled Chu He, retracted its spire, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spray. Thud! Chu He collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life as he heard the increasingly approaching footsteps. In his final moments, perhaps out of delusion, he perceived that the already terrifying spikes of Shaquilas had taken on a deeper shade of crimson, as though they had thrived upon his spilled blood. It was as if an ancient beast had descended upon the earth. Simultaneously, Lin Heng activated the Eye of Insight. Shaquilas, shiny variant. Level, ordinary 5th stage. Attributes, rock, ground. Ability, shedding. By shedding its skin, it may sometimes heal abnormal conditions. Potential, champion level. Skills, impact, glare, rockfall, retaliation, stomp, iron defense, bite, quake, dark face, rock collapse, wave of evil. Affinity, 83100. Description, possesses pinnacle physical defense at a professional level. Its potential for Gigantamaxing stimulates its base attributes to exceed those of its kind by 10. Exceptional learning ability. Its blood seems to awaken the brutal factors within, sometimes yielding unexpected results. The level had ascended to ordinary 5th stage, along with the acquisition of 3 additional skills. Lin Heng nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, the final sentence in the description piqued his interest. Earlier, Lin Heng had sensed a change in Shaquilas. It seemed to become more exhilarated after killing Chu He. His Tokiwa power could feel the energy activity within Shaquila's spike to its zenith. He was unaware of the consequences this might entail, yet the description suggested no harm, bringing him a measure of relief. Though it was his first time taking a life, Lin Heng felt little discomfort. The Blue Star was a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where strength reigned supreme. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. Especially within secret realms, this rule was ingrained in their very bones. Should he show mercy to poachers, the next to perish would be himself. Therefore, the Alliance typically turned a blind eye to the conflicts within secret realms, not enforcing the laws as strictly as in the real world. Killing a poacher would not result in punishment. Rather, it would be officially recorded by the Alliance as one of the conditions for advancing to a quasi-king. It would benefit the trainer's future development. Of course, despite the myriad advantages, few trainers dared to slay poachers. Firstly, due to a lack of strength. Secondly, because such individuals were often deranged criminals. Encountering them would lead one to flee, not provoke them. Who would seek death? Lin Heng could be described as audacious. Yet, he was far from finished. His subsequent actions would prove that human courage could indeed stretch a little further. Lin Heng directly stripped Chu He of his bloodied shirt and proceeded to extract an array of spoils from his spatial backpack. 3 bottles of basic spray-type healing potions. 1 bottle of intermediate spray-type healing potion, restoring 20 and 40 stamina to spirits respectively. 5 single-use rock and ground gems. 2 memory capsules for moves. A transparent glass vial containing an unknown blue root. Lastly, a recipe for energy cubes. Lin Heng scrutinized it for a while, noting that the manufacturing process and proportions differed significantly from those of the high-grade energy cubes available on the market. In the bottom right corner of the recipe, a small red lotus was marked. Was this the Red Lotus organization? He could not be certain, yet he sensed an unusual aura. Beyond that, what captured his utmost attention was the contents within the glass vial. If only he could ascertain what it was. As Lin Heng lamented, whether by coincidence or in response to his thoughts, the system's electronic voice finally arrived. Ding! Detecting the disappearance of Chu He's destiny, the system issues a reward. The Eye of Insight has upgraded. In addition to being able to instantly discern the qualifications, attributes, strength, and related skills of the little sprites, the effects and information of any item will also be laid bare. Chapter 25. The Incomplete Fire-Type Celestial Wood, the Earth Crumbles. In addition to being able to instantly discern the qualifications, attributes, strength, and related skills of the little sprites, the effects and information of any item will also be laid bare. Now, he truly possesses omniscience and omnipotence. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped his eyes, causing Lin Heng to involuntarily shut them. When he reopened them, the information about the blue root in the glass vial immediately flashed before him. Incomplete Fire-Type Celestial Wood. As a material once used by the Phoenix King for nesting, it has long been infused with its essence, containing a potent fire energy that can allow Fire-Type Quasi-King level sprites to transcend their limits and ascend to true kings. Note: due to being an incomplete divine medicine, its effectiveness is unstable, with a success probability fluctuating around 20 to 40. So this is the promotion elixir. Lin Heng was both astonished and delighted. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect set in motion by the fate of Chu He. The promotion elixir he had previously snatched now appeared in the hands of poachers. No longer would he need to expend effort looking for it. Moreover, it was fortuitously a fire type, perfect for his king-level Charizard. After stowing away the divine medicine, Lin Heng finally had the leisure to inspect the two skill memories. The moment his fingers made contact, relevant names immediately emerged in his mind. Stomp! Stomp! To his dismay, these were merely two stomp skills. Lin Heng felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, his Shakira had already mastered Stomp, and with the enhancement of buffs, its proficiency had reached its zenith. Undoubtedly, these two skill memories were rather superfluous. Just as he was about to place them in his backpack, he suddenly sensed Shakira's gaze. Shara, oh, are you interested in this? Lin Heng brought the two skill memories closer to Shakira. To see more clearly, Shakira leaned in towards the memories. However, it forgot that its body was covered in sharp spines. Suddenly, it turned into a case of negative distance contact, with a sound akin to a balloon bursting. The two skill memories hanging from Shakira's spine shrank increasingly smaller. Lin Heng stared in bewilderment at this scene, unable to react in time to prevent it. By the time he regained his composure, it was too late. The skill memories had been entirely absorbed, and Shakira was now enthusiastically bouncing around. With each rise and fall of its body, the ground trembled more vigorously. Unbeknownst to it, two sharp protrusions had somehow wrapped around a layer of ground energy. The instant the protrusions made contact with the ground, they unleashed a wave of energy. Ripples of energy began to spread, like stones cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples outward. But this was no lake, it was the earth. The layers of energy surging forth did not dissipate. Instead, they resonated. Dust swirled, gravel flew, and the ground cracked. 1 meter, 2 meters. The medium to large stones in the fissured area were completely pulverized, with dust billowing everywhere. As the cracks approached his feet, Lin Heng sensed impending danger and, without hesitation, threw out a pokeball. The next moment, with a roar, the Ancestral Gyarados descended. It did not require its master's command. Upon witnessing the current situation, it cast a cold glance at the still bouncing Shakira. It then turned its body, arching its neck. Without hesitation, it hoisted Lin Heng onto its back. Swiftly, it spiraled upward, soaring into the sky, avoiding the Earth's upheaval. Lin Heng poked his head out, dumbfounded as he watched the cracks below widen. 10 meters, 20 meters. Spiderweb-like fissures spread densely, and the ground shook more violently. Suddenly, the land began to collapse. Accompanying this was the sound of underground rocks cracking, a mournful cry of the inner layers being squeezed and fractured. Boom. Centered around Shakira, a collapse occurred within a diameter of over 20 meters. Lin Heng watched helplessly as Chu He's body fell into the abyss. His heart raced. Thankfully, he had taken the item and fled just in time. He patted his chest in relief. Ding! Triple stomp skill enhancement. Forming the area attack skill. Earth crumble. Holy moly! Before Lin Heng could catch his breath, he was met with such astonishing news. His hands instinctively clenched the scales of the Gyarados. The Ancestral Gyarados felt like a victim of a great injustice. If not for its tough skin, it might have had its scales pulled off by its master. At this moment, Lin Heng was oblivious to the Gyarados' grievances. His entire focus was on Shakira below. Upon using the inside eye, he saw that indeed a new skill had appeared in the list. Earth Crumble. Earth Crumble, an upgraded area attack technique of Earthquake upon use. It inflicts continuous damage on all enemies within a 20-meter range, consuming 99 stamina. Note: the power can be enhanced and the attack range increased as the sprite levels up. Damn, that's incredible. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He never expected that the layering of Stomp skill memories, combined with the enhancement buff, would result in such a terrifying transformation of Shakira's skill. It was far more powerful than Earthquake. After all, Earthquake merely causes the surface to tremble, resulting in violent shaking. It does not directly cause catastrophic collapses. Although this move nearly drained Shakira of all its stamina, he believed that very few sprites could withstand such a powerful skill. In battles, it was akin to an unbeatable finishing move. Furthermore, due to the skill's transformation, Lin Heng not only gained an additional trump card, but also conceived new strategies regarding the use of skill memories. The appearance of skill memories was far shorter in duration than the emergence of secret realms. Initially, sprites could only rely on their innate talents to learn techniques. It was only about a decade ago that the new secret realms began to gradually produce skill memories. However, due to their limited quantity, the value of skill memories remains exceptionally high. Therefore, people's exploration of them has been exceedingly singular, predominantly revolving around a widely known method. Lin Heng had just been blinded by common sense, thinking that identical skill memories were entirely redundant since Shakira's Stomp skill proficiency was already maxed out. The reality proved that quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. Of course, the enhancement buff and various conditions were indispensable to achieving the altered Earth Crumble skill. If more identical skill memories were layered, would they also undergo transformation? A flicker of determination gleamed in Lin Heng's eyes. Regardless of whether this was the truth or mere coincidence, he resolved to venture out and fervently acquire various skill memories. After all, he was not short on funds. If validated successfully, he, as the first to uncover this secret, would undoubtedly possess the greatest advantage. He wasn't certain when others might also stumble upon this. But for now, he could swiftly seize the upper hand by leveraging the time difference. At the very least, judging by the current attitude of the Alliance, even they had a rather singular understanding of skill memories. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Energy Fragment and the Collapse of the Mountain Spirit, at least from the current attitude of the Alliance. It is evident that even they possess a rather simplistic understanding of the memory device for techniques. A myriad of thoughts raced through Lin Heng's mind. He gently patted the scales of his Gyarados, signaling it to lower him down. The wind howled past, and in the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground. Shakira's? After a prolonged silence without any response, Lin Heng cautiously approached the edge of the deep pit, wary of accidentally stepping onto a crack and falling in himself. At that moment, the surface of the mountain spirit's secret realm was riddled with gaping wounds. Besides the 20-meter deep pit created by Shakira's, fissures extended out into the distance. Lin Heng's extraordinary vision allowed him to spot suspicious traces even on the barren mountain. Amidst his anxiety, he couldn't help but wonder, was Shakira's truly that powerful? Shara. He turned upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing Shakira's condition, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Shakira's, how did you end up like this? There stood Shakira's at the center of the pit, covered in dirt, with numerous fragments of rock clinging to the spikes on its head and body. Its once black-red shell was now unrecognizable. It looked equally bewildered, utterly clueless as to how a few jumps led to such a collapse. Like tofu, lowering its head, it surveyed its form, letting out a heavy sigh of despair. Am I really this heavy? Hearing its thoughts, Lin Heng chuckled even louder at the sight of its pitiful expression. It wasn't he until the increasingly intense gaze of resentment from below made Lin Heng suppress his laughter that he began contemplating how to retrieve Shakira's. The pit was exceedingly deep. Shakira's, standing over 3 meters tall, barely reached a third of the pit's depth. Thus, attempting to climb out on its own was undoubtedly a monumental task. As for having Gyarados carry it, Lin Heng turned his head. The ancient Gyarados sensed its master's gaze. Though it didn't comprehend his thoughts, it instinctively felt that it was not a good omen, having lived for several decades. It considered itself wise. Sensing trouble, it shot into the sky with a swish, leaving behind a diminishing black. Lin Heng retracted his hand in exasperation. Is it really necessary? I haven't even spoken yet. He merely contemplated. Shakira's was far too heavy, and its body was covered in spikes. With its formidable hard shell, it seemed unlikely that even Gyarados could bear the weight without sustaining injuries. Forget it, I'll go down myself. After much deliberation, he resolved on the final option. He would descend, allow Shakira's to return to its Pokeball, and then have Gyarados bring him back up. After donning his specialized climbing gear and securing the zip line, he began to slide down while pushing against the walls of the pit. Soon, he reached Shakira's side. Shara, PWQ. Shakira's face lit up with emotion, its starry eyes blinking in delight. Finally, the last meter. Just as Lin Heng reached the bottom of the pit, Shakira's excitedly rushed towards him. The ground trembled once more, and Lin Heng quickly shouted, "Stop, don't move. I'm coming over." He certainly did not wish to be plunged into an even deeper pit after his arduous descent. With a sigh, Lin Heng untied the rope, carefully maneuvered around the cracks at the bottom of the pit, and approached Shakira's. Its eyes sparkled brightly. As he drew near, the right spike cautiously extended out, brushing against the sleeve of Lin Heng's clothing. Seeing that his master did not object, Shakira's grew bolder, enveloping Lin Heng's arm with its spike. However, it was gentle, causing no harm. "Let us go?" Upon witnessing Shakira's obedient demeanor, Lin Heng found no words of reprimand to offer. Seeing it nod gently, he pressed the button on the Ultra Ball. In an instant, a red light flashed, and the massive baby Shakira's vanished from sight. The deep pit was now left with Lin Heng alone. Roar! Hearing the dragon's roar, Lin Heng looked up to find the ancient Gyarados peering down at him in an oddly peculiar manner. Upon meeting his gaze, its immense head recoiled in surprise, though its two whiskers dangled precariously over the edge of the pit, clearly neglecting its rear. Now it was no longer fleeing. Amused yet exasperated, Lin Heng waved his right hand, beckoning Gyarados to descend and retrieve him. While Gyarados was gathering strength, Lin Heng searched for a relatively even spot to stand. However, as soon as he steadied himself, something flashed before his eyes. Furrowing his brows, he followed the source of the light and was astounded to discover an amber-like object buried beneath the debris. Activating his inside eye, he read, "Mysterious fragment. Contains unique world energy. Please handle with caution. It may someday be synthesized." What on earth is this? It was as vague as it was informative. Just as Gyarados was about to reach him, Lin Heng bent down to pick it up, dusting off the fragments of rock before carelessly tossing it into his spatial backpack. But in the next instant, boom, a tremor far more intense than Shakira's earthquake began. Lin Heng's body swayed left and right as the entire world spun around him. Fortunately, the ancient Gyarados arrived just in time, lifting its master with unprecedented seriousness in its eyes. Regaining his senses, Lin Heng found himself ascending to great heights. However, upon witnessing the scene below, he gasped in disbelief. It was not just the deep pit. The entire secret realm was collapsing. The barren mountains were riddled with colossal fissures, the surface crumbling in layers, and landslides ensued. This is bad. To make matters worse, even the sky began to be shrouded by layers of dark clouds. A storm was imminent. The entire mountain spirit secret realm was descending into chaos, as if doomsday had arrived. "Gyarados, over there." Lin Heng hastily pointed towards the exit. With a swish, the ancient Gyarados exhibited unprecedented speed, while Lin Heng was buffeted by the fierce winds high above, desperately clinging to its scales. At that moment, he could think of nothing but one thought: run. The secret realm was about to collapse. Meanwhile, in the office of the vice principal of the second affiliated school, after listening to the vice principal's words, the principal's face turned grim. "Is this the talent you hold in such high regard?" The vice principal lamented internally, lamenting his ignorance of how events would unfold. Now, due to the Chu family's influence, even the school's reputation was on shaky ground. They were criticized for the poor quality of their students. Following the Waterlord Cup, enrollment was about to commence. This was of paramount importance for the school every year. With this incident, would they still be able to attract good students? The principal was so furious that he was breathing heavily. "Fine. We still have the mountain spirit secret realm for trials. Hurry and organize more students to enter. We must secure the qualification to represent Jianghua City." "Understood, principal." The vice principal sighed in relief. Just as he exhaled halfway, a sudden ringing of the phone interrupted. Sensing the principal's disapproving gaze, he fumbled to hang up, but accidentally pressed the speakerphone button instead. The next moment, a voice, fraught with panic and terror, emanated from the telephone. "Vice principal. Something terrible has happened. The mountain spirit realm has collapsed." In an instant, the vice principal was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, his mind buzzing with confusion, rendering him unable to hear anything further. Chapter 27. The Unsolved Mysteries of the Alliance. The Varied Lives in the Black Market. At the entrance of the barrier, a deafening roar shattered the air. The earth-shaking sound that erupted from behind heralded the catastrophic disintegration of the mountain spirit realm. which came crashing down. Following closely was the shattering of the barrier. The soldiers, caught off guard, barely had time to register their horror before they were swept away by the horrific residual energy, each spitting blood and collapsing into unconsciousness. The protective shield fractured inch by inch, and it seemed the barrier would soon be obliterated entirely. Just then, an even greater explosion reverberated. A colossal dragon-shaped shadow materialized at the entrance, and the remnants of the barrier vanished from existence. Lin Heng and the Gyarados were engulfed by the tumultuous energies unleashed by the collapsing realm, buried beneath the rubble. Roar! In the next moment, a powerful dragon's roar suddenly resonated from the ruins, followed by a figure slowly rising, revealing a massive head. The ancestral Gyarados' eyes darted anxiously, not seeing Lin Heng. It felt a momentary panic. Its whiskers trembled in the absence of wind, and its flight energy began to surge instinctively. In an instant, a fierce whirlwind erupted around it, lifting fragments of stone into the air. The sharp blades of wind cleaved through the debris, scattering it in all directions, clearing a vast space around. Yet, still no sign of its master, and the Gyarados was thoroughly frightened, its head swiveling in frantic search. Roar! Roar! Master, master! Cease your cries and look above you, Lin Heng said, rubbing his ears, which were nearly deafened by the tumult. He helplessly patted the Gyarados on the head. He had barely caught his breath when he nearly got thrown off by its frantic movements. The Gyarados' behavior was akin to searching for a horse while riding a donkey. It had appeared quite composed moments before, yet now it was utterly discombobulated. Bang! Lin Heng leaped off the Gyarados. Upon surveying the surroundings, he sheepishly touched his nose. All the personnel and soldiers guarding the realm outside were buried beneath the rubble, in a pitiful state, all unconscious. Although he remained oblivious as to why the realm had collapsed so suddenly, it seemed that everything had begun after he had taken a fragment. The amber shard was something even his insightful eye could not fully perceive at once, and Lin Heng indeed harbored doubts about it. Beep beep, boom. The cacophony of cars, sirens, and motorcycles grew louder, indicating that they were drawing near. Lin Heng smirked, promptly recalling the Gyarados and turning to leave. Regardless of whether the collapse was caused by the shard, he had no desire to expose himself and attract trouble. Even if soldiers later pointed out that he had entered the realm before its collapse, it mattered little. After all, no one would suspect that the disintegration of the realm was connected to a novice trainer. Not long after Lin Heng departed, the Alliance's special agents, police, and researchers from the monitoring station arrived in succession. They stood aghast at the scene of devastation. It was unprecedented, utterly unprecedented. Could it be that the mountain spirit realm had birthed some terrifying divine beast? Strange occurrences had been rampant lately. Just days ago, the monitoring data had soared to an all-time high, and now the realm had collapsed. Was Jianghua truly plagued by ill fortune? This was dire. The situation was more severe than anticipated. It seemed the Waterlord Cup would have to modify its rules, drastically reducing personnel movement until a thorough investigation could be completed. The special agent hurriedly filed a report. The police set about clearing the site. Researchers swiftly initiated their investigation. Yet, no one could have foreseen that this investigation would span 6 long months. Regardless of the methods employed, even enlisting the help of elite trainers and conducting a series of tests, no results emerged. Aside from the disappearance of a realm in the western district of Jianghua, everything remained as it was. As time passed, speculation regarding the collapse of the mountain spirit realm proliferated, transforming it into one of the great unsolved mysteries of the Alliance of Yin Country. Lin Heng remained unaware of the repercussions following the realm's collapse. He had arrived at Jianghua's largest underground organization, the Black Market. The enhancement buff had worn off after 24 hours, but he had not forgotten the prophecy from Chu He regarding a mysterious, auspicious spirit egg. Although Jianghua was not as prominent as the capital or Magic City, its proximity to the coastline facilitated a bustling flow of people, allowing the local market to thrive rapidly, evolving into a colossal shopping metropolis. Annually, its demand and total transaction volume ranked 9th in Yin Country. Under such immense profit-driven circumstances, it was inconceivable that all transactions were above board. Thus, the black market emerged. Here, alongside poachers engaged in the sale of spirits, various large-scale gambling establishments flourished. Lin Heng entered the underground through a tunnel, and the scene before him opened up. Vendors crowded the streets, hawking items that could not be procured through legitimate commercial channels. Some items bore clear signs of previous usage, stained with mysterious brown smudges. Passers-by were either masked or hooded, concealing their identities meticulously. At that moment, Lin Heng himself donned a black faceless mask. This area belonged to the outskirts of the black market, inaccessible to its core, yet the number of trainers here exceeded that of large shopping malls. Most were driven by the hope of sudden wealth. As Lin Heng navigated the streets, countless prophetic insights surfaced before him. Name: Yinshan. Talent: gambling addiction, fortune 15. Recent fortune: ominous. Recent turn: ever since learning last month that his dear friend had struck it rich at the black market gambling stone venue by selling a piece of evolutionary stone or for 8 million. He had spent nearly half a month at the black market. However, his gambling expenses were astronomical, and he won nothing, resulting in his financial ruin. It was the first time he had encountered a talent that could diminish fortune. This person was truly a gambling enthusiast. Lin Heng scoffed. It was tragic. Yet he felt no sympathy. Who didn't know that gamblers rarely met a good end? Once one became entangled with gambling, their life was essentially over. Financial ruin was nothing compared to the countless lives shattered in its wake. He shook his head and continued observing a buyer fiddling with a stone. Name: Wang Yiji. Talent: elite knowledge of poison-type spirits. Recent fortune: extremely ominous. Recent turn: using 400,000 from his wife's medical fund to purchase a counterfeit poison pearl caused his ABO, snake's evolution, to fail. After his wife's death, he was beaten by his brother-in-law, leaving him half crippled, and he now spends the rest of his life bedridden, consumed by regret. TSK, he deserved it. This fate was even worse than the previous one. The latter was merely impoverished, while this individual had lost everything and would live forever in remorse. Yet, this was also a consequence of his own actions. He had thought he was getting a bargain, but little did he know he was merely the slaughtered lamb. Whom could he blame for this outcome? After surveying a wide array of fortunes, he found few with favorable prospects, yet many faced grim fates. This was especially true the closer one ventured to the gambling zones, where such unfortunate insights proliferated. What a world teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, with asset liquidation and the offsetting of homes and cars. The phenomenon of bear loans is no longer surprising to Lin Heng. Chapter 28. Rebirth in Filth? Memory capsules? What a world teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. With asset liquidation and the offsetting of homes and cars, the phenomenon of bear loans is no longer surprising to Lin Heng. At long last, before the final stall near the casino district, Lin Heng came to a sudden halt. Name: Li Qingmin. Talent: keen insight, possessing the gift of foreknowledge. Recent fortune: minor blessing. Recent turnaround: last week, he acquired an unknown attribute elf egg from an A-class secret realm explorer, yet despite his efforts, he could not successfully hatch it and was left with no choice but to sell it. Could this be the fabled mysterious elf egg? As the proprietor had not put it on display, this was the only piece of fate-related information Lin Heng had encountered that could be linked to the elf egg. He approached the stall, deliberately picked up an item, examined it for a moment, then set it down with a sigh. After repeating such actions twice, the owner could no longer contain himself, and, with a somewhat irritable tone, said, "Young man, are you going to buy or not? If not, could you please move aside? I still have business to attend to." Lin Heng, however, remained unfazed. "Of course I wish to purchase, but the quality of your wares is rather ordinary and lacks intrigue." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist. Li Qingmin's previously impatient demeanor shifted upon seeing Lin Heng's electronic wristwatch. His expression instantly transformed into one of obsequiousness, his eyes sparkling with newfound interest. He cautiously glanced around before leaning in closer to Lin Heng's ear and whispering, "My young brother, to be candid, I happen to possess a remarkable treasure that I have refrained from displaying due to concerns of inciting envy. If you are genuinely interested, I can take you to see it now." Noticing that he had taken the bait, Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. "Shall we?" Seeing Lin Heng's composure, Li Qingmin regarded him with increased esteem and quickly led the way. After walking 10 meters and rounding a corner, the two entered a cramped room of less than 5 square meters. Inside, a row of display shelves showcased a myriad of items. Yet Lin Heng's gaze was immediately drawn to the central elf egg. The egg bore a bizarre pattern of purple-red and gray-black stripes, intermittently adorned with triangular and cloud-like deep spots, presenting an oddity. The Eye of Insight activated in an instant. Mysterious elf egg. The spirit within appears to be undergoing a rebirth process in filth. To hatch it requires a substantial supply of nutrients. Successful hatching may yield unexpected surprises. Rebirth in filth has come to pass. Lin Heng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this so-called mysterious elf egg possessed such an enigmatic nature. In essence, rebirth in filth entails the return of a deceased soul in physical form. Thus, there exists a considerable possibility that the hatched spirit will be of the ghost type. Of course, given the nature of rebirth in filth, it is also plausible that its original attributes remain intact. augmented by the ghostly attribute. With this thought, Lin Heng felt a surge of excitement, especially when considering that those already formidable spirits, enhanced with an elusive ghost attribute, would be unfathomably terrifying on the battlefield. He must acquire this elf egg. How much? I'll take it, Lin Heng stated directly, having already set his sights on the elf egg. Unwilling to engage in further pretense, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he perceived Lin Heng's stature to have grown in his estimation. Refreshing. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a straightforward customer. All right, I shall offer you a sincere price of 2 million. How does that sound? After saying this, Li Qingmin felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, his price was indeed somewhat steep for an egg of unknown attributes, with uncertain hatching success. Yet this elf egg hailed from an A-class secret realm. Moreover, he had a persistent intuition that this item would yield remarkable results upon hatching. Li Qingmin had always held great confidence in his judgment. Had he not been at a loss for a hatching method, he would not have parted with it. All right, let us settle this swiftly. Lin Heng wished for a prompt transaction. With a chime announcing the transfer of 2 million, Li Qingmin presented the elf egg along with its transparent vessel with both hands. It was not until Lin Heng exited the shop that Li Qingmin felt a sense of loss, clicking his tongue in regret. Meanwhile, Lin Heng followed the street until he reached the end, where the casino loomed. The casino occupied approximately 1/3 of the entire underground black market. Upon pushing through the glass doors, a bustling scene greeted his eyes. The newly released raw stones from the Baoging base had arrived, boasting top-notch quality, first come, first served. The renowned Lifu Group had released new goods that previously yielded evolution stones, as well as elf fossils, essential for doctoral theses, available in limited quantities. Do you wish to amass wealth overnight? Do you long for the envy of all? The memory capsules are worth possessing. Initially, Lin Heng had not intended to partake. However, upon hearing the phrase memory capsules, his heart skipped a beat. With the likes of the earthquake spell being an extraordinary area of effect attack, he was naturally intrigued by all forms of technique memory capsules. Lin Heng approached the last selling area. Compared to other gambling stone sections, the area for drawing memory capsules was noticeably less crowded. The total number of individuals coming and going barely exceeded 10. Thus, as Lin Heng arrived, the proprietor promptly welcomed him with enthusiasm. Welcome, sir. Would you like to try your hand at drawing memory capsules? If this is your first time, I recommend a package. I call it the 10 consecutive guaranteed draw. Trust me, with this package, you are bound to obtain at least one devastating technique akin to the destructive beam. The proprietor spoke with fervent conviction, unaware that others were already poised to dismantle his claims. You're full of it. I drew a package last time I was here and lost my entire fortune. The best technique I got was water cannon. My spirit is merely a little fire horse. I squandered 1 million. A burly man stormed forward, unleashing a torrent of curses, his finger nearly jabbing the proprietor's face. The proprietor found himself in a tight spot, awkwardly smiling at Lin Heng. Little did he know, the man's words acted as a fuse, igniting a chorus of disgruntled gamblers around them. Yes, young brother. Don't be fooled. This man is a fraud. The 10 consecutive draw is utter nonsense. Don't listen to his drivel. We have all been swindled. You mustn't buy? Lin Heng observed as the original 10 or so individuals in the memory capsule area converged around him, chattering animatedly. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. It turned out that even these 10 were not there to purchase memory capsules, but rather to prevent others from falling for the scam. Sensing the gaze of the young man before him, which wavered between amusement and derision, the proprietor's expression grew increasingly grim. It seemed he had lost his last glimmer of hope, disheartened as he slumped into his chair, sighing, alas, this business is not meant to be. Yet, in the next moment, he heard words akin to celestial music resounding. Boss, how many packages do you have? Whatever you have, I'll take them all. Chapter 29, Level 3 God Potential Iron Dumbbells. At this moment, the proprietor almost believed he was hallucinating. Such words were beyond his wildest dreams. How dare that person speak so boldly? In an instant, the proprietor abruptly rose to his feet, feeling as though the figure speaking before him radiated an ethereal glow. The aura of a gullible patron. Even the ostentatious demeanor exuded an unusual charm. The blind box area fell eerily silent, as if the very air had been siphoned away. The sound of breathing became faint, and the previous chatter vanished entirely. The 10 individuals surrounding Lin Heng fixated their gazes upon him in unison, their expressions brimming with disbelief. Absurd to the utmost degree. What had they just heard? The burly man who had initially voiced his objections even poked his finger into his ear, questioning whether his hearing had faltered. Surely, No sane individual, in a state of lucidity, would utter such preposterous words. Insanity. It had to be madness. The blind box owner, indifferent to the gravity of the situation, seized the opportunity presented by this evidently deranged individual, knowing that if he didn't take advantage now, a prosperous year would be out of reach. In their line of work, they thrived on rarity. One good sale could sustain them for 3 years. Ahem. I still have 5 sets in stock. At this point, he could not help but swallow hard, feeling his blood surge and adrenaline spike, his throat quivering slightly. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes. Lin Heng felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated such an abundance of combat memory units available on the black market. Even Jianghua's largest shopping mall held no more than 20. Although the black market was clandestine, it indeed had its channels. The sheer quantity of combat memory units hinted at the hidden depths of talent within. Can I use my card here? Lin Heng, eager to expedite the process, inquired. The owner nodded, dazed, almost as if compelled. He retrieved all his stock and placed it into a spatial backpack, handing it to Lin Heng. This is everything. Lin Heng accepted it, swiping his black card gently across the POS machine. In the next moment, the blind box area reverberated with a crisp announcement. 5 million has been credited. 5 million. Million. The echo lingered until it faded, and the owner, as if awakening from a dream, regained his senses. Meanwhile, Lin Heng had already vanished without a trace. Yet, the proprietor's phone buzzed with an anonymous message. Notify me next time you have new stock. Reserve it all for me. The tone was less that of a buyer and more akin to that of a freeloader. He stared at each word intently, lingering for a full minute before suddenly looking up. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. Oh, what a good person. What difference is there between this and handing me money directly? The onlookers were equally astounded, exchanging glances. Goodness, had they known who he was. He would undoubtedly be a top contender for the most inspiring figure in the Yin Nation Alliance this year. He could have chosen to engage in charity directly. Yet he opted for blind boxes. I'm utterly moved to tears. From that day forth, a new legend emerged in the black market gambling circles. Son, you finally returned. Lin Heng's mother exclaimed upon seeing him at the villa entrance, rushing forward to embrace him. No one could fathom the panic she felt upon hearing the news of the collapse of the mountain spirit's secret realm. The mere thought of her son encountering any misfortune was unbearable. Lin Tianwang, too, watched Lin Heng with concern, having left work early for the first time. His fear was no less than that of his wife. Lin Heng was their only son, cherished to the extent that they feared he might be harmed. And now he had faced the terrifying news of a secret realm collapse on his first venture. A wave of dread washed over him. Son, if you don't want to go to the secret realm anymore, just tell us what you desire, and we'll procure it all for you, Lin Heng's mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. She was genuinely frightened. Lin Tianwang furrowed his brow at her words. We can't say that. The secret realm is, after all, the best way to train a trainer. Heng Er's experience this time was an extraordinary exception. Lin Heng's mother shot him a glare. You aren't worried about our son getting hurt, but I am. He is our only child. If we can't even ensure his safety, then I believe you shouldn't be a king of the 9. Dear, that is not what I meant. The formidable king, who spoke with authority on the international stage, found himself completely outmaneuvered at home by his wife. Lin Heng hastily intervened. Don't worry, I left the secret realm early, and nothing happened. Lin Shi scrutinized Lin Heng, and upon confirming he bore no signs of injury, sighed in relief. That is a relief. The collapse of the secret realm is a matter of great significance. It not only affects the Waterlord Cup, but seems to necessitate an early examination. Her expression turned serious, although her gaze at Lin Heng was filled with affection. Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the repercussions would be so extensive. The Waterlord Cup was one matter, as it wasn't to be held imminently, but an early examination? Lin Heng interjected, your mother is right. Heng you need to prepare in advance. The examination requires at least 3 Pokémon. The reason for the early examination was that Jianghua City intended to use the scores from each school's examination to determine the number of representatives for the Waterlord Cup. Lin Heng frowned. 3 Pokémon. He did possess them, but that one Pokémon egg seemed unlikely to hatch in the short term. Noticing Lin Heng's troubled expression, Lin Heng suddenly grinned. Son, are you still in need of another Pokémon? Lin Tianwang, though stern, was soft-hearted. His affection for Lin Heng was no less than that of his wife. Before the news even broke, he had exerted every effort and connection, even trading a soothing bell and a power headband to procure this Pokémon. He wanted to surprise his son at this moment, seeing his father's proud demeanor. Lin Heng understood. However, considering his father's heartfelt intentions, he decided to play along. Indeed, my father's abilities are remarkable. Lin Heng's chest puffed out even further, his smile reaching new heights. Of course, your father is a king. What is there that he does not know? Come, I'll take you to see it. With that, he turned and strode away, oblivious to the amused glances shared between his son and wife, their faces flushed from suppressing laughter. They soon arrived at a tool shed in the yard. Is the new Pokémon in here? Lin Heng asked, his anticipation mounting. As Lin's father cautiously opened the door, a creature appeared before them. It bore a silver crown atop its head, along with a long body and a massive claw at its rear. Its head was nearly round, set in a ball-and-socket joint at the front of its torso, with golden eyes that fixed intently on Lin Heng. A shiny iron dumbbell. Shiny iron dumbbell. Level, beginner tier 6. Type, steel psychic. Ability, pure body. Ability cannot be lowered by opponent's moves or abilities. Potential, level 3 god, requires specific stimuli. Currently exhibiting quasi-king level. Skills, tackle, iron defense, psychic hammer, iron head. Friendship value, 60100 talent bonus. Introduction, possessing a unique racial identity, irreplaceable among its kind. This top-tier qualified Pokémon harbors a mysterious potential that requires further stimulation for development. Trainers are urged to nurture it diligently, for perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. Chapter 30, Self-Splitting, The Astonishment of Lin Tianwang. Introduction, possessing a unique racial identity, irreplaceable among its kind. This top-tier qualified Pokémon harbors a mysterious potential that requires further stimulation for development. Trainers are urged to nurture it diligently, for perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. Could it truly be a level 3 divine qualified shiny Magnemite? Lin Heng felt a lump in his throat. His covetous eyes sparkled with excitement. A level 3 divine qualification means that even a mere Caterpie could ascend to greatness. Not to mention the already remarkable quasi-divine Magnemite, the future Metagross. Who could withstand such a force? Regardless of the circumstances, it would undeniably be an ace combatant. The god of land warfare, together with Bangiras. One a tyrant of the desert and the other a deity of terrestrial battle. They would be colossal titans within the team. In future team battles, one on the left and one on the right, the enemies would find it nearly impossible to breach their defenses. Lin Heng was acutely aware of the stringent evolution conditions of Magnemite. As a robust steel and psychic dual-type Pokémon, it requires the fusion of 2 Magnemites to evolve into Metong after reaching a certain level. To further evolve into Metagross, it necessitates the fusion of 2 Metangs. Thus, the nurturing prerequisite for Magnemite amounts to at least 4 Magnemites. This condition, even he, the son of a commander, had only dared to ponder before hesitating to act. Of course, there exists an alternative evolution method, self-splitting. Yet, finding a Magnemite with such qualifications is far more challenging than the first method. It's akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Who would have imagined that his father could procure one? However, both Shakira and Magnemite are notorious money pits. Previously, just the enormous expenses of providing Shakira with vast amounts of minerals and tough metals had nearly reached $1 million. Now, adding a Magnemite to the mix? Lin Heng sighed, finally grasping the meaning of painful yet joyful. Upon hearing the sigh, Lin Heng's smug smile faltered, and he nervously turned around to explain, "Son, its qualifications are slightly inferior to that of a young Bangiras, but it is still exceedingly rare. Do you not like it?" "No, I am simply overjoyed. Thank you, father." Lin Heng would never be oblivious to the blessings he possessed. Although his father was unaware of the true potential of this Magnemite, he himself understood just how formidable this creature's potential truly was. One could only say that the commander surely had a touch of fortune on his side. Lin Heng sighed in relief, his expression once again radiating pride as he cast a challenging glance at Lin Mu. "See, my son expresses gratitude to me." Lin Mu rolled her eyes. Simultaneously, the shiny Magnemite sensed an unprecedented warmth emanating from Lin Heng, instinctively yearning to draw closer, cautiously floating through the air. When it was still a meter away from Lin Heng, the power of eternity unfurled like gentle hands, gradually enveloping the shiny Magnemite in a forceful yet irresistible embrace. In an instant, the Magnemite's golden eyes narrowed in bliss, curving into a crescent shape, having entirely forgotten that Lin Heng was a stranger. With a sudden leap, it bounded into Lin Heng's arms, its golden claws tightly clutching the collar of his shirt, adorably clumsy. Right. So comfortable. Lin Heng stumbled slightly at its unexpected action, but he managed to regain his balance with his formidable core strength. The Magnemite, though seemingly no thicker than his forearm, weighed an astonishing 40 kilograms, nearly matching the weight of an adult woman. had it not been for his rigorous dual energy refinement. He might have been toppled when the Magnemite leapt into his embrace. The shiny Magnemite appeared to be in utter bliss. With a huff, it rolled over, blinking its eyes at its master. Captivated by its obedient demeanor, Lin Heng retrieved a bottle of delicious milk from his backpack. Gulp, gulp. The little creature's golden pupils grew more intense, eagerly consuming the milk, and to Lin Heng's astonishment, a layer of golden sheen suddenly flickered across its silver-white exterior. It was gone in an instant. If not for Lin Heng's remarkable eyesight, he might have entirely missed it. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the man and his Pokémon, Lin Heng's parents gazed at them with affectionate expressions. By the way, Dad, I have something for you too. After spending some time with the shiny Magnemite, Lin Heng noticed its intimacy level had risen to 65, prompting a satisfied smile as he shifted the conversation to more serious matters. What is it? Lin Heng inquired boldly, already resolved to graciously accept whatever gift his son presented. After all, it was the first time his son had experienced an expedition into a secret realm. As a novice, especially in a lowly F-grade secret realm, what could he possibly have to offer? Surely, anything of value had already been thoroughly scavenged. Lin Mu evidently shared the same sentiment. As Lin Heng lowered his head to retrieve the item from his backpack, she exchanged knowing glances with Lin Heng, clearly signaling him to give their son some face. Both, one a supreme commander and the other a billionaire, had seen their fair share of treasures and were naturally skeptical that their novice son could present anything truly astonishing. When Lin Heng revealed merely a glass bottle containing decayed wood, both parents exchanged knowing looks. Lin Heng feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, son. Could this possibly be a miraculous potion that can alter qualifications?" He was merely fabricating words, exaggerating his enthusiasm. Regardless, even if his son truly presented him with a worthless piece of rotting wood, he could easily praise it with his eyes closed. Lin Shi felt he had crossed the line. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Heng was distracted, she discreetly pinched the flesh at his side, reminding him that the act should be grounded in reality and not mere fanciful exaggeration. Lin Heng nearly cried out in pain but stifled it, his expression contorting slightly. Lin Heng, catching sight of the little antics from the corner of his eye, shook his head in amusement, simultaneously formulating an idea. He feigned astonishment and remarked, "Father, you truly have an uncanny ability to predict. You knew this was the fire-type celestial wood capable of promoting qualifications, elevating a quasi-king to a king." He continued, "It's a pity it's incomplete. Otherwise, it might have had the potential to elevate a king to a champion." Lin Heng showed no concern for the earth-shattering bombshell he had just dropped, even expressing a tinge of regret with a click of his tongue at the end. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng found himself momentarily frozen in place. Even his twisted expression became rigid. With each word Lin Heng uttered, his heart raced more fervently. By the time the last sentence was spoken, Lin Heng felt as though his heart was leaping into his throat, and his legs wobbled slightly, as if he were in a dreamlike daze. In contrast, Lin Shi fared slightly better, but only marginally. She gasped, covering her mouth in excitement, her gaze darting back and forth between Lin Heng and the glass bottle, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The two were utterly dumbfounded, especially Lin Heng. In that moment, he even began to question whether he possessed the gift of prophecy. Otherwise, how could mere fabrications turn into reality? Chapter 31. The Monarch-level Fire Dragon. The power of divine elixirs. How could mere fabrications turn into reality? It has been 5 long years since he ascended to the rank of Monarch. Yet he remains unable to break through to the next level, let alone touch the threshold of champion. This is quite normal. Presently, there are only 9 monarchs in the entire Yen Nation, and true champion trainers are exceedingly rare, emerging only in moments of dire crisis for the nation. This is not only the case within the Yen Nation Alliance. The same holds true for the other 8 alliances around the world. As trainers advance, the path to progression becomes increasingly arduous. It is not just the monarchs. Even transitioning from elite to professional is a chasm that countless have failed to cross. Therefore, whenever matters concerning advancement, Pokémon potential, or related items and elixirs arise, they ignite a frenzy, drawing throngs of individuals eager to seize them, leading to a cascade of violent incidents. Monarch Lin was utterly stunned. The qualification elixir for the ascension of a quasi-monarch to monarch level. Was it truly contained within this fragile glass vial? Surely, he must be dreaming. "Darling, pinch me again." He felt dazed, turning his head slowly, his limbs stiff as if newly fitted with prosthetics. Lin Shi was equally stimulated by the revelation. Upon hearing his words, she wasted no time. "Oh dear, stop. Stop. I'm awake." Lin Heng cried out in pain, yet his expression could hardly conceal his excitement, veins bulging, his hands trembling. What a magnificent son, let me see quickly. Lin Shiyi's voice trembled, her joy rivaling that of Lin's father. As his closest companion, she was acutely aware of Lin's father's obsession. However, the aspiration to become a champion trainer was a notion too extravagant to entertain. One Lin's father had never dared to pursue. It was only during the quiet hours of the night that such fanciful thoughts would occasionally surface. Father, this is merely a partial version. Lin Heng urged both to calm down. Although he anticipated their astonishment, he did not expect such an intense reaction. Son, I wish to remain calm, but I find it impossible. Lin Monarch gasped repeatedly, his right hand pressed against his chest, clearly unwell. Observing his father, it seemed he might faint from excitement at any moment. Lin Heng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to open the vial himself. In an instant, the temperature within the villa surged dramatically, as if it had suddenly entered the depths of summer, causing beads of sweat to pour down their backs. Even the air conditioning seemed powerless, utterly ineffective. Large droplets of sweat cascaded down Lin's father's face, yet he appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on an inconspicuous tree root. His mind seemingly struck by a heavy blow. Even the pokeball at his waist began to tremble, as if sensing an irresistible allure. Experiencing the true power of the divine elixir, Lin's father could scarcely contain himself, his eyes pleading as they turned towards Lin Heng. Dear parents, shall we administer it to the fire dragon here? Lin Heng's words jolted Lin's father back to reality. Yes, this place is inadequate. Let us hasten to the underground training room. Lin Monarch turned on his heel and dashed off. Lin Heng swore he had never seen his father run so swiftly, as if his rear were ablaze. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. His father, perhaps aware that he had little hope of qualifying as a champion trainer in recent years, had diligently served the alliance, all in an effort to pave the way for him. What it means to have a father's love as steadfast as a mountain became clear to Lin Heng. He felt fortunate not to be an orphan in this life, truly experiencing the warmth of family. Therefore, he too wished to do something for his parents. With the iris recognition activated, a heavy activation sound echoed as the underground door opened. In no time, they found themselves before a vast training room spanning 1,000 square meters and standing 5 meters high. As soon as they entered, Lin Heng eagerly threw out a pokeball. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a 2-meter-tall, bipedal orange fire dragon, adorned with blue-green wings and a tail ablaze with roaring flames. It initially roared at Lin Heng before nodding at Lin Heng and Lin's mother. But in the next moment, it caught a whiff of an extraordinary scent. Upon realizing it was the glass vial in Lin Heng's hand, its expression shifted dramatically, gazing longingly. Roar, roar. What does my young master hold? I feel as though the energy within me is about to ignite uncontrollably. The fire dragon scratched its ears in agitation, causing Lin Heng to chuckle. The temptation of the elixir for ascension to monarch-level Pokémon was simply too overwhelming. Even the typically aloof fire dragon exhibited an urgent demeanor. Father, just give it to it. Having consulted his inside eye, Lin Heng knew the elixir could be consumed directly without any additional materials. Since Lin Heng had witnessed Lin Heng produce the elixir, he had developed a blind trust in him, agreeing to whatever he proposed. This is my magnificent son. He felt an immense sense of pride, his spirit soaring. With Lin's father nodding in agreement, Lin Heng commanded, Fire Dragon, catch. Upon hearing this, the fire dragon opened its mouth wide, the fiery energy within visibly swirling, with small flames occasionally flickering in the air. Nearby, a shiny iron dumbbell curiously observed. Having somehow emerged from Lin Heng's embrace, its eyes fixated on the fire dragon. With a resounding gulp, the fire dragon caught the elixir. A massive fireball erupted, escalating rapidly. The trio swiftly retreated, intently observing the roaring fire dragon. The fireball gradually engulfed its body, moving as if alive, the heat within the underground space soaring. Sweat poured from all three of them, particularly Lin Heng, whose perspiration was largely a result of anxiety rather than heat. In that moment, he felt as though he had reverted to his youthful days, brimming with an unprecedented vitality. Lin's father and mother gripped each other's hands tightly, their eyes glued to the fire dragon. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the space, a fire dragon that could reach 100 meters and continued to grow erupted, resembling a roaring beast as it swiftly consumed all training equipment within the room. Even the iron and steel apparatus melted under the intense heat. The walls were charred black. As the fire dragon surged forth, Lin Heng instinctively released his Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, the moisture in the air was instantly drawn away, transforming into rain that cascaded down upon the burning training room. The fire dragon returned to normal, retracting its fiery form as the smaller flames were gradually extinguished by the rain. Lin Heng turned his gaze towards the fire dragon, witnessing a dramatic transformation in its aura. Fire dragon. Level, Monarch level, Tier 2. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Blaze. When HP is low, the power of fire type moves increases by 150 to 200. Potential, Monarch level. Completing the divine elixir can promote it to champion. Skills, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Air Slash, Scratch, Roar, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Flame Fong, Break, Protect. Flamethrower, Phantom Face, Flame Vortex, Inferno, Flame Charge, Fire Punch, Sunny Day, Destruction Beam. Chapter 32. How many surprises do you have left? Exclusive formula of the Crimson Lotus. Skills, Scorching Wind, Dragon Claw, Air Slash, Grab, Roar, Spark, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Flame Fong, Split, Guard, Flame Jet, Demon Face, Flame Vortex. Purgatory, Flash Fire Charge, Flame Fist, Bright Sunny Day, Destructive Death Ray. Affinity value, 45, 100 talent bonus. Description, the Charizard, infused with the remnants of the fire-type Heavenly Wood, underwent a remarkable transformation in its aptitude and was imbued with a hint of Ho-Oh's essence, greatly enhancing its mastery over fire. If the divine medicine can be completed, it may ascend to champion level. How magnificent it is to think that there exists the possibility of ascending to champion status. Lin Heng felt immense joy for his father, Lin. After all, with the Charizard's evolution, his father now possessed 5 elite-level Pokémon. However, this was merely sufficient to qualify for the assessment of a champion-level trainer. There were only 2 paths to obtain this qualification. First, one must genuinely possess a Pokémon that has attained champion-level strength. Second, one may also qualify by having 5 elite-level Pokémon, achieving victory through quantity. Either option is undeniably arduous. Yet, this merely grants eligibility for assessment. The journey to truly becoming a champion-level trainer remains long and arduous. Even so, Lin Heng was already overwhelmed with emotion. As the Charizard approached him, he could not help but embrace its creamy-colored belly, weeping with excitement. It was as if he were releasing all the pressure he had endured over the past few years in one fell swoop. Lin Shuyi's eyes were similarly misty. They appeared resplendent on the surface, yet in this position, they faced countless deceitful schemes, constantly on guard. Especially during this recent period, the Lin group had encountered various minor troubles, leading Lin Shuyi to harbor a sense of foreboding. When their son informed them that the butler Bai Ying was being followed, this instinct reached its zenith. She had been so busy lately that she felt utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the notorious reputation of the Chu family provided her with a moment to catch her breath, allowing her to adopt a more strategic approach. But now, everything was looking up. Once the news of her husband qualifying to become a prospective champion-level trainer was released, it would undoubtedly intimidate those lurking in the shadows, causing them to think twice before acting so recklessly. As for the Lin King, although he had merely taken the first step towards becoming a champion trainer, the flames igniting within him spread like wildfire, bestowing upon him unparalleled motivation. He would surely strive earnestly towards becoming a champion trainer. Naturally, Lin Heng was also a beneficiary. Having a father on the verge of becoming a champion-level trainer, compared to the immense value of an elite-level Pokémon, was self-evident. The status he enjoyed, the protection he received, and the resources at his disposal were all on a different level. After Lin's parents finally calmed down, Lin Heng produced another piece of paper and handed it to them. Their excitement had not yet dissipated, and upon seeing their son retrieve yet another object, their hearts raced in unison. Upon realizing it was a marked energy formula bearing the Crimson Lotus symbol, both gasped in astonishment. Son, how many surprises do you have in store that we remain unaware of? Lin's father rejoiced at the stability of his heart. Otherwise, who could endure such repeated shocks? Had their son managed to acquire the exclusive energy cube formula of the Crimson Lotus organization? Was the world truly serious? Lin Heng, observing the incredulity in his parents' eyes, understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared this item bore considerable value. It at least proved superior to the known energy cube formulas. The Lin group also sold energy cubes, but compared to the other prominent families in the capital and the Magic City, they were merely small players. After all, the energy cubes they produced merely adhered to publicly available formulas without any unique characteristics, only priced slightly lower than others. However, the Crimson Lotus organization represented the most fearsome, malevolent force within the Flame Nation Alliance. Ranking alongside the Genesis Church of the Eagle Nation and the Hall of Light of the Lighthouse Nation as one of the 3 terrifying organizations. The reason they had developed to this stage was largely due to their world-renowned exclusive energy cubes. Compared to those available on the market, their energy cubes boasted higher nutritional content and significantly greater satiety than high-grade energy cubes. They could even rival top-tier energy cubes. Take the consumption of Shakira's as an example. If it refrained from consuming ores and metals and relied solely on energy cubes to replenish the energy expended throughout the day, it would require at least 10 high-grade energy cubes. Naturally, this was due to Shakira's exceptional aptitude, as most elite-level Pokémon could survive on just one for 2 to 3 days. However, the exclusive energy cubes from Crimson Lotus were different. Just 2 would suffice for Shakira's for an entire day, providing nutritional value exceeding 3 times that of ordinary energy cubes. Regrettably, the exclusive energy cubes were not sold to trainers outside the organization. Some did circulate in the black market, but each time, it sparked a terrifying scramble, resulting in frequent stampedes. The Crimson Lotus organization profited immensely from this chaos, and while the Flame Nation Alliance loathed them, they found themselves utterly powerless. Yet, to think such an influential item lay in the hands of their own son, Lin Mother's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a businesswoman, she understood better than anyone the immense profits that this little piece of paper could generate. Upon grasping the entire situation, Lin Heng's gaze flickered with contemplation. He could not help but doubt the identity of Chu He. Could a poacher truly acquire an exclusive formula concealed within the Crimson Lotus organization? Lin Heng pondered for a moment, her expression turning serious. My dear, do not make any noise about this for now. Use the most secure factory to produce a batch of exclusive energy cubes. I will devise a plan for the rest. As a member of the Alliance's upper echelons, he was aware that many within were equally tempted by the exclusive energy cubes. However, due to their identities, they found it inappropriate to engage in the black market scramble. Yet, private actions were undoubtedly numerous. Since they had obtained the exclusive energy cube formula, they must maximize its potential without attracting the attention of the Crimson Lotus organization. The two quickly set to work. The phone rang incessantly as a series of arrangements unfolded in an orderly fashion. After Lin Heng saw them off, he turned his gaze towards the blind box of memory capsules, a complete set of 510 pulls, 50 skill memory capsules. Each set was individually packaged, awaiting the fateful unveiling. Would he be a lucky winner or a mere unfortunate soul? Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng felt his blood quicken, adrenaline surging, gaining an inexplicable understanding of a gambler's mindset. It was undeniably thrilling. The first set, with a flourish, Lin Heng opened it. A myriad of colorful skill memory capsules revealed their true forms. For grabs, 2 roars, 3 kicks, 1 metallic claw. Splendid. Despite the simplicity of these skills, Lin Heng felt an exhilarating rush. Although among the 10 skills, only 1 metallic claw held any intrigue while the others were the most basic of skills. Many Pokémon were born possessing them. He would not underestimate any fundamental skill after the last enhancement. Perhaps these would bring him unexpected joy. Chapter 33. Mutated Metallic Claw. Iron Hoof Beam Slaughter Move. Perhaps these would bring him unexpected joy. Lin Heng proceeded to unveil the second set. 5 consecutive water guns. 1 roar. 1 kick. 3 psychic powers. After the third set was opened, the results of obtaining the move memory cores were as follows. 8 water guns, 1 water cannon, 1 metal claw. 4 scratch moves, 4 roars, 6 kick moves, and 6 psychic moves. This seemed sufficient for now. It was time to test them. Lin Heng refrained from continuing to open more sets and prepared for an experiment instead. The shiny iron dumbbell, upon hearing its master's call, floated towards Lin Heng with a dazed expression, its golden-hued pupils sparkling with curiosity. Lin Heng first presented it with the silvery white metal claw memory core. Sensing the familiar steel-type energy, the shiny iron dumbbell instinctively drew closer without needing any command from Lin Heng. In the next moment, the silvery white memory core dissolved like a wisp of mist, merging seamlessly with it. A faint glow enveloped the iron dumbbell, and its sharp claws became significantly more formidable, gleaming with a cold light. Seeing this, Lin Heng did not hesitate. He proceeded to present all 4 scratch memory cores at once for absorption. He intended to administer a potent dose. The success of his hypothesis regarding the memory cores hinged entirely on this moment. Lin Heng swallowed hard as he watched the 4 gray memory cores surge into the iron dumbbell's small body, his heart racing with anticipation. If it failed, he would merely incur a loss of 500,000. But if it succeeded, suddenly, the iron dumbbell erupted with a resounding roar. Instantly, its claws radiated a blinding white light. As energy surged within, before Lin Heng could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the iron dumbbell's blade enveloped in a dazzling gray-silver energy. A phantom claw materialized in midair. In the next heartbeat, it slashed fiercely through the air. In an instant, the air trembled violently as the phantom claw seemed to breach the confines of space, disregarding the barrier of air, and tore through the wall of the training room several meters away. The most terrifying part was that even upon striking the wall made of special materials, the residual force of the phantom claw remained unyielding, leaving 3 deep gouges etched into the surface. At this moment, the shiny iron dumbbell regained its composure, floating once more in the air. Though its small form bore no expression, Lin Heng could discern a hint of pride and excitement. He was momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, he dashed to the wall that had been scarred. His hand instinctively reached out to touch it. The sharp, jagged sensation sent a twinge of pain through his palm, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It truly worked. An unparalleled thrill enveloped Lin Heng. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. His hypothesis had been validated. It turned out that the move memory cores could indeed stack upon one another. Moreover, the power of the transformed moves far surpassed that of the Pokémon's original capabilities. Under the scrutiny of his inside eye, the iron dumbbell now boasted an additional skill in its repertoire, Metal Claw variant. It could penetrate the air without direct contact. It was hard to imagine the extent of an enemy's defense that could withstand even a fraction of its might in battle. Lin Heng could hardly contain his eagerness to place another order with the black market blind box owner. He aimed to seize the opportunity and acquire every known move memory core available in Jianghua City. Before long, the owner responded, his tone unusually excited and fervent, akin to that of a devoted ancestor. However, the news was not particularly favorable. He had temporarily run out of stock. Lin Heng's 5 sets had completely depleted his recent inventory. Nonetheless, the owner assured him that he would endeavor to procure some memory cores from other cities, though it would require some time. Then I shall not rush to open the last 2 sets. Lin Heng lamented with a click of his tongue. The allure of the blind box lay in its inherent mystery. One would always have a surprise waiting if left unopened. The 3 sets he had already opened were sufficient for the moment. Without delay, he proceeded to bestow the 6 kick moves and 6 psychic moves upon the shiny iron dumbbell. He was eager to discover the extraordinary combination that could result from such a fusion. A thunderous roar erupted as brilliant metallic light illuminated the entire training room, nearly blinding Lin Heng. He squinted, straining to watch the shiny iron dumbbell floating in the air, and witnessed a terrifying beam of light shoot across the 100-meter span, creating a massive hole in the opposite wall. Is that the iron hoof beam? Lin Heng gasped in astonishment. Iron hoof beam, a skill that converts gathered steel energy into a light beam and violently fires it out, consuming 140 stamina. This skill has an extremely high accuracy rate, with an attack power reaching 140. As levels increase, stamina consumption decreases. Please use cautiously at this stage to avoid harming the Pokémon itself. Incredible. This truly was a devastating trump card. The iron hoof beam was already a rare skill in its own right. One could scarcely find it available, let alone have heard of it. It seemed to only manifest in high-stakes competitions like the King S Championship. Moreover, according to the description from the inside eye, the evolved iron hoof beam retained its advantages while mitigating its downsides. Originally, using this move would not only deplete stamina, but also inflict severe backlash on the Pokémon. However, while caution was still advised, the risk to the Pokémon was significantly reduced, making it far more manageable. It could serve as a surprise finishing blow for the shiny iron dumbbell, catching enemies off guard. With a sigh of relief, it was now time to focus on Shakira's. Having learned from the previous experience with the shiny iron dumbbell, Lin Heng held immense expectations for the upcoming fusion of move memory cores. The water gun and water cannon were naturally reserved for the Ancestral Gyarados, leaving the remaining 4 roar memory cores. As the absorption occurred, suddenly, a wave of sound akin to a high-frequency sonic boom erupted, causing Lin Heng's head to throb. After enduring the dizzying discomfort, he discovered that Shakira's had acquired a new skill entry, Sharp Roar, incomplete and advanced skill of a piercing sound. Upon use, all Pokémon within a 100-meter radius experience intensified dizziness, with those of a lower level than Shakira's falling into a state of unconsciousness, and those within the 3rd tier suffering continuous damage for a duration of 5 to 10 minutes. Remarkable. And this was merely the incomplete version's power. If it were complete, wouldn't it incapacitate all opponents with a single roar? This was a formidable asset in chaotic battles. If paired with Earthquake, even in a 1 versus many scenario, Shakira's would undoubtedly maintain an upper hand. Compared to Earthquake, Sharp Roar functioned more as a supporting area attack skill, but it was equally effective. As for why it wasn't a fully evolved skill, Lin Heng had anticipated this. The shiny iron dumbbell consumed a total of 12 move memory cores to acquire the terrifying Iron Hoof Beam. His Pokémon's potential was exceedingly exceptional. Accordingly, the required memory cores for stacking would naturally exceed those needed for ordinary Pokémon. Chapter 34, Water Cannon Machine Gun, Alliance Headquarters Reaction. The required memory cores for stacking would naturally exceed those needed for ordinary Pokémon. But with great potential came great advantages, even if employing the same method of stacking. Lin Heng believed that other ordinary Pokémon might not achieve such extraordinary skills. In the end, the results were a combination of luck and strength. Lin Heng was thoroughly satisfied. Finally, his gaze rested upon the Ancestral Gyarados. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. Here we go again. The Gyarados secretly rolled its eyes. Yet it had long since become accustomed to the current state of affairs compared to its initial struggles. At least it was well-fed and well-watered, merely enduring some mental stress. What could possibly be unbearable? It certainly did not wish to revert to the savage existence it once led. Now, the Gyarados could occasionally indulge in a grand sword appointment. Having its scales polished by a Pokémon grooming specialist was supremely comfortable. Thus, it was entirely compliant with Lin Heng. Its intimacy level nearly indistinguishable from that of the Shakiras it had hatched from an egg, perhaps even slightly higher. Given the enhanced resilience of the Ancestral Gyarados, Lin Heng opted not to proceed in batches, directly merging all 9 move memory capsules at once. After several previous attempts, he had discerned that the greater the number of simultaneous merges, the higher the likelihood of skill mutations. Consequently, their power escalated. Moments later, under Lin Heng's expectant gaze, the Ancestral Gyarados became enveloped in aquatic energy, its body seemingly shrouded in a layer of water. In an instant, the water enveloped coalesced into a surging tidal wave. Indeed, it was a rapid-fire barrage. Enormous water cannons, each the size of a basketball, formed a perfectly stable, triangular configuration. The torrents unleashed were akin to high-pressure streams, razor-sharp. The charging time was less than 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, they shot forth, and most notably, the 3 water cannons fired like a machine gun, delivering an unrelenting barrage with no blind spots. A comprehensive water assault that amplified damage 6-fold. Both accuracy and potency underwent a seismic transformation. Water cannon machine gun, formed in a stable triangular configuration, resembling a machine gun water cannon mode. 2 modes of operation are available, rapid fire and sustained water assault. Supplement. In rapid fire mode, charging time is reduced to under 1 second, delivering high-pressure strikes. Each stream of water strikes with the force of a powerful punch. The sustained water assault, however, offers comprehensive power, leaving foes with no means of evasion, delivering formidable force. Indeed, this was quite remarkable. There was no need to worry about the upcoming examinations. The Ancestral Gyarados, the Black Shakiras, and even the shiny iron dumbbell had all acquired their own unique skills. In Lin Heng's view, not only was he unperturbed by the selection for the Water Sovereign Cup, but he also felt ready to face even the National College entrance examination. Meanwhile, Lin Heng, in a bid to play it safe, had specifically gone to the Alliance to assess the level of his Charizard. As anticipated, it had ascended to the 2nd tier of the champion level. He then eagerly registered for the qualification test for aspiring champion trainers. Numerous eyes were fixed upon his movements. Almost as soon as he registered, the news swept through the Jianghua Alliance division like wildfire. Within less than an hour, even the headquarters of the Yen Nation Alliance received word. What? Lin Heng was about to become a quasi-champion level trainer? Was the news credible? The senior executives, who had been in a meeting, immediately ceased their discussions. Hua Tai Long, the leader, fixed a piercing gaze upon the staff member who had delivered the news. His expression unusually grave. Commander, the news is indeed true. We have verified it multiple times. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into an uncanny silence. After a few moments, someone raised an eyebrow and remarked, Lin Heng seems to have some fortune on his side. It's unexpected that he would be the first among the 9 champions to attain quasi-champion qualifications. Who would have thought that Lin the champion was so capable? We had heard nothing of this until now. Lin Heng was not to be underestimated. The room buzzed with conversation. A middle-aged man suddenly recalled something and glanced at the 3rd seat with an air of intrigue. Brother Chu, it seems the matter you mentioned requires further discussion. Though he did not finish his thought, everyone present understood his implication. The 3rd seat belonged to the head of the Chu family in the imperial capital, while the Jianghua Chu family was merely a branch. In truth, the 2 families had little connection, hardly qualifying as distant relatives. The Jianghua Chu family had long sought ties with the imperial side, yet lacked the means, relying solely on gifts to maintain a semblance of rapport. Hence, upon seeing the trending news, Chu He, the head of the imperial Chu family, merely considered it a nuisance. If left unaddressed, the situation could become quite unsavory. Therefore, Chu He intended to pressure the Lin family through the headquarters, hoping they would show leniency. However, who could have anticipated that the announcement of Lin Heng becoming a quasi-champion trainer would surface at this very moment? This news could not only disrupt the balance of the alliance, but would also necessitate a re-evaluation of Lin Heng's position. Chu He maintained a neutral expression, even managing a smile. I was hasty before. I must congratulate the alliance on gaining another formidable member. Those who had sought to stir trouble realized he was not easily provoked, and, finding the encounter dull, averted their gaze. They missed the fleeting glint of intrigue in Chu He's eyes. Among the other champions present, the news elicited a mix of envy and jealousy. After all, having resided in the same tier for so long, none understood better than they how challenging it was to ascend to the quasi-champion level. Among the dozens present, many resolved to cultivate a private rapport with Lin Heng, eager to glean insights into his success. Ultimately, strength was the key. Huai Long observed the diverse expressions of the senior executives below, refraining from commenting on Lin Heng's situation. He simply added an item to the meeting agenda, the new appointment of Lin Heng within the alliance. At the entrance of Jianghua's first general hospital, Chu He's expression transcended mere difficulty. His gaze upon his subordinates bore the intensity of a predator. The subordinates trembled in fear. Upon hearing the news of Lin Heng's ascension to quasi-champion trainer, they began shifting blame amongst themselves, each reluctant to deliver the report. Who was unaware that the Lin family was a thorn in the eye of the family head? The subordinates could only steel themselves. Chu He seethed with resentment. His son lay in critical condition, now disabled, and yet the Lin family thrived. Just then, a ringing phone shattered the oppressive atmosphere, granting the subordinates a momentary reprieve. Chu He furrowed his brow, and after listening to the caller, his expression shifted from cloudy to clear, returning to normalcy. The Lin family's butler, Ailing, has made progress. Send someone to continue monitoring the situation, but do not alert them. As the news of Lin Heng's rise to quasi-champion trainer trended in Jianghua, the fate woven for him began to shift as well. Lin Heng simultaneously received a notification from the system. Chapter 35, The Character Capsule, A Grand Entrance. A sound echoed in Lin Heng's ears. Ding. Host successfully altered Lin Heng's fate. Reward, Character Capsule. Character Capsule, when used on a Pokémon, it can activate a random characteristic based on its aptitude as a second trait, without affecting the original characteristic, while both traits will function simultaneously. Random, indeed. After reading the description, Lin Heng was pleasantly surprised and began contemplating who would benefit most from its use. The characteristics of a Pokémon were of utmost importance. After all, they could influence the battle from the very outset and have a lasting impact on the course of the match, potentially proving decisive at critical junctures. Moreover, the concept of the character capsule was intriguing. Lin Heng had initially assumed it would activate a hidden trait, only to discover it was random. Undoubtedly, there are now more possibilities and uncertainties. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Heng made his decision. Although the iron dumbbell possessed the highest potential, its capabilities had yet to be fully realized, currently only exhibiting traits akin to that of a quasi-king level Pokémon. Moreover, in comparison to the other two creatures, it had spent the least amount of time with him, resulting in a somewhat diminished rapport. Lin Heng still harbored hopes for the iron dumbbell's swift maturation. In an instant, a multicolored capsule materialized in his hand. Upon consuming it, the iron dumbbell, having developed profound trust in its master without the slightest hesitation, swallowed it whole. In that moment, a flash of golden light enveloped the creature. The essence of the iron dumbbell underwent a subtle transformation, its metallic exterior seemingly becoming more resilient. Under the scrutiny of the inside eye, the newly acquired traits were laid bare. Iron Heart, an exclusive steel-type trait, granting immunity to all steel-type moves upon entry, while enhancing resistance to other attribute attacks by 10. This was indeed commendable. Immunity to steel-type moves was nothing short of extraordinary. Moves like Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, and Iron Defense would be rendered utterly ineffective against the iron dumbbell. The subsequent resistance enhancement was equally impressive, though it appeared modest at just 10. It applied to all attributes. With this trait activated, regardless of the opponent, the iron dumbbell would receive a boost in its resistance to their moves, effectively mitigating damage. For Pokémon of the same tier, this represented a remarkable augmentation of its defensive capabilities. While it may not yet rival the likes of Shakira's Breaching its defenses would not be an easily attainable feat. Lin Heng had previously harbored concerns regarding the iron dumbbell's relatively low level, fearing it might falter during the upcoming examination. However, with this new trait, all his apprehensions evaporated. It was likely that the anxiety would now lie with the opponents. Time swiftly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, the Zhonghua examination was set to commence in 1 week. All high schools announced a cessation of classes during this period, particularly for second-year students. Countless training battles, clubs, and even F-level secret realms bore witness to their fervent preparations. Today marked the moment of validation. Due to the unexpected collapse of the second affiliated school's secret realm, the selection method for the Waterlord Cup had been altered. The scope of this examination was far broader than in previous iterations, garnering unprecedented attention. Not only were there rewards for the Pokémon examination, but the entire process would also be live-streamed throughout Zhonghua City. The official league channel would provide real-time updates. The assessment venue was the largest in Zhonghua, capable of accommodating thousands. A true spectacle of public interest. At this moment, within the Zhonghua examination venue, countless candidates from various districts and towns gathered, awaiting the announcement to commence the examination. Each student listened intently to their teacher's instructions. This was a battle of utmost significance for us. A pivotal assessment that could influence our future in higher education, especially for those of us who have just embarked on our journey as novice trainers. This examination serves as both a litmus test of our abilities and a platform for demonstration. Regardless of the outcome, the teachers wished for them to perform steadily and achieve their desired results. Wei Dan earnestly reminded them. However, after uttering the final words, his gaze drifted anxiously towards the entrance. Among the students, Lin Heng was the only one who had yet to arrive. Had he encountered some misfortune? Su Mu, noticing the homeroom teacher's worried expression, let out a cold chuckle. He secretly hoped Lin Heng would not show up. He had expended considerable effort to qualify for the examination just yesterday, and the root of all this was that detestable individual. However, all of that was about to come to an end. Today would mark Su Mu's day of glory. The thought of defeating the son of the king in front of a captivated audience, stepping over him to ascend to greatness, made Su Mu's heart race with excitement. His emotions bubbling over. He was determined to prove to everyone that Lin Heng was nothing but a failure. The gazes of others towards Su Mu were equally astonished. After all, they had not anticipated that, after being stripped of the qualification to select a Pokémon, he would still manage to acquire a new one. He truly was an unyielding cockroach. Following the incident from the previous video, the classmates held a rather unfavorable view of him. Seeing his gloomy demeanor, they instinctively distanced themselves. Su Mu, however, paid them no mind, his dark eyes fixated on the entrance, unable to articulate whether he hoped Lin Heng would arrive or not. Outside the first affiliated school, other candidates were also whispering among themselves. Hey, where's that son of the king who made quite a stir recently? You mean Lin Heng? I haven't seen him among the first affiliated candidates either. What's going on? Has he chickened out? No way, he's so strong. If anyone should be afraid, it's us. You're right, that Gyarados is just too damn cool. Look over there. With that exclamation, many heads turned skyward. In the distance, a creature resembling a black stone, adorned with scales that shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight, descended, a primal Gyarados, exuding an aura of frigid power. Damn, is that Lin Heng's Gyarados? No way. Is that really the one from the video? Oh my god. Above the examination venue, towering nearly 8 meters, the Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar, emanating an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, countless Pokémon released by trainers cowered in submission, trembling and unable to muster the courage to gaze up at the Gyarados. Such was the absolute dominance inherent to its nature. Su Mu glared at the trembling Houndour beside him, his eyes nearly bulging with rage, wishing to haul it up and give it a few slaps. What are you scared of? Get up. Numerous trainers wore grim expressions, believing Lin Heng was delivering a warning to them. Particularly the students from the second affiliated school, their expressions darkened as they glared at the Gyarados overhead with resentment. Yet, many aspiring trainers were drawn to its power. Lin Heng was already basking in the limelight. This entrance was nothing short of spectacular. They gazed at the duo of trainer and Pokémon above, their admiration and yearning deepening. No wonder they refer to him as Lin Go. I wish to call out to him too. He truly brings glory to Zhonghua. Please, I hope I don't encounter this formidable figure during the practical examination. Chapter 36. The moment of entrance, the focus of attention. Premium nutrient solution. Please, I hope I don't encounter this formidable figure during the practical examination. The candidates were filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the media on site were wide-eyed with excitement, their cameras trained on the Gyarados, revealing its majestic presence in exquisite detail. Lin Heng had instantly become the focal point. Lin Gu. As the primal Gyarados touched down, Lin Heng noticed a chubby figure rushing towards him in a frenzy. Jiang Dong was anxious not to lose his position, for he was Lin Heng's #1 confidant, and no one could take his place. By the time Jiang Dong stood panting, his beady eyes darted towards the other prestigious students gathering nearby, a mix of pride and vigilance in his demeanor. In this gathering of over 1,000 qualified candidates, most clustered in groups, familiar faces coming together. As the son of Lin Hongyu, a champion-level trainer, and potentially the future president of the Jianghua division of the league, Lin Heng was undeniably the core of the event. Originally, there were numerous individuals who sought to ingratiate themselves with Lin Heng, aspiring to ascend the lofty branches of the Lin family tree. Following the announcement of Lin Hongyu's ascendance to the status of a quasi-champion trainer, this phenomenon intensified exponentially. Brother Lin, your Gyarados is truly extraordinary. Surely, you must be confident about this assessment. It was rumored that Chu He had not yet fully regained consciousness, leaving the Chu family in a state of disarray during this tumultuous period. That fellow, Chu Chun, would undoubtedly regret his actions. Upon hearing his name, Lin Heng narrowed his eyes. Chu Chen's father had once been a mid-level executive within the Lin Group and a subordinate of Lin Hongyu. However, he had been making veiled attempts to ingratiate himself with the Chu family of late. Lin Hongyu had observed this behavior keenly, but refrained from intervening, merely curious to see what schemes he would concoct. Yet, upon the dissemination of Lin Hongyu's quasi-champion status, the Chu family was gripped with fear, hastily distancing themselves from the Chu family, eager to capitalize on their misfortune. Over the past week, Chu Chen had employed various means to curry favor with Lin Heng, yet he was met with nothing but indifference. Others, upon hearing of this, could not help but mock him, using the Chu family as a cautionary tale. The families involved were, to varying degrees, connected to the Lin family, either through business collaborations or as subordinates of Lin Hongyu. This exemplifies the formidable nature of aristocratic families, deep-rooted and powerful. While the Lin family extends assistance to smaller families, they simultaneously cultivate their own strength, enabling further growth of their towering stature. Su Mu glared enviously at Lin Heng, who was surrounded by admirers. What's so remarkable about him? He's merely fortunate, he thought. If I had a father of quasi-champion caliber, I would undoubtedly surpass Lin Heng. Su Mu's jealousy festered, turning him into a veritable lemon of bitterness. Yet he dared not express his discontent openly, constrained by the Lin family's burgeoning influence. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the assessment commenced in earnest. This event was divided into an initial evaluation and a subsequent practical selection. Dear candidates, I shall now announce the rules for the initial evaluation. Each trainer must engage in a one-on-one battle, commanding their Pokémon to defeat the opponents dispatched by the Alliance's assessment team. Only those who achieve a rating of C or above will qualify for the second round. The practical selection consists of 2 phases, the first being a chaotic elimination round, and the second, a ranking advancement. By the conclusion of the second phase, the top 10 will be determined, with the first-place school representing Jianghua in the national preliminaries of the Waterlord Cup. The remaining 9 will also have the opportunity to enter into corresponding investment agreements. Moreover, candidates who perform exceptionally well will attract the attention of prestigious universities, so everyone must exert their utmost effort to excel. The head of the Alliance's assessment team ascended the platform, his demeanor fervent as he elucidated the rules of the evaluation to the candidates and the audience. Once his words concluded, he dispatched Pokémon of levels A, B, and C to occupy designated areas within the assessment arena. These Pokémon were meticulously bred by the Alliance for such events, a standard practice for both assessments and professional evaluations. Lin Heng contemplated the situation. This assessment indeed served as a rare platform for trainers from modest backgrounds to showcase their talents, akin to a graduation job fair from a previous life. Since most candidates were novice trainers, recently acquiring their first Pokémon, they were not endowed with substantial resources, but rather presented with investment opportunities. Once candidates fulfilled the requirements of the investment agreements, it would be their turn to serve the trainers. The cost of nurturing Pokémon was insurmountable for ordinary families. Thus most trainers embraced this approach, actively striving for it. Under the spotlight, sponsorship from a prominent family or corporation could propel one to great heights. However, for Lin Heng, such opportunities were hardly coveted. In fact, he was more inclined to scout for promising talent to elevate the Lin family. This exemplifies the disparity of class. The Lin family had also dispatched a professional team for evaluation, and Lin Heng merely intended to observe, primarily seeking any suitable candidates with potential. Upon observing the candidates, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite the multitude of participants, few stood out. The most noteworthy among them were those fortunate enough to receive a windfall of 100 or 200,000, or those who caught the attention of Jianghua's gym leader. Becoming trainees. Such prospects were beneath Lin Heng's regard. He could not help but place his last glimmer of hope in Su Mu. After all, he was the fated child. Please do not let me down. Name, Su Mu. Talent, fortune in abundance. 10. Opportunities abound. Recent fortune, excellent. Recent turning point. In this assessment, due to outstanding performance, he secured a place in the top 10. Post-assessment interviews caught the attention of the impoverished yet notable Wood King, who bestowed upon him a special nutrient solution acquired from the Nebula Secret Realm, successfully hatching an ordinary Pokémon egg into one surpassing the 3 royal families. Oh, it seems fortune has returned to me, Lin Heng mused, unwilling to overly exploit a sheep merely for its wool. Yet, this particular sheep possessed an abundance of fleece. He felt that failing to extract every last bit would be a disservice to himself. Just as he pondered the hatching of the mysterious Pokémon egg, an opportunity appeared before him. If a special nutrient solution could transform an ordinary Pokémon egg into something extraordinary, then his own was assuredly destined for greatness. At that moment, Chu Chun, who had hurriedly arrived, finally managed to squeeze through the crowd only to catch Lin Heng casting a glance towards Su Mu. Instinctively, he shivered, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. He cast a sympathetic glance at the unsuspecting Su Mu, his reverence for Lin Heng deepening. Offending anyone was ill-advised, but offending this individual could lead to dire consequences. Chu Chen regretted not having intervened to prevent his father's misguided decisions. Simultaneously, the assessment results reverberated throughout the venue, displayed prominently on the central screen. Chapter 37. The Rating Turmoil, the appearance of the horned rhinoceros Pokémon. The results of the evaluations echoed through the arena, visible from all angles, leaving the audience with a clear understanding. Li Gang, battle style overly simplistic, barely passing the initial evaluation, overall rating C level. Wang Wei, unfamiliar with Pokémon nurturing, level does not meet qualifications, overall rating E level. Zhao He, no experience in Pokémon battles, directly forfeited the assessment, overall rating F level. All candidates' results were laid bare for scrutiny. Each announcement lingered for approximately 5 to 10 seconds, repeated thrice for clarity, ensuring no candidate missed their evaluation. The ratings were categorized into 6 tiers, A through F, with F being the lowest and A the highest. Those rated C or below were disqualified from advancing to the second round, eliminated at the outset. Conversely, a rating of C or above indicated that the candidate possessed some merit, sparing them the need to retake the assessment the following year, and promising a relatively brighter future with hopes of advancing to the professional level. However, this was merely a hope. For candidates rated below C, the relentless repetition of their scores in front of the audience was undoubtedly a mortifying experience. Regardless of their usual lack of diligence at this moment, they would feel the weight of shame, wishing to vanish into the earth. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the audience. Lin, can you believe that Su Mu actually received a top-tier B rating? Jiang Dong exclaimed through gritted teeth, gesturing towards the large screen. Lin Heng lifted his gaze. Su Mu? Dedicated to elf cultivation, proficient in battle knowledge, comprehensive rating, top-tier B. Ah, this is indeed the first top-tier B rating to emerge, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. Exactly. Last year, those who achieved a B rating generally secured rankings in the retest, not to mention a top-tier B. He's undoubtedly a champion contender. This individual is quite formidable. Perhaps we'll be in for a surprise during the retest. I'm eagerly anticipating it. The astonishment and admiration from those around Su Mu elevated his spirits. Especially the envious and jealous glances from other candidates made him feel as though he were floating in a dream. He felt utterly at ease. When the final announcement concluded, as Su Mu descended from the stage, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Heng. The expression of triumphant provocation was nearly impossible to conceal. Lin Heng, you merely have a good father. In the end, you cannot compare to me. TSK, is he starting to flaunt again? It seems he hasn't suffered enough setbacks. Lin Heng, sensing the provocation, clicked his tongue in dismay. One mustn't become overly arrogant. He had witnessed the rating process. It was merely an ordinary 3-tiered cutty dog. What is there to be so proud of? Lacking an A rating and yet daring to flaunt himself. Who bestowed him with such audacity? Lin, give it your all in the upcoming round. I refuse to believe that he can still smile once you take the stage. Jiang Dong was even more incensed than Lin Heng, itching to strike that infuriating face and shatter his facade. Next contestant, Lin Heng. With the loud proclamation from the league staff, Lin Heng strode purposefully towards the stage alongside his Gyarados. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for him as if parting the seas. The spectacle was grandiose. The audience erupted in a buzz of discussion, their eyes irresistibly drawn to the young man. Their gaze followed him intently. The candidates, caught between fear of the Gyarados and the weight of Lin Heng's identity, were acutely aware that he was a near champion in the making. Everyone was eager to see if the fabled son of the champion could truly earn their respect. Naturally, a portion of the crowd secretly hoped for his downfall. Anyone rated C or a mediocre B would become a laughingstock, dragging his father's reputation down with him. Such is the double-edged sword of public scrutiny. Upon seeing the Gyarados, the evaluators were momentarily taken aback. Are you certain you want to send it out? Perhaps we should opt for a larger battle arena. We wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. Lin Heng spoke straightforwardly, his candor lending him an unusual persuasiveness against the backdrop of the Gyarados. The evaluators nodded unconsciously, leading him to the center of the venue, atop a stage spanning nearly 100 square meters. Upon hearing his words, the audience began to murmur. Really? I acknowledge that the Gyarados is impressive, but is this truly necessary? If he ends up with a B rating after all this fuss, I would be embarrassed for him. Hasn't this son of a king essentially placed himself on a pedestal? What if something goes wrong? Wouldn't he that be setting himself up for failure? Initially, I was quite supportive of Lin Heng, but now it feels as though he has gone too far. Most of the spectators were merely spectators, inexplicably excited. Although they had seen the astonishing Gyarados in the video, doubts lingered without witnessing it firsthand, with some even suspecting the video was doctored. After all, the Lin family is so formidable. Editing a video, what could be impossible? Amidst the waves of skepticism, anticipation, and curiosity, the league evaluation team finalized their preparations. They began their fundamental observational assessment around the Gyarados. The Gyarados was visibly above elite strength, boasting a perfect physique, its aura surpassing that of contemporaneous elves, and its breeding was exceptional. Several evaluators exchanged glances and nodded, promptly retrieving the final, pivotal Pokeball. In a flash of light, a gray-skinned creature emerged, its forehead adorned with a sharp horn, protruding spikes on its head, and armored spines along its back, resembling a rhinoceros. The Drillhorn Rhinoceros. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, also known as Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Level, Elite Tier 4. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Hard Head. The user does not lose stamina when using moves that cause backlash damage. Potential, Professional Level. Skills, Tackle, Arm Hammer, Tail Whip, Tackle, Knockdown. Heavy Stomp, Horn Charge, Phantom Face, Stomp, Mighty Charge. Is it on par with the Ancestral Gyarados? Lin Heng observed the results displayed by his inside eye, almost instantly determining his strategy. Although they were of equivalent level, this data was utterly insufficient against the exceptional potential and royal lineage of the Ancestral Gyarados. It was destined to be a one-sided crushing victory. Yet, in the eyes of the others, it appeared entirely different. The emergence of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus caused several candidates to gasp in shock, their hearts pounding. During their assessments, the highest strength of the evaluators' Pokémon had merely been of ordinary caliber, yet this Drillhorn Rhinoceros was evidently above elite level. It was utterly outrageous. Could Lin Heng truly prevail? This was no longer an assessment of comparable levels. It felt as if they were still at the foothills while he had already reached the summit. The initial rating offered no opportunity for regret. Most candidates played it safe, confident in themselves, and merely aimed for a B rating. However, the Drillhorn Rhinoceros before them indisputably proved that Lin Heng had originally registered for an A-level assessment. Chapter 38. I admit, my voice was a bit loud just now. Yet the presence of the Drillhorn Rhinoceros unmistakably confirmed that Lin Heng had initially signed up for an A-level assessment. This reality sent shockwaves through the assembled candidates. Setting aside everything else, simply possessing this level of courage was something they lacked. Begin. With the evaluator's command, the Ancestral Gyarados sprang into action. A resounding roar echoed in the ears of thousands, as an invisible wave, imperceptible to the naked eye, emanated from the Gyarados, expanding in ripples. In less than a second, the previously clear sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Raindrops began to fall, initially light, then intensifying into a torrential downpour, drenching the unsuspecting audience to the core. The arena was instantly transformed from rocky terrain to a wetland. The Drillhorn Rhinoceros's advantage in terrain was instantly nullified. The Gyarados had possessed the ability to summon rain even before its evolution, and after evolving, its range had expanded further, inundating not just the battle arena, but the entire venue. Other candidates participating in the initial assessments were also affected. Trainers with Water-type Pokémon rejoiced, while those with Fire-type Pokémon wore expressions of despair and helplessness. After all, the ability to manipulate the weather was beyond their wildest imagination. They could only accept their misfortune. The evaluators were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Lin Heng. The Drillhorn Rhinoceros was 4 times weak to water. One could say that with just the opening move, their assessed Pokémon found itself at a disadvantage, falling directly into a perilous position. Yet the crowd was unaware that this was merely the beginning. They were about to witness the true birth of a king following this initial trial. The Ancestral Gyarados, without the need for restraint, unleashed its full power with Ice Beam. Indeed, Lin Heng resolved to deploy his ultimate move, summoning rain at the outset. He concluded with Ice Beam, rendering him invincible. If not now, then when would he utilize the Frosty battle technique? He aimed to demonstrate to everyone that. In the previous confrontation with Chu He, Gyarados had indeed held back. Their true prowess extended far beyond this. The evaluator, perplexed, merely shouted, "Rhinoceros Beetle, defend quickly. Do not let the rain assault you." Unaware of Lin Heng's intentions, he speculated that the opponent might be exploiting the unique water properties of the armored Tyrannosaurus to take action. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. The rain did not specifically target the Rhinoceros Beetle. It fell like any ordinary rainfall, soaking everything in sight. Roaring, the Ancestral Gyarados, attuned to human emotions, ignited with a fervent flame upon sensing doubt directed towards it. It awaited this moment to erupt completely. In a flash, Gyarados momentarily halted its soaring form. Just as the audience was engulfed in confusion, a chilling white mist suddenly enveloped it. This mist swiftly spread, overpoweringly sweeping across the entire venue. Wherever it passed, the rain transformed into crystalline ice. An indescribable chill engulfed all present. Many attendees huddled together, panic-stricken, sneezing uncontrollably. Was this the power that a test trainer could possess? I admit, I had raised my voice a bit too much towards Gyarados. Could it perhaps reduce its range a little? I'm on the brink of freezing to death. How is it that this Gyarados excels in ice techniques as well? I realized during the last encounter that the video merely showcased a fraction of its true capabilities. Yet the transformation continued. Upon landing on the water surface beneath the venue, the ice crystals instantaneously morphed into frost, rapidly spreading. In the blink of an eye, the central arena had been entirely transformed into a realm of ice and snow. The ground was thickly coated with ice blocks. One could hardly move without slipping. The evaluator barely had time to issue commands before the Rhinoceros Beetle's feet were entirely ensnared in the ice, immobilized. Arm Hammer. Quickly use Arm Hammer to shatter the ice beneath you, the evaluator shouted urgently. Yet he underestimated Gyarados' mastery over the ice element. Just as the Rhinoceros Beetle began to raise its arms, preparing to strike down and break free from the icy constraints, another layer of ice surged forth. It traced an elegant arc across the arena, swiftly engulfing the Rhinoceros Beetle. In the next moment, the Rhinoceros Beetle was completely encased in ice. Its arms frozen in a poised position, its eyes still moving within the ice. Yet its entire body had lost the ability to fight. The outcome was sealed. Gyarados had overwhelmingly triumphed over the Alliance Assessment Team's Rhinoceros Beetle. Simultaneously, the venue became a stark dividing line, completely differentiating the temperatures inside and outside. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, with people clad in short sleeves and shorts. Yet inside, the audience shivered, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Some astute spectators retrieved blankets they had prepared in advance, wrapping themselves up and feeling instantly rejuvenated. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. They had already been sufficiently astonished by Gyarados' spectacular entrance. However, they still harbored a tinge of bitterness, clinging to the faint hope that the video might have been manipulated, anticipating the rating results. But now, the secondary exam participants found it nearly impossible to accept. Why? Why was Gyarados even more formidable than in the video? Could it be that it had still held back? The evaluator also felt incredulous, finally regaining his composure to express stiffly, "Your Gyarados is exceptional. Congratulations on passing this assessment." He smiled awkwardly, yet it was primarily due to the frigid conditions prevailing in the venue. Lin Heng's Gyarados had been cultivated to perfection, with combat experience that was impeccable, earning an unprecedented A-grade rating, the highest in history. The Alliance Assessment Team wasted no time in announcing the results. After the entire venue echoed with applause 3 times, the evaluator looked on with expectation, slightly embarrassed, and said, "Lin Heng, could you have your Gyarados retract its skills? Otherwise, we cannot proceed." "Oh, all right. Gyarados, please retract your skills." "Master, wasn't that your instruction?" Gyarados' eyes widened, expressing its grievance. It was clearly the master's command. Why was it suddenly bearing the blame? Lin Heng pretended not to hear, and after Gyarados made a circuit around the arena, the frost in the air dissipated, and the temperature began to rise gradually. Although it remained lower than outside, the spectators and candidates, having endured such extreme cold, were quite content. At least they no longer had to worry about freezing to death while watching an assessment match. Once the venue returned to normalcy, the audience finally comprehended what had transpired. No way, did I just witness the first perfect score in the Jianghua assessment? Truly the son of a prospective champion. This is unprecedented. Today, I truly believe Gyarados is incredibly strong, and Lin Heng is genuinely remarkable. I am utterly convinced. If anyone claims the video was fabricated again, I will smash their heads. Chapter 39. The Ancestral Grave Smokes? The Great Chaos unfolds. The phrase perfect score, the highest in history, reverberated incessantly in Su Mu's mind, akin to an inescapable curse. Especially when Gyarados departed, it seemed to cast a glance in his direction. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Su Mu instinctively broke into a cold sweat. It was a physiological reaction to being targeted by a ferocious beast, utterly beyond his control. Only after Gyarados vanished from sight did he regain his senses, hurriedly lowering his head to conceal his embarrassment. TCH, it was merely luck. If my Houndoom had evolved, it would definitely have been a perfect score too. Yet as he spoke, Su Mu was oblivious to the fact that his eyes were tinged with jealousy. Meanwhile, after Lin Heng's descent, an even larger crowd gathered around him. Countless candidates instinctively drew closer, seeking to ingratiate themselves. Even the innermost circle consisted of Jianghua's renowned aristocratic families. Ordinary candidates could hardly approach. As for Su Mu, Lin Heng had no interest in personally dealing with him. He kept him around merely to reap the benefits. However, if others wished to assist him, he would gladly accept. At this moment, countless individuals sought to curry favor with the Lin family. His parents had no means to find a channel, so they had to rely on him. Surely, the more astute among them had already devised plans. Lin Heng noticed Chu Chun, who fell into deep contemplation upon seeing Su Mu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the 10th assessment area, a short-haired girl stared blankly at the A-grade perfect score displayed on the big screen, unable to regain her composure. It was her friend who, following her gaze, cautiously speculated, Mu, is it because of that prospective champion's son? The short-haired girl candidly admitted. Lin Heng's strength far surpasses what was shown in the video. The pre-match analysis was erroneous. With me as an external aid, the school may not necessarily win this time. The girl with short hair remained transfixed on the large screen, her eyes flickering with a swift glimmer of astonishment. Mumu, you must have confidence in yourself. During the first round of the rematch, we cannot afford to use the same Pokémon, she thought. Realizing that Lin Heng's choice of Gyarados had put him at a disadvantage, he had played his hand too early. It was the first time her best friend had witnessed a girl feeling uncertain about a competition, and it startled her, prompting a swift denial. Yet, deep down, she shared the same sentiment. Gyarados was undoubtedly Lin Heng's trump card, the fact that he had already used it in the preliminary rounds. While he was currently basking in the spotlight, did not change the fact that the rematch was where the true test lay. The final contest for the championship was the crux of the matter. This was one of the reasons why most trainers fail to achieve an A rating in the preliminary assessments, as many lack the requisite strength. However, some trainers deliberately conceal their capabilities, planning to astonish everyone in the rematch and break through the ranks. Such instances had occurred in previous years. Thus, while the girl with short hair was amazed, her friend felt that Lin Heng was being overly ostentatious. His flamboyant display would undoubtedly make him a target for all the candidates during the impending melee. This was decidedly detrimental to his chances of securing a final ranking. If he were to be unexpectedly eliminated in the chaos, it would truly be a shocking upset. No matter how impressive his preliminary results were, they would ultimately amount to little more than a joke. Clearly, many shared her thoughts, including the head of the assessment team. The middle-aged man, cigarette in hand, gazed at Lin Heng with a hint of regret in his eyes. This young man from the Lin family was indeed a promising talent, albeit a touch too impetuous. Old Lin was equally culpable. Now that he was on the verge of becoming a champion, was he solely focused on training? Had he not taken the time to impart wisdom to his child? Little did he realize, the bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. I foresee that the upcoming melee could be perilous for him. The head of the assessment team harbored a tinge of schadenfreude. After all, Old Lin was now in the limelight, on the cusp of securing the champion title, with a capable wife earning a substantial income. Even their son was remarkably talented. He was indeed a worthy successor. Why was it that all good fortune seemed to fall into Old Lin's lap? Though the middle-aged man feigned jealousy, He felt genuine happiness for Lin Heng, who had endured hardships and was finally reaping the rewards. Yet, he could not shake off the sense of regret. With Lin Heng's performance and prowess, he had a chance to vie for the ultimate championship. However, according to the rules of the first round of the rematch, this was evidently unattainable, unless Lin Heng had another Pokémon that rivaled Gyarados. As soon as the thought left his lips, he chuckled wryly and shook his head. It was impossible. For a trainer to possess a Pokémon of Gyarados' extraordinary caliber was already a stroke of luck. To encounter another such creature would be akin to a miracle. He simply did not believe it. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Even if Lin Heng performed exceptionally, he would be lucky to break into the top 10. The championship was out of reach. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast, after their initial excitement had subsided, began to analyze the pros and cons, and the barrage of comments surged exponentially following Lin Heng's rating. I have witnessed the birth of the highest historical rating. Jianghua has emerged. Hold your horses. This is merely the preliminary round. The rematch is where true prowess will be revealed. It is far too early to celebrate. What is going on? There seems to be an abundance of cynics this year. Regardless of the rematch outcome, Lin is undoubtedly the rightful first in my heart. No need to exaggerate. Achieving an A rating does not warrant such fanfare. Mumu also attained an A. You've reminded me. Mumu was supposed to attend the Magic City assessment. Yet for some unknown reason, she came to Jianghua. Enough with the quarrels. I am the destined champion. As a scion of a prestigious family, I have been wronged by treacherous individuals. My family abandoned me. My teachers expelled me. In this new life, witness my revenge. Goodness. Even the advertisers have become savvy. Amidst the lively banter, the initial assessment concluded swiftly, with only a handful of exceptional candidates like Lin Heng standing out. He had dominated the assessment, while most candidates were swiftly knocked out. Ultimately, fewer than 400 participants passed, resulting in a staggering elimination rate of 2 out of 5. More than half of the candidates were filtered out. However, this outcome elicited no surprise, as it was merely the norm for trainers. For the average individual, reaching the elite tier was often the pinnacle of achievement. The venue was now filled to capacity. The gaps left from the preliminary round had vanished, replaced by a surging tide of humanity. The audience's focus was primarily on the top 10 from the preliminary round, and discussions surrounding them were fervent and varied. Each individual held differing opinions, each supporting their preferred candidates. Soon after, the head of the assessment team announced the commencement of the first round of the rematch melee. Dear candidates, the first round of the rematch is a melee, as you are all likely aware. The 400 successful candidates from the preliminary round will be divided into 8 major groups. Each group will consist of a maximum of 50 participants. After the 5-minute countdown concludes, the last 5 standing will be declared victors and automatically advance to the top 40. Chapter 40, 1 against 50, targeted. After the 5-minute countdown concluded, the last 5 remaining on stage would be the victors, automatically advancing to the top 40. Upon finishing his statement, the head of the assessment team observed the candidates, all of whom wore expressions of grave concern. The rules of the melee were straightforward and clear, requiring little discussion. In essence, the rules of the melee were devoid of rules. As long as one could remain standing until the end, victory was assured. It was both exhilarating and ruthless. In stark contrast to the gentler nature of the preliminary round, the assessment had finally revealed its sharp claws. Yet, the audience was unfazed. The melee format bore a resemblance to a simulated secret realm. In secret realms, adversaries often included not only wild Pokémon, but also nefarious human forces, even your fellow competitors. Treasures breed sin and desire. In the face of immense profit, who could tell if your companions would turn into malevolent spirits seeking your demise? Thus, the melee was born, allowing novice trainers to acclimatize to the brutal realities of the Pokémon world's secret realms. At the very least, when embarking on the path of a trainer, one must remain vigilant and not trust anyone too easily. There were only 5 spots available in the melee, even if alliances were formed at the outset. Betrayal could easily occur at the final moment, leading to fierce confrontations. The selection order for each group was determined randomly by computer, and the names were announced one by one on the large screen. When the name of the third group was revealed, Lin Heng's name shone prominently. He distinctly heard the audience's chatter pause for a fleeting moment, only to crescendo once more, louder than before. Many candidates wore expressions of despair. A similar atmosphere enveloped Mumu's group, with audible gasps echoing as some contemplated retreat. If it were not for their hard-won entry into the rematch, they might have considered withdrawing altogether. Reputation precedes one's actions. Even though they knew Lin Heng could not deploy Gyarados in the melee, they instinctively felt trepidation. The sole individual pleased by this revelation was Jiangdong. Upon learning he had also been placed in the third group, he flashed a grin at Lin Heng and patted the back of his head, saying, "Don't worry, boss, I won't hold you back." Simultaneously, the venue was swiftly cleared of remnants from the earlier battles. As the arena gradually descended and was redivided into 8 distinct battle platforms under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Heng stood before the third group's designated arena. One by one, the trainers of his group arrived, exchanging glances that quickly morphed into silent alliances, subtly forming 3 or 4 small factions that conspicuously excluded Lin Heng and Jiangdong. The wary and vigilant looks directed at Lin Heng revealed their underlying intentions, which were anything but subtle. This was a calamity. What had I said? Lin Heng was indeed being targeted. A single misstep had led to a cascade of errors, proving that one should never seek fleeting satisfaction. The use of Gyarados was out of the question. Mass attacks were an impossibility. In this scenario, self-preservation was paramount, and he could only stir the waters with cautious deliberation. 1 against 50, no 48. How on earth could he strategize this? This experience underscored a vital lesson. One must not be overly audacious. Otherwise, one invites confrontation. Oddly enough, a part of him was somewhat eager to witness the spectacle of the heir apparent being mercilessly pummeled. The barrage of comments on the screen was relentless, a tapestry of opinions woven into a frenzy. As the third group prepared to battle, the viewership ratings for Jianghua's official broadcast skyrocketed. The onlookers, indulging in their morbid curiosity, mused over the impending chaos. A group of novice trainers squabbling seemed mundane compared to the prospect of witnessing the championess scion being overwhelmed by 50 opponents. As the rumors spread, even Lin Hongyu and Lin Shuyi caught wind of the unfolding drama. Initially confident in their son's abilities, they began to waver under the weight of the escalating gossip. The two sat anxiously in their respective offices, their work momentarily forgotten. Lin Hongyu felt a surge of nervousness, more intense than if he himself were to step into the fray. The atmosphere in the third group was palpably distinct from that of the others, eerily charged. While Mu Mu, also a contender, was accompanied by several allies, Lin Heng found himself isolated alongside Jiangdong. The camera, perhaps by design, zoomed in on their predicament, inciting a wave of murmurs among the audience. The once supportive crowd shifted allegiances, and soon, bets were placed on how long the so-called champion's son could withstand the onslaught. Amidst the contenders, aside from the unwavering Jiangdong, only Mu Mu held a contrary perspective. She believed that Lin Heng was not merely a flash in the pan. He surely had a hidden strategy. At last, under the collective gaze of the audience, the referee signaled for the match to commence. The chaotic melee erupted instantaneously, and the air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. The various factions of the third group exchanged glances, almost instinctively agreeing to eliminate Lin Heng first before contesting amongst themselves. A circle of over 40 trainers began to encroach upon him, tightening their formation. Jiangdong, recognizing the urgency, launched his fire chicken, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Heng. He turned back, gravely informing his leader, "Boss, I can hold them off for at most 5 minutes. Prepare yourself." He did not even inquire about Lin Heng's Pokémon, as he instinctively trusted him. Suddenly, Lin Heng smiled. "No need. Step back and leave the rest to me." As his words fell, he dramatically released a Pokeball from his waist, unleashing a blinding radiance that momentarily dazzled the approaching trainers, causing them to halt in their tracks. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast manifested before the spectators, sending tremors through the battleground. The trainers, either clutching their companions or the railings, struggled to steady themselves, their bewildered gazes rising to meet a pair of crimson eyes that radiated an overwhelming aura. The oppressive presence felt like an invisible hand, constricting the breath from the third group's trainers, engendering a palpable sense of dread and helplessness. Even the audience outside the arena felt their breaths quicken, astonished by the formidable creature that had emerged. The once boisterous venue fell eerily silent. No one had anticipated that Lin Heng's Pokémon would be this. Was that a shiny Gyarados? The head official's pupils constricted, his voice trembling as he abruptly rose from the judging panel. His movement startled the crowd, creating a ripple of excitement akin to a stone cast into water. "What? A shiny Gyarados? Is it the one I know? How could this be?" The disbelief echoed. "A shiny Gyarados at the novice trainer's examination? Are you serious?" This was surreal. He had been outdone. The true fool was himself, who had claimed that the championess descendant would be overpowered. Anyone spreading falsehoods henceforth would surely face consequences. In this moment, whether watching the live stream or present in the arena, the audience erupted in fervor. Who could have foreseen that Lin Heng possessed not only a Gyarados, but also a shiny Gyarados of extraordinary stature, far exceeding the norm for its kind? Moo. Yet to step into the arena was dumbfounded and shaken. She shook her head with a wry smile. It appears I underestimated him. Her friend beside her was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the shiny Gyarados. In another corner of the Dragon Heart Bay Villa district, upon witnessing the live broadcast, Gu Xiangshue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she exhaled deeply. Lin Heng, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Under your guidance, Jianghua First Affiliated School will undoubtedly shine brighter than ever. Back in the arena, after a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Dong erupted with joy. Boss, you are my idol. This is incredible. In that instant, his admiration for Lin Heng soared to new heights, enveloped in a sense of pride and exhilaration. He provocatively surveyed the pale-faced trainers around him, his nostrils flaring in triumph. See that? This is my boss. The surrounding trainers seethed with indignation, yet were powerless to retaliate. As they stood before the looming threat of the colossal beast, the audience's sentiment shifted dramatically, transforming from mere spectatorship to eager anticipation. Everyone is eager to uncover the extent of the formidable prowess possessed by this terrifying Shakiras, despite the fact that the entire Jianghua High School is participating in the examination. Lin Heng has audaciously transformed it into a personal Pokémon solo arena, thus establishing himself as the indisputable protagonist. Come on, show me what you've got, he declared, gesturing towards the throng of onlookers. This audacious display was infuriating. Initially intimidated by the oppressive aura emitted by Shakiras, the candidates who were poised to retreat were suddenly engulfed by indignation. How could they endure this? Whoever could tolerate it was surely a fool. With their numbers, they were determined to prove that Shakiras was not as invincible as it seemed. With over 40 simultaneous assaults, they believed that merely overwhelming it with sheer skill would suffice to vanquish it. Who did they think they were looking down on? Their youthful bravado was not merely for show. In a world championship setting, Lin Heng's strategy might have faltered. Seasoned trainers would recognize that all actions in battle must serve a purpose. However, the examination was merely a gathering of novice trainers, fresh from acquiring their Pokémon, most of whom could hardly maintain their composure. Even those few who sensed a miscalculation were swept away in the fervor of the moment, joining the fray against Shakiras. Vileplume, use acid, poison it. Bulbasaur, whip it with Vine Whip. Strike hard. Pikachu, unleash Thunder Shock. Let it go wild. Onyx, drop rocks. Give it your all. Sandshrew, dig beneath Shakiras to make it stumble. Psyduck, use Water Pulse. The candidates were animated with fervor. Jiang Dong, terrified, hastily retreated. Yet Lin Heng remained unfazed, his expression unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. Observing the flurry of attacks, he appeared almost resigned, akin to watching children misbehave before adults. Upon discerning the implications in his gaze, the candidates from the third group became even more agitated, throwing an array of colorful moves as if they were free of cost. The front row spectators gasped in astonishment. Even those who had previously held high hopes for Shakiras could not bear to watch, instinctively closing their eyes. Indeed, Shakiras was exceedingly powerful, but in a 1v48 scenario, not even elite trainers could withstand such overwhelming odds. As the myriad of attacks closed in, Lin Heng remained still, offering no commands. Speculation erupted in the crowd. Was he surrendering? Lin, don't. Shakiras might dodge. Come on, this many attacks at once. If it survives, it's a miracle. Dodging would be unbelievable. Even a legendary Pokémon would struggle. It must be said, Lin Heng had made the gravest of errors. Originally, the imposing presence of Shakiras had deterred many candidates from acting rashly, but now he had incited their wrath. The commentary, brimming with misguided confidence, was abruptly interrupted as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape. Every assault aimed at Shakiras seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Aside from the sharp metallic sounds echoing through the air, all attacks against its formidable shell were rendered utterly ineffective, leaving no trace whatsoever. Indeed, not a single mark remained. Conversely, several Pokémon that had engaged in close combat were left reeling, some clutching their arms in pain, while others were violently repelled, their bodies dented from the force. To their horror, some even suffered grievous injuries, their fists bloodied and bones fractured. The crowd stared in disbelief. They witnessed a crimson glow flash across Shakira's spiked armor, as if it were absorbing the very essence of their attacks, the red hue intensifying. The original Shakira's, a blend of dark red and black, now found its armor increasingly dominated by the vibrant crimson. The spectators, utterly astounded by Shakira's transformation, were gripped with trepidation, their hearts pounding. and the other candidates nearby were equally terrified, retreating in fear. Some collapsed to the ground, pointing at Shakira's and screaming, "Monster! Monster! Run!" This panic resonated like a bell, awakening the other candidates. In an instant, they abandoned thoughts of the examination, consumed by the primal instinct to flee. But how could Lin Heng let such a golden opportunity slip away? He spread his arms wide, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "Now, it's my turn." Chapter 42, Shakira's Sweet Smile, the Dark Overlord. He spread his arms wide, revealing a villainous grin. "Now, it's my turn. Cover your ears." Lin Heng whispered urgently to Jiangdong. In the next moment, Shakira's let out a piercing roar. The expression on Shakira's was innocent, yet its actions betrayed a merciless intent. In the blink of an eye, Shakira's raised its head and opened its mouth wide. A series of ultra-high frequency waves, surpassing the limits of human hearing, surged forth, sweeping towards the candidates. In that instant, the terrified candidates finally grasped the true meaning of primal fear. The sound waves arrived in a heartbeat, inescapable. They barely had time to raise their hands in defense before they were struck by the cacophony. In an instant, they collapsed. Upon hearing the sound, their brains buzzed, and a disorienting dizziness enveloped them like a heavy hammer striking the back of their heads. They and their Pokémon swayed, many succumbing to unconsciousness on the ground. Even those who remained standing gritted their teeth, veins bulging, struggling against the piercing agony in their minds, teetering on the brink of collapse. The nearby spectators, too, were left dazed. Yet, as they were outside the range of Shakira's assault, they managed to retain some semblance of awareness. They felt as though they had consumed a bottle of strong liquor, their speech slurred, thoughts momentarily stalled, and yet their consciousness barely persisted. Those seated in the stands fared slightly better. Though they were distant, they could still hear the residual effects of the sound waves. Apart from experiencing brief discomfort in their ears, they quickly returned to normal. Beyond the screen, Wang De, watching the live broadcast, was momentarily stunned. The sharp sound of the blast reached his ears just as his computer screen cracked with a loud snap. "Oh no, my screen cracked too," Wang exclaimed in terror. Ever since the last incident with internet trolls, he had become a devoted fan of Lin Heng, fervently promoting him everywhere. This time, when Lin Heng faced scrutiny, he was the first to leap to his defense. Yet who could have anticipated that his idol would unleash such indiscriminate devastation? Amidst his bittersweet pride, he couldn't help but feel a touch of sorrow. After all, how many could claim to have their screens shattered from afar? Reflecting on this, and having grown accustomed to crafting narratives, Wang De suddenly had a brilliant idea. Fortunately, although his screen had cracked, it was still somewhat functional. With his fingers flying across the keyboard, he penned a tale filled with humor and pathos, which he shared on his Weibo account, boasting tens of thousands of followers. Suddenly, it sparked a wave of empathy among many netizens from Jianghua. "Damn, I thought I was the only one so unfortunate. Compared to the blogger, my phone screen, which was merely cracked at the corner, makes me feel like a lucky star. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Is it really that exaggerated? Everyone, feel free to laugh. Don't feel too pressured. Let us consider it a merit for our Yunzhou. IP address, Guidong." I could even hear the scheming from upstairs, all the way in the capital, Doghead. Though it's a bit unscrupulous, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. A series of humorous comments ignited a massive wave of shares. As the online excitement continued to brew, the scene at the venue was also undergoing tremendous changes. Amidst the chaos, there still stood a dozen candidates, albeit wobbling. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Not bad, you're all still hanging in there. But I wonder how much longer you can endure." After all, this was the re-examination. The trainers who had reached this stage possessed a certain level of talent. Not being knocked down by a single blow was part of his plan. The sharp, thunderous roars were merely a flawed version. Achieving this effect was already commendable. He even felt there were a bit too many unconscious individuals. Otherwise, he could have validated just how powerful the next move would be. However, the current data was insufficient. It was evident that the optimum effect could not be achieved. Lin Heng clicked his tongue in regret. His expression of disappointment startled the remaining few trainers who were barely holding on, their gazes towards Lin Heng akin to that of a terrified onlooker witnessing a dark overlord. A significant psychological shadow was cast upon them. From then on, even in countless battles, as soon as they spotted Lin Heng's name, they would flee far away. Even if it meant repeating a grade, even if they had painstakingly fought their way into a large competition, as long as Lin Heng was present, they resolutely refused to continue participating, adamantly avoiding a direct confrontation with him. This psychological trauma lingered even when one of them became a gym-level trainer and was interviewed. Later, it only contributed to the legend of Lin Heng, the Dark Overlord, further amplifying his notoriety. Unleash the ultimate move, Shakira's Earth Collapse. Upon hearing this, the audience was left utterly bewildered. What did you just say? Wasn't that just an ultimate move? Shortly after, the audience, filled with question marks, bore witness to what Lin Heng meant by an ultimate move. Shara, 3939. Shakira's displayed a sweet smile reminiscent of Lin Heng. In an instant, its colossal body leaped into the air. With a height nearing 2 stories, it stomped down heavily, utilizing the rebound from the rocky ground to propel itself several meters high. The dozen trainers across from it gazed upward in astonishment. It was hard to fathom how such a colossal beast could leap so high, defying the laws of gravity on Blue Star. But soon, they had no time to ponder. Boom! Its massive form descended like a terrifying missile, its crimson eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. The spiked exterior appeared particularly menacing at this moment, resembling the arrival of a demonic entity. The candidates on site were struck with panic. Little Rada, quickly dodge. Oh my gosh, get away from there. They nearly screamed, urging their Pokémon to steer clear. Yet, they were unaware of the expansive range of the Earth Collapse, let alone their Pokémon. Even they found it challenging to escape. With immense power, Shakira's, moving at breakneck speed, formed a layer of air barrier around it as it lunged underground. With a terrifying force akin to a war chariot, it landed with a resounding crash. Bang! The entire platform's ground tore apart. Crack! It emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, followed by immense fissures appearing. A tremor akin to an earthquake erupted. Shakira's, descending from the heavens, was the orchestrator of this quake. It closely shielded Lin Heng, ensuring that within a 1-meter radius around him, there were no adverse effects. However, elsewhere, the scene was horrific. Whoosh! The spider web-like fissures rapidly spread, causing the ground to sway, and the massive screens and lights of the venue rocked from side to side. Boom! Like the final verdict, the platform finally succumbed, collapsing completely, releasing a vast cloud of dust that obscured the vision of all present. Yet, the judges from the Alliance-S examination team had long since stood in shock. Meanwhile, countless viewers in front of the screen anxiously clenched their fists as the dust settled, revealing a 30-meter deep pit in the ground along with scattered unconscious Pokémon and trainers. The venue fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. Chapter 43. All Pokémon bowing at the dock? Glory bestowed. As the dust cleared, revealing the 30-meter pit in the ground and the scattered unconscious Pokémon and trainers. The entire venue was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Thousands of audience members gaped, their expressions of shock lingering. And the only Pokémon standing proudly at the center, Shakira's, resembled an insurmountable mountain, while the other Pokémon yet to take the stage stared in awe, subconsciously yearning to submit. Thus, a scene that could only be described as absurd unfolded. As if humans were bowing at a dock, the examination Pokémon, centered around Shakira's, gradually bowed their bodies, lowering their heads to the ground. The scene was extraordinarily stunning. Shakira's raised its head proudly, reveling in the submission of the other Pokémon. He. They are all bowing to me. How delightful. Judging by this, my performance must be exceptional. Perhaps my master will treat me to a feast tonight. In that moment, Shakira's was undeniably adorned with glory, yet it did not alter its pure nature in the slightest. Lin Heng, hearing its thoughts, cast a glance and chuckled, shaking his head, still a foodie. Below, all the audience members couldn't help but applaud, their eyes filled with reverence for Lin Heng and Shakira's. The applause grew from gentle to thunderous, sweeping across the entire venue like a tidal wave. The splashes returned to the water's surface, but the ripple effect they caused expanded like concentric circles, ultimately enveloping everyone who witnessed this grand melee. They all cheered for Lin Heng and Shakira's. Unprecedented. A miracle. The broadcasting media, in a state of excitement, had their cameras shaking, with words bursting forth from their hearts. The candidates, awakened from their stupor by the applause, hurriedly called back their Pokémon that were still bowing in submission, feeling secretly embarrassed. However, regarding Lin Heng, their admiration was profound. In truth, until just moments ago, they never imagined that this grand melee would conclude so effortlessly. It utterly subverted everyone's expectations. This was unprecedented in the examination. The grand melee ended in less than a minute, and it was a powerful 1 against 48, crushing them with an overwhelming force. It thoroughly smacked the faces of those envious onlookers. Power is revered on Blue Star. Great strength is what compels everyone to submit, to worship. Lin Heng, Lin Heng, Lin Heng. The shouts of the crowd echoed throughout the venue. In that moment, regardless of who their original supporters were, they were all captivated by Lin Heng. because everyone knew they were witnessing the birth of a true genius. Hence, although the examination was not yet over after the grand melee, Lin Heng had become the uncrowned king in the hearts of all spectators. He was the exceptional genius trainer who could represent Jianghua in the eyes of all its citizens. No one else. The rest appeared utterly unimpressive. From a distance, the teachers and students of the second affiliated school gazed at the thunderous Lin Heng, all resembling frostbitten eggplants, resignedly sighing. It was only at this moment that they abruptly realized a startling truth. They seemingly had chosen the most formidable adversary. The opponent was unbeatable. On the judges' panel, the head of the Alliance examination team, oblivious to when the burning cigarette but had fallen onto his leg, was jolted awake by a searing pain. He hastily flicked the cigarette to the ground, subsequently managing a wry smile. "Old Lin, your son is truly terrifying." To the layman, it was merely a spectacle. To the connoisseur, it was a revelation. Thus, he comprehended the astounding power of Shakira's final move, which had transcended its inherent strength, showcasing an unprecedented self-created technique. A mere 18-year-old novice trainer, having engaged with Pokémon for less than a month, could conjure such a formidable ability. It was unfathomable. This was still before Shakira reached professional level. Should its prowess advance to gym leader, quasi-champion, or even champion level, the destructive potential of this ultimate move would undoubtedly be cataclysmic, capable of annihilating an entire town without a second thought. For now, however, the immediate concern was to resolve the issue of the battlefield, lest subsequent matches be indefinitely suspended. The head official gazed at the gaping pit with a throbbing headache, feeling that Lin Heng, much like his father, was an adversary of his own making, conjuring one dilemma after another. "I still underestimated you." Gu Xiangxue from Dragonheart Bay observed Lin Heng on the screen, her eyes shimmering with admiration, her heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. For the first time, she felt genuine respect and admiration for a peer trainer. Lin Heng had stormed into her heart with an undeniable force. Truly impressive. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance, enchanting to behold. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle blush had crept onto her cheeks. The icy beauty suddenly shed her frosty demeanor, revealing an even more exquisite allure. "Boss, you're incredible," Jiang Dong exclaimed, his thumb raised high, utterly speechless from astonishment. He was overwhelmed with joy at having found such a formidable ally. He boasted even more than Lin Heng himself, parading around after stepping off the stage, trumpeting Lin Heng's prowess to anyone who would listen. What infuriated the other candidates even more was his nonchalant pointing at the massive pit, proclaiming to passers-by, "See that? My boss did that. Can you compete?" His demeanor was a veritable magnet for resentment, leaving countless individuals gritting their teeth in frustration, yet unable to retaliate. After all, he was the only other human still standing on the third battle platform besides Lin Heng. Not to mention, his effortless victories only fueled the envy of many. Whispers circulated behind his back, accusing him of finding a solid support. Unfazed by the derisive comments, Jiang Dong took pride in his situation. "They're just jealous that I found a great boss. Not everyone can boast such luck. I won't be fooled." Jiang Dong, seemingly simple-minded, not only remained loyal to Lin Heng, but grew even more devoted. His submissive demeanor hardly resembled that of the sole heir of a food company. Rather, he appeared as a loyal follower. Lin Heng found amusement in his antics. "Jiang Dong, you don't need to be like this." Jiang Dong grinned, saying, "Boss, since everyone calls me a sycophant, I shall be the best sycophant, ensuring I don't leave them any room." He held a clear understanding of who treated him best, and he spoke earnestly, not perceiving anything wrong with being a sycophant. Without Lin Heng's support, attaining a position in the top 40 would require immense sacrifice. Hence, it was no wonder some envied him, claiming he had coasted to victory. As the results of the Grand Melee were announced, Lin Heng undoubtedly claimed first place, while Jiang Dong, as a fortunate participant, seamlessly advanced from the top 40 to the top 20. After all, only the two of them had made it through from the third group. Eventually, once the ambulances had painstakingly evacuated the injured, order was restored to the venue, and the examination continued. Yet, every contestant from the other Grand Melees, upon approaching the stage, would inadvertently glance at the colossal pit on the third battle platform, inhaling deeply, suppressing their trepidation, and instinctively patting their chests as they took a detour. Chapter 44. The fire has gone viral. Enemies draw near. As the fourth Grand Melee reached a fever pitch, the audience and the barrage of comments remained entranced by the recent shock, continuously discussing Lin Heng and Shakira. Is Shakira really this powerful? I wish to raise a shiny quasi-legendary too. Hey, look up. It's still daytime. Get a grip. As a rock-type Pokémon enthusiast, I can confidently say Shakira is not this strong. This Pokemon is clearly exceptional. Does anyone know what those 2 moves of Lin Heng's are? They seem quite impressive. Same question. It seems unfamiliar. Could they be self-created moves? Impossible. How can Lin Heng, at his age, create his own moves? Such boasting is unwarranted. Fans, please don't tarnish his reputation. I used to quite like him. Exactly. Saying Lin Heng created his own moves is like claiming I'll win the Waterlord Cup tomorrow. Laughing out loud. Someone just gained a few supporters and couldn't resist revealing their true nature. They won't get far. Even quasi-champions wouldn't dare claim to have created their own moves. A young punk, please. Initially, the barrage was predominantly filled with praise. However, following that statement, the tone abruptly shifted, becoming increasingly sarcastic. Some sensed something amiss, yet in such an atmosphere, remaining calm was a challenge. Chu He's orchestrated trolls had been monitoring public opinion, and as Lin Heng was on the verge of gaining widespread acclaim, they were frantic. Finally, seizing a point, they launched into a frenzy of mockery. Fortunately, as the story of Wang Da's screen cracking gained traction, they attached the complete video. The online community of Zhonghua, in their excitement, propelled the topic to the top of the trending searches. Lin Heng, already having a foundation from the previous event, was not an unknown in Zhonghua. With the release of this video, he truly became a sensation. Countless trainers were introduced to Shakira, captivated by its overwhelming presence. No need for fans to argue. Soon, a well-known skill research expert, certified at the gym leader level, retweeted Wang Da's account, commenting, "After thorough elimination and comparison, I have discovered a fact that will leave everyone astounded. When all impossible answers are ruled out, even the most astonishing results are indeed true. Lin Heng, this remarkably talented trainer at just 18 years old, has indeed created his own moves. Without a doubt, both moves of Shakira differ from any known technique. From him, I understand what true genius is. I eagerly anticipate Lin Heng's future brilliance. You are the future star of the Yen Nation Alliance." 3 exclamation marks underscored the expert's genuine sentiment. As his statement emerged, the sardonic whispers were effortlessly silenced, without the need for the Fei family to lift a finger. Lin Hengyu had yet to make a move, yet the situation was resolved with remarkable ease. The expert's remarks undoubtedly amplified the influence of Lin Heng's examination video, propelling him into the limelight. Indeed, Lin Heng had transcended the ordinary. His notoriety soared to such heights that he even secured a spot among the top 30 trending searches nationwide, ranking just behind the incident involving the Qingzhong train being ambushed by wild spirits. Of course, at this moment, Lin Heng remained blissfully unaware of his newfound fame. A staff member approached him cautiously, eyes wide with astonishment. "Lin Heng, as you are one of the 2 trainers from District 3 to pass the Grand Melee, you automatically advance to the top 20. You may proceed to the contestants' lounge to wait." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng exited the venue and stepped backstage, where the lounge was devoid of any occupants. Zhang Dong was preoccupied with boasting, while the competition in the main hall was still only at the 7th group. The audience's interest was notably lacking. After witnessing Lin Heng's extraordinary performance, the other melees seemed trivial, akin to children playing house. As the final 5 minutes of the countdown ended, the door to the lounge swung open. A short-haired beauty entered, her exquisitely arched eyes fixated on Lin Heng, who lay with his arms behind his head, eyes closed. She faltered momentarily. Lin Heng, initially inclined to ignore her, found it impossible to continue his repose due to the intensity of her gaze. Reluctantly, he sat up. "Is there something you need?" he drawled lazily. Mumu realized her scrutiny had been detected, her face flushing briefly before returning to normal. She graciously nodded in acknowledgement, decisively admitting, "I merely wish to see if you are truly, as they say, a disguised alien." "Oh," Lin Heng chuckled, genuinely taken aback by her candor. He had not anticipated such straightforwardness from a girl. However, the exaggerations surrounding him were indeed excessive. While he had showcased a rather ostentatious performance, he hardly resembled an extraterrestrial being. If this continued, he might soon be rumored to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. The short-haired girl's curiosity lingered as she took a seat, her lovely eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Heng. Observing him recline once more, Mumu suddenly spoke. "My name is Mumu." At the mention of her name, Lin Heng's eyelids, which had just closed, fluttered open again. The name seemed vaguely familiar. But before he could ponder further, the lounge door opened once more, this time admitting a group that included Su Mu. When the contestants realized that the infamous Lin the Demon King was present, their animated chatter abruptly ceased. The girls gazed at Lin Heng with sparkling eyes, whispering excitedly upon taking their seats. After all, Lin Heng was a veritable high flyer, renowned for his extraordinary strength. What girl wouldn't he feel a flutter of affection? At this age, curiosity about boys was natural, and with someone so exceptional before them, their hearts raced, albeit they were careful to maintain an air of modesty. The boys, on the other hand, were cautious and reserved, yet some wished to approach and befriend him. However, perceiving Lin Heng's disinterest, they retreated quietly to their seats. From a distance, Su Mu watched with a thorn in his heart. Yet, with so many people present, he swallowed his frustration, even as it nearly choked him. Mu Mu's close friend leaned in excitedly. You were right. He truly is formidable. I underestimated him earlier. He is your only rival for the championship. Mu Mu, toying with the pokeball at her waist, remained silent. The second round of the selection tournament soon commenced, and Lin Heng awaited the fierce competition of the top 20. Before long, the results were announced. Unsurprisingly, the familiar short-haired girl had successfully advanced to the top 20, and Su Mu narrowly defeated his opponent, though it was a Pyrrhic victory. The electronic screen swiftly randomized the next round's contestants. Upon seeing his name on the list, Lin Heng's lips curled into a smirk that was half a smile, half a sneer. Su Mu's heart sank. He had been randomly selected to team up with Lin Heng. Fate had conspired against him. Su Mu's complexion turned ashen. Despite his reluctance to admit it, after facing Shakira, he realized that defeating Lin Heng would be an uphill battle, even if he refused to acknowledge it. His body instinctively betrayed him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, accumulating rapidly. Lin Heng cast a sidelong glance at Su Mu, whose hands trembled involuntarily, and scoffed. Since their paths had crossed, he would take the opportunity to teach this so-called destined child a lesson. Wasn't it said that his entrance into the top 10 would attract the attention of Mu Tianwang? Then let Su Mu falter here. The 20 contestants were divided into 2 groups for battle, and he was in the first batch. As his name appeared on the big screen, Lin Heng stood and stretched lazily. The lounge fell into an abrupt silence, the atmosphere turning palpably strange. The remaining 10 contestants in the next group dared not breathe until Lin Heng's figure disappeared, at which point they collectively exhaled in relief. Good grief, that was intimidating. His presence. Indeed. Look at Su Mu, drenched in sweat. I feel nervous for him. Competing against this demon king was truly unfortunate. The surrounding murmurs contorted Su Mu's expression further, prompting him to hastily depart, as though pursued by unseen horrors. As he stepped onto the stage, a thunderous ovation erupted from the crowd of thousands. Countless spectators gazed on with eager anticipation, and even the real-time ratings skyrocketed. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, all singing Lin Heng's praises. With his mere presence, Lin Heng transformed the examination venue into a grand personal meet and greet, receiving overwhelming support. Su Mu, already pale, felt himself teetering under the weight of the uproar, his animosity towards Lin Heng reaching a fever pitch. His face, under the camera's gaze, appeared as stiff as a corpse. At the referee's command, he grimaced and hurled out his pokeball. Woof! An orange and striped Growlithe burst forth, its speed astonishing. Growlithe. Level, normal stage 3. Type, fire. Ability, flash fire. When hit by a fire-type move, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type moves. Qualification, gym level. Skills, quick attack, leer. Ember, howl, bite, flame wheel. Gym level, you say? This was the best qualification he had encountered among the contestants thus far. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. Not surprised by Su Mu's stroke of luck. Yet perhaps due to a diminishing fortune, the Pokémon he could capture now seemed markedly inferior to before. He hadn't forgotten that Su Mu had previously managed to snag a rare Kingler. At the point when this plump prey lost its value, Lin Heng would surely face his demise. With narrowed eyes, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue danced in his gaze. Suddenly, Su Mu was engulfed by a chilling dread. At that moment, the shimmering silver dumbbell appeared. With a flash of white light, a dumbbell, gleaming with a golden hue, shot forth like a bullet, hovering in midair. Gazing down imperiously at the corgi, its golden pupils resembled those of a mechanical automaton. Under the piercing gaze of that singular eye, the corgi inexplicably felt a chill run down its spine, instinctively bowing its head. The audience, witnessing this scene, erupted in a frenzy. Another shining deity? What a revelation! Akin to a knife piercing the mundane. Truly, Lin is extraordinary. A 1-in-a-million sparkling dumbbell has emerged, leaving everyone in awe. I have never even seen a dumbbell, let alone a shining one. I am utterly impressed. Thank you, Brother Lin, for broadening my horizons. For the newcomers, if I recall correctly, isn't the dumbbell steel type? And isn't fire type supposed to counter steel type? You have a point. While the shining dumbbell is indeed rare, a loss would render it all meaningless. Brother Lin's strategy seems a bit reckless. Su Mu could hardly contain his laughter, thinking it was a guaranteed victory with the corgi. There was no need for such risk, Lin. Su Mu fixed his gaze on the sparkling dumbbell, feeling a twinge of jealousy, yet his spirits began to lift. He had initially believed defeat was inevitable. Who would have thought there would be a chance for redemption? The dumbbell had yet to evolve. In terms of levels, it was clearly inferior to the Gyarados and Shakiras. At this stage, it was merely a name, an impressive facade, but ultimately ineffective. Not to mention, his corgi had the advantage. Victory was within reach. Huh, a deity you say? Today, I shall vanquish you with my corgi, stepping upon your head to claim the championship. Su Mu's despondency vanished, replaced by determination. Corgi, flame wheel. He commanded without granting Lin a chance to reconsider, launching an immediate assault. This was the most powerful move the corgi possessed. There was no comparison to a dumbbell that merely knew how to collide. In the arena, upon hearing the command, the corgi lifted its head high and unleashed a massive plume of flame into the air. Its body surged forward with incredible speed. Just before reaching the flames, it executed a forward roll. The searing fire enveloped the corgi completely. Undeterred, it absorbed the surrounding fiery energy while continuing to roll toward the dumbbell, leaving a trail of flickering flames in its wake. The temperature soared. Witnessing this, Su Mu felt an overwhelming surge of ambition, as if he could already envision the electrifying scene of being cheered by thousands. But in the next moment, his smile froze in shock. The dumbbell's position suddenly shot upwards, and the flame wheel soared past, not even grazing the dumbbell. The shining dumbbell, with its singular eye, looked down on the corgi with a mocking expression, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" The corgi, infuriated, retaliated, spinning around and charging toward the dumbbell. Buzz! A crisp explosion echoed as the shimmering dumbbell radiated a brilliant silver light, its golden sheen flashing in the sunlight. The dumbbell disregarded the flames encasing the corgi, crashing down with tremendous force. Clang! The sound was reminiscent of metal clashing. The shining dumbbell remained unscathed, its luster undiminished. In contrast, the corgi was sent reeling, losing its balance and tumbling backward. The flames enveloping it dissipated, revealing a dazed corgi with eyes spinning in confusion. The camera panned, capturing its appearance, prompting the audience to collectively gasp in horror. A massive lump had formed on its forehead, occupying a third of its head. Just by looking, one could sense the excruciating pain. They were baffled. Why did such scientifically improbable events repeatedly occur under Lin's command? Attribute advantages seemed utterly ineffective against him. The barrage of comments reflected their astonishment. The crowd then recalled Lin's demeanor. Unsurprisingly, he appeared relaxed, seemingly unfazed by his opponent. Could he have known all along? The head of the league pondered deeply, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Lin was unconcerned. The shining dumbbell's steel heart trait granted it immunity to any attribute for 10 seconds. It may seem minimal, but at this moment, the corgi was merely at an ordinary level 3, not even reaching a higher tier. One could only imagine the extent of its fire-type power. The dumbbell's attributes were extraordinarily formidable. Hence, Lin had no fear from the outset. He didn't even consider attribute advantages in his battle strategy. He merely aimed for a swift and complete annihilation. Just as Su Mu regained his composure, he contemplated conceding. The corgi was thoroughly at a disadvantage. There was no point in struggling further. Surrendering now would preserve its strength. If he continued, he had no idea what fate awaited the corgi. However, just as Su Mu managed to utter a word, Lin's eyes lit up with realization. He immediately commanded, "Shining dumbbell, mutated metal claw." Now, his voice was so loud it drowned out Su Mu's last two words. The entire arena was left in confusion, unable to comprehend. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lin was determined to deny the enemy any opportunity to recover. Finally, it was my turn to shine. The shining dumbbell was exhilarated. This was its inaugural battle, and its claws were itching with anticipation. This was the moment it had been waiting for. The dumbbell concentrated its energy, a silver-gray phantom taking form. A colossal claw mark loomed above the corgi's head. Su Mu's eyes widened in horror. Corgi dodge. Hearing its master's command, the corgi slowly regained its senses, but just as it opened its eyes, it saw the claw mark descending. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying sound of slicing air, the golden light manifested. 3 deep, jagged wounds appeared along the corgi's neck, extending downwards to its chest, nearly half a meter in length. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, staining the battlefield crimson. Su Mu continuously roared in a fierce and desperate tone, "I concede. I concede." As the shimmering iron dumbbell returned to Lin Heng's side, the tension he had been holding in finally dissipated in a long exhale. Completely drained, he collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly lost, as if all his spirit had been siphoned away. Congratulations to the Iron Dumbbell for defeating the Katy Dog, and Lin Heng has successfully entered the top 10. The judge's declaration echoed in the air, and suddenly, an electronic notification chimed in Lin Heng's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Su Mu and entering the top 10, altering the course of destiny. Commencing reward distribution. Super Nutrient Solution. Advanced halves the incubation time for any Pokémon egg, capable of reviving any dormant egg. This is splendid. Lin Heng thought of the mysterious Pokémon egg that had consumed countless nutrient solutions yet remained unresponsive, and a grin broke across his face. Moreover, after successfully intercepting, the super nutrient solution had even advanced. The revival effect pairs perfectly with the reincarnated Pokémon egg. While the potential of the Pokémon hatched remains uncertain, it is undoubtedly destined to be unique. Lin Heng rubbed his hands in anticipation, finding Su Mu more agreeable than before. All he hoped for now was that this child of destiny would encounter more fortuitous events. He could hardly wait to seize the next opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the child of destiny, Su Mu, shifting the flow of luck once again. Reward: exclusive enhancement for the Iron Dumbbell. My word, there's even more. Lin Heng was taken aback. He had thought that severing Su Mu's opportunity marked the end. Little did he expect that defeating the child of destiny would yield an additional reward. However, did this exclusive enhancement align with his expectations? Lin Heng felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, awaiting the system's announcement of the reward. The Iron Dumbbell is about to undergo enhancement. Please ensure the host is in a safe environment. With the prompt concluded, Lin Heng recalled it into its Pokeball and hurriedly exited amidst the cheers of the crowd, passing by Su Mu without casting a glance. Feeling the absence of even a single look from Lin Heng, Su Mu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of sorrow and helplessness. His head hung low, and at that moment, he felt as though no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Lin Heng. Lin Heng did not return to the resting area, but instead requested a key for an empty room from the staff. After navigating the corridor, he arrived at the door of the last room, opened it, and surveyed the interior. Aside from dust, the room was completely bare, prompting him to swiftly release the Iron Dumbbell. Let's begin, he declared. Buzz, Master. Upon seeing Lin Heng, the shimmering Iron Dumbbell was filled with excitement, wanting to snuggle close. Iron Dumbbell, no matter what happens, remain calm and trust me, Lin Heng instructed. The Iron Dumbbell obediently wobbled its body in acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng prepared himself. After the system's notification, the enhancement commenced. Before long, Lin Heng observed in astonishment as the Iron Dumbbell's claws began to gradually melt away, revealing a dark, viscous liquid. Strangely, the Iron Dumbbell seemed oblivious to the transformation, emitting no sound of distress. The unknown black liquid expanded, enveloping the Iron Dumbbell's body like a massive cocoon. The metamorphosis continued. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and finally, after 15 minutes, the Iron Dumbbell emerged, having undergone a significant transformation. Its previously occasional golden claws had now entirely transitioned to a soft golden hue. Alarmingly, the Iron Dumbbell's physique was now evidently more robust than before, having more than doubled in size. Where Lin Heng once had the courage to embrace it, now, gazing at the enhanced shimmering Iron Dumbbell, he feared it might crush him if it leapt upon him. Moreover, a striking change was evident. Its claws were now adorned with sharp, gleaming black spines along every joint. Just looking at them sent shivers down his spine. It was unfathomable to think of the carnage such spines could inflict upon a body. Chapter 47. Biological Weapon, a Lethal Strike. The sheer thought of those spines piercing flesh was chilling. Simultaneously, the Iron Dumbbell's formerly short claws had extended by several dozen centimeters, curving like scythes, resembling a reaper poised to claim lives at any moment. Lin Heng activated his inside eye. Iron Dumbbell, shimmering. Level, ordinary first tier. Attributes, Steel type, Psychic type. Abilities, 1. Pure Body, cannot have its abilities reduced by the opponent's moves or abilities. 2. Steel Heart, an exclusive Steel type ability that grants immunity to all Steel type moves upon entry and enhances resistance to other types by 10. Resistance to fire and Steel types is increased by 20. Qualities, Level 3 Divine, requires specific stimuli, currently manifests as champion level. Skills, Tackle, Iron Defense, Psystrike, Iron Head, Iron Hoof Beam. Mutated metal claws have evolved into a biological structure. Biological metal claws, merged from a special alloy matrix, now evolved into a biological weapon. can split upon attack and transform into a vibrating blade. Affinity, 75,100 talent bonus. Description, top-tier qualities gradually revealed, following exclusive enhancement. Its physique has now completely diverged from other iron dumbbells, resulting in a significant transformation. When using the biological metal claws to attack, each strike is lethal, capable of inflicting grievous wounds. Exercise caution. Damn. Lin Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. This is absurd. What in the world is this? Even he, the prepared master, was left astounded, his heart racing at the sight of the transformed, shimmering iron dumbbell. It wasn't that he was unprepared. The direction of this enhancement was simply beyond his wildest expectations. What on earth is a biological weapon? And that unknown black liquid that just emerged, could it truly be a special alloy matrix? What does it mean to wield a vibrating blade? Is this truly not a joke? Lin Heng was overwhelmed by an immense surge of joy, rendering his mind somewhat chaotic. The composed, aloof demeanor he had previously displayed in public was now shattered by the shocking terminology of lethal strikes, leaving him utterly transformed. In its current state, the iron dumbbell would likely not even grant the Katy Dog a chance to unleash its fire wheel. Lin Heng couldn't help but marvel. He had initially thought that the iron dumbbell, having been captured later, would lag behind the likes of Gyarados and Shakira's despite its exceptional qualities due to the need for stimulation. But now, it seemed entirely unnecessary. The iron dumbbell had undergone a monumental enhancement. In comparison, leveling up now appeared rather mundane, barely capturing Lin Heng's attention. His mind was flooded with eager anticipation. He was simply dying to know how many moves the newly evolved shimmering iron dumbbell could withstand against an opponent, without even considering other options. Lin Heng was keen to witness just how formidable the newly evolved biological weapon metal claws truly were. How was the vibrating blade achieved? At this moment, Lin Heng's eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Yet, the outside world remained oblivious to the monumental changes occurring with the shining iron dumbbell, continuing to engage in endless debates. The barrage of comments surged forth like boiling water, bubbling up with one remark after another. Incredible. Master Lin, forever victorious. The shining iron dumbbell is formidable too. Does Lin Heng even have a weakness? Isn't this a tad too ruthless in the end? That Cardi dog has practically been disfigured. The Holy Mother should just leave the Yen Nation. Have you forgotten last year's World International League? The only outcome of being merciful is to be passively beaten. Support. In Blue Star, the one with the strongest fists reigns supreme. Indeed, it was high time for the Yen Nation to produce a decisive trainer, one who speaks with authority. I certainly don't want future international events to be a laughingstock of those foreign competitors who show mercy. As Wang De typed these words, his face flushed with anger. However, once he regained his composure, he let out a long sigh. The current state of the Yen Nations League was, at best, a mixed bag. While it held some influence internationally, it was far from the most powerful. Of course, the other 8 major leagues did not dare to underestimate the Yen Nation. Historically, the most criticized aspect of the Yen Nation's trainers during international events was their overly lenient methods. They would typically cease combat as soon as a Pokémon lost its fighting capability. This approach was, in fact, commendable. However, the competitors from the other 8 leagues did not appreciate such mercy. Rather, they had accumulated considerable strength due to this phenomenon, often performing exceptionally well in chaotic and team battles. Although trainers had begun to realize this in recent years and made some improvements, it ultimately fell short of being aggressive enough. Lin Heng, having only recently become a trainer, demonstrated a level of decisiveness and ruthlessness never before seen. Thus, the discussions surrounding this were entirely understandable. Lin Heng had been closely monitoring the public sentiment. Observing this, he felt a sense of nostalgia. In his view, the existence of debate indicated that the public was indeed aware of the issue, but had simply lacked the opportunity for change. Previously, he was one of the top 9 champions. Now, as a quasi-champion, he possessed insider knowledge that far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. The league headquarters had long struggled with guiding the direction of the league, although not publicly acknowledged. The competition over secret realms among the 9 leagues had always been accompanied by loss of life and bloodshed. The overt rules had long since ceased to exist. Yet, in international events, the need to maintain a facade for one's own country while relinquishing slots had been a source of constant headache for the higher-ups. Unfortunately, without a suitable method and fearing public backlash, they had refrained from taking any rash actions. Yet now, his son had unexpectedly cracked the situation in a remarkable way. Perhaps it was because Heng had consistently made a powerful entrance, leaving an extreme sense of pressure on everyone from the very beginning. Therefore, Whether he dominated or swiftly defeated his opponents, or even engaged in brutal beatings, it all aligned with his character, making it unsurprising. Conversely, if Lin Heng had adopted a more lenient approach, showing mercy at every turn, it would have led to a perception of his character crumbling, and his popularity would not have soared as it had now. Such a bold and audacious combat style was unprecedented among trainers. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Nevertheless, Lin Hongyu reassured himself that as long as he was there to protect him, being strong was nothing to be concerned about. Though he spoke thus, the smile on his face had already betrayed his true feelings. The examination process was accelerating. The top 10 had been determined, and the top 5 would soon emerge. A minor incident occurred when Lin Heng's opponent was announced. The competitor rushed to the league examination team, disregarding all pretenses, his pale face crying out, "I forfeit, I forfeit, I refuse to compete." His microphone had yet to be removed, but his voice resonated throughout every corner of the venue. After a few seconds of silence, the audience erupted into uproarious laughter. Even the head of the league examination team found it both amusing and exasperating, hastily agreeing under the pressure of the anxious candidate, fearing the boy might burst into tears. Chapter 48, Magical Candy, Rules of Nurturing? Every time he thought the Lin family boy had sufficiently astonished him, the latter would prove that he had merely scratched the surface of his astonishment. It must be said, this examination not only broadened the horizons of the audience, but also left the head of the league examination team with a sense of bemused growth. His curiosity towards Lin Heng had transformed from surprise and shock to a gradual desensitization. After being repeatedly stimulated, he had grown accustomed to the various antics of old Lin's son. For him, nothing was impossible. Lin Heng smoothly entered the top 5, with no one expressing jealousy or doubt. Rather, many believed the male contestant had made a wise decision. There would always be another chance for the examination. However, a Pokémon's innate talent and strength, once squandered, was truly irretrievable. Lin Heng sat in the lounge, fixated on the screen showcasing Jiangdong's fire chicken displaying its prowess. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, this fire chicken was on the verge of evolution, clearly having been meticulously nurtured and fed. It radiated an aura of confidence that overshadowed its opponents. Even so, the battle persisted for a full 20 minutes, during which the fire chicken wore down its adversary, the Bulbasaur, to the point of complete incapacity. Ultimately, it triumphed thanks to a slight advantage in type matchups, though its own stamina was nearing its limits. The examination team promptly announced Jiangdong's successful advancement into the top 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully altering Jiangdong's fate, aiding him in reaching the top 5 of the examination. Commencing reward distribution. Magical Candy X3. Magical Candy, a candy infused with mysterious energy, capable of bypassing Pokémon tiers and instantly elevating one level. It can also facilitate evolution, excluding divine beasts. Indeed, there were rewards, and their effects surpassed those in the game. A glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. However, he did not intend to administer it immediately. He preferred to wait until the moment of evolution to lend a helping hand. With a click, the lounge door swung open once more, revealing a solemn-faced Mu Mu. She had just successfully advanced in the top 5 competition, now awaiting the final round. Yet, she was far from the carefree demeanor she had previously exhibited. Before the examination began, neither she nor her best friend had considered anyone a worthy opponent. However, after witnessing Lin Heng's 3 matches, even with her confidence, she couldn't help but question herself. Could she truly defeat such a genius who created miracles time and again? Instinctively, Mu Mu reached for the Pokeball at her waist, her fingers stroking it for psychological comfort, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Lin Heng, lost in thought. The finals would adopt a battle arena format, allowing contestants to act as either the challenger or the champion. The last one standing on the stage would be crowned the champion of this examination. The head examiner's smoky voice reverberated throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This rule was rather reminiscent of nurturing a Pokémon. In the end, only a single insect remains in the jar. Thus, the victor must successfully devour all of their companions. Thus, the King of Worms is born. Lin Heng lazily rose to his feet, maintaining an air of indifference towards everything. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. Given his overwhelming dominance in 3 consecutive matches, where he annihilated his opponents from the outset, even the audience refrained from provoking him. His combat style undoubtedly shaped the impression he left on everyone. No one would consider Lin Heng a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. As the competition commenced, thunderous cheers and roars threatened to engulf the 5 trainers. Yet the other four simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lin Heng. For amidst the cacophony of thousands, the sound was directed solely at one person. Even Mu Mu, previously renowned, found herself overshadowed by Lin Heng in this moment. The head of the Alliance's examination team stood at the center of the arena. His eyes filled with admiration and awe as he regarded Lin Heng. Regardless of the outcome today, Lin Heng's future is undeniably promising. Now, will you choose to be the challenger or the champion? Upon hearing this, the four trainers, including Mu Mu and Jiang Dong, fell into deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. Clearly, the challenger's chances of enduring to the end were significantly higher if they were to choose voluntarily. The role of challenger offered more advantages than disadvantages. The position of champion was evidently a thankless task. While it would attract public attention and be the focal point of the battle, if one could not uphold their stature, it would all be in vain. They would merely become the subject of ridicule from the audience for overstepping their bounds. The choice seemed glaringly obvious. However, just as these thoughts materialized, the four heard a languid voice declare, "I choose to be the champion." Mu Mu turned sharply to Lin Heng, only to discover a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes, causing her to bite her lip involuntarily. Jiang Dong, on the other hand, was not surprised. Regardless of what their leader chose, he would support him unconditionally. The other three exchanged glances, feeling both astonished and yet entirely convinced that this was indeed Lin Heng's style. The head of the team regarded Lin Heng with a deep gaze. As Lin Heng brushed past him, he couldn't help but pat his shoulder, saying, "Good lad. Just this courage alone is commendable." As for Lin Heng himself, he regarded this choice as entirely natural. Since he possessed strength, why should he conceal it? The attention of thousands would undoubtedly attract the envy of ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, his identity precluded any possibility of remaining low-key. Moreover, if even he, the son of a potential champion, needed to hide, then what of other aspiring trainers with talent? Thus, he was determined to showcase his prowess. He aimed for a day when he would be formidable enough to instill fear in even the most cowardly of foes. As Lin Heng took his position, while the other three hesitated, Mu Mu boldly ascended the stage, her short hair swaying. "Lin Heng, you are a worthy opponent, but I am no slouch either." Mu Mu's expression was unprecedentedly serious and focused as she regarded Lin Heng. This was the first time since becoming a trainer that she felt such fervor. "I hope you can surpass your previous record." Lin Heng's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze carrying profound meaning as he locked eyes with Mu Mu. She momentarily faltered, captivated by the depth of his gaze. The audience suddenly comprehended the underlying implications. "Ah, Lin is so audacious. I'm in love. Haha, Lin is truly straightforward." Regardless of whether his opponent is male or female, what a bold young man. The audience marveled, realizing that Mu Mu was likely taken aback. Having never encountered such forthrightness before, Lin Heng was not mistaken. Did those previous opponents even last 5 minutes combined? Surpassing records was indeed no easy feat. Chuckles snapped back to reality by the audience's reactions. Mu Mu suddenly realized she had been lost in thought. Her delicate face flushed crimson. Chapter 49, Fortune and Misfortune. Just one word, act. Her exquisite features blushed fiercely. How could this happen? Whether due to her distraction or Lin Heng's words inciting her anger. She shot him a glare filled with indignation and threw her pokeball. In the next instant, a deep gray, round creature appeared before them. Its blue eyes twinkled with intelligence, its body shielded by a heavy steel helmet, and a horn protruded from its back, standing over a meter tall. Kokodora. Kokodora. Level, Elite Stage 1. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Hard Head. Even when using moves that cause recoil damage, its health does not decrease. Potential, Near Champion level. Skills, Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Roar, Headbutt, Protect, Dig, Screech. Description: this is a well-bred Kokodora, remarkably loyal to its trainer, on the verge of evolution. Upon seeing the information displayed by his insightful eye, Lin Heng finally regarded Mu Mu with earnest attention. Instantly, information regarding her destiny unfurled. Name, Mu Mu. Talent, expertise in Steel type. Unique understanding of Steel Pokémon. Recent fortune, mixed blessings and calamities. Recent turning point, 3 days hence. While en route to the Magic City, she will encounter a beast tide, narrowly escaping after a fierce battle, only to be swept into a cave where she finds fragments of a psychic pearl, which she inadvertently discards along the way due to her ignorance of its value. How lamentable, Lin Heng mused. No wonder her fortune was so peculiar, mixed blessings and calamities. For Mu Mu, encountering a beast tide could indeed be classified as an unforeseen disaster, certainly not a stroke of good fortune. The only valuable aspect was the fragment of the psychic pearl, which she, being only proficient in steel types, had missed out on. A pity. It would be better to make use of it myself. As a form of compensation, he would provide a subtle hint to Mu Mu, enabling her to adjust her schedule by a day, at least to evade this wave of beast tides. Iron Dumbbell, come forth. Upon hearing Lin Heng's summons, Mu Mu blinked in confusion. Iron Dumbbell, shouldn't he be sending out Shakira or Gyarados? My Cocodora is on the verge of evolution. How could Iron Dumbbell possibly be its opponent? Mu Mu failed to notice the hint of urgency in her expression. At that moment, the light dissipated and Iron Dumbbell reappeared. However, when the audience finally beheld its form, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Even the carbon dioxide levels in the air spiked instantaneously. Thousands of spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the creature whose claw-like features resembled a crescent moon, its form comparable to Cocodora, and its pale golden hue more striking than ever. In such a short time, how had Iron Dumbbell undergone such a transformation? It appeared even more ferocious. Mu Mu's eyes widened in shock, struggling to regain her composure. The interval since Iron Dumbbell's last appearance had barely been half an hour. How could this be? The head of the team, believing he would not be shocked further today, found himself choking on his own breath upon witnessing Iron Dumbbell's sudden transformation. Coughing repeatedly, he gazed at Lin Heng with terror in his eyes. What kind of prodigy is this boy? Lin Heng had no intention of concealing his abilities. He was not one to cower. His Iron Dumbbell had grown purely and innocently, having never resorted to performance-enhancing drugs. Why should he not showcase it? To achieve victory, one must win with integrity. He was eagerly anticipating the effects of his Iron Dumbbell, which had seemingly transformed into a biological weapon. Furthermore, despite the higher level of Cocodora, one of its attributes was steel type, against which the Iron Dumbbell was entirely immune. Even with a significant level disparity, Lin Heng felt no trepidation. Instead, he perceived this as a rare opportunity for advancement. A challenge that transcends levels is the most rapid path to growth. The only shortcoming of the Iron Dumbbell at present was its level. After a moment of astonishment, Mu Mu suddenly grasped Lin Heng's intentions, her gaze sharpening as she focused intently on the Iron Dumbbell. Cocodora sensed the shift in its trainer's aura, its body coiling with latent energy. The audience, captivated, watched with wide eyes, eager to discern whether this mutated luminary truly possessed divine qualities. Both competitors prepared themselves. The battle was on the verge of commencing. After an arduous moment, the referee averted his gaze from the Iron Dumbbell and abruptly blew the whistle. In the next instant, both combatants sprang into action. Cocodora initiated the assault with Rock Tomb, followed by Metal Claw. Meanwhile, Lin Heng simply commanded, attack. His instruction was as succinct as if he were jesting. The barrage of questions flooded the screen in disbelief. What was Lin Heng attempting? What trainer issues a one-word command in battle? Was this absurd directive a sign of madness? Surely, he could not have become overconfident after his previous 3 swift victories, for Miss Mu had established her reputation over time, and failure to treat her seriously could lead to dire consequences. This was sheer folly. If trainers were to command with such brevity, what purpose would they serve? This was not merely tactical ineptitude. It bordered on a complete lack of mental engagement. Alas, what many had presumed to be an evenly matched contest now illuminated a truth. Even the most brilliant trainers must face setbacks. A fleeting tyrant can scarcely stand the test of time. The arena was rife with skepticism. Yet, this din did not perturb the 2 figures on stage. Upon hearing Lin Heng's command, Mu Mu was briefly taken aback, but remained steadfast. Cocodora, reacting to its master's command, lowered its stance, and with a series of whooshing sounds, an array of shattered stones surged forth, encircling it like a tempest. Then, whoosh, 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 the stones erupted forth, each one hurtling toward the Iron Dumbbell like a barrage of bullets, the sheer quantity resembling a chaotic skirmish. It was only at this moment that Lin Heng's interest peaked. His gaze fixated on the Iron Dumbbell with anticipation. True to form, the Iron Dumbbell did not disappoint. In the blink of an eye, the shards of rock surrounded it. Before anyone could comprehend, golden afterimages leapt into the air, performing a breathtaking dance of dismemberment, embodying an exquisite aesthetic of raw violence. The Iron Dumbbell sliced through the stones effortlessly, as if they were mere tofu. Its side-like claws pierced the rocks with a swift hiss. As the blade splintered, the stones became engulfed in an invisible vibrating force, resonating with thunderous echoes. In an instant, the stones were reduced to dust, as if they had undergone countless vibrations in mere seconds. The process seemed prolonged, yet, to the naked eye, it transpired in less than the blink of an eye. When the crowd finally reacted, countless fragments had already transformed into fine powder, settling on the arena floor, the remnants in the air testifying to their previous existence. The entire venue felt as though it had been frozen in time. The barrage of commentary fell silent, and all doubts and mockery evaporated in an instant. No one could have anticipated that a mere encounter would render Rock Tomb, one of the Rock-type signature moves, utterly ineffective. They scarcely witnessed the unfolding of events. Only the remnants remained on the battlefield. Mu Mu gazed incredulously at Lin Heng, while he maintained an unflinching demeanor, seemingly composed and assured. The shock within her peaked. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Heng himself was taken aback by the prowess of the iron dumbbell. The reputation of a biological weapon was well-deserved. Its performance was astonishingly outrageous. The efficacy of the biological metal claws was remarkable. Moreover, he was thoroughly satisfied with the description of the vibrating blades. They did not merely split, but invisibly fractured within the object. Not even the naked eye nor high-speed cameras could capture such an occurrence. Lin Heng found himself curious about the potential of the biological metal claws. If they could cleave through stone as if it were tofu, could the hardest diamond in the world be sliced through in an instant? Or even a skull? He narrowed his eyes, halting further contemplation. For the iron dumbbell was on the move once more. Cocodora instinctively stepped back, sensing an immense threat, an unprecedented fear enveloping it. Particularly under the gaze of those inorganic golden eyes, Cocodora felt that even its proud steel helmet was rendered precarious, incapable of providing any defensive efficacy. Attack! Though the iron dumbbell bore a fearsome appearance, its temperament remained unchanged. Even with Lin Heng's single-word command, it adhered to its orders with precision, with unwavering loyalty. It charged forward, believing its master could do no wrong. Each word from Lin Heng was a sacred decree. It simply needed to execute the command. Cocodora, do not fear. Mu Mu's resolute voice provided immense encouragement to Cocodora. It bared its teeth fiercely, a silver luminescence enveloping its form. Then, it lunged forward, charging towards the incoming iron dumbbell. When it was a mere 3 centimeters away, Cocodora's forelimbs lashed out, the silver light converging upon its outstretched claws. In an instant, it struck. Unexpectedly. The ever-cautious iron dumbbell did not evade or defend itself, but charged straight ahead. Mu Mu's eyes widened with excitement, her heart racing. Her delicate hands instinctively clenched into fists, anxiously monitoring the movements of the two Pokémon. In her mind, this might be Cocodora's singular opportunity. The iron dumbbell's strength evidently transcended conventional understanding, far exceeding the confines of level classification. Clang! Cocodora's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Yet, in the next moment, as its metal claws scraped against the luminous iron dumbbell, it suddenly sensed something amiss. But it was far too late to retract its attack. Pokémon possess an acute intuition. In the moment it felt the sensation akin to striking steel, Cocodora's forelimbs trembled uncontrollably. The terrifying recoil impacted Cocodora immensely. It felt as though the strength of its own metal claws had ricocheted back upon itself. In stark contrast, the iron dumbbell. Not only did it leave no trace, but it also cast a condescending glance at Cocodora. The injury was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. How could this be? This was Cocodora's full-force strike. Mu Mu murmured in astonishment. Cocodora was on the brink of evolution, weighing as much as 300 kilograms. It was unthinkable that even a casual swipe, let alone a full-force collision, would fail to leave a deep gash on the colossal tree, often resulting in fractures. Yet, the iron dumbbell appeared as if it were immune to such assaults. The moment Mu Mu realized this fact, her immediate reaction was a vehement denial. She retreated, shaking her head, her small face pale as if she could already foresee Cocodora's fate. Bang! The iron dumbbell radiated with a resplendent golden light, launching itself like a cannonball, directly colliding with Cocodora's abdomen. The curved claws were not intentionally used. It merely happened to make contact with the steel helmet on Cocodora's back due to their proximity. But with that single hit, a crack echoed like thunder in Mu Mu's ears, and she turned her head in a daze. She witnessed the iron dumbbell not allowing Cocodora even a moment to brace itself. In the next instant, Cocodora's shattered helmet splintered into fragments that fell to the ground. In stark contrast, its cumbersome body flew back like a meteor, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. The sound of metal crashing against the ground reverberated with an earth-shaking boom. By the time everyone processed the situation, Cocodora had already been buried beneath the collapsed wall of the arena, with only its twitching forelimbs occasionally visible. Such horror! Mu Mu's challenge had failed. The next contestant was called forth. The referee stood in a daze for a few seconds before regaining composure, quickly moving forward to restore order, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yet, his gaze did not dare to shift towards Lin Heng and the iron dumbbell, as if fearing to draw attention. This was not a task meant for mere mortals. In the eyes of the referee, Lin Heng had transformed into a formidable overlord. After all, how could a novice trainer be so terrifying? It was utterly daunting. Unbeknownst to him, before he could finish his thought, this so-called overlord suddenly raised a hand, halting his next words. No need. The referee shuddered, swallowing the last word back down, unable to suppress a belch. He hastily covered his mouth, cautiously glancing at the nearby cameras. He found all the cameras focused on Lin Heng and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If he were caught on camera, looking terrified by a mere kid, his future career would be in jeopardy. You all, Lin Heng spoke, pointing at the trio still dumbfounded below the stage. One of them, upon noticing his gesture, pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Yes, you three, step up together. Lin Heng commanded naturally, his demeanor devoid of any arrogance. The other three contestants, at that moment, nodded in unison and foolishly ascended to the arena. By the time they realized what was happening, the referee was already about to announce the continuation of the match. As for Jiang Dong, upon hearing Lin Heng's declaration, he exited immediately. After all, he was quite satisfied to have reached this stage. He had no desire to face off against the boss directly for a mere examination. Challenge continue. With the referee's command, the trio gritted their teeth and released their pokeballs. Since they had come this far, they might as well give it their all. Perhaps they might stumble upon an unexpected victory and secure second place. 3 beams of light flashed. Onyx, Mareep, and Scyther appeared simultaneously. Lin Heng's gaze dipped slightly. His posture reminiscent of a deity, mingled with a tinge of melancholy. It is time to conclude. Iron dumbbell, iron hoof beam. Buzz. The iron dumbbell trembled. Silver-white light emanating from its tip, gradually coalescing into form. Terrifying steel energy surged forth from the gleaming iron dumbbell, the light points becoming increasingly radiant. Scyther's Fury Cutter, Mareep's Thundershock, and Onyx's Roll all reached their targets simultaneously. After all, these were the elite Pokémon that had breached the top 5 of the examination. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Witnessing the onslaught approaching with fierce momentum, Lin Heng's fans couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. The battle platform trembled under the strain. Yet, the shiny iron dumbbell remained motionless, utterly unafraid, its inorganic eyes closed, disregarding the attacks from the 3 Pokémon entirely. In the blink of an eye, the iron dumbbell's eyes flew open. A dazzling beam of silver-gold light was suddenly unleashed. The brightness was astounding, dimming the very sky. The audience in the front row instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, squinting from the intensity. The energy beam surged forth like a torrent. The ground beneath it collapsed instantaneously. The swiftest Scyther was the first to be engulfed by the beam, followed closely by Onyx, whose rolling form was rendered weightless by the ground's subsidence, plummeting underground. In but a moment, only Mareep remained of the 3 Pokémon. Its trainer, face pale with terror, screamed in desperation. The fierce electric current barely grazed the iron dumbbell, as the terrifying metal beam swept past at blinding speed, dissipating into thin air. Mareep stood powerless, helplessly engulfed by the radiant light. Yet the iron hoof beam did not cease there. As it seemed poised to strike the judge's table, the head judge, eyes wide with shock, leaped up and bolted away. Almost as soon as he left, the warmth of his seat lingered. Boom! The beam detonated upon the judge's table. Chairs and tables shattered into wooden fragments, scattering into the air. The ultimate strike of the shiny iron dumbbell, with an unstoppable force, pierced through everything, not just the judge's table. After creating a gaping hole in the entire venue, the metallic beam gradually transformed into scattered light points, vanishing into the atmosphere. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Gulp, gulp. Suddenly, the synchronized sound of swallowing echoed in the quiet expanse of the arena, appearing absurd yet reflecting the instinctive reaction of all the spectators. Even the referee was no exception. He gazed in awe at the proud stance of the iron dumbbell and Lin Heng, seemingly rendered speechless. Stunned. This was the collective sentiment of the audience. The display from Lin Heng and the iron dumbbell was utterly astonishing. 3 ordinary tier Pokémon had been utterly decimated. The chaotic 1v3 battle merely provided the shiny iron dumbbell with an opportunity to showcase its devastating move. In that moment, as all eyes were fixated on the unperturbed Lin Heng at the center of the arena, a single term arose in their minds. Overlord. A dominant figure had emerged among novice trainers. Is it over? The audience member who posed the question looked dazed, as if in a stupor. It seemed so. Beside him, His companions stuttered even more, their speech replete with confusion and uncertainty. The other candidates, long eliminated, sat in the VIP seats, their mouths agape in astonishment, utterly devoid of the composure they had previously displayed. The judges were momentarily captivated by Lin Heng's imposing aura, utterly forgetting their duties, failing to announce the results for an extended period. In the audience, Mu Mu's close friend muttered in a daze, "Is this truly just an examination?" She couldn't help but glance towards the gaping hole that traversed the venue, her body involuntarily shivering. That was a steel plate of special material, nearly 10 centimeters thick. Just like that, it was gone. The chief supervisor stared in shock at the hole, his expression twisting into a bitter grimace as he finally said, "Lin Heng did not come here for an examination. He came to dismantle it." Tears welled in his eyes, and his heart ached. How could one comprehend the cost of living until they bore the burden themselves? How much would we owe for this? The Lin family can afford this reckless boy. But who else could? The chief supervisor's mind was racing with complaints. Soon, shaking off the shock, he noticed the judges still standing there in a daze, and he promptly cleared his throat with a heavy cough. The judges jolted back to reality, hastily announcing, "The examination has concluded. Congratulations to candidate Lin Heng for successfully defending the arena and becoming the champion of this year's Jianghua examination." Observing this, the chief supervisor tapped the microphone to add, "Not only is this a first for this year, but Lin Heng is also the first in Jianghua history to achieve a perfect score, breaking historical records. Let us applaud Lin Heng. We hope he will represent Jianghua and achieve remarkable results in the Waterlord Cup." These words finally jolted the stunned audience, and thunderous applause erupted throughout the vast venue, while a deluge of comments cascaded like a waterfall on the screen. The name Lin Heng illuminated the entire display. The fervent discussions among the crowd surged like a landslide, erupting in an instant. The gleaming iron dumbbell stood beside him, unrivaled throughout the arena. Had that last move been the Iron Hoof Beam? It was indeed one of the top 3 Steel-type ultimate moves, albeit with significant side effects that could harm the user. But right now, let us set aside the discussion of whether the iron dumbbell possessed the Iron Hoof Beam. Look at its current state. Does it appear injured? Upon hearing these words, many spectators glanced down, only to discover that the once mighty iron dumbbell was now bouncing around Lin Heng, occasionally nudging its owner's clothing with its spines. Other than appearing slightly fatigued, there were no signs of any adverse effects. The audience member who posed the question sheepishly scratched their head, and after a moment of silence, the rest of the audience tacitly decided to skip the topic. "This is the most exhilarating competition I have ever witnessed. It is hard to believe this was merely a rookie trainer's examination. I can only lament that everyone present pales in comparison to Lin Go." With a playful tone, a destructive blow indeed. The son of the soon-to-be champion is this formidable. What hope do we ordinary trainers have? Our defenses have crumbled, friends. Crying. Both the comments and the audience buzzed with fervor, discussing Lin Heng and analyzing the iron dumbbell's final move. Some even dubbed Lin Heng with the cheeky nickname, the wholesale shiny Pokémon dealer. Given that all 3 Pokémon he sent out were of unique coloration, without exception. Of course, Lin Heng himself remained oblivious to this moniker, and perhaps it was for the best. Otherwise, he might not have been able to smile at all, finding it rather absurd. With a gentle application of the power of Tokiwa, he reassured the iron dumbbell, noting that apart from its stamina, everything else seemed normal, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was then that he turned his attention to the chief supervisor, who appeared to be hesitating, clearly wanting to say something. Chapter 52, Composite Liquid Metal. A gift from parents. Finally, he noticed the chief supervisor, who seemed to have something to express. "Lin Heng, after you collect your trophy, please follow me to the backstage," the chief supervisor said mysteriously. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, his mind beginning to conjecture. Although the examination team ostensibly offered only a single representative reward, it was clear that there was more to it than met the eye. Minutes later, amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Lin Heng raised his trophy high. Observing this scene, Jiang Dong's face quivered with joy, more delighted than if he himself had won an award. Wei Dan's eyes crinkled with laughter, tears shimmering in their depths. Mu Mu, watching from below, felt her beautiful eyes glimmer. As a person of privilege, she had never encountered significant setbacks in her life, even as a trainer, until she met Lin Heng. For the first time, she experienced such a crushing defeat. But concurrently, an unprecedented drive surged within her. She had finally found her goal. Her entire mindset underwent a profound transformation. No longer lost, she now understood the direction in which she must develop. Amidst the clamor and excitement, this year's examination finally came to a close. After securing the championship trophy, Lin Heng followed the chief supervisor to a secluded corner of the venue. The chief supervisor furtively glanced around, ensuring they were out of sight of the cameras, before unlocking a door with a key. Lin Heng, intrigued by his peculiar behavior, entered the room. Once inside, the chief supervisor quickly shut the door and hastened to the only safe in the room. He carefully brought it out. The curtains in the room were drawn tight, and through the dim light, Lin Heng discerned a small jar, neither too large nor too small, capable of holding approximately 500 milliliters of liquid. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he wondered what it contained. It must be a valuable item, otherwise the chief supervisor wouldn't have been so cautious. When he brought it before Lin Heng touched the jar's metallic sheen, his curiosity intensifying. The chief supervisor wasted no time revealing the contents. The moment he twisted the lid, a shimmering liquid metal, akin to mercury, was instantly exposed. Lin Heng, aided by a sliver of light filtering through the gap, observed the metals emitting a blinding brilliance under the sunlight, captivating his gaze. Simultaneously, his insight eye activated. Composite liquid metal, the ultimate steel-type treasure for crafting metal membranes, can be directly applied to a Pokémon's exterior for superior effects, when combined with a massage technique for absorption. The Pokémon's resilience, hardness, and durability will undergo transformations based on its aptitude. Note: using this on steel-type Pokémon also has a chance to promote evolution and level up. What a remarkable treasure! Lin Heng suddenly understood the chief supervisor's behavior. This steel-type treasure was indeed rare. Steel-type Pokémon are not as commonplace as grass, fire, or water types, hence treasures related to them are scarce in secret realms. If the Iron Dumbbell had not undergone specialized enhancement, merely seeking a treasure to improve its physique would be a laborious endeavor, not to mention the risk of coming away empty-handed. Moreover, according to the information provided, this composite liquid metal's effects were evidently far superior to those of ordinary metal membranes. The most widely circulated metallic film currently on the market is produced and independently contracted by the Yen Steel Company, with prices fluctuating between 1 million and 3 million. However, its efficacy is somewhat limited. While it does provide a certain enhancement to steel-type Pokémon, claiming it could be used for evolution or benefit other Pokémon is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Such thoughts are simply impractical. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, quietly observing the head of the department before him. He found it hard to believe that the rewards for the upcoming examination could be so generous. The reward for the examination champion is undoubtedly commendable, but bestowing a novice trainer with a top-tier steel-type treasure seems rather incongruous with common sense. As anticipated, the head of the department sensed the unspoken doubts in Lin Heng's gaze and broke into a hearty smile. "Young Lin, I'm quite familiar with your father. But do not misunderstand. This gift has no connection to him. It is entirely based on your own merit." He continued, "I have always believed in fostering good relationships. For without such connections, my own capabilities may not have sufficed to reach my current position." At this point, the department head chuckled wryly. Yet, Lin Heng understood the implications behind his words. It appeared his suspicions were correct. The champion's reward was indeed not as remarkable as it seemed. This treasure was a personal keepsake of Mr. Zhang, given as a gesture to cultivate goodwill. After all, he was aware that given Lin Heng's background, acquiring such an item, though challenging, was far from impossible. Even such a precious treasure could not serve as a means to threaten or manipulate him in the future. At most, it would merely establish a slight rapport between the two. With this realization, Lin Heng graciously accepted the gift. After all, one should not refuse a present that comes so readily, given his current strength and his father's standing. There was truly no one who could coerce him into actions he did not wish to pursue. Observing Lin Heng's acceptance, the department head sighed in relief. And after exchanging contact information, Lin Heng departed from the venue. Fortunately, most of the audience had already dispersed by this time. With the steel-type treasure he had acquired, he promptly boarded his Gyarados and left. Upon arriving at the Dragonheart Bay Villa area, a melodious roar echoed as Lin Heng directed his Gyarados to descend into his yard. As soon as he landed, he noticed the lights of his home ablaze, indicating that someone was waiting for him. Surprised yet warmed by the gesture, he felt a swell of affection. It was evident why his busy parents had taken the time to await his return. Indeed, as he stepped through the door, he saw his parents seated on the sofa, their eyes fixated on him with an intensity that was almost palpable, particularly his father, whose gaze was imbued with an unprecedented tenderness that made Lin Heng's scalp tingle. "Henger, you have truly brought honor to your father today," Lin Heng exclaimed. His complexion flushed with pride as he beamed at Lin Heng. "My son is simply exceptional. How did you come to be so accomplished?" "Today, while working at the Alliance, Lin Heng had been positively radiant, more so than when he was appointed as the president of the Jianghua branch. He was unable to contain his excitement, launching into a rapid stream of praise. Initially, Lin Heng listened attentively, but soon his attention drifted to a small box that had mysteriously appeared on the coffee table. For the first time, he found his father's chatter a bit excessive. Noticing his son's distraction, Lin's mother nudged him at the waist, urging, "Focus on the matter at hand. Can't you see our son is waiting?" Lin Heng snapped back to attention. Yes. Hunger, look at this. Chapter 53, Another Treasure. The server crashed. Lin Heng held up a wooden box, and Lin's mother turned her gaze expectantly towards their son, eager to see his reaction. Lin Heng smiled knowingly, pleasantly surprised that his parents had prepared a special surprise for his championship victory. Today's gifts were indeed plentiful. Upon opening the wooden box, he discovered a fragmentary rice ball. Leftover rice. It appears to be a rice ball that was nibbled on by some divine beast. Due to the infusion of a trace of law power, it has remained unspoiled for ages, imbued with special effects through the passage of time. Effect. Once fully absorbed by a Pokémon, it can restore a certain amount of stamina continuously. A leftover rice treasure? Lin Heng exclaimed in astonishment. He was taken aback that it had been consumed by a divine beast and contained the essence of law power. Although it may have been nearly depleted, it likely retained a faint trace. The mere effect it possessed was enough to elate Lin Heng. A treasure that could restore stamina at all times would significantly enhance a Pokémon's endurance in battle. While his 3 Pokémon were indeed formidable, their capacity for sustained combat could not necessarily surpass that of their peers of equal level, especially given their tendency for quick victories. However, with this treasure, that issue would be resolved, essentially filling the only gap in their prowess. Seeing his reaction, Lin's parents were evidently pleased, nodding in approval. While expressing admiration for their son's discernment, Lin's mother explained, "This leftover rice treasure was obtained by your father in a B-rank secret realm. However, by the time he acquired it, his Pokémon had already received superior stamina-restoring potions, so he kept this one for you. Now, it's perfect for training your Pokémon." Sensing the love in his parents' gazes, Lin Heng paused for a moment. His mother was clearly downplaying the significance of the leftover rice treasure, which, owing to its non-specific nature regarding Pokémon traits, was exceedingly popular at auctions. Even if what she said were true, that his father already possessed stamina potions, there remained a considerable difference compared to a treasure that could continuously restore stamina. This item was likely something his parents had set aside for him well in advance, and now, seeing the perfect opportunity, they decided to present it to him. Lin Heng didn't wish to engage in unnecessary sentimentality with his parents. Instead, he stored the leftover rice treasure in his backpack and looked at them with bright eyes, saying, "Rest assured, I will maximize its potential and live up to your expectations. In the next Waterlord Cup, I will surely perform even better than today." Hearing this, Lin Heng sprang up in excitement, his hand eagerly patting his son's back. "That's right, my son. I believe you can do it. Your father will always be your support." Lin's mother, realizing her husband had overshadowed her, quickly interjected, "And I am here too. Hunger, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. If you're short on funds, please don't hide it from me." Feeling the depth of his parents' love, Lin Heng experienced an unprecedented sense of pride. Meanwhile, the official video of this examination was simultaneously uploaded by the Jianghua Alliance to the internet. This was a customary process that occurred annually. However, this time, due to server issues, the upload was slightly delayed. Consequently, this inadvertently led to a brewing storm. Although the examination schedules varied across different regions of Yan country, with some held earlier than others, a significant portion took place today. Thus, the trending topics were dominated by the championship scores from various cities. Each city engaged in a competitive spirit, comparing their champion scores as if they were their own. The champion from the imperial capital, Longhua, achieved a staggering score of 89. Is that even true? Indeed, it is true. If you doubt it, you may refer to the official website. This is undoubtedly the highest score achieved in our imperial capital in recent years, a testament to an indisputable genius trainer. Longhua hails from the esteemed Yulong family, and it is evident that he possesses remarkable prowess. The champion of the Magic City, Chu He, is commendable as well. While her score may not surpass that of Longhua, she emerged from the fray in under half an hour, truly a fierce beauty. It seems this year is brimming with talent, with new trainers outshining one another. What you all say pales in comparison. Our champion Jianghua is on an entirely different level. What? You up there, stop spouting nonsense. Jianghua dares to compare itself with our Magic City and imperial capital. Are you not ashamed? The comments from this Jianghua netizen are rather extreme, yet it is understandable given the unprecedented inflation of pride stemming from Lin Heng's performance today. Unintentionally, they have soared too high. Once online, their words became increasingly unrestrained. In previous years, their exam scores have been thoroughly eclipsed by these two leading cities of Yin country, and they have long harbored resentment. Now that they finally have a chance to vent, they do so without reservation. The Jianghua netizens were initially eager to boast, but upon encountering dissent, they were instantly incensed. TCH, a bunch of frogs in a well. The achievements of Long Hua Yi and Chui Yingying would barely secure them second or third place in Jianghua, if they could even attain that. Indeed, there are greater mountains beyond the hills, and greater individuals beyond mere mortals. Beware, for our Lin, the great demon king, will teach you a lesson. Articulate clearly if you have the ability. Do not indulge in this pretentiousness. The netizens from the Magic City and Imperial Capital were equally indignant. Their claims are merely words, while they at least have videos as proof. What do these Jianghua individuals possess? They cannot even articulate a name. Speak your piece. Once our official website uploads the content, you shall see. Do you understand what it means to break national records? Do you comprehend what a perfect score entails? To add to the previous statement, even the recently celebrated Super Energy King, Xingxia, pales in comparison. Goodness. The number of filial sons among Jianghua's champions has truly opened my eyes. A rookie trainer daring to provoke our goddess of justice. Are they out of their minds? I originally had no intention of engaging in your three-city quarrel, but upon witnessing our goddess of justice being compared to a mere fledgling, I could not remain indifferent. Does he deserve such comparison? Indeed, you Jianghua individuals have gone overboard today. Is this not an instance of overstepping bounds? The online battle escalates, particularly involving the recently popular Super Energy King and the National Idol. The conflict among the three cities intensifies. Yet, the Jianghua official website has yet to release the exam footage. This only serves to amplify the doubts. After all, a perfect score and breaking national historical records. Just these 2 points alone are hard to believe. Forget about netizens from other cities. Even those in Jianghua who did not witness the live broadcast are skeptical. The comments have grown increasingly harsh, some escalating to personal attacks. Just as the situation threatened to spiral beyond control, the widely watched Jianghua Alliance official website finally took action. The first perfect score champion from Jianghua has emerged. Witness how he creates history and breaks records. Even the official website's bold proclamation stirred uncertainty within the hearts of the previously vitriolic netizens from the Imperial Capital and Magic City. With a scrutinizing mindset, they eagerly clicked on the video. However, just as they pressed the keys, the screen abruptly went black. Jianghua Alliance's server had crashed. What the heck? Is this a joke? My patience has frayed. Oh no, official, do not fail us. The Jianghua netizens were frantic. This battle was of utmost importance, and their frustration reached a boiling point, questioning how the official website could be so unreliable. Not only did they fail to provide support, but they also added to their woes. At this juncture, a portion of viewers who had recorded videos prior to the live broadcast sensed an opportunity. They boldly began selling clips in the comments. Such audacious maneuvering astonished many netizens. Even more bizarrely, some actually made purchases. In the brief span of server maintenance, they managed to create a wave of opportunity and earn a tidy profit. Of course, the majority opted to wait for the official website. They were not short on time, but rather on funds. 5 minutes later, the Jianghua official website's page began to reload, and after a circular symbol completed its rotation, the video finally resumed. At this moment, even those merely spectating were filled with curiosity. They all yearned to see the man who caused the Jianghua server to crash, eager to discover what extraordinary abilities he possessed. As the footage commenced, a man appeared riding a Gyarados. In just a second, countless netizens were captivated, falling into an involuntary silence. When the Gyarados unleashed its skill, creating a frozen world, the expressions of countless viewers turned blank. Some were so entranced that they dropped their chicken necks onto the floor, especially the netizens from the 3 eastern provinces. As the regions with the highest number of ice-type Pokémon, their environment has indeed nurtured great talent. Thus, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of Gyarados. The rookie trainers from the eastern provinces instantly bowed before its might. What was merely a minute-long display of Gyarados' overwhelming prowess had them utterly enthralled. But this was only the beginning. As the video continued, it rapidly progressed to the chaotic melee, the segment that everyone eagerly anticipated and which garnered the highest attention in every exam video. The deafening roar of Shakira's rendered most opponents speechless. Following this, the entire battle platform collapsed, causing the barrage of comments to explode. even for those merely observing through the lens. The apocalyptic grandeur of the moment sent shivers down their spines. The netizens from the Magic City felt their faces burning. They had been thoroughly beaten. They had previously boasted about their champion Chu He's ferocity in the melee, but in comparison to this great demon king, how could that even be called ferocity? Chu He appeared almost gentle in contrast. She merely defended herself, whereas Lin the great demon king was single-handedly battling against 48 opponents. As the video progress bar crossed the halfway mark, the anticipation of all netizens reached its zenith. What further feats would Lin Heng accomplish? Could he create yet another miracle? Just as this thought flickered in their minds, the scene of Iron Dumbbell effortlessly slicing through Cardadog appeared before them. Immediately following, Iron Dumbbell shattered rock barriers as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, its iron hooves wreaking havoc. All of this served to demonstrate one undeniable fact. Lin Heng indeed had no peak, because every strike he delivered was a manifestation of peak performance. Astonishment. All viewers of the video were rendered speechless by the sheer impact. Even the netizens from the imperial capital, no matter how resistant they were, had to concede that Lin Heng was indeed deserving of his title. Long Hua Yi from the Yulong family was no match for him. His perfect score was not a result of reaching a limit, but rather because the highest score attainable in the exam was a perfect score. The netizens erupted in frenzy, flooding in like a tidal wave, their comments completely submerging the video. From this moment forth, Lin Heng's name was firmly etched into the national consciousness. The phones of Lin's parents buzzed incessantly. Countless friends showered their blessings upon him, and Lin Hongyu's laughter resonated throughout the villa, an unprecedented manifestation of exuberance. Lin's mother occasionally brushed away tears from the corners of her eyes, filled with emotion and pride. Meanwhile, Lin Heng's mind was solely preoccupied with the grand sword. Indeed, he was arranging for Bai Ying to apply a metallic coating to the iron dumbbell, transforming it into a magnificent sword. Bai Ying, the versatile butler, was unparalleled in nurturing spirits and boasted massage techniques that rivaled those of professional spirit grooming establishments. The composite liquid metal, being a treasure of the steel type, was undeniably precious. Even if those massage therapists were unaware of its properties, utilizing it in public would still pose risks. However, the application of the composite liquid metal required specific techniques for absorption, which is why Lin Heng thought of Bai Ying. Having resolved the incident concerning the Chu family, Bai Ying, upon realizing she had been under surveillance and nearly compromised sensitive information, felt immense guilt towards the Lin family. She immediately contemplated resigning and returning triple her salary as compensation. Yet, Lin's mother, recognizing her dedication, declined the offer and insisted she remain. Thus, when faced with Lin Heng's request, Bai Ying was more than willing, practically eager to provide the same treatment for all spirits. Lin Heng readily agreed, as this aligned perfectly with his original intent. The composite liquid metal was not exclusive to steel-type spirits. It could enhance attributes of toughness, hardness, and resilience. After being treated, the likes of Shakira and Gyarados might even yield unexpected surprises. They entered the underground training room, which had been fully renovated and now included a massage room. Lin Heng released 3 spirits. Bai Ying first had the iron dumbbell lie on the massage bed. The iron dumbbell appeared somewhat stiff, gazing at Lin Heng with a look of bewilderment. "Master, what is this for?" it inquired. "Do not worry, just lie back and enjoy," Lin Heng reassured, gently stroking its cool head. The iron dumbbell obediently blinked in response. Observing the spirit's calming demeanor, Bai Ying began to retrieve her specialized massage tools. The first was a psychic sealed measuring tool. Bai Ying took the jar from Lin Heng's hands, gently unscrewed it, and used the measuring tool to extract 5 milliliters of the liquid metal. Remarkably, the liquid metal clung to the tool without a single drop falling. Under Lin Heng's watchful gaze, Bai Ying's cheeks flushed slightly. Taking a deep breath, she meticulously poured the liquid from the tool onto the surface of the iron dumbbell. Despite the small quantity of liquid, under Bai Ying's deft manipulation, it astonishingly spread to cover nearly 30 square centimeters of the iron dumbbell's surface. With each gentle press and clockwise rotation for absorption, the composite liquid metal began to integrate into the iron dumbbell's exterior, penetrating its form. The extraordinary steel attributes surged within the iron dumbbell, becoming animated, though the effects were not yet pronounced due to the limited quantity. Nonetheless, Lin Heng observed that the treated areas had noticeably brightened. "How much longer will this take?" he inquired, noting the meticulous nature of the massage process, realizing that such an undertaking involved numerous steps even at this initial stage. After all, he still had a premium nutrient solution yet to collect. "Based on their size, it may take half a day," Bai Ying replied. her hands never ceasing their work as she raised her gaze to answer Lin Heng, beads of sweat trickling down her lovely cheeks, accompanied by a gentle smile directed at him. Chapter 55. Hatching Countdown. 3 days. All right, then you carry on. I'll return shortly, Lin Heng said, turning to face the Gyarados that had curiously peeked out from behind, occasionally glancing at the iron dumbbell. Gyarados, you are the elder here. Keep a close watch on them. Understood? Roar. What of being older? Is that age discrimination? The ancestral Gyarados grumbled inwardly, though outwardly it nodded obediently, clearly exhibiting a dual nature. Lin Heng was already accustomed to the Gyarados' contradictory demeanor, aware of its tough exterior concealing a tender heart. He gently patted its scales before departing the underground training room. In the hatching chamber, the egg incubator had undergone an upgrade. This time, it was more compact, fitting snugly within a spatial backpack. Yet it could automatically adjust its size based on the hatching spirit. It could encompass anything within 1.5 meters, unless another colossal spirit akin to Shakira came into play. Presently, the incubator housed the mysterious spirit egg Lin Heng had previously placed inside. Through the transparent upper hemisphere, a warm yellow light illuminated the entire egg, yet the nutrient solution that had enveloped it was nowhere to be seen, leaving no trace of its prior existence. Once again, Lin Heng's curiosity was piqued. What manner of spirit was this, appearing as though it was an endless abyss? Nevertheless, he did not lose sight of the matter at hand, collecting the premium nutrient solution. Ding! Would the host like to input the nutrient solution into the incubator? Yes. As the words left his lips, an unseen energy surged forth. The bottom of the incubator instantly filled with a viscous, crystalline liquid that gently yet assertively spread to nourish the entire spirit egg, nurturing its life. Ding! The premium nutrient solution is now effective. The 3-day hatching countdown has commenced. Please prepare, host. 7159. 3 days? Truly, it was remarkable how swiftly the upgraded spirit egg could hatch, even after being dormant for so long. Lin Heng felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated a more extended wait. It seemed that his 4th spirit was on the verge of being born. A smile crept across his lips as he eagerly awaited the event. Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupted his reverie. Upon seeing the principal's name displayed, he paused before answering. Is this Lin Heng? Came the principal's voice, sounding hoarse, as if he had been shouting for hours. After confirming his identity, the principal, brimming with barely contained excitement, exclaimed, Congratulations on becoming the champion of this year's Jianghua examination, leading our school into the Waterlord Cup and representing Jianghua. At the final word, Lin Heng distinctly sensed a quiver in the principal's voice, prompting him to question if he had misheard. Unbeknownst to him, the principal on the other end was already in tears of joy. The live streaming of the examination had lasted for hours, and his exhilaration matched its length. Especially with Lin Heng's every decisive victory, the principal felt as if years of pent-up frustration had finally been released. Not only him. At the moment Lin Heng claimed victory, the entire school's faculty and students erupted in cheers and applause. He was the pride of all at the school. No one knew the immense pressure the principal faced during this examination. The Education Bureau had issued an ultimatum. Only the high school that could represent Jianghua in the Waterlord Cup would receive resource allocations and policy support. Should another school, be it the second affiliated or otherwise, snatch away the championship, the leadership of Jianghua High would undoubtedly change hands. Thus, alongside pride, he felt profound gratitude towards Lin Heng. As a reward for being the examination champion, he was permitted to select a gift from the school's treasury. The principal's tone was exceptionally serious. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng suddenly recalled the recent twist where he had intercepted Guxiangxue. However, due to the collapse of the Mountain Spirit secret realm, the regional preliminaries against other schools had been transformed into a citywide comprehensive examination. The final spots would be determined based on the examination results. He secured the championship, and the first affiliated school also became a beneficiary. Thus, it was only natural for the school to reward him. Viewed in this light, he had gained 3 rewards from a single examination. Quite a worthwhile endeavor. Understood. I will head over shortly. All right, I will await your arrival. The principal was quite accustomed to Lin Heng's calm demeanor. After all, he was the son of the expected champion, accustomed to various situations. However, whether they would grant it was another matter entirely. This was the school's intention. 3 hours later, Lin Heng re-entered the massage room. At that moment, the iron dumbbell was entirely coated in composite liquid metal, eyes closed and humming, clearly in a state of blissful sleep. The Gyarados and Shakira were similarly relaxed. The massage room was not spacious enough, and the 2 Pokémon lay sprawled on the training room floor, contorted into amusing positions, their expressions radiating utter contentment. They seem to be relishing this more than I do, Lin Heng chuckled softly. Upon hearing the noise, Gyarados' eyelids twitched slightly. Sensing Lin Heng's approach, it lazily lowered its eyelids once more. Shala. Shakira's eyes widened in excitement upon seeing Lin Heng, its limbs flailing joyously. After the application of the metal coating, its skin emanated a cold glow, resembling armor. More importantly, the crimson hue on its surface had intensified dramatically. From a distance, it appeared to be engulfed in blood red, resembling a monstrous creature. At first glance, the ancestral Gyarados seemed unchanged. Yet, as it moved slightly, the dark scales brushed against one another, producing a mesmerizing sheen that sparkled under the training room lights, akin to a demon clad in iridescent scales. Lin Heng's eye sparkled, even though the insightful eye appeared unchanged. It was evident to the naked eye that both Gyarados and Shakira had transformed into formidable beasts. In terms of shell hardness, few Pokémon could rival them. As for the iron dumbbell, Lin Heng's gaze swept over it. Bai Ying had already commenced the finishing touches. The level and description of the iron dumbbell had also undergone a transformation. Its level had risen to ordinary 4th tier after the examination, and now it had advanced to ordinary 5th tier, with an additional line in the description. The iron dumbbell has met all nutritional, mineral, and prerequisite conditions for evolution. It awaits the attainment of the required tier to complete its evolution. The iron dumbbell was on the verge of evolution. Although Lin Heng had sensed this possibility upon acquiring the composite liquid metal, the joy remained undiminished when he witnessed it firsthand. Bai Ying, you have worked hard. Lin Heng turned to Bai Ying, whose cheeks were flushed and hair damp with sweat, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Hearing her master's words, she shyly smiled. The first smile she had shown since the incident. The guilt in her heart was finally alleviated. This is what I ought to do. Embarrassed, she tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ears, her entire face flushed with warmth. Chapter 56, Divine Object? The Power of 1/4 of the Law. Bai Ying shyly tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ears, her entire face glowing. She had long harbored feelings for Lin Heng, but since the incident, she dared not indulge in fantasies or desires. Now, being able to genuinely contribute to her master brought her immense satisfaction. Their absorption speed was remarkably swift. Thus the time taken was shorter than anticipated. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Lin Heng was not surprised. The 3 Pokémon were inherently extraordinary, and their absorption rate surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. After collecting the Pokémon, he exchanged a few words with Bai Ying before heading out to Jianghua, first affiliated high school. Before long, Lin Heng arrived at the school gate. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle and caught sight of the banner above the entrance, he was momentarily frozen in place, experiencing an acute sense of social embarrassment. Between 2 stone pillars, a long crimson banner was unfurled, proclaiming, "Congratulations to our Lin Heng for winning the Jianghua Comprehensive Examination Championship." With a resolute heart, Lin Heng stepped through the gates, only to find the campus adorned with countless streamers, as if it had just celebrated a grand festivity. He hastily lowered his head, fearing recognition. At this hour, classes were in session, and the campus was not overly crowded. Nevertheless, he was still recognized by a throng of enthusiastic upperclassmen and underclassmen who excitedly rushed toward him, shoving love letters into his arms. Some were even bolder, attempting to leap into his embrace. "What are you doing? It's class time." Just then, the voice of the disciplinary director resonated from afar, providing Lin Heng with a timely rescue. He sighed in relief, for the first time finding the disciplinary director's presence to be quite amiable. With his assistance, he escaped the encirclement. The two made their way into the administrative building. The disciplinary director, with a smile, ushered him into the principal's office before leisurely whistling as he departed. Understanding that Lin Heng had numerous matters to attend to, the principal did not wish to delay him. "Lin Heng, I shall take you there immediately." With that, he rose from his chair and stepped into the corridor, with Lin Heng trailing behind. Soon, an ordinary storage room came into view. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow at the sight. Was the famed treasure trove of the first affiliated school located here? How casual. He had expected something more secure, perhaps guarded with sentinels and security personnel. Now, it appeared less like a vault of cherished artifacts and more like a storage space for cleaning supplies. The principal, noticing Lin Heng's confusion, chuckled. "This is what we call the most dangerous place is the safest place." Eagerly, Lin Heng followed the principal as he opened the door. To his surprise, it truly was a storage room filled with mops, brooms, and trash bins. Furthermore, an indiscernible odor lingered in the air. "Principal, what is this?" Lin Heng pointed to the unremarkable storage room, suddenly intrigued. "Shoo, we enter from here." The principal, resembling a mischievous old child, waved his hand at Lin Heng and approached the last shelf in the storage room. He then turned to dusty, old jar resting atop it. The next moment, a series of clicks echoed, as if a mechanism had been activated. Suddenly, the back wall of the storage room swung open from the center. Like a door, it revealed a new world. Inside, the opulence dazzled, the radiant lights casting the storage room into deeper shadows. A row of custom cabinets was neatly arranged, housing countless treasures meticulously safeguarded behind glass. Numerous cameras with blinking red dots activated the moment the wall opened, all focused intently on Lin Heng. Lin Heng stood in awe, unable to resist stepping inside to examine each item. Substitute charms, safety talismans, anonymous sprays, Pokémon dolls, stubborn mint, mental feathers, solid mud pills, an array of dazzling items. Additionally, there were various types of attribute gems. However, the items were predominantly of one-time use, which naturally did not catch Lin Heng's interest. This was a treasure trove accumulated over decades, containing donations from renowned alumni, as well as artifacts discovered by us in the secret realms. Each item held great potential, and you must select carefully. The most suitable for you is undoubtedly the best. The principal stroked his beard, imparting his earnest advice. This repository also served as a foundation for our current standing. Otherwise, Jianghua, as the third largest city, would not easily maintain the top position of its foremost high school. Protective gear? Forget it. Smoke bombs? Lacking in intrigue. Bitter fruits? Pass. To Lin Heng, what others deemed precious bore little allure. Initially exhilarated upon entering the treasure vault, he gradually regained composure as he passed row after row of cabinets. The principal, initially brimming with pride, assumed Lin Heng would be overwhelmed by choices. Who would have thought? A full 10 minutes had elapsed, and he had not found a single item of interest. It was clear that his disinterest was not due to an excess of options, but rather a genuine lack of enthusiasm. The principal instinctively lowered his hands, which had been clasped behind his back. At that moment, an inexplicable tension gripped him. It felt as though he were the one being scrutinized. What if Lin Heng truly found nothing appealing? They would be the laughingstock. Imagine the embarrassment if those old-timers learned of it. They would surely mock him mercilessly. Unbeknownst to Lin Heng, the principal was becoming increasingly anxious, his breaths quickening. He half-heartedly used his insight eye to glance at the items. It was not until he reached the penultimate cabinet, wedged between the last two, that he spotted something. His eyes suddenly alight. Spectral Slate Fragment. Spectral Slate, possessing the supreme attribute of the spectral realm, contains a quarter of the power of the laws. And when carried by a spectral spirit, it enhances its aptitude to acquire mysterious talents. What? There's a spectral slate. How fortunate was the one who initially discovered it? Lin Heng's heart raced with astonishment. This was a spectral slate, one of the 18 major attribute slates in the world. It encompassed the power of the laws and wielded supreme attributes. A true divine artifact. Even if it were merely a fragment, possessing a quarter of its energy was undeniably extraordinary. He had struck gold. How could such a treasure be found in their school's vault, left to languish in a crevice? It was an utter waste. My luck is indeed remarkable. Thanks to Su Mu, the fortune of the chosen one is not ordinary. It is of the highest order. Otherwise, he would never have encountered such a divine object. Although none of his 3 spirits currently bore spectral attributes, the spirit egg set to hatch in 3 days had undergone a transformation through the cycle of rebirth. This spirit, even if it had not existed before, would surely manifest now. Meanwhile, the previously anxious principal noticed Lin Heng's prolonged silence and approached him. Following Lin Heng's gaze, he immediately spotted the unremarkable gray-black fragment, coated in dust and unknown debris. He frowned, visibly disdainful. This item has been passed down for years. The seller claimed it was an extraordinary object obtained from an A-grade secret realm. Yet, decades have passed without any remarkable qualities. I suspect the previous principal was deceived. Chapter 57. The Eerie Red Lotus? The Dark Knight's Threat. But decades have passed without any remarkable qualities. I suspect the previous principal was deceived. Lin Heng mused. This is no scam. It is clearly a selfless benefactor. This slate, tied to one of the foundational rules of creation, can only be connected to the legendary Arceus, the alpaca of supreme origin. Even a mere quarter of its essence is sufficient to foster growth. The description clearly states it can enhance both aptitude and talent. Such a divine object that greatly aids spirits is, without a doubt, beyond the reach of even trainers of his father's caliber. Principal. This is the only item that catches my eye. I choose this one. Upon uttering these words, Lin Heng squatted down and, under the bewildered gaze of the principal, retrieved the spectral slate fragment from the crevice. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged from his palm, swiftly enveloping Lin Heng. He involuntarily shivered. As if submerged in an icy spring below freezing, the frigid energy seeping into his bones. Seeing Lin Heng's lips turn pale, the principal suddenly recalled something. With a startled exclamation, he slapped his forehead and hurriedly said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, this stone is peculiar. A mere touch brings an excruciating chill. So it must not be handled directly. This is one reason it was discarded here. A stone of dubious purpose that emanates an eerie coldness is hardly regarded as a treasure by anyone." Lin Heng was startled as well. Coming to his senses, he grit his teeth and retrieved an empty wooden box from his spatial backpack, hastily placing the stone inside. Only after closing the lid did the relentless chill in his mind begin to dissipate. At that moment, Lin Heng's surface temperature had already dropped below 36 degrees. His exposed arms felt terrifyingly cold, as if he had been frozen outside in winter for an hour. The principal, seeing the pallor of Lin Heng's face, felt even more perplexed and earnestly advised. This might just be a piece of secret realm refuse. Aside from inducing a chilling sensation, it serves no other purpose. Lin Heng, perhaps you should reconsider. The principal genuinely wished to reward Lin Heng for the honor and status he had brought to the school. He ought to receive an appropriate reward. No need, principal. Let the other items be reserved for the other students. They need them more than I do. Lin Heng smiled. Yet his grip on the wooden box remained steadfast. Upon hearing this, the principal felt a pang of heartache. What a wonderful child. So young, yet willing to think of others, even at the expense of his own interests. Even he himself could hardly do that. The principal sighed, his gaze toward Lin Heng growing increasingly affectionate. Good boy. In that case, I respect your choice. Now, focus on preparing for the Waterlord Cup. You need not worry about the rest. I will take care of it. The principal patted his chest. Lin Heng felt elated. With the principal's assurance, he no longer needed to attend classes daily or even ask for leave from teachers. His treatment was even superior to that of the formerly nominal Gu Xiangxue. With time at his disposal, he had ample opportunities to train his spirits and venture into more secret realms for experience. Last time, despite the Spirit Mountain being merely an F-grade secret realm, he had reaped rewards far exceeding its classification, including that amber fragment which presumably caused the realm's collapse. These undoubtedly proved that the secrets hidden within these realms far surpassed what Blue Star currently understood. After bidding farewell to the principal, Lin Heng exited the school gates. He had already instructed the driver to leave early, preparing to explore on his own and perhaps check the black market for any newly arrived memory items. The twilight had crept in unbeknownst to him, and the surrounding shops had already closed. Walking along the desolate streets, Lin Heng furrowed his brow. He sensed an unusual scarcity of people today. Commence. A low, gravelly command echoed, and the sound of the supersonic bat abruptly vanished into the ether. In the shadows, Rada and Mutwo prowled stealthily. Under the cloak of night, the one-eyed man and the furtive elder transformed 3 elves into instruments of slaughter. The ground was strewn with corpses. The lifeless bodies of elves and humans alike bore grotesque expressions. Their mouths agape, they appeared desiccated, devoid of any lingering vitality. As if their very souls had been stripped away. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed. The ground was immaculate, exuding the scent of death, yet devoid of any sanguine traces. Only the gaping mouths bore countless lacerations, flesh curling upwards. Scarlet tongues protruded, resembling a bizarre blossoming of red lotuses from afar. Lin Heng stood before the entrance of the black market tunnel, gazing into the inky abyss that seemed capable of devouring life itself, abruptly halting. Something was amiss. His brow furrowed, his tone resolute. In the past, even on weekdays, the black market was ablaze with light. The tunnel entrance was typically illuminated by 2 lamps, guiding customers seeking to transact. Yet now, the lights had extinguished. Not a soul lingered at the tunnel mouth. The wind howled past, lifting Lin Heng's coat as he suddenly turned, his eyes transforming into icy daggers. Someone was approaching. After undergoing the baptism of the power of the evergreens and the energy of the Phoenix King, his senses had heightened beyond the ordinary. He discerned footsteps drawing nearer. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes, spotting a corner by the trash bin at the alley's entrance, and swiftly concealed himself within. His form was perfectly camouflaged. Shortly after his figure vanished, the one-eyed man emerged from the opposite street, followed closely by the furtive elder, who dragged a corpse behind him. The one-eyed man's gaze swept the vicinity with a sinister chill. His voice rasped like sandpaper, harsh and grating. I believe I just heard footsteps. The elder, while listening, thrust a transparent tube into the corpse's carotid artery. blood spurted forth in an instant. The moment the scent of blood wafted through the air, the three visibly agitated elves lunged at the corpse like ravenous wolves, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, they pounced upon the body, feasting with abandon. Not a drop spilled onto the ground, nor was there any wastage. Why not check later? Perhaps you might catch a little mouse to supplement their meal, the elder chuckled nonchalantly. He seemed utterly unconcerned about being observed. Or perhaps he possessed absolute confidence. His words dripped with disdain for life and an air of superiority. While the two were attending to the corpse, a pair of watchful eyes from afar remained fixated on their actions, and above them, Red Lotus Organization member, codename 79. Recent fortune, auspicious. Recent turn of events. Successfully seized a trial slot for a professional trainer in the nebulous secret realm, replacing him to enter, and successfully contaminated several elves with the refined blood of torture, resulting in frequent brutal slaughters and the creation of emotionless killing machines, thus furthering the organization's growth. Chapter 58. My Gyarados takes down a child with one blast. Red Lotus Organization member, codename 114. Recent fortune, slightly auspicious. Recent turn of events. Accompanied member 79 on a mission, successfully transitioned from an intern member of the Red Lotus to a full member after the nebulous secret realm, beginning exposure to the core. Indeed, it was the Red Lotus organization. Although Lin Heng had harbored suspicions upon glimpsing them, the undeniable evidence laid bare before him confirmed their identities. The most nefarious force in the Flame Nation, the Red Lotus organization. It stands as one of the three major dark factions internationally, rivaling the Genesis Church and the Hall of Light in influence, infamously notorious within the Flame Nation. They frequently appear on wanted lists. Beyond profiting from elves, their distinction from poachers lies in their cruelty. Indeed, they do not merely hunt rare elves to eliminate future threats. They often resort to torturous killings of their masters or abduct trainers for inhumane experiments. They refer to such actions as making full use of resources. This was not Lin Heng's first encounter with the Red Lotus. The exclusive energy cube formula he acquired through poachers was a product of their organization. It was still being secretly manufactured in his workshop. Upon reading the elder's information, Lin Heng immediately recalled the rumors. Clearly, the so-called blood essence was one of their latest experimental results. The three elves had evidently been tainted, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. Their eyes had long since lost the spark of elven spirit, replaced by primal instincts and desires. It was as if their souls had been extinguished, leaving only their corporeal forms. In other words, they bore no distinction from the living dead of humanity. Lin Heng could hardly fathom that he had stumbled upon a crime scene orchestrated by the Red Lotus organization. The black market typically acts swiftly. Those who tread the fine line of legality possess keen instincts. They likely deduced something from the recent spike in death tolls and occurrences. Thus, the vicinity of the black market was shrouded in desolation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the atmosphere was one of palpable dread. Beyond this, Lin Heng also noted a mention in the elder's information regarding a trial slot in the nebulous secret realm. The nebulous secret realm is the origin of the premium nutrient solution, a genuine C-grade realm. Only a hair's breadth separates it from B-grade. In fact, aside from F-grade realms, all other grades have 3 levels of their own. Naturally, he could not venture into a C-grade realm at this moment. However, possessing a trial slot changed the equation. It is said that the most precious treasures of the nebulous secret realm remain undiscovered, awaiting trainers to explore. Thus, it is a favored destination for professional trainers. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Lin Heng certainly did not wish to let it slip by. Moreover, the adversaries were equally intent on not letting him escape. He could not hide here for eternity. If that were the case, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Gyarados, it is time for you to stretch your limbs. As if in response to Lin Heng's call, the advanced ball containing Gyarados trembled gently. This stirred the two nearby, igniting their eagerness. Who? The one-eyed man abruptly turned. Roar. In an instant, a surge of brilliance erupted, melding seamlessly with the night as Gyarados' roar reverberated, stunning both the elder and the one-eyed man across the way. Gyarados, already massive in stature, gleamed with a cold light after being coated in liquid metal, its formidable figure evoking the image of a dark monstrosity descending upon the earth. As its roar echoed, countless individuals concealed within the black market trembled, their expressions filled with terror. Aqua Cannon, fire! Lin Heng commanded without a hint of hesitation. The ancestral Gyarados lifted its head, seemingly sensing the scent of blood in the air, its visage contorting into a terrifying snarl. The rage intensified the water energy it had amassed in its maw. A basketball-sized aqua cannon took shape in the blink of an eye. The furtive elder and the one-eyed man only then reacted, their astonishment palpable. For years, they have committed heinous acts, consistently launching surprise attacks on others, yet this time, they have unexpectedly fallen victim to an ambush themselves. One cannot help but find this situation refreshingly novel. However, the sinister old man cannot muster a smile. Were he to sense the weakness of his opponents, he would not hesitate to relish the prospect of another quarry. Yet now, he experiences a disconcerting sensation of having his role reversed. It seems they have become the prey. As the water cannon machine gun was positioned, in that fleeting moment, despite his advanced age and vast combat experience, the old man was the first to evade. The one-eyed man was a fraction too slow. Unbeknownst to them, the water cannon did not target any single individual. In essence, it would spare no one. The phrase "one shot, one child" was not mere rhetoric. The moisture in the air seemed to evaporate instantaneously, coalescing before the fearsome Gyarados. They had scarcely perceived their adversary. Boom, boom, boom. The impeccably structured triangular water cannon energy guns had already been unleashed. Such a colossal torrent of water was compressed to an extraordinarily fine point by overwhelming energy. Razor sharp in its precision, the sound of the air being severed was no less potent than that of cannon fire. Countless streams of water surged forth, with Gyarados' thunderous roar. Its massive form propelled the water cannon machine gun forward, 3 colossal jets of water akin to trains racing side by side. In the blink of an eye, they surged forth with an astonishing, formidable momentum. The closest was the one-eyed man. As he glanced up, an unprecedented sense of peril surged within him. Yet it was far too late. One of the water cannon blasts came crashing towards him. Indeed, it was a crash. The water cannon, having condensed countless streams, was further compressed to a critical threshold by Gyarados' energy. The impact was no less formidable than that of a massive boulder. How could an ordinary mortal withstand such force? The one-eyed man had not even the time to utter a cry for help, nor to speak to the old man. Before he was struck down, his skull shattered. His face unrecognizable. Blood, both red and white, pooled around him. His body was deeply embedded in the ground, creating numerous fissures in the earth surrounding his lifeless form. The scene was horrifically bloody. He was instantly obliterated. The old man had not anticipated that what once seemed like the most mundane of water cannons could be so terrifying. He barely had time to contemplate, for the 3 water cannon blasts were fired in unison. Cold sweat drenched him as he acted with unparalleled speed, collapsing to the ground. The water cannon blasts swept past, the sharp, high-pressure water slicing across his body, leaving trails of blood as he was pressed downward inch by inch. The excruciating pain enveloped him, yet he dared not utter a sound. His survival depended on his companions providing cover, granting him a brief moment of respite. But moving again would leave him without any safety net. As he evaded, 3 bloodthirsty sprites emerged from behind him, unafraid, their excitement heightened by the scent of blood. Meanwhile, the 3rd water cannon blast descended. The 3 sprites charged forward, their actions tantamount to seeking their demise. The power of the 2 water cannon blasts was unimaginable. Like 2 meteorites carrying immense force, they were unstoppable, the nature of water allowing them to penetrate any defense. Before one could even consider dodging, merely approaching would subject one to the painful gusts of wind. Boom, boom. The water cannon blasts disregarded the distinction between flying and grounded sprites. After all, they were all within the range of the primal Gyarados. Following 2 resounding detonations that echoed throughout the land, the Noibat was flattened against the ground, its body resembling that of something run over by a truck, utterly shattered. Rattata and Marill let out their cries, only to be ruthlessly struck by the violent water cannon blasts, their bones instantly fracturing. The immense water pressure left them utterly powerless to resist. Their bones pierced through their flesh. They were then mercilessly battered by the water pressure, bloodied and torn. The blood mixed with the deluge of water, diluting the crimson hue significantly. The sinister old man stared in horror at the unfolding chaos. Even now, he could not comprehend the events that transpired in such a brief span of time. What could possess such terrifying power? He had always been meticulous, despite his malevolent deeds. He never provoked those he could not handle. Otherwise, he would not have survived in an organization like the Red Lotus, known for its brutality. But what kind of monster had he inadvertently stirred? Covered in a mixture of blood and water, the old man's face was a mask of terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably as suspicious yellow liquid mingled with the water beneath him. Much of his body was submerged. Yet, to his astonishment, it was far from over. Freeze and dry. That previously ignored voice echoed once more, yet to the old man, it resonated like the summons of a demon. His pupils constricted suddenly as he looked up. In the next instant, He found himself locking gazes with a pair of icy, penetrating eyes. The indifference in those eyes sent a chill through him. In that instant of connection, his thoughts of surrender evaporated, leaving only two words in his mind: game over. His fate would be no better than that of Subject 114. The sinister old man abruptly grasped this reality. In the next moment, he was met with a barrage of icy crystals descending upon him, the water around him turning frigid as frost began to spread the moment the ice touched the surface. Creeping inch by inch over his body, he even momentarily forgot that he could move. Terrified, he crawled desperately, attempting to flee. Yet, the entire street was engulfed by Gyarados' water cannon blasts, leaving him nowhere to escape. The chill grew sharper. The old man's limbs became rigid with frost, while the ice pursued him relentlessly from behind. This scene unfolded like a harrowing spectacle. The sole spectator was Lin Heng, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, as he controlled the frosty tendrils, teasingly fluctuating their intensity, mirroring the whims of Gyarados as it roared overhead. Together, they toyed with their adversary. Just as the old man seemed on the verge of escaping the flooded area, a flicker of hope graced his face, only for Lin Heng to deliver the final decree. Gyarados, stop playing. At those words, the obsidian scales of Gyarados shimmered, as though imbued with liquid metal, gleaming even in the shadowy night. Just as the frost and chill were about to engulf the old man in his last moment above the water's surface, a tidal wave of cold surged forth. Where it passed, ice formed, halting all water, solidifying into a frozen expanse. The old man was trapped within a block of ice. His right foot was suspended in midair. Among the three bloodthirsty sprites, the Zubat had already succumbed to its fate, while the remaining two were barely clinging to life, their breaths shallow and labored. It seemed that Marshadao had caught a whiff of the lingering scent of blood trapped within the icy confines. Its only remaining head stirred slightly, surprisingly extending its tongue to begin licking the ice. This scene only served to solidify Lin Heng's resolve to eradicate them. He could not allow the sprites to be reduced to such a state. They were no longer beings of thought, but rather mindless monstrosities. Iron Dumbbell. It's your turn, leave none behind, Lin Heng declared, turning his gaze. With a hum, the exquisite golden form of Iron Dumbbell trembled, radiating an enchanting aura under the moonlight. With a swift whoosh, it shot forth, its biological metallic claws transforming into razor-sharp scythes after absorbing the liquid metal. Lin Heng observed as Iron Dumbbell, without even making contact with the nearby shop's shelves, left behind a sinuous scar that pierced deeply into the iron framework, a testament to its path. Then came a resounding crash. The shop's shelves splintered and collapsed onto the ground, disassembling entirely. Several central pieces closest to the impact shattered into fragments. The iron framework reduced to debris. With a swift motion, Iron Dumbbell's curved claws plunged in, executing the sprite and its master seamlessly, leaving no trace of flesh behind. In the blink of an eye, life had fled from them. The sneaky old man remained oblivious to the fact that in what felt like an eternity, only a minute had passed. With a hum, Iron Dumbbell returned immediately to Lin Heng's side, its large eye wide open in a display of innocence. The ancient Gyarados, with its superior vision, surveyed the scene, its expression reflecting mild annoyance as it huffed. Humph, really vying for attention. If it weren't for your small stature, I would have dealt with you already. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Heng instinctively lifted his gaze, catching sight of Gyarados' sulky demeanor, which made him chuckle. Gyarados, you did splendidly. One blast for each little sprite. Let us keep up the momentum. Initially, Gyarados had appeared fierce, consumed by its anger, but upon hearing Lin Heng's praise, it perked up instantly, proudly lifting its head and surveying the entire street as if it owned the place. Meanwhile, Shakiras, having not received Lin Heng's commands, stood forlornly to the side, too timid to act. Its massive form and expression were starkly at odds. Lin Heng, unbothered, approached the old man's corpse, instructing Iron Dumbbell to slice through the outer ice layer. After some searching, he finally unearthed the trial chip for the nebulous secret realm. As long as it was inserted into the wristwatch, entry would be granted. All right, Shakiras, no need to wear that long face anymore. It's your turn to stomp now. Remember, don't use too much force. After scouring the bags of the one-eyed man and the sneaky old man, he found only a few telekinetic memory units, with nothing else of value. Lin Heng then commanded Shakiras to spring into action. He was a one-stop service, slaughtering and burying the dead in one fell swoop. Chapter 60, Blood Condensation Particles, Bloodthirsty Superabsorption. Shakira's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Heng's command. Finally, it's my turn. Having only been a spectator while Gyarados displayed its prowess, it was now eager to participate. Shakira's crimson eyes narrowed with excitement. In the next instant, it leapt into the air, controlling its height so as not to be overly exaggerated like during its use of the earthquake ability. As its spikes struck the ground, a crack resounded. The area where the 3 bloodthirsty sprites and 2 corpses lay erupted, the stones of the pavement being uprooted in a massive upheaval, the ground quaking incessantly. Countless individuals concealed within the black market were left bewildered, shrieking and trembling in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Yet, the idea of venturing outside was utterly out of the question. After all, life was paramount. The localized collapse did not extend to the entire street. Shakira's had now mastered its skills, whether by design or happenstance, resulting in exactly 5 holes being formed. With a resounding crash, it was as though 5 graves had risen from the earth, burying the events of the night right then and there. Well done, Shakira's, Lin Heng praised, giving its spines an approving pat. However, when Shakira's attempted to nuzzle against him, he swiftly dodged in trepidation. Its defensive capabilities were already formidable, and now with the composite metallic coating, even a mere touch could leave a mark. He had no desire to be accidentally injured. Realizing the situation, Shakira's froze momentarily, retracting its extended head. Its usual goofy demeanor had diminished, leaving it looking quite pitiful. Lin Heng's heart softened. Shakira's now resembled a child in dire need of comfort. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him. A gentle green glow emanated from his right hand, enveloping his entire arm, prompting the previously withdrawn Shakira's to lift its head. With the energy surrounding him, Lin Heng found that he could touch Shakira's without any issue this time. Aside from the peculiar metallic clinking sound, everything felt harmonious. Shakira's began to hum contentedly. All traces of its earlier discontent vanished, returning to its usual cheerful self. It was reminiscent of Lin Heng's previous experiences of petting cats in his past life. Humph! Gyarados interrupted their affectionate exchange, letting out a puff of air through its nostrils. Upon noticing Lin Heng's gaze, it gestured toward the holes where the 3 bloodthirsty sprites lay, indicating that something might be present. Though not young, it certainly displayed a penchant for jealousy. Lin Heng couldn't help but chuckle at its sulky demeanor as he followed its direction. He had no doubts about Gyarados' instincts, as it was the most experienced among the 3 sprites. Its intuition had never led him astray. Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Gyarados initially paused, but once it comprehended the situation, its ancient dragon face turned a deep shade of red. Fortunately, its dark coloration concealed any signs of embarrassment. Gyarados curled up in a huff, circling in the air repeatedly. From a distance, one might mistake it for a swirling incense coil. Meanwhile, Lin Heng arrived at the side of the 3 bloodthirsty sprites' remains, the ice having melted considerably. The tremors caused by Shakira's had dislodged something from their shattered bodies, a blood-colored shard, no larger than a fingernail. The Zubat, having sustained the worst damage, had its crystalline fragment fall aside. Nuzleaf still retained half of its blood-colored shard within its head, while Marshadao had faintly revealed a crimson tip. As Lin Heng's insight eye swept over the scene, the information regarding the blood-colored shards was laid bare before him. The blood-clotting particles, created through countless fusion experiments involving elves and humans, with a success rate of less than 1. These particles contain diverse energies that will cause the elves to completely lose their sanity, leaving only a thirst for blood, albeit with significantly enhanced power. Lin Heng furrowed his brow, realizing that this was the root cause of the 3 elves' transformation. He carefully picked them up one by one. However, there remained a lingering trace of the power of eternity on his right hand, which had previously touched Shakira. Just as he grasped the final shard, a miraculous scene unfolded before him. The 3 blood-clotting particles began to merge right before his eyes. Lin Heng glanced at his palm in astonishment and immediately strengthened the power of eternity. As the green glow dissipated, he was left sweating profusely. In his hand, the 3 crimson shards had coalesced into a spherical crystal. It emitted an eerie red light under the moon's glow. Blood-clotting crystal, absorbable through the neutralization of the power of eternity, the bloodthirsty desire within the blood-clotting crystal has been largely mitigated. After merging with the elves, it allows them to absorb blood to restore their strength and enhance themselves. Incredible, it can work like this? Lin Heng suddenly felt that the fatigue in his body was entirely worth it. The unneutralized blood-clotting particles posed an irreversible, fundamental harm to the elves, transforming them into mindless monsters solely driven by a need for blood, akin to living corpses. But now, the blood-clotting crystals seemed to have undergone tenfold optimization, enabling the consumption of blood to gain strength. This was truly a lethal weapon. Of course, The most significant distinction between the blood-clotting crystal and the blood-clotting particles was its controllability. As long as he wished, he would not inadvertently drain an elf dry. "You three, come here." Lin Heng contemplated and beckoned the three elves closer. After absorbing the blood-clotting crystal, they would acquire a bloodthirsty super-absorption skill, which required comprehensive consideration of the three elves' various aspects. Volition and coercion would indeed affect the application of the skill. As soon as Gyarados approached, the pungent scent of blood made it turn away, clearly repulsed. Shakira's eyes were fixated on Lin Heng's backpack, licking its lips, evidently hungry again. It seemed disinterested in the blood-clotting crystal in its grasp. Only iron dumbbell darted around the blood-clotting crystal, swirling with such speed that it left Lin Heng momentarily dizzy. "Then it shall be you," Lin Heng declared, tossing the blood-clotting crystal onto iron dumbbell's curved blade. With a soft pop, as the crystal shattered, a rich, almost black liquid resembling blood began to flow into the blade, slowly merging within. Lin Heng had initially intended for iron dumbbell to utilize it, for the biological metallic claws and the blood-clotting crystal's properties seemed inherently compatible, destined to be together. Just imagining the blades splitting to resonate within its prey while siphoning vast amounts of blood was exhilarating. Iron dumbbell would simultaneously enhance itself while attacking, creating an outrageously formidable combat style. He could hardly contain his anticipation, especially when iron dumbbell evolved into a metal beast. The damage from its two arm blades would exceed the current output by at least double. The blood-clotting crystal was tailor-made for it. Chapter 61. Do rich people fear death? The girl's assault, especially when iron dumbbell evolved into a metal beast. The damage from its two arm blades would exceed the current output by at least double. The blood-clotting crystal was tailor-made for it. As the crystal completely vanished, iron dumbbell's blade was enveloped in a layer of red light, sharp yet imbued with an alluring quality that tempted living beings to willingly offer their lives. It seemed that the Red Lotus organization indeed possessed some merit. While tossing the chip in his hand, Lin Heng stepped into the entrance of the black market tunnel. Since the danger had already been resolved, he might as well explore. Within the black market, countless trainers and merchants cowered in terror, either crouching or lying flat on the ground. Hearing the prolonged silence outside, one person tentatively spoke. "Is it over?" The individual beside him trembled, his eyes brimming with despair. "It's too rampant. When will this nightmare end?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. There might be their people lurking nearby." The crowd sighed in unison, especially the merchants, who felt utterly victimized by this unforeseen disaster. The blind box shop owner hid stealthily behind the store door. Suddenly, he spotted a figure strolling leisurely towards him, their demeanor starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere within the black market, as if they had wandered into another world. TSK. What a foolishly bold individual. Ignorance is bliss, he mused. Just as he was about to turn away, the figure drew nearer. He soon recognized the faceless mask adorning the stranger's face. "It's you." In a surge of excitement, the blind box shop owner leaped up, hastily rushing towards Lin Heng. Upon reaching him, he abruptly halted, grabbing him and hurriedly retreating back into the shop. The shop owner was astonished, sweat trickling down his brow, his heart racing. In such dire circumstances, this esteemed customer remained so nonchalant. Do wealthy individuals truly fear nothing? It was indeed him. The shop owner would not have dared to act with such audacity if it were anyone else. Once they returned to the shop, the blind box owner finally exhaled a breath of relief. "My ancestor, you ought to have given me a heads up before coming. The black market is rather unstable lately. I nearly had a heart attack." He patted his chest, his face pale, clearly still shaken. Lin Heng feigned ignorance. "What happened? Isn't it just that Red Lotus?" He paused meaningfully, casting a series of significant glances at Lin Heng. "Oh." The blind box owner widened his eyes in disbelief at Lin Heng's dismissive response. "Oh?" He never expected that upon hearing the name of the most terrifying organization in Yin country, Lin Heng would respond with a mere "oh." Is this a normal reaction? Shouldn't he be aghast and trembling in fear? His esteemed customer merely responded with an "oh." It seemed this individual truly possessed a distinct way of thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept his blind box inventory clean. Realizing this, the shop owner felt that everything this esteemed customer did was entirely justified. Wealthy individuals are indeed the lords. They are the ancestors. He must cater to this ancestor's every whim. "Do you have any new stock?" "Oh, how fortuitous. Just 2 sets arrived. I've already packed them in advance, waiting for your personal collection." The shop owner beamed, his eager demeanor showcasing the finest qualities of a service provider. "All right, bring them forth." Lin Heng was quite satisfied. When he received the payment notification, the shop owner's smile widened even further, his previous fears forgotten, until Lin Heng departed. he still slightly bowed to send him off, his eyes filled with reluctance. The next day, news of the deaths of 2 Red Lotus organization members was swiftly managed internally by the Alliance, without any public announcement. Lin Heng only learned of it due to his father's warning to be cautious lately. Thus, when he expressed his intention to venture alone into the nebulous secret realm, Lin Hongyu and Lin Shuyi exchanged troubled glances. Bai Ying, who stood nearby, instinctively bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The Lin family has always embraced a democratic approach, never imposing their will upon their children. They have consistently allowed Lin Heng to chart his own course. However, given the perilous circumstances surrounding this decision, both Lin's father and mother harbored reservations. Yet, they understood their son well. Once he resolved on a course of action, not even 8 horses could pull him back. Reluctantly, Lin's father nodded in agreement. Lin's mother sighed quietly, then joined Bai Ying in preparing Lin Heng's backpack for the journey to the nebulous secret realm. This was a sea-level secret realm, where even professional trainers could not guarantee their safe return, and he was their son. Lin Heng was aware of his parents' concerns, but he believed that crisis and opportunity often coexist. Such realms typically offer the best opportunities for personal growth. Moreover, even if he did not secure a place in the nebulous secret realm, he intended to venture out regardless. He had not forgotten the fateful information he once gleaned from Mu Mu. The impending beast tide, the desperate battles, the shards of the psychic orb hidden within the cave. Only 2 days remained until the deadline. The threat posed by the beast tide was no less significant than that of the secret realm. If he could train his Pokémon in advance, he would be better prepared for the nebulous secret realm. Besides, he was unwilling to forego the rewards from the psychic orb shards. Though the nebulous secret realm was not located in Magic City, they would board the same train to reach it, passing through the essential stop in Kunshan. At Jianghua Hotel, Mu Mu was packing her belongings, her spirits notably low. Having secured the runner-up position in the Jianghua examination, her school and father had not expressed discontent, but she felt she had disappointed their expectations. Sighing, she thought it might have been better not to return. Pouting, she recalled watching the examination videos from Magic City. Although there was a noteworthy contender in Cui Yingying, her abilities paled in comparison to Lin Heng, the formidable Demon King. She had initially returned with the intention of claiming victory, but who could have predicted the emergence of such a prodigy in Jianghua? Mu Mu's thoughts drifted far and wide, and at some point, her cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone jolted her back to reality. She lazily picked up her phone from the bed and froze for 3 seconds upon seeing the name displayed. Could it be that I have been thinking about him too much? Am I hallucinating? With disbelief, Mu Mu pressed the answer button. Mu Mu? The familiar voice echoed through the video call, causing her ears to turn crimson. Yes, it's me. Although her heart was tumultuous, her voice remained remarkably calm, betraying no hint of her inner turmoil. I want to travel with you in 2 days. Which train are you taking? Lin Heng got straight to the point, knowing he needed to synchronize with Mu Mu to ensure they would not miss this opportunity. Little did he know the impact his words had on her heart. Mu Mu's mind went blank in an instant. Chapter 62, Train 1103, All Passengers in Peril? Her face flushed from head to toe. She could hardly comprehend Lin Heng's words and instinctively responded with the train number in a stammering fashion. Bye. After hastily ending the call, she covered her face in embarrassment, flopping onto her soft bed, her sleepwear causing her eyes to squint with joy. Her fair, lustrous legs peeked out as she playfully kicked them, rolling about for a while. It took her 5 minutes to calm down. She sat up, still covering her flushed face, her short hair tousled from her antics, adding an endearing charm to her appearance. Holding her face in her hands, her eyes sparkled with stars. Does Lin Heng have feelings for me too? The thought was overwhelming, and she dared not dwell on it too long, feeling utterly shy, retreating back under the covers. 2 days swiftly passed. Soon, Lin Heng, with an augmented backpack and the newly upgraded spatial pack, arrived at Jianghua South Station, amidst the worried gazes of Bai Ying and his parents. Mu Mu had been waiting in the waiting area, continuously glancing toward the entrance, when she spotted the tall figure approaching with a calm demeanor. Distinguishing him from the other passengers, her heart raced. Nervously, she waved her hand. As Lin Heng came closer, Mu Mu averted her gaze, feeling breathless. Just then, a whistle sounded, announcing that ticket checks were about to commence. Mu Mu quickly stood up and said hurriedly, "Let's go," and moved toward the ticketing area. Lin Heng, unsure of what was happening, followed suit to have his ticket checked. The trains of the Yen Nation were markedly different from those of his previous life. The most significant distinction lay in their defensive capabilities. The train was heavily armored, with soldiers stationed in every carriage. This was to prevent attacks from wild Pokémon. However, For the present generation, wild Pokémon assaults on trains felt like tales from a bygone era, far too distant. Even the guarding soldiers appeared lethargic, bearing a demeanor of indifference. As the train began to depart, Lin Heng took his seat and surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing tightly. His expression darkened abruptly, for he had glimpsed the fateful information of all the passengers present. Name: Chung Feihong. Recent fortune: great misfortune. Recent turning point: while aboard train 1103, en route to Magic City, encounters a beast tide and tragically perishes beneath the train. Name: Hao Bu. Recent fortune: great misfortune. Recent turning point: while aboard train 1103, en route to Zhoushan, encounters a beast tide and is tragically struck and killed by an armored rhinoceros. Name: Li Chu. Recent fortune: great misfortune. Recent turning point: 1 hour later, while protecting the third carriage of train 1103, engages in a fatal battle with a circle bear and perishes from blood loss after the last circle bear is defeated. The last name struck him with dread. It was the soldier assigned to protect their carriage. Clad in camouflage, he leaned lazily against the carriage door, eyes closed in feigned slumber, entirely unaware of the impending doom. Lin Heng's heart grew heavier than it had ever been. Although he had anticipated the beast tide, he had not expected the train to be attacked, and the casualties were staggering. In the entire train, aside from Mu Mu, not a single soul in their third carriage would survive. At least she had a chance to escape. The others had no opportunity at all perishing. Beep. Detected: the host has found the fateful information of over 100 individuals facing great misfortune. Prompt: if the host can reverse this crisis, they will receive a reward for altering fate. Mu Mu had relaxed significantly after sitting down, gathering her courage to speak to Lin Heng. But upon sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from him, she was at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, she cautiously asked, "Is something wrong?" Lin Heng's lips tightened, and he did not respond immediately. The moment he saw the system's prompt, his conviction solidified. Plans raced through his mind, each one quickly dismissed, as thoughts whirled chaotically. Ultimately, only one feasible option remained. With an hour remaining before the beast tide struck, reversing the fates of so many individuals was akin to reaching for the heavens. However, as long as success is achieved, the rewards will undoubtedly be immense. This is the destiny of an entire train crew. In the past, merely altering the fate of Jiang Dong or his father had already yielded considerable rewards. Now, with so many at stake, one can only imagine the potential. For this reason, he is willing to take risks. Moreover, relying solely on himself, although he possesses ample confidence in escaping the oncoming beast tide, he cannot afford to neglect the training of the elves. It is only through the crucible of battle that true growth can be attained. By uniting all forces, he will have the opportunity to showcase his abilities, rather than merely engaging in isolated skirmishes with a few elves on the fringes of the beast tide. I have received satellite information indicating that a substantial number of wild elves are approaching the train. We are likely to encounter an onslaught of beasts. Upon hearing this, Mu Mu's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. She harbored no doubts regarding Lin Heng's credibility. After all, despite their brief acquaintance, she understood that Lin Heng would never jest about such grave matters. What should we do? Mu Mu, having just reached adulthood, was understandably flustered by this turn of events. In her panic, she instinctively leaned against Lin Heng for support. Shortly, we shall reveal our identities to the soldiers guarding the compartment. Lin Heng had no intention of concealing the truth, yet he would not foolishly alert everyone outright. Before the beast tide arrives, panic among the personnel could ensue. Who knows what unexpected incidents might occur? Conversely, the soldiers on guard, being the frontline defense against the beast tide, could maximize their effectiveness with prior preparation. As for revealing their identities, it would serve to enhance their credibility. With a son of a prospective champion and a daughter of a king, their words carry substantial weight. He would not hesitate to wield his influence when necessary. He understood what was paramount. Mu Mu nodded in a daze, desperately trying to compose herself, though tears had already begun to cascade down her cheeks. Lin Heng's first priority was to find Li Chu. "Hello, I wish to speak with the train conductor." Li Chu, half awake and still somewhat drowsy, waved dismissively at the young boy before him, intending to send him away with impatience. "Child, you should return. I am the champion of this year's Jianghua competition, and I am also the son of Lin Heng. The first part of his statement caused Li Chu to straighten up, his demeanor shifting to one of greater seriousness. However, upon hearing the latter half, Li Chu wasted no time and promptly escorted Lin Heng to the compartment of the train conductor. Yet, he still harbored some doubts about what this young master intended to discuss. Lin Heng successfully met with the train conductor. His opening line was, "We are about to face a beast tide." The conductor's impulse to curse was stifled upon hearing Li Chu's introduction of Lin Heng's son, forcing him to swallow his words. Veins bulged on his forehead. Chapter 63, Savage Assault, A Struggle Against Death. Veins bulged on his forehead. Even knowing that he stood before the son of a prospective champion, the conductor's tone remained far from cordial. "Young master, you must choose your words carefully. Such matters are not to be trifled with, as they involve the lives of an entire train crew." The conductor's expression darkened. Even in the presence of Lin Heng's son, he could not afford to speak carelessly. Could one joke about a beast tide? Did he not understand that his position was one that most abhorred such discussions? This was on a railway. Even Li Chu stood by, regretting bringing the boy along, contemplating what folly he had just uttered. Lin Heng had long anticipated their disbelief. He simply reiterated what he had spoken to Mu. Mu also stated her identity, causing the conductor's expression to shift to one of seriousness. Although still somewhat skeptical, verifying their claims would not be difficult. The identities of these two, even if they were jesting, warranted due diligence. One could not simply brush it aside. He sighed, reluctantly dialing an old friend's number. 5 minutes later, upon viewing the satellite imagery, the conductor stood frozen in place, his eyes widening in shock. The images were not clear, but it was unmistakably evident that a massive swarm of unknown entities was rapidly approaching the train. According to calculations, it would arrive in precisely 1 hour. The conductor's demeanor shifted to one of profound gravity. The previous casualness evaporated. His gaze towards Lin Heng transformed, filled with respect. "Thank you for the warning. I will ensure the soldiers are adequately prepared. We shall do our utmost." The conductor swiftly mobilized, contacting the soldiers in each compartment and commanding officer assigned to protect the 1103 train. Upon hearing the conductor's announcement, the officer and all soldiers fell into a heavy silence. Beast tide. These two simple words carried an aura of terror. Wild elves differ vastly from those nurtured in breeding facilities, exhibiting drastically divergent temperaments. Their propensity for destruction is formidable. A moment's lapse could easily lead to conflict with humans. Each year, countless trainers, including those in secret realms, fall victim to wild elf assaults. Furthermore, judging by the satellite imagery, the scale appeared significant, at least a medium-sized beast tide. Therefore, we must brace ourselves with the resolve of certain death as we confront this beast tide. An oppressive atmosphere began to permeate the environment. The soldiers remained speechless, their hearts weighed down as if crushed by a massive boulder. The officer clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "So what if it's just a beast tide? Damn it, let's fight." Having experienced many battles, he understood that fear at such a moment would hinder their collective efforts. Morale was crucial. If they were already petrified at the mere mention of a beast tide, how could they hope to enter the battlefield? They might as well find a rope and hang themselves. The officer is right. They are merely beasts. Let us go for it. Li Chu, true to his valiant nature, was the first to respond. The other soldiers echoed his sentiments, shouting in unison. Not only was this a means to rally morale, but it also served as a release for the tension following the news. Just then, one of the attendants beside the conductor suddenly gasped in horror, her face pale as she trembled, pointing at the conductor's phone screen as if she had seen the grim Reaper himself. "See, conductor, the satellite signal has vanished." Like a thunderclap, this revelation shattered the briefly uplifted spirits of the soldiers, extinguishing their fervor in an instant. The conductor, flustered, stammered in disbelief. "How? Is that possible? There was still an hour." No one spoke. No one could answer the conductor at that moment, for their own fear mirrored his own. The atmosphere in the compartment became terrifyingly silent. After several agonizing seconds, a quavering voice broke the stillness. "Can we not abandon the train and flee?" It was as if a reminder sparked a glimmer of hope in a few eyes, and they hastily chimed in. "Exactly. Conductor, didn't you say we had an hour? We can still make it if we leave now." The three grew increasingly animated in their discussion. "Fools." Bang. A resounding crash of shattered porcelain echoed. Lin Heng looked up to see the previously composed conductor seething with rage as he hurled a teacup to the ground at the feet of the three, shards scattering everywhere. The first to speak was left wide-eyed in shock, rendered speechless. "How many years have you been in the military? Do you not understand what the term beast tide signifies? You are venturing forth now, akin to courting death. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Those who perished before shared the same delusion. Once the beast tide commences, it will not cease merely because one attempts to flee. The wild spirits will not relent until they have claimed a target. Run? Where could you possibly go? No matter how swift you are, can you outpace a train? The train is destined for destruction, and what are you in comparison? With a resounding thud, a blow struck those still entertaining thoughts of escape, jolting them back to reality. In truth, they did not genuinely wish to flee. It was merely an instinctive response of human nature to evade danger. Yet, they have forgotten that if the beast tide could truly be outrun, it would not be dubbed a terror on par with natural disasters akin to a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. Perhaps a few might escape, but the likelihood is less than 1%. Are you certain you are among the fortunate few? The three individuals slumped, their spirits crushed. The squad leader approached, delivering a sharp kick to each of their backsides, rousing them from their stupor. Lin Heng and Mu Mu, who were listening from behind, felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to disclose everything. In the face of the beast tide, no one can emerge unscathed. Even if you possess flying spirits, what of the wild spirits that also take to the air? Except for that warning from the cliff sword. Suddenly, an unpleasantly shrill screech of brakes pierced the air. The carriage lurched violently forward. Due to inertia, Mu Mu toppled directly into Lin Heng's embrace. He instinctively caught her, feeling a soft warmth, yet his heart held no hint of romantic inclination. Lin Heng gazed out the window, a glimmer of foreboding flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. "They're here." The train conductor momentarily panicked before forcibly regaining composure. Moments later, a panting attendant rushed over, collapsing to his knees before the conductor. "The tracks ahead have been maliciously destroyed," he gasped. No wonder the train halted. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes. "These spirits are more cunning than I anticipated. They have severed our escape route." It is no wonder that the 11:03 train's information indicates that nearly all passengers have met with disaster. The conductor trembled at this revelation, but the first thing he did was scramble to the intercom. "Passengers in all carriages, do not panic. We are facing an assault from wild spirits, and we must unite as one. Trainers of novice rank and above, please gather in the 5th carriage. We implore you, trainers, lend us your aid." The conductor's final words were almost a plea. This beast tide surged forth with a ferocity beyond expectation. Relying solely on a handful of soldiers would be a perilous endeavor. Every additional person would bolster their strength. They were fighting for their very lives. Chapter 64. The Vanguard digging team breaks through the encirclement. As the announcement echoed, chaos erupted within the carriage. The train had come to an abrupt stop, and the passengers, already fraught with panic, were now utterly beside themselves upon learning of the beast tide. Screams, fear, shoving, and brawls erupted instantaneously. Few among the crowd remained composed. The beast tide was synonymous with death in the ears of the people. No one wished to perish. Thankfully, thanks to Lin Heng's forewarning, the soldiers had received the news in advance. The conductor ordered them to swiftly organize the crowd to disembark and confront the threat head-on. At least in an open area, they would not merely be on the defensive, but could launch an initial attack. Had it not been for Lin Heng's timely information, even upon witnessing the broken tracks, they would have only reassured the passengers to remain calm and allowed designated personnel to handle the situation. They would not have considered that it was the beast tide responsible. After all, this railway had not faced an attack in nearly 20 years. Reflecting on this, the conductor was covered in goosebumps, overwhelmed with dread. In that moment, an unprecedented wave of gratitude towards Lin Heng surged within him. Regardless of the outcome, this young man had bestowed upon them the gift of salvation. Had they been entirely trapped within the carriage, the only outcome would have been death. Panic spread like wildfire. Li Chu arrived swiftly at the 3rd carriage, where the crowd was in disarray, some arguing and others fighting. Upon seeing him, they ceased their hostilities, as if he were a savior. "Everyone, follow me. We will disembark in an orderly fashion. Trust in us." In their state of confusion, most people instinctively complied with the orders given. Yet, a portion of the crowd succumbed to their baser instincts. Midway through the procession, someone suddenly spoke up. "Why should we listen to you? How do we know you speak the truth? What if we abandon our safety and flee?" "Absolutely not. I shall remain in the carriage. At least there is some protection from the train body. How can an ordinary person contend with beasts once we step outside?" "Brothers, do not fall for their deceit." At that moment, as the crowd had just exited the carriage, still within the confines of the station area, the atmosphere was already fraught with tension. With someone inciting dissent, the group instantly grew restless. Some dashed back towards the carriage, while others sprinted out of the station. Li Chu's brow furrowed deeply as he managed to stop one individual. He noticed that the first man to speak had already slipped back into the carriage. He raised his foot, but before he could set it down, a cacophony of screeching echoed, reminiscent of creatures gnawing, as the infernal sound of metal being devoured resonated throughout the station. The crowd, previously in a frenzy, involuntarily halted, their gazes drawn to the source of the noise. Below the train, the carriages seemed alive, heaving upwards from within. The individual who had just retreated into the carriage was oblivious to the unfolding horror. Yet, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Panic washing over him as he crouched at the carriage's edge, attempting to peer down, but to no avail, his frantic inquiries filled with dread. What is happening? What is going on? Simultaneously, all passengers who had a clear view below were drenched in cold sweat, their scalps prickling, their very souls trembling in terror. Even Li Chu felt beads of perspiration rolling down his face, as if an unseen hand had seized his nerves, leaving him breathless. From beneath the train, mounds of earth began to emerge. Perhaps drawn by the sounds of humanity above, the mounds gradually converged beneath the carriage. From dozens to hundreds, the gnawing intensified, sending chills down spines. Initially, there were faint pauses, but soon, the writhing and biting became a relentless curse. The rhythm escalating to a point where it left a buzzing in people's ears. Crack! The third carriage, where the man stood, could no longer withstand the onslaught. It was breached from below, a gaping hole torn open as the spirits surged through. In an instant, it collapsed, splitting in two. All that could be heard was the man's final, desperate scream, abruptly silenced. Li Chu and the others watched in horror, their hearts racing as they grappled with the grim reality. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, or returned to the carriage like that man, they would have faced a similar fate. In this moment, he suddenly comprehended the conductor's words. Indeed, there was nowhere to escape, even with the train's fortified armor. The hundreds of spirits capable of burrowing had combined their efforts, attacking from the weakest point beneath, and the train's endurance had lasted less than half a minute. The earth mounds ruptured, revealing diminutive yet soil-laden sprites. From a distance, the various forms of the burrowing creatures, mole rats, gophers, and their kin, displayed fierce gazes that belied their size. They fixated menacingly on the humans before them. Lin Heng, witnessing this scene unfold, suddenly comprehended. This was the advanced digging squad. Their mission was to disrupt the train's progress at breakneck speed, hence their early arrival, aimed at thwarting the escape of the masses. As anticipated, sensing that someone might flee towards the station's perimeter, hundreds of sprites burrowed back underground, the mounds writhing forward. People, paralyzed with fear, dared not utter a single sound. Haunted by the earlier man's grim fate, the mounds moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly erecting barriers that completely encircled the station's exit. The crowd was instantly confined. The commander gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. These beasts are far too cunning. They intend to trap humanity within the station, waiting for the main force to arrive before truly indulging in their feast. All soldiers, heed my command. Tear open the encirclement at the exit. Fight to the death. Zygarde, it's your turn. The commander dispatched his most prized sprite. Though his soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, they understood the stakes of life and death, rallying to protect him. Mighty Houndoom, we rely on you. Gardevoir, press on. Kingler, safeguard yourself. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the station, the previously raucous crowd now huddled together in terror. Silent as if herded together by a predator. Trembling, allow me to take charge. Until a calm voice emerged. The commander, Li Chu, and the soldiers turned in astonishment. They beheld the young man who had once saved them stepping forward, unafraid in the face of the hundreds of mounds, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. The commander paused, then urgently insisted, "No, you are merely a novice trainer. You cannot possibly contend with so many sprites. Retreat to the back at once." Though the soldiers remained voiceless, they instinctively moved forward, placing themselves before Lin Heng. They could not allow such a benevolent young man to come to harm. They would lay down their lives to protect him. Chapter 65. Rapidly splitting sabers. Is evolution imminent? Who would have thought? The young man's speed surpassed all expectations. Before they could intervene, Lin Heng dashed ahead, hurling an iron dumbbell as he ran. Iron dumbbell, charge at them. Lin Heng's command sounded like a fanciful tale in the ears of the onlookers. You intend to confront hundreds of sprites alone? Is he mad or merely foolish? Some turned away, unable to witness further. But in the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. The sickening crunch of flesh meeting steel echoed. A towering, faintly golden iron dumbbell emerged, its crimson, eerie claws breaking free from the earth, directly piercing the foremost burrowing creature. With a swift motion, the claw withdrew. Simultaneously, the gopher's head drooped lifelessly, its body becoming alarmingly emaciated. Yet, due to the soil's concealment, the changes beneath remained unseen. To the crowd, it appeared as though the iron dumbbell had effortlessly claimed its first victim. A splendid opening. The commander gazed in astonishment at Lin Heng and the iron dumbbell. His heart racing. Was it his imagination, or did he perceive a flicker of crimson light in the dumbbell's golden eyes? a hint of something sinister amidst its remarkable sharpness? He quickly shook his head, chiding himself for such fanciful thoughts. Indeed, this performance was so extraordinary that it unintentionally eased his tension. The commander marveled at the young man and the iron dumbbell. In a brief span, the iron dumbbell claimed several more wild sprites' lives, moving silently, like a specter, delivering lethal strikes. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They had seen iron dumbbells in various contexts before, yet rarely had they encountered one as formidable as this young man's. Each thrust of its sharp claws found its mark, never missing. Every formidable sprite, whether encased in hardened earth or shielded by rock, fell victim to that claw without exception. It was as if there existed no substance it could not penetrate, a sight that struck awe into their hearts. Even more terrifying was the iron dumbbell's seemingly inexhaustible vigor. Growing more emboldened with each encounter, its claws, now stained with blood, became increasingly cold and menacing. In scarcely a minute, a small gap began to form in the encirclement, a fact that both shocked and invigorated the morale of all present. The commander, witnessing the iron dumbbell weaving through the ranks of wild sprites, as if reaping lives like the Grim Reaper, felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He forcefully discarded the cigarette, but from his mouth. "Damn it, let us go? I cannot be outdone by a high school student." No sooner had he spoken than his Zygarde let out a roar. It seemed to answer its master. The long howl simultaneously boosted its attack power, as it swiped its claws, sending a boulder crashing towards the lurking, burrowing creature. With a resounding thud, the struck creature staggered, its head swelling as it retaliated with a furious roar, charging at the Zygarde. The wild sprites were no fools. Upon realizing the iron dumbbell's terror, they began to evade and target other soldiers. The station erupted into chaos, illuminated by various skill orbs, dust swirling through the air, obscuring the view of the onlookers. Yet, despite their inability to see clearly, their fear diminished significantly, replaced by a glimmer of hope. The hope stemmed from the young man who had boldly taken the initiative. Seizing the moment while all soldiers were engaged in combat, and the distant crowd was blinded by the swirling debris, Lin Heng produced 2 blind boxes. Without hesitation, he opened them. 8 auxiliary gears, 8 gear discs, and 4 rapid-turning wheels emerged. At first glance, these appeared impressive. The probability of obtaining advanced moves significantly higher than before. However, in truth, these move memory discs were specifically designed for gear Pokémon. Unless wielded by a gear Pokémon trainer, they were nearly useless to others. Inferior even to basic moves like Steel Wing. Yet for Lin Heng, aware of the secrets behind the memory discs, disappointment was far from his mind. Instead, it validated a truth. It seemed that his fortunes had indeed improved, as this time he had drawn moves suitable for the iron dumbbell. All coincidences, when orchestrated with intent, ceased to be mere chance. Lin Heng had refrained from opening the blind box memory discs until now, and indeed, the outcome had not betrayed his expectations. Taking advantage of the moment when the ground-type Pokémon such as the Sandshrew and the 3 Digletts were momentarily intimidated by the iron dumbbell's formidable attack, Lin Heng swiftly enveloped the memory core with the power of the evergreen, forcefully transferring it into the iron dumbbell's body. Instantly, the steel gleam on the surface of the iron dumbbell shimmered even more brilliantly. With his insightful eye, Lin Heng discerned a new skill information. Rapid Division Scimitar. The scimitar can detach and soar through the air, splitting mid-flight, with each claw tip serving as a separate biological weapon. Instantly reap countless lives. Note, this skill is extremely taxing on stamina, with each strike consuming as much as 90 stamina. Goodness, this is too powerful. Lin Heng was overjoyed. The iron dumbbell's Tier 3 divine aptitude was truly exceptional. After absorbing the exclusive skill of the gear monster, it was able to unleash such a heaven-defying effect. Terrifying indeed. Lin Heng understood that this remarkable outcome was likely due to the evergreen power and the previous exclusive enhancements. Each element was intricately linked, culminating in the iron dumbbell's current prowess. Had it possessed an ordinary aptitude, merely stacking skills would have resulted in nothing more than a basic gear skill. This exemplifies the distinction between Pokémon. Thus, Lin Heng felt no fear of others discovering the secret of the memory core. He did not believe that no one had ever attempted it before. It was likely that the results paled in comparison to simply allowing a Pokémon of the same type to absorb it. Hence, no one had publicly disclosed it until now. Lin Heng exhaled in relief. This skill seemed to be inherently compatible with the previously used Blood Crystal. Initially considered a grand move that could only be employed once in battle. However, with the Super Absorb as a means of stamina replenishment, there was no need for concern. The iron dumbbell launched itself once more, transforming into a steel assassin, a war machine. The speed at which it dispatched Pokémon had tripled compared to before. The scimitars split into three, rapidly spinning toward the necks and heads of the Pokémon. In the blink of an eye, 3 lives were harvested. The iron dumbbell exuded an overwhelming aura, accompanied by a resonating hum. Lin Heng gazed in awe at the flickering metallic Ascension light surrounding it, his spirit jolting. In the next moment, without hesitation, he took out a miracle candy and deftly manipulated the evergreen power to toss it into the iron dumbbell's mouth. In a flash, the iron dumbbell's aura surged layer upon layer. An extraordinarily dazzling silver glow enveloped the entire station, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, gradually shrouding the iron dumbbell. The commander's eyes widened in astonishment, suddenly realizing a startling fact: the young man's iron dumbbell was about to evolve. Chapter 66. The War Machine Metal Monster. The brilliance was so blinding that it instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Even the wild Pokémon couldn't help but glance over. The iron dumbbell's form stood out amidst the shimmering light. Its previously pillar-like vertical body swelled like a balloon, transforming into a completely different disc-shaped UFO. The scimitar, once nearly half a meter long, flew out, splitting on its own to become 2 enormous iron claws. The curvature and length extended further. As the light faded and all settled, the crowd, huddled together like quails, gasped in awe, utterly speechless. At that moment, the form of the evolved metal monster drastically changed. It had truly become a steel war machine. The elegant and mesmerizing platinum sheen was dazzling. The 2 arms flanking the disc-shaped body resembled the iron dumbbell of yore, merely transformed from 1 into 2. Particularly notable were the fearsome curved claws, which had evolved from resembling a grim reaper's scythe. Now, this was no longer mere imagination. It had manifestly become reality. They witnessed how those lethal claws effortlessly claimed countless lives. A grim reaper's scythe was singular, but the claws could split into 6 blades. The lethality surged from 3-fold to 6-fold. Moreover, the metal monster was no longer a cyclopean creature. It had evolved to possess 2 eyes, shimmering with a magnificent crimson hue against a golden backdrop, exuding the romance of an exclusive mechanical life form. On its forehead and backpack, silver spikes protruded, with 2 pairs of dagger-like blades extending diagonally backward on either side. Its size had doubled, and the evolved metal monster radiated an aura that declared, "I am not to be trifled with." Metal monster, shining. Level, Elite Tier 1. Type, Steel Psychic. Traits, 1. Ever pure body, will not have its abilities lowered by opponents' moves or traits. 2. Iron Heart, an exclusive Steel-type trait, immune to all Steel-type moves upon entry, and increases resistance to other types of moves by 10, enhanced by 20 against Fire-type attacks. Aptitude, Tier 3 Divine, requires specific stimuli, currently manifested as champion level. Skills, Impact Iron Wall, Mind Hammer, Iron Head, Iron Hoof Beam, Biological Metal Claw, Super Absorb, Evolution of Blood Crystal, Rapid Division Scimitar, Electromagnetic Levitation. Affinity, 80-100 Talent Bonus. Description, after evolving, the metal monster retains the special properties of the biological metal claw, significantly enhancing its damage output. And when paired with Super Absorb, it acts as a buff-like training effect for the metal monster. Note, however, one must be cautious of time control within 1 hour. It serves as training, honing the metal monster's mind and stamina, but prolonged use may intensify its bloodlust, gradually eroding its reason and potentially inflicting fundamental damage. Indeed, one must not be greedy. Lin Heng reflected upon the last note, feeling it was reasonable. The terrifying lethality of the Super Absorb combined with the biological metal claw was truly extraordinary. Each time the metal monster's stamina was depleted, it would immediately receive replenishment. This was undoubtedly a test of its willpower. After all, even if it could be replenished, the excruciating sensation of total depletion was unimaginable. It was akin to being drained in an instant, only to be given a drug to continue. Physically, one may be fine, but psychologically, it would inevitably lead to problems. Furthermore, the transformed metal monster not only exhibited increased lethality, but also demonstrated a change in its external aptitude. It had now ascended to champion level. This indicated that its limits were gradually being surpassed. Simultaneously, the evolution granted an additional skill, electromagnetic levitation, which was perfectly suited for the metal monster's stealthy extermination of Pokémon. A mechanical voice resonated, "Trey." Lin Heng gathered his thoughts. The metal monster stood tall, its eyes scanning left and right, instinctively lifting its arms and shaking them, displaying a very satisfied demeanor. "Metal monster, From now on, turn this place into your territory." The metal monster nodded resolutely. In the next instant, its body shot forth. Accompanied by a surge of magnetic force, the previously cumbersome bulk had suddenly become swift. The spectators in the station were astonished as they watched the metal monster hurl 6 blades through the air. As the pale golden aura ignited, the blades swiftly severed the necks of 2 ground-type brothers, simultaneously decapitating the 3 Digletts, while the Sandshrew was cleaved in half. Yet, the scene was not gruesome. All the sins have been buried beneath the earth, leaving only a dwindling number of mounds visible to the eye. The encirclement has been utterly torn asunder. The wild beasts are not without fear. Within mere minutes, they have been struck down, their formations thrown into disarray. Witnessing their comrades fall one by one, the frightened spirits emit low growls and begin to flee towards the station's exit. They thrive in groups. Where there is one, there soon follows another. In no time, the fleeing wild ground and rock spirits multiply, their commanding leader having been slain by the metallic monstrosity. The situation is spiraling out of control. In just half an hour, the tides have turned. The humans, once trapped within the station like sheep, have transformed into hunters. The very hunters who initially trapped them now find themselves in disarray. A miraculous counterattack. Soldiers, including Sergeant Li Chu, have sustained varying degrees of injury, with many suffering from severed limbs. The ground is strewn with corpses. Yet, as long as their wits remain intact, they simultaneously gaze up at Lin Heng. The young man standing at the forefront resembles an unyielding bastion. His spirits wreak havoc upon their foes, and his silhouette is akin to that of a war god. The soldiers, dizzy and awestruck, stare with mouths agape. Li Chu, limping on one leg, hobbles over to the sergeant and whispers in disbelief, This person is quite terrifying." Other soldiers quietly gather around. With Lin Heng present, they feel utterly outclassed. To approach would only serve as a hindrance, potentially disrupting the rhythm of battle. "Sergeant, with this esteemed figure aboard our train, what is there to fear? You nearly frightened me earlier." "Indeed, but this esteemed figure appears rather youthful. His maintenance is impressive." "Fool. Maintenance. He has just come of age. Did you not see the examination video? He is the champion this year." "What? The examination champion? Has my time in the military made me so out of touch? When did the champions become this formidable? How will I survive after my retirement? Are you telling me this esteemed figure is still a student?" As the soldiers grappled with their existential doubts, suddenly, the ground began to quake violently, this tremor far exceeding even that of the train's overturning. Boom. Lin Heng halted his command, and even the metallic monstrosity ceased its attacks. The tunnel-digging team has either fled or perished, having lost its efficacy. At this moment, it was clear that the true battle was only just beginning. The beast tide has arrived, accompanied by the thunderous sound of heavy footsteps. It resonated like a horde of colossal beasts charging forth, the noise growing ever louder. The distance between them is rapidly diminishing. The soldiers, who had moments ago been in a light-hearted mood, suddenly felt the tension rise. Their expressions turned grave. Even those who had just relaxed instinctively clenched their fists, all realizing that the true beast tide was upon them. Lin Heng furrowed his brow and decisively turned to issue orders. "We must leave the station immediately. We cannot engage in battle within such a confined space." The wild spirits they had just encountered were at best elite level. Yet even so, they had managed to wear down several soldiers through sheer numbers. The term beast tide is quite literal, signifying a torrent of beasts. The sheer quantity is the fundamental issue. If they were to engage in combat here, the advantage of terrain would lie entirely with the wild beasts. In a station barely spanning a few hundred square meters, should the tide arrive, it would be impossible to predict how many could be trampled. Even Lin Heng could not guarantee his own safety. He might survive, but for the others, including the soldiers, it would be a struggle for any to emerge alive. And should the death toll rise too high, the reward for reversing their fate would inevitably vanish, rendering his mission utterly meaningless. With his words, Lin Heng took the lead and stepped out of the station. Before the sergeant and soldiers could give commands, the crowd instinctively rose, closely following Lin Heng, fearing to lag behind. Even the older individuals did not hesitate. The children were especially exuberant, bouncing with excitement to be near their heroic figure. The soldiers stood almost in a stupor, witnessing the scene before them. All the passengers followed without a hint of doubt or hesitation, silently trailing behind, as if Lin Heng were their pillar of strength. This spectacle profoundly impacted the sergeant and the other soldiers. The young man had not even exerted forceful authority. His words were merely 5 brief phrases. Yet they compelled involuntary submission and obedience. Not only the passengers, But even the soldiers felt the urge to move upon hearing those words, momentarily halted by the ingrained discipline instilled within them as they turned to the sergeant. The train conductor hastily approached the dazed sergeant and patted him on the back. "What are you dawdling for? It's just us left." Upon hearing this, the sergeant snapped back to reality, smacking his forehead and laughing heartily. "Damn it. What luck. I didn't react in time. Let us move. Listen closely, everyone. Today, aside from repelling the beast tide, our primary task is to protect him. We must not allow him to come to harm." The previously heavy atmosphere of despair dissipated. Everyone responded in unison. The soldiers understood that if it were not for the youth, their casualties would have been exponentially greater. Lin Heng marched ahead, with all following closely behind. Mu Mu bit her lip, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at Lin Heng's back. It was not merely infatuation. There was a profound sense of admiration and gratitude towards a powerful figure. She realized that Lin Heng was far more outstanding than she had ever imagined. His prowess completely captivating her. If Mu Mu had previously harbored any regrets regarding the examination champion, she now felt a sense of pride and fulfillment. In that moment, she suddenly recognized that being vanquished by Lin Heng might well be a tale worth boasting about. Beyond the station lay a mountain range, at the foot of which sprawled a lush forest. At this moment, a dense army of spirits surged down from the mountain, dust swirling in the air, their presence imposing, while hundreds of flying spirits filled the sky, resembling heavy clouds descending upon them. A myriad of different species converged, with thousands in total: armored tyrannosaurs, centaurs, teddy bears, arboreal serpents, arboreal monsters, giant mouth bats, and even a bossicadora. Above and below, the landscape was a sea of dark spirits. The crowd recoiled in terror. Some trembled uncontrollably, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. In the face of such a terrifying beast tide, humanity felt exceedingly insignificant, as if they could be effortlessly devoured. Lin Heng surveyed the scene with his discerning eye, clearly noting that among the spirits were even professional and gym leader levels, with more than one gym leader present. A rough count revealed dozens of professional-level spirits. Gritting his teeth, his expression shifted drastically. The scale of this onslaught far exceeded his expectations. Lin Heng immediately released his pokeballs. With a burst of light, a giant Sandshrew and a primal Gyarados materialized. Two imposing figures loomed, as formidable as insurmountable mountains. The moment the ancestral Gyarados emerged, thunder rumbled softly, and dark clouds enveloped the entire area within mere seconds. The somber skies mirrored the despondent hearts of the onlookers. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The expressions of the captain and the train conductor shifted drastically, as despair washed over them once more. This was a situation of certain doom. Initially, they had anticipated merely a small to medium-scale beast tide, believing that with the addition of the youth and their combined strength, they could withstand the onslaught long enough to await rescue. But now, it seemed that even their demise would not suffice to thwart the overwhelming tide of beasts. Even if a quasi-king were to arrive, it might not be adequate to regain control of the situation. The train conductor's eyes brimmed with hopelessness. Yet he could not allow such despair to surface. He understood that the fragile unity, painstakingly gathered by Lin Heng, must not be shattered again. Otherwise, it would merely hasten their demise. A gentle drizzle began to fall, and the captain's heart, scorched by fire, found some semblance of calm as he exhaled deeply. Damn it, who fears whom? It's just death. I never intended to survive. From the day I enlisted, I anticipated this. The captain was resolute. They would fight. Indeed. What was there to fear? Surely, high school students should not be left to sacrifice themselves for their protection. That would be utterly disgraceful. Li Chu tilted his head and spat vehemently onto the ground. The other soldiers echoed his sentiment, though their words lacked the hope they once held. Steeped instead in a tragic solemnity, they surged forward, charging directly into the throng of elves. Li Chu commanded the electromagnetic cannon, toppling two armored tyrants, while he himself plunged his long blade into the neck of a paralyzed Ursaring. The captain took charge, directing the Rockruff to collide with the nearest Tauros. All soldiers engaged in combat. In an instant, blood was splattered, the scene both desolate and awe-inspiring. As the captain commanded the Rockruff, he remained oblivious to the approaching Zubat overhead, when suddenly, a high-frequency sound wave erupted, indiscriminately engulfing the surrounding air, and the Zubat was swiftly affected. Chapter 68, Rock Cannon. Gym Class Elves in Action. A high-frequency sound wave suddenly spread, overpowering the air, and the Zubat was instantly impacted. Shara. Oh! Shakira's gazed steadfastly at his opponent. His mouth agape as a sharp roar erupted. This time, it was the complete version. Indeed, Lin Heng had just activated the last 2 memory capsules. A total of 16 falling rocks and 4 piercing sounds coalesced into 2 formidable skills. Sharp Roar, complete version upon activation. All elves within a 1-mile radius, depending on their level, will experience a state of continuous dizziness lasting from 1 second to 10 minutes, with some even succumbing to unconsciousness. Rock Cannon. All rocks within the user's control are propelled like cannonballs, continuously absorbing energy to enlarge, transforming upon impact into projectiles for further assault. Note, the stamina consumption of Rock Cannon is equivalent to that of Earth Collapse. Observing the captain under attack, Lin Heng unhesitatingly commanded Shakiras, use Sharp Roar. With a thunderous roar, an extremely high-frequency shriek reverberated outward, manifesting as waves of sound. It was akin to a tsunami sweeping across the land. Trees in the forest began to sway violently, and the ground trembled with the vibrations of shattered stones. The crowd instinctively covered their ears, though they heard nothing. The sensation of impending rupture caused their faces to contort in agony. The captain hardly registered what was occurring, only feeling a whirlwind rush past his ears. Then came a dreadful shriek as the Zubat, struck by the sound waves, was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from its mouth. Its eyes transformed into spirals. Moments later, amid its relentless retching, it breathed its last. Only then did the captain realize the narrow escape they had achieved. His scalp prickling with fear as he shouted, "Thanks, brothers. Thanks to this young man, he had regained his life." Similar scenes unfolded in every corner. The soldiers, locked in desperate combat, found a brief respite due to the sharp roar. They responded swiftly, trained to seize the opportunity for counterattacks. The previously mundane shriek transformed into a terrifying dizzying assault through the skill's amplification and Shakira's remarkable execution. All the elves charging forward momentarily halted, as if ensnared by an unseen barrier. Lin Heng could not let such an opportunity slip away. He immediately issued a second command, "Continue, Rock Cannon." Fortunately, having consumed the leftovers gifted by his parents, Shakira's stamina was extraordinary. While it may not match the super absorption of the iron dumbbell, it was perfectly suited for Shakira's. Being a glutton, perhaps due to his physique, Shakira's absorbed all the energy contained within the leftovers, especially the essence of that mysterious force. Though its nature was unknown, it evidently enhanced Shakira's stamina recovery. After consuming the leftovers, his recovery rate surged from 50% to 70%. It could be said that while both Earth Collapse and Rock Cannon demanded considerable stamina, with the leftovers as his support, he would not succumb to exhaustion. These 2 devastating moves could be unleashed more than just once or twice. With a resounding boom that echoed through the forest, a torrent of earthy energy surged forth. The ground was upheaved by Shakira's, revealing massive stones that multiplied exponentially. Suspended in midair, the onlookers were filled with trepidation. The stones continued to accumulate energy, growing larger. The spectacle utterly exaggerated, capturing the attention of all. As the rock grew, finally, when it seemed capable of blotting out the sun, Shakira's, with his black and red mottled spikes, steadied the colossal stone above him, leaping to hurl it forth. The sight was utterly astounding. The size disparity between the boulder and Shakira's was staggering. In the presence of that massive stone, even the giant Shakira's appeared diminutive and delicate. To draw a human comparison, it was akin to a petite girl lifting and effortlessly tossing a 200-300-pound adult male. How could it not be terrifying? At the very least, it certainly startled the train conductor. He, no longer young, felt that the exhilaration of this day surpassed that of the previous decades. His palm pressed against his chest. He could not shake off the feeling. The conductor feared that if he endured any more shocks, he would inevitably develop a heart condition even without any prior ailment. The colossal rock in the sky resembled a tank barreling through the air. The dazed elves remained oblivious to the impending doom they faced. Due to its enormous and unwieldy size, even Shakira struggled to maneuver it, her expression contorted with strain. It relentlessly channeled the energy of the rock type. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the colossal boulder crashed down upon the area most severely affected by the sharp, resonant waves. That region, densely populated with Pokémon. A Dratini shook its head, struggling to regain consciousness, only to be confronted by an overwhelming darkness. It felt as though night had fallen in an instant. Confused, the Dratini wondered how it could have been day just moments ago, only to awaken to this gloom. Had it truly slept for so long? Bewildered, it lifted its head. In the next moment, the eyes hidden beneath its steel helmet widened in horror, nearly bulging from their sockets. It watched in disbelief as the massive boulder, which obscured the sun, shattered above it. and then it lost consciousness. The boulder first crushed a multitude, yet several Pokémon of elite level 5 and above managed to escape. However, the boulder had more in store. Under Shakira's command, it reformed into countless fragments. In an instant, that area transformed into a realm of falling meteors. Stones rained down like bullets. Countless Pokémon emitted cries of anguish, yet their suffering proved futile as the deluge of stones soon piled into a thick layer, nearly submerging the wild Pokémon's ankles. Meanwhile, the Ancestral Gyarados displayed a similar refusal to yield, confronted with the forest lizard's barrage of seed projectiles that froze mid-air. It also had to contend with the aerial assaults from Pidgeot and Pidgey. Skills were unleashed one after another. The ice shards adorning its body suddenly emitted a brief flash of light. Lin Heng's eyes brightened. A new ice-type skill had been activated. But just then, as if sensing Lin Heng and his companions were formidable adversaries, the previously motionless gym-level Pokémon suddenly stepped forward from behind, their unwavering gazes fixed intently on Lin Heng. An overwhelming aura of intimidation descended upon them. Lin Heng's heart tightened, and his expression darkened like never before. Clearly, even after deploying 3 Pokémon, the situation remained dire. Was this truly the end? As he lost himself in thought, his backpack suddenly trembled. Chapter 69. The Arrival of Monarch-Level Pressure. In his moment of distraction, Lin Heng furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not recall packing anything in his spatial backpack that could move. Moreover, dozens of gym-level Pokémon were glaring at him menacingly. The terrifying pressure rendered the onlooking passengers utterly silent. They had begun to despair. In such a dire circumstance, thoughts of escape were utterly unthinkable. After all, they were confronted by a horde of gym-level Pokémon. Their combined strength equated to that of multiple gym leaders attacking simultaneously. Where could they possibly run to? A faint sound of sobbing emerged from the crowd, the atmosphere far heavier than before, like a resignation before death. In the face of such a beast tide, even the League would likely need to dispatch a Monarch-level Pokémon to quell it. In terms of secret realm levels, it was no less than AB. And A-level secret realms typically harbored rumors or traces of legendary Pokémon. Would they survive? The flicker of hope ignited by Lin Heng slowly extinguished in the eyes of the crowd, their gazes vacant, enveloped in a profound silence, as if their hearts had perished alongside it. Even the commander gritted his teeth, and the soldiers' eyes reddened. They seemed to understand. At this moment, the battle appeared to be lost. The vast disparity in levels could not be bridged. Had they faced a group of professional-grade Pokémon, they might have had a slim chance of survival. But now, it was likely a situation of certain death. Yet, they were unwilling to accept it. It was far too unjust. Having reached this juncture, that young man seemed a miracle, repeatedly turning the tide, saving their lives countless times in dire situations. The soldiers felt their once cold blood begin to boil anew. Just gazing at that figure steadfastly standing before them, they could scarcely contain the swell of emotions surging within them, their eyes unwittingly misting with heat. As soldiers, they had always been in the role of Lin Heng. This was the first time they found themselves protected. Yet, he was merely a high school student. Such pressure should not have been his to bear. The soldiers could not articulate their feelings, but a singular thought consumed them. If they were fortunate enough to survive this ordeal, their lives would belong to him. They would unhesitatingly devote their remaining days to upholding that promise. Lin Heng, oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently captured the hearts of an entire squad of soldiers, furrowed his brow in concentration. His mind wholly focused on how to combat the beast tide. Thoughts flickered through his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. He felt trapped in a mental deadlock, as if there were truly no way out. Noticing that he had not garnered his attention, the tremors within his spatial backpack grew more intense. It was as if something had suddenly triggered a nerve within him. In a flash, Lin Heng recalled how, just prior to his departure, his father had cast a knowing glance at the new backpack he had received, a smile playing on his lips. He paused for a moment. The next second, he swiftly yanked open the zipper of the backpack, tearing through the inner layer, and upon seeing the contents, he was momentarily stunned. A pure white sphere, with a red, specially designed Monarch commemorative ball at its core. This was his father's Pokeball. When had he slipped it inside? He had been utterly unaware. But upon reflection, it made sense. His mother had packed the spatial backpack. He had found it strange that she insisted on giving him a larger one. When he had suggested using the old one, she had reacted so fervently, insisting they had plenty of money. So that was it. Lin Heng suddenly realized, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. Clearly, they still harbored concerns for him, sneaking in support. His tone bore a hint of exasperation. Yet warmth surged within him as he recalled his college roommates from his past life. They would often complain about their parents secretly sending them money, feigning disdain. Yet the smiles in their eyes betrayed their true feelings. He never imagined he would experience this himself. Lin Heng's previously tense body relaxed, and he gently rubbed the league's exclusive Monarch commemorative ball in his palm before producing it. The dozens of gym-level Pokémon, sensing an ominous aura, became increasingly agitated, their movements quickening. Boscodora was even propelled forward by a team of burrowing Pokémon, its speed astonishing, mounds of earth rapidly appearing and vanishing. Boscodora approached Lin Heng at a pace it could hardly achieve on its own. In that moment, it seemed they were almost upon him. The twisted grin on Boscodora's face was grotesque, its malicious eyes scanning the crowd, as if seeking a target. Countless individuals stared in terror, as if they could already see the scythe of death poised at their throats. With a resounding crack, enormous wings burst forth from the light, revealing a muscular, imposing Charizard. Its deafening roar reverberated through the forest. A terrifying pressure was instantaneously unleashed, the exclusive Monarch-level aura completely unmasked, erupting forth in a torrent. The powerful presence abruptly descended upon the area. The little master is truly something else. Only now does he finally release me. I was nearly suffocating. As the imposing Charizard emerged onto the scene, it exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Boscodora was instantly rendered speechless, its sinister grin frozen in place. Below, the excavation team could not see the spectacle, yet they subtly sensed the overwhelming draconic presence, compelling their bodies to instinctively shrink away. Unfortunately, they were too close. There was no time to halt their advance. Thus, Boscodora was unwittingly delivered right into the jaws of Charizard. With a disdainful huff, Charizard expelled a breath of contempt, its gaze rife with derision. It regarded Boscodora as though it were a delectable dish presented for its enjoyment. Without so much as a twitch, Charizard remained stationary. And as Boscodora drew near, it opened its maw wide. Flames surged forth from its fangs, radiating an astonishing heat. Despairing, Boscodora was thrust into the dragon's maw. Still yearning to struggle, its sharp claws flailed desperately in the air, roaring in an attempt to strike back at its captor. However, Charizard offered no such opportunity. The searing fangs brutally seared through Boscodora's armor, leaving gaping wounds. Without hesitation, Charizard bit down deeply, penetrating into its very being. With a resounding crunch, the once formidable shell, as hard as metal, was reduced to shreds. Boscodora's head tilted at an unnatural angle, and its struggles ceased, life extinguished in an instant. Yet, the flames encircling its neck remained ablaze, continuing to burn fiercely. Charizard's grand entrance showcased its might, instantly subduing all present, both humans and Pokémon alike. In that moment, it seemed as if all sounds in the forest had vanished. The entire area pressed into a stillness as if time itself had paused. Soldiers and thousands of passengers gaped in awe, their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. They shared the same sensation of Boscodora moments before, as if an invisible grip constricted their throats, causing goosebumps to rise in waves. The shock was palpable, an ineffable astonishment washing over them. Thousands of gazes fixated on Lin Heng, their expressions frozen in disbelief, too fearful to blink, lest they believe their eyes were deceiving them. Chapter 70. Are you polite? It's still false to me. As thousands of eyes converged upon Lin Heng, their stares remained unblinking, paralyzed by the improbable spectacle before them. It was utterly unfathomable. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, the young man summoned yet another Charizard. This one, however, radiated an extraordinary aura. It seemed to be of the champion level. But how could this be? He was far too young to command such a powerful Charizard. This was not merely a matter of believing in Lin Heng's capabilities. It defied all logic. Among the known champions worldwide, not one was under the age of 35. Yet, the evidence stood starkly before them. Only a champion trainer could command a Pokémon of such caliber, and no other explanation held water. Was it borrowed? But who would lend a champion-level Pokémon a true weapon of extreme power? The reason champions delineate the pinnacle of strength is that Pokémon at this stage transcend the ordinary, having begun to truly tap into the essence of elemental power. While they might not obliterate a city with a mere gesture, they could effortlessly dismantle everything within their attack range. From the champion stage onward, Pokémon gradually communicate with the elemental essence of the world, and the more they comprehend, the richer their mastery of this primal energy becomes. Every action can invoke this essence, transforming them into what is now the stuff of legends, masters of Pokémon training. As for mythical-level Pokémon, they are but the subject of whispers among the elite of the league, with few having truly encountered them. Even those who have often regard such tales as fabrications or mere flights of fancy. After all, commanding a legendary Pokémon is no trivial matter. One would scarcely dare to dream of it. Thus, Lin Heng's summoning of a champion-level Pokémon was all the more astonishing and shocking. What the hell? Am I seeing things? How is this even possible? Is it truly real? This is utterly insane. Is he even human? Does this genius require any accessories? This is undeniably a cheat. The train conductor and the squad leader exchanged stiffened glances. The leader helplessly remarked, "Isn't it a cheat?" What a cheat indeed. The instant Charizard appeared, they instinctively surmised the answer. Charizard belonged to that newly appointed quasi-champion. Yet, even so, Lin Heng lacked the capacity to command it. The more powerful the Pokémon, the prouder they became. Even the offspring of their trainer would not heed commands. Pokémon only obey their trainers. In Lin Heng's case, Charizard would not assist him. It would only care for his survival, indifferent to anything else. There was a chance that, without its trainer's supervision, it would act like a wild stallion set free. There have been instances of inept heirs secretly borrowing their parents' Pokémon, hoping to bask in the fleeting glory of adoration. Yet, such endeavors often ended in disaster, causing significant property damage and destruction, with the heir losing their life in the process, leaving their parents to live in eternal regret. These cautionary tales are prevalent in major academies, serving as warnings to trainers against the folly of seeking shortcuts. What belongs to others will never truly be theirs. The train conductor stroked his chin, furrowing his brow, and after a long moment, he clicked his tongue. This is unscientific. The others were perplexed. Yet at that moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that their despair had been overwhelmingly countered by shock, dissipating into nothingness. Amidst the enormous tide of beasts, they still had the presence of mind to discuss what was happening. Even more terrifying was the fact that the atmosphere was electric. It felt less like facing a terrifying onslaught and more like watching an exhilarating match on television. The gym-level Pokémon posed no threat, merely excitement remained. Passengers were on the verge of snacking on sunflower seeds and peanuts. If wild Pokémon could speak, they would likely be infuriated enough to rise and demand, "Are you even polite?" All one could say was that the sense of security provided by a champion-level Charizard was unparalleled, even as the masses had yet to fully comprehend the shock. Their subconscious actions already testified to everything. On the other side, Lin Heng, upon seeing Charizard, felt a mix of joy and surprise at his father's attentiveness. In truth, even with the effect of the Jobin power, Charizard's affinity for him was still below the passing mark, only slightly higher than others. However, after an accidental physical contact, Charizard suddenly sensed the aura of the rainbow feather that Lin Heng carried. Ever since that moment, Charizard's fondness for Lin Heng skyrocketed. It often approached him during training, seemingly yearning to absorb the essence of the rainbow feather and gain insight. Over time, as Lin Heng engaged in training his Pokémon in the basement, he would invariably clutch the rainbow feather in his hand. While the health of his Gyarados increased significantly, he noticed that his Charizard also reaped substantial benefits. The fire energy coursing through its body became increasingly potent, even exhibiting a tendency towards a golden hue. Consequently, Charizard felt a genuine affection for Lin Heng, eagerly accepting the task of guarding the young master upon hearing its trainer's command. The mere thought filled it with pride. It must be me. Oh. Only Lin Heng could perceive its proud, yet somewhat aloof sentiments. Observing the imposing and powerful Charizard, Lin Heng couldn't help but chuckle, choosing not to dispel the creature's self-importance. "Charizard, I leave the rest to you." Roaring with determination, Charizard lifted its head, flames erupting forth. In the next moment, the flames at the tip of its tail transformed into a scorching wave, dispelling the ominous clouds above, allowing the sun to bathe the earth in its glorious light. The once cool and serene forest suddenly became sweltering, as if a second sun had risen. The tides had turned. Despair was now replaced by a surge of wild beasts. Dozens of ferocious, gym-level Pokémon, having just toppled their opponents, suddenly realized the gravity of their predicament. Charizard's overwhelming, champion-level aura compelled them to abandon their comrades. With some darting behind trees, fleeing in terror, their earlier bravado had vanished entirely. After all, wild Pokémon may be fierce, but they are not devoid of wit. As for the painstakingly assembled army of Pokémon, if they fled, how would their subordinates perceive them? Would they lose their pride as Pokémon? The higher-ups would certainly inform you. With their lives at stake, what place does dignity hold? Flee. They must flee. A pervasive killing intent enveloped them, causing timid wild Pokémon to faint before even making a move, while those still able to move began to flee frantically. Just the appearance of Charizard effortlessly shattered the moderately organized beast tide. Lizard King dragged the unconscious forest lizard deep into the woods, while several walking grass Pokémon, under the watchful gaze of all, leapt into the bushes. Pidgey, Fearow, and other flying Pokémon scattered in a panic, feathers littering the ground. In an instant, the forest was alive with rustling leaves, and the underbrush collapsed haphazardly, accompanied by a cacophony of bizarre screams and roars. Chapter 71. No Fist? Then create one. The entire forest resounded with the rustling of leaves, the underbrush lay in disarray, and countless odd cries mingled together. Charizard stood at the heart of the flames, the true sovereign of this domain. Humph. As it witnessed the wild Pokémon fleeing in terror, Charizard scoffed derisively, as if mocking their audacity. With a powerful beat of its wings, it soared into the sky. All sights converged beneath it, including the escape routes of the beast tide. In an instant, Charizard opened its jaws wide, exposing its formidable fangs, as it gathered a sphere of smoke in its mouth. The moment it exhaled, the smoke enveloped the entire forest. Especially for those gym-level masterminds among the wild Pokémon, as the orchestrators of this beast tide, Charizard would not allow them to escape easily. A wall of smoke obscured their path, leaving them utterly disoriented. One Fearow attempted to ascend to the heavens to survey the landscape, seeking an escape route. However, with Charizard patrolling the skies, ascending would be tantamount to courting death. Would it not end up as yet another meal for a passing boss Golbat? But they could see no path forward. Yet Charizard was keenly aware of every route the beast tide could take. It swiftly pinpointed the strongest line of gym-level Pokémon at the forefront. The principle of capture the leader first was instinctively understood through its extensive combat experience. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp sounds of slicing air followed one after another. The smoke enveloping the forest was cleaved apart, the air slicing with unparalleled sharpness, ignoring everything in its path. Trees, leaves, shrubs, even stones fell prey to its razor-sharp assault, yet the speed of its air slashes never faltered. It zipped forward at a pace almost imperceptible to the eye, wielding immense power. Thud, thud, thud. The subtle sounds of slaughter were drowned out by the cacophony of the forest, leaving only the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. One after another, they remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Helping each other to their feet, they exchanged bewildered glances. Had those wild Pokémon been slain? When questioned by a passenger, a soldier scratched his head awkwardly, equally puzzled. I suppose so. The soldier cast a glance of desperation towards the train conductor and the squad leader, only to find their expressions mirroring his own bewilderment. A sense of comfort washed over the soldier. It turned out, everyone was equally befuddled. Meanwhile, Charizard was only just beginning to unleash its true power. It seemed eager to validate the extraordinary fire attribute it had recently grasped through its bond with the young master. Bursting forth from the smoke, Charizard's tail flames enveloped its entire form in an instant, radiating an intense heat. The sky turned a fiery red. Lin Heng instinctively looked up. Under the bright sun, the flames intensified, casting a terrifying glow that stained the sky a golden hue. Golden? Lin Heng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon reopening them, he confirmed his vision was not deceiving him. The stones closest to Charizard had been melted away. At that moment, Charizard prepared for its final strike. Determined to bring an end to everything, it surged forth, cloaked in flames, executing its dragon dive. Plummeting from the heavens like a meteor, it descended with immense destructive power. The golden flames at its core flickered playfully, as if a mischievous child had quietly landed in the forest. Under the onslaught of heat waves, the plants within the forest spontaneously combusted. The surging flames swirled like a tornado, expanding outward from Charizard's form. The air itself seemed to ignite, emitting a piercing wail. Charizard resembled a colossal beast of flame, leaving a charred mark across the sky. With a thunderous explosion, the fierce flames engulfed the forest, obliterating the beast tide. Countless wild Pokémon perished in the fire, silenced before they could even utter a sound. As the flames threatened to spread toward the human's position, Lin Heng exclaimed urgently, "Charizard, quickly retract. The power of that golden flame should not be underestimated. The blaze must not continue to spread." Upon hearing Lin Heng's command, Charizard began to flap its wings. Once, twice. Yet, the flames did not diminish. Instead, they flared even more vigorously, inching ever closer to the group. Charizard was at a loss. No way. What is this strange aura I just grasped? I can't even retract it myself. Lin Heng sensed Charizard's turmoil and immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Charizard's behavior warranted serious reprimand. What was this? Only concerned with destruction and neglecting the aftermath? This is hardly in line with his usual all-encompassing service style. Fortunately, he has a backup plan. The Ice Shard just activated a new move for Gyarados. However, Charizard is exceedingly powerful, and Gyarados has yet to seize the opportunity to test it out and assess its effectiveness. Now is the perfect moment to validate it. Gyarados Ice Punch. As the words fell, Gyarados, who had only been watching Charizard display its might, suddenly trembled with excitement. It let out a triumphant roar, its dragon whiskers swaying with exuberance. But what if it lacks fists? Fear not, for it conjured a phantom fist in midair, empowered by the Ice Shard. Gyarados' comprehension of Ice-type skills is nothing short of extraordinary. A torrent of icy energy surged forth from its mouth. This energy continually condensed and compressed, beginning to spin rapidly in the air. The velocity increased exponentially, whipping up gusts of icy wind. In an instant, the raging flames consuming the forest faltered. Seeing the effect take hold, Gyarados puffed out its chest, casting a triumphant glance at Charizard, as if to say, "Did you see that?" The crowd, drenched in sweat, breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling significantly cooler. Just a moment longer in that heat, and they feared they might have dehydrated. As the swirling ice energy coalesced into a colossal blue phantom fist, Gyarados' eyes sparkled with anticipation. In a flash, it directed the vast fist, imbued with the essence of countless icicles, downwards towards the golden flames. The force of the ice erupted. Boom! The terrifying sound of collision created a shockwave, forcefully dividing the flames that threatened to engulf the crowd. It was as if a line had been drawn, with the crowd at its core. The icy fist unleashed its chill, spreading and freezing into jagged shards of ice, effectively halting the advance of the golden flames. However, at this point, it seemed the golden flames had exhausted their residual heat, gradually dissipating under the overwhelming aura of ice. In the fleeting moment that the golden flames vanished, the forest fire began to extinguish, the icy breath sealing the charred remains and ashen corpses. Charizard regarded Gyarados with a peculiar look, its draconic eyes subtly glimmering with admiration. This little one is impressive, reminiscent of my own youthful prowess. Chapter 72, Defying Fate. Dazzling Rewards. This little one is impressive, reminiscent of my own youthful prowess. Just as Gyarados basked in the glory of its newfound strength, eagerly awaiting Lin Heng's praise, it suddenly felt a searing gaze upon it. Could it be that someone has noticed my excellence? Indeed, my genius shines wherever I go. Humans, come forth and worship me. Gyarados raised its massive head slowly, its dragon whiskers swaying gracefully in the non-existent breeze. It feigned nonchalance, twisting its body, the dark scales clinking as they shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Yet in the next moment, it realized the one fixated on it was Charizard. Gyarados' eyelids drooped instantly, its previously proud expression vanishing. It glared at Charizard, which wore an increasingly displeased countenance. What is this old dragon staring at me for? Does it seek to vie for affection? Humph, older than I am, and yet still clinging to its ancient visage. Bah! Gyarados' fantasies were shattered. Igniting a fit of fury within, fueled by indignation, it unleashed a spiteful spit towards Charizard. Without waiting for a response, it turned tail and fled, curling its massive form in an attempt to hide behind Lin Heng. However, even coiled like a serpent, its size remained formidable. It was impossible to conceal. With even its large head obstructing Lin Heng's view, Charizard, taken aback by Gyarados' antics, paused, scratching its belly in perplexity. Was it struggling to understand the next generation? Could this be a new form of expressing friendship? Otherwise, should I spit back? Lin Heng couldn't help but chuckle at the stark contrast in their thoughts. Gyarados truly had a bold spirit, while Charizard exhibited remarkable patience. Yet, it made sense, for Gyarados bore the bloodline of an ancient dragon. While the overwhelming pressure of a champion-level Pokémon could render other creatures immobile, Gyarados felt no such burden. The power within its lineage surged forth. Just like that ice punch, Gyarados could conjure a phantom fist from thin air. In addition to its innate ice-type prowess, its Dragonic might served as a significant advantage. The process of forming the fist accelerated, effectively transforming physical attacks into magical penetrations. For other Pokémon, merely undergoing this transformation could drive them to madness, a veritable fantasy. Though Gyarados lacked humility, Lin Heng acknowledged its undeniable genius. Thus, it naturally harbored no innate sense of reverence towards Charizard. Gyarados, remember, this is your predecessor. After a moment of amusement, Lin Heng turned to impart a lesson. As an onlooker, he could see clearly that Charizard had not provoked Gyarados. The latter's temper was indeed notorious, flaring at anyone. Thankfully, it possessed sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be no surprise if it found itself on the receiving end of a beating one day. Such a troublesome character. Gyarados stammered a reluctant acknowledgement. Its temper flared quickly, but it also subsided just as swiftly. Realizing it had misbehaved, it lowered its head in regret. Fortunately, Charizard truly was a forgiving elder, exhibiting none of its earlier formidable demeanor before Lin Heng, instead embodying a nurturing figure. Ding! Threat from the beast tide has been eliminated. Over 1,000 passengers' fate has undergone a reversal. Congratulations, host, on successfully defying fate. Now distributing rewards. Host's physical attributes comprehensively enhanced. Shared learning device. Transforming Mu Mu's destiny. The fragment of the Super Energy Pearl upgraded to a complete Super Energy Pearl. Transfer. Talent Enhancer. The gaze of a certain divine beast will trigger at a critical moment. Lin Heng stared in astonishment. For the first time, he felt overwhelmed by the rewards, even experiencing a moment of disorientation. This was extraordinarily extravagant. He couldn't help but murmur. Undoubtedly, this reward was nothing short of insane. It felt like a free-for-all giveaway after a store's bankruptcy. A historic first. Goodness, could this be the power of defying fate? Lin Heng had already anticipated the immense challenge of reversing destiny after witnessing the scale of the beast tide. Moreover, it involved over 1,000 individuals. With that in mind, the multitude of rewards seemed justifiable. He eagerly began to examine them in detail. Upon the initiation of the comprehensive enhancement selection, the host's body will undergo a thorough metamorphosis, encompassing physical prowess, stress resistance, endurance, sensory perception, internal organs, and even the very core of their being will experience transformative changes. Goodness, the time has come for me. Lin Heng, amidst his surprise, felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, as his Pokémon grew stronger, the secret realms he ventured into and the adversaries he faced would become increasingly perilous. Just like this current beast tide, wild Pokémon are indifferent to human battle conventions. They do not refrain from attacking trainers? Absolutely not. Their extensive battle experience has taught them that once a trainer is injured, the combat efficacy of their commanded Pokémon diminishes significantly. Wild Pokémon are far from foolish. They exclusively target vulnerabilities. The dangers of the secret realms are even more daunting. The treacherous environment leaves no room for escape. Countless trainers have met their demise in these realms, their Pokémon either perishing or merging into the ranks of wild Pokémon. If one lacks the means to protect oneself, no matter how high the Pokémon's level, a single moment of oversight in battle could lead to disastrous consequences. A stroke of misfortune could spell the end. Wouldn't that render all efforts futile? Next, Lin Heng's gaze shifted to the second reward, a shared learning device that was particularly suited to his current stage. Shared learning device. Upon carrying this, the battle experience of Pokémon is shared. Those not participating in combat will also gain experience according to their understanding level. Indeed, this is a veritable artifact of unfair advantage. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. For trainers, nurturing multiple Pokémon simultaneously is an imperative task. However, the distinction between ace and substitute Pokémon arises not only from their innate qualities, but predominantly from their disparate growth rates. For instance, among his 3 Pokémon, their exceptional qualities have yet to create a significant gap. Yet, the Metal Monster's evolution lags behind the other 2. After all, it was his 3rd capture. This is an unavoidable progression. Not to mention his soon-to-hatch 4th Pokémon. The Metal Monster was at least captured during its juvenile phase, while the 4th has just been born. The growth rate and level of the formidable Gyarados have clearly widened the chasm. Nevertheless, with the advent of the shared learning device, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. Lin Heng does not wish to rank his Pokémon hierarchically. He aims for all his Pokémon to be aces. Chapter 73, Frenzy. The Response of the Magic City. Lin Heng continued to read, discovering that the 3rd reward aligned perfectly with his purpose for confronting the beast tide. Psychic Pearl. When carried by a Psychic-type Pokémon, its mental strength will be increased by 20, with a temporary burst amplification of up to 50. It can also continuously nurture the mental state of Psychic Pokémon, offering a chance to comprehend the laws of psychic energy based on the Pokémon's inherent talents. Is it truly this formidable? Lin Heng was momentarily stunned. The effects of the Psychic Pearl are the stuff of dreams for trainers specializing in psychic types. It is an exceptionally rare treasure for all psychic Pokémon, particularly the last part, the opportunity to comprehend the laws of psychic energy. Just a hint of the aura from the Ho-Oh allowed Charizard to unleash an uncontrollable golden flame that ignited the entire forest. If one could genuinely grasp the laws of psychic energy, would they not become as terrifying as Mewtwo from the original work? Incredible. Lin Heng rubbed his hands together. Onward. Talent Enhancer. When used on a Pokémon, It subtly enhances the Pokémon's innate qualities and allows them to comprehend corresponding attribute talents and characteristics. What a remarkable item! Lin Heng was overjoyed, preparing to deliberate further. Suddenly, he noticed a large crowd had gathered around him. All passengers and soldiers gradually encircled him, their gazes filled with admiration and gratitude. The fervor of the atmosphere made Lin Heng's scalp tingle. Those unaware might mistake it for a grand fan meeting. Yet, this was a genuine reflection of everyone's sentiments. Lin Heng's image had become towering and insurmountable through one miraculous turn after another, stabilizing the situation. Especially the scene of him unwaveringly commanding powerful Pokémon to effortlessly annihilate the beast tide had left an indelible mark in the hearts of the thousands of passengers and soldiers present. At this moment, Lin Heng's standing in their minds surpassed even that of the 9 kings of the Yin Nation Alliance. After all, he was the true savior of their lives. No one could compare. The squad leader and train conductor stood at the forefront, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. For the first time, these two burly men displayed such open emotion. The squad leader, holding back his feelings, gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffing with effort. Standing before Lin Heng, they found themselves at a loss for words. After all, no amount of words could match the debt of gratitude for saving lives. The young man before them had accomplished too much, saving the lives of an entire train full of people, a debt that could never be repaid. Had it not been for him, they would have been doomed to remain lifeless in a foreign land, their families unable even to claim their remains. He had saved countless families. As the squad leader contemplated this, tears finally fell from his eyes. He felt a twinge of shame and hastily wiped them away. Lin Heng, from now on, my life shall belong to you. Yes, and ours too. Indeed, you need only utter a word, and I shall do anything for you. The soldiers echoed in unison, the train conductor even pushing aside the 2 attendants supporting him. He had just been affected by the residual force of the beast tide, resulting in a fractured right leg. Yet, even so, he steadfastly approached Lin Heng, limping as he solemnly declared, Lin Heng, thanks to you, we were fortunate enough to survive this ordeal. I will report the entirety of this beast tide incident to the Alliance truthfully. Others chimed in, many passengers insisting that the Alliance must give Lin Heng a proper acknowledgement, or else they would march to the Imperial capital's headquarters in protest. Some even inquired about his wishes, pledging to do everything within their power. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, roar, Charizard suddenly let out a mighty roar. Its nearly 3-meter wings unfurling, slightly lowering its body to lift Lin Heng onto its neck. Lin Heng, feeling inspired, swiftly recalled Shakira and the metal monster into their Pokeballs. Before the crowd could react, he mounted Charizard, ascending into the sky alongside Gyarados, vanishing into the clouds, leaving behind only 2 words. No need. Mu Mu stared blankly at the dark, gradually receding into the sky, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, her heart heavy. She felt as though the distance between her and Lin Heng was akin to the present moment. No matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up. What? A medium beast tide attacking train 1103? The president of the Magic City Alliance, upon receiving the call, erupted in anger. Why is this only being reported now? What level are the highest Pokémon in the beast tide? It seemed something was said on the other end, causing the president's pupils to constrict, his face paling. Gym level? Or dozens of them? This is disastrous. He collapsed into his chair, his trembling hands betraying his fear. What does it mean to face dozens of gym-level Pokémon? The entire train's occupants may not have survived. The highest rank within the unit aboard the train was merely that of a mid-level professional. Even if they all perished, it would scarcely redeem a handful of lives. This constitutes a grave incident. Not only is his position in jeopardy, but he will likely endure the scorn of countless individuals. Yet, despite this, those 1,000 souls cannot be brought back. The president of the Magic City Alliance, long hailed as a genius bordering on the supernatural, stared blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him, his eyes brimming with despair. An hour later, still steeped in sorrow, the president of the Magic City Alliance heard the telephone ring once more. He was utterly oblivious, merely responding instinctively by answering the call. The voice on the other end was frantic. He could not discern a word. Until, suddenly, a near-savage shout pierced through. No one died. President, everyone's alive. In an instant, the president sprang to his feet. Incredulous, he shouted into the phone. No one died? They're all alive. The passengers of train 1103 are unharmed? His triple inquiry echoed with urgency. His subordinate, who had shared the same reaction moments earlier, affirmed with uncontainable excitement. Yes. The son of the near champion Lin Heng. Do you understand? Why bring this up suddenly? The president of the Magic City Alliance furrowed his brows. He had never been fond of discussing trivial gossip during serious matters. This individual had indeed been in the limelight recently. However, in such dire circumstances, who would have the mind for jest? Realizing the president had misunderstood, the subordinate hastened to clarify, "President, it was Lin Heng Yu's son, who neutralized the beast tide crisis and saved 1,000 lives." The last two words resonated with conviction, tinged with astonishment. Clearly, even the subordinate found it hard to believe until this moment. Impossible. The president of the Magic City Alliance dismissed the notion outright, even countering, "Are you out of your mind? His son has just reached adulthood, right? I could believe it if you said it was Lin Heng Yu himself. But his son? You might as well say those wild spirits had a change of heart and voluntarily ceased their attacks." Chapter 74. Rebirth, the Legend of the Nebulous Secret Realm. You might as well say those wild spirits had a change of heart and voluntarily ceased their attacks. The president of the Magic City Alliance felt he had just heard the funniest joke of all time. It even lightened his heavy heart somewhat. "President, it's true." Now it was the subordinate's turn to be anxious. The train conductor and squad leader from 1103 have jointly submitted a report to the Magic City Alliance. It contains the names of over 1,000 individuals. They insisted on securing the proper treatment and rewards for the heroes. At that moment, a notification pinged on the computer. A new email had arrived. The president of the Magic City Alliance stiffly clicked it open, and to his astonishment, several pages of printed documents with names appeared before him. Accompanying this was a rather pixelated, shaky video, clearly filmed in a state of chaos. Unable to restrain himself, the president swallowed hard. With so much evidence laid before him, even if he remained skeptical, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. His hand trembled as he pressed the play button. The video was brief. Much of it was shrouded in darkness, but the president clearly saw how that young man commanded a king-level Charizard to annihilate a medium-sized beast tide with a single move. The effortless mastery with which he resolved the crisis left no doubt that he was indeed a true king. The president sat before the computer, his mind buzzing as a wave of goosebumps enveloped him. He almost instinctively let out a shout. Holy hell! His heart raced. It was as if, in that moment, he had been transported back to his youth, every drop of blood in his veins boiling with exhilaration. Incredible. Unbelievable. Words failed to encapsulate the shock the video instilled in him. It felt akin to a nuclear bomb detonating in his mind. By the time he managed to pull himself from that dreamlike stupor, 5 minutes had elapsed. "Quick, gather everyone for an emergency meeting. All of them, remember." The president of the Magic City Alliance commanded, his face flushed with excitement. This matter must be heralded far and wide. Even one person remaining uninformed would reflect poorly on their alliance's competency. However, as he hurried to the conference room, the president's thoughts turned to Lin Heng Yu. A pang of envy stirring within him. Not only does he have a wonderful wife, but he also boasts such an extraordinary son. Why does it seem that all good fortune falls to this man? How did he even conceive such a remarkable child? As Lin Heng approached the nebulous secret realm, he instructed his Charizard to land on an uncharted mountain range. Given that the nebulous secret realm was classified as Grade C, it was imperative to arrive in peak condition. With too many individuals surrounding him previously, he could not claim his rewards. Now, however, the time had come. The experienced Charizard, without needing instruction from Lin Heng, instinctively sought out a secluded cave. Let the process begin. Standing at the heart of the naturally formed cavern, Lin Heng awaited in silence. Ding! Comprehensive enhancement commencing. In the next moment, a radiant orb of light materialized above Lin Heng's head, resembling a miniature, concentrated embodiment of the cosmos. Countless colorful lines of light surged forth, all simultaneously pouring into him. In an instant, it felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring. Each strand felt like invisible hands massaging every part of his body, providing immense comfort and relaxation. Lin Heng involuntarily closed his eyes and murmured, "I never expected to experience such a grand sensation." The massage was exquisitely timed. However, within a breath, as the light fully integrated into his body, the fatigue from the previous battle dissipated entirely. Energy gradually enveloped every inch of Lin Heng's being. He sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, ascending beyond a mere tear. The body that had previously been baptized by the Phoenix King and the power of eternity was now revitalized, undergoing an all-encompassing refinement. When he opened his eyes again, 10 minutes had passed. He looked down, astonished, clenching his fist to feel the explosive power surging through his arms. Eager for action, Lin Heng glanced around, noticing triangular stones adorning the cavern walls. With a mere extension of his hand, he effortlessly pried one loose. As he held it, it crumbled into dust at his touch. This was achieved without exerting his full strength. Moreover, not only had his power increased, but so too had his speed. He might now effortlessly break world records if he participated in an international sporting event from his previous life. Surely, in the future, when extracting skill memory, he would no longer need to wait for the right moment to act. His current hand speed would be imperceptible, moving faster than the naked eye could track. Lin Heng then retrieved the shared learning device. Contrary to his expectations, it resembled a white necklace, adjustable in length according to the Pokémon's size. After pondering for a moment, he waved at the Gyarados stationed at the cave's entrance. Upon seeing this, the Gyarados thrust its large head into the cave, nearly blocking the entire entrance. For some reason, it bore a look of deep grievance, gazing at Lin Heng as if he were a disloyal lover. "Ah, my master has truly forgotten me for a new companion, relegating me to guard the cave entrance. In the past, such affairs were always shared with me." Listening to the lament of the Gyarados, Lin Heng found himself both amused and exasperated. The Gyarados ought to reflect on its own considerable size. Was it truly Lin Heng who excluded it from play? The constraints of their circumstances dictated otherwise. The Charizard, with its wings unfurled, barely spanned 3 meters, just fitting within this cave of moderate proportions, while the Gyarados, stretching nearly 8 meters in length, could scarcely coil itself like a serpent and still find room. Very well, wear this for now. Lin Heng chose to disregard the Gyarados' petty grievances, recognizing them as mere acts of unreasonable petulance. The white necklace adorned the dark scales of the Gyarados splendidly, serving as a striking embellishment. Lin Heng had indeed contemplated bestowing it upon the Charizard first, as this creature, with its formidable attacks, could likely obliterate an entire cadre of Pokémon within the secret realm. However, such an endeavor would lack the thrill of genuine experience. Although it could be seen as a means of gaining experience, the sheer volume of it was overwhelming. Whether 3 Pokémon could fully absorb such an influx was questionable, and it would yield no advantages for their development. Lin Heng had no desire to hasten their growth unduly. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds echoed throughout the cave from his electronic wristwatch, signaling the imminent commencement of the trials within the nebulous secret realm. Additionally, the countdown for the mysterious eggs hatching was nearing its conclusion, with merely an hour remaining. It seemed destined that this Pokémon would emerge within the nebulous secret realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Heng mounted the Gyarados, securely returning the Charizard to its premier ball before setting forth on their journey. The nebulous secret realm was located in Kunshan, a city distinguished by its unique architectural style, markedly different from the bustling metropolis of Magic City and Jianghua, exuding a nostalgic charm reminiscent of the last century. Temples were ubiquitous, each exhibiting diverse aesthetic sensibilities, clearly influenced by trainers from all corners of the nation. Yet, the most remarkable aspect was undoubtedly the legend surrounding the nebulous secret realm. This very legend rendered the realm a coveted destination for trainers, with those deemed worthy of entry being referred to as challengers.